Chapter 1. The Unreliable Journey Through Time. I knew it. I knew it. I knew I should not have participated in any time travel promotional package on Double 11. What I desired were long-legged elves, adorable fox spirits, and graceful mermaids, aiming to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Yet here I find myself, and they dare to speak of system delivery or a leisurely approach to the world. This is nothing short of a scam. I demand a refund. It is no wonder that Zhang Xiaowei is in a foul mood. If you were to suddenly traverse to a new world, only to find yourself dangling like a sausage, you would certainly lose your mind as well. He couldn't even muster the strength to utter a sound, only daring to mutter quietly within his thoughts. Such was the situation when Zhang Xiaowei regained consciousness, finding his wrists bound and suspended from a wooden frame, his feet hanging limply, similarly restrained by ropes, unable to even swing. Upon glancing at himself, he realized that his attire seemed rather inappropriately a black and white robe. What kind of clothing is this? The surrounding environment was equally unfriendly, with stout stone walls encircling him. The sole iron door appeared formidable and was tightly shut, with nothing but a few mirrors to accompany him. Considering the cold, damp atmosphere, it was highly probable that he was in a basement, to be precise, a subterranean prison. Naturally, there were no windows. The only source of light emanated from an embedded stone in the wall, radiating a faint green glow, utterly beyond Zhang Xiaowei's comprehension. Yet, in this darkness, the scant light offered him no solace, only amplifying his fear. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, he managed to catch a glimpse of his reflection in the mirrors. His features were not entirely discernible, but they seemed satisfactory. A black and white clerical robe adorned his form. Wait, why am I dressed as a cleric? Did I traverse the wrong path? He attempted to shake his body to confirm the presence of his manhood. Still there. But this attire. Zhang Xiaowei's composure shattered as he envisioned something far more horrifying, his mind struggling to process the implications reflected in the mirrors. The surrounding mirrors, though not particularly clear, were sizable enough. Initially, he assumed they were meant to amplify the light, but given his current state and garb, he surmised that this time, he was destined for a rather grim fate. Thus, Zhang Xiaowei began to thrash wildly, but all efforts proved futile. He could not break free. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. If someone were to tell him that this predicament was a birthday surprise prepared for him, he wondered if such an explanation could be deemed acceptable. Well, certainly not. He began to meticulously search for the memories within this body, hoping to uncover the legendary system that had been promised to him, yearning for a resolution to his current plight. He resolved to return and lodge a complaint, but first, he needed to survive. Ding. Host body integration successful. The fooling system has been activated. For every lie uttered by the host, if believed by others, one fooling point will be awarded. Fooling points can be utilized to enhance the host's character level and skill level. The host cannot actively learn new skills. Only by defeating specific targets can they randomly acquire the abilities of those targets. Host, Rupert Zhang Xiaowei. Level, LV.101. Upgrading levels enhances overall physical attributes, strength, coordination, mental fortitude, etc. Title, Apprentice Cleric. Skill, Healing LV.101. Heals ordinary units and inflicts double damage on the bizarre. So this boat's previous owner was named Rupert. But what kind of absurd system is this? What on earth is the fooling system? Are you fooling me, or am I fooling you? Given his current circumstances, having a mere healing spell is utterly useless. Would it not be better to bestow upon him something like a blade storm to extricate himself? In the face of his adversary's cruel onslaught, should he continue to heal himself? Is it better to renew his strength or merely endure longer? And what exactly is this bizarre entity? Could you please clarify? A creaking sound echoed as the door swung open. Zhang Xiaowei, or rather Rupert now, felt every muscle in his body tense, particularly his gluteus maximus. Rupert lowered his head slightly, allowing the strands of hair to cast shadows over his eyes, and fixed his gaze intently on the doorway. The first thing to enter through the iron door was a sliver of light, followed by a candelabrum, the flickering warm glow illuminating the room slightly. Then, an elderly man with a head full of white hair entered, somewhat hunched over, clad in a solemn black robe, resembling a kind-hearted old priest. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Was the lighting of candles truly a birthday surprise? Must it be so harsh? The old priest moved slowly, first igniting a fire in the corner, allowing the light to fill the stone chamber, banishing the darkness with the aid of the mirror's reflections. However, Rupert's spirits sank to the depths. The old man's familiarity with this place and his apparent lack of surprise at Rupert's peculiar appearance indicated that he was likely the mastermind behind it all, the instigator of this entire ordeal. The old man began to appraise Rupert from various angles, seemingly pleased with the materials he had chosen, nodding and smiling approvingly. He then approached and untied Rupert's feet, yet his hands remained bound. Presumably, this was to facilitate his forthcoming actions, allowing for some resistance without it becoming overly vigorous. Rupert's mind was flooded with a torrent of expletives, imagining a herd of wild horses galloping through, only to turn back and spit at him in unison, both ridiculous and revolting. As the old man circled around to Rupert's front and reached out, Rupert, in that instant, felt as though he had been possessed by a football star. Summoning every ounce of strength within him, his right foot executed a soaring kick. If he did not manage to land a blow, it would be as if the old man had been exquisitely crafted. This kick indeed bore significance, landing squarely on target, causing the old priest to emit a muffled grunt, bending over and retreating 3 steps, nearly toppling over. The effectiveness of this maneuver stemmed from Rupert's unexpected strike, compounded by the old priest's utter disbelief that the typically timid Rupert would dare to resist him. Had this old priest been an ordinary, feeble old man on the brink of death, that kick might have genuinely cost him half his life, potentially granting Rupert a chance to escape. Alas, he was not. To Rupert's astonishment, the old priest, having been struck in a vulnerable spot, straightened his posture even more, the previous hunch vanishing entirely. A peculiar, stiff smile spread across his face as he raised his gaze to Rupert. His entire demeanor transformed, as though he had become an entirely different person, his physique and aged countenance now in stark contrast. It was akin to the peculiar effects of a mobile app, where a youthful individual's face was replaced with that of an old man. Rupert's scalp prickled, even if he were ponderate. He would comprehend that this old priest was anything but ordinary. He was the impostor Rupert, and the figure before him was likely an impostor of the old priest. They were both of the same ilk. Must they engage in infighting? Yet, it was evident that the old man had no such intentions. Furthermore, the black robe on his back erupted, revealing 4 brown tentacle-like appendages adorned with black spots and lines that formed an eerie pattern, inducing a sense of dizziness. The 4 tentacles unfurled behind the old priest, swaying in the flickering light, and the mirrors reflected the sight to create an illusion that the cell was filled to capacity, as though an octopus had squeezed into the same jar. More terrifying still, the tips of the tentacles blossomed like petals, revealing a mass of white, serrated teeth, all directed at Rupert, dripping with viscous fluid. The glistening goo splattered on the floor, bubbling ominously, releasing a nauseating stench that surged towards Rupert's head. Rupert felt his sanity plummeting, and only 3 words echoed in his mind. You. Great. Master. Chapter 2. The Fooling System. Yet at this moment, Rupert, overwhelmed by panic, found a semblance of calm within the chaos. Or rather, he found himself with no other choice but to place his trust in the dubious fooling system. As such, his mind raced, and just as the tentacled old priest approached with an eerie grin, he shouted, "I love you." This proclamation was nothing short of earth-shattering, rendering the old priest momentarily dumbfounded, causing him a halt. Even the 4 tentacles froze, their petal-like mouths closing in unison. Rupert, while fixating on the threatening figure before him, remained vigilant of the system in his mind, noting the absence of any notifications. This was likely because, although he had lied, the other party did not believe him at most. He had merely astonished them, which meant his attempt at fooling had failed. In that moment, Rupert's thoughts raced, quickly pivoting his approach. I once held you in the highest regard. Fooling point 1. This was effective here. I refer to Zhang Xiaowei from Earth. Yet within the old priest's understanding, it would be interpreted as Rupert from the past, thus constituting a lie that the other party believed, earning him a fooling point. With this newfound clarity, Rupert began to unleash a torrent of words. You were so kind to me before. Fooling point 1. You taught me to read. Fooling point 1. You educated me in literacy. Fooling point 1. You even fed me. The old priest across the way glared, his expression instantly shifting into one of discontent. Oh, was there something amiss? Having failed to beguile him successfully, he pressed forward, evidently not yet ready to concede. Rupert hastily added, I even prepared meals for you before. One for persuasion. However, such familial appeals were only effective for a fleeting moment. After hearing a few more words, the old priest exhibited palpable impatience, preparing to launch another offensive. The petal-like mouths on the 4 tentacles split open once more, aiming directly at Rupert. Rupert noticed that his persuasion points had risen to 9. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a healing spell at LV.101, swiftly escalating it to LV.414, expending 7 persuasion points, leaving him with just 2, insufficient for another level up. Immediately, he upgraded his character level to LV.212, and Rupert distinctly felt a surge in his strength, nearly doubled. Had this entire process required manual intervention from Rupert, he would undoubtedly have perished, for he was in a state of sheer panic even as adrenaline coursed through his veins in a desperate bid to save his life. His limbs remained uncontrollably trembling. Yet, all of this transpired within the confines of his mind, completed in the blink of an eye. As he accomplished this feat, the tentacles loomed less than 3 centimeters away from him. Though his wrists were still bound, his palms were free to move. In an instant, he gestured and unleashed a LV.4 healing spell. A modest golden glow struck the old priest upon the head, manifesting a 60 in golden digits, devoid of any sensation of impact or force. Yet to Rupert's astonishment, the old priest suddenly began to wail, toppling backward, while the 4 tentacles writhed frantically, akin to scalded octopus in boiling water. Rupert even discerned a health bar hovering above the old priest. Although it appeared somewhat lengthy, it was evidently diminished, likely only 17 out of total health capacity. One must concede, this particular setup warranted commendation for the system. The 60 points of damage Rupert inflicted indeed yielded results, and the damage was substantial, with additional higher value damage occasionally surfacing, likely triggered by the old priest's pre-existing injuries. Rupert also realized that he could cast this healing spell instantaneously, with a remarkably brief cooldown of approximately 3 seconds. As long as there was damage, Rupert felt a wave of calm wash over him, and he began to unleash healing spells upon the old priest with wild abandon. In this grotesque form, it was evident that the old priest was an aberration. Healing spells typically healed ordinary beings, but inflicted double damage upon aberrations. Under the relentless barrage, the old priest could no longer endure. His skin lost its structural integrity, collapsing inward to reveal a mass of twisted, entwined tentacles within. In death, he resembled a pile of writhing worms, a repugnant slime oozing across the ground, emitting an exceedingly foul odor. Even in victory, Rupert felt little joy, only a sense of relief at having survived and a deep-seated hatred for this entire ordeal of crossing over. What kind of wretched leisure world was this? Had he almost lost his life? Rupert's current level was LV.2, and his physical capabilities had seen a commendable enhancement. With his feet now unbound, he immediately began to swing, propelling himself onto the wooden beam above. Such a feat would have been impossible for him previously. It seemed the system's descriptions were accurate. Not only had his strength increased, but other aspects had likely improved as well. As he moved, the enhanced coordination of his body became apparent. Once atop the beam, he found the knots around his wrists considerably loosened, and with the aid of his teeth, he swiftly untied them, then nimbly jumped down. However, after such an extended period of immobility, compounded by the fright he had just endured, his legs felt somewhat unsteady, nearly causing him to falter. He steadied himself against the wall. Casting a disdainful glance at the unsightly puddle of filth below, Rupert hastily made his exit through the door. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that he was indeed in an underground prison, and not merely in isolation. There were at least 6 iron doors flanking the corridor, along with a pile of food, large, hard loaves of bread and various unknown vegetables, tubers, and the like. This scene stirred a vague sense of familiarity in Rupert, likely a remnant of his former memories. He closed his eyes and recalled that he was a local orphan, around 15 years of age, who had been taken in by the old priest several years prior. This was a small church located in a remote town, and not long ago, after learning the healing spell, he had naturally transitioned from an ordinary acolyte to a novice priest. The congregation had never been particularly thriving. There had been other priests, acolytes, and nuns who had come to practice here, but none lasted long, disappearing without a trace after a few days. In hindsight, it seemed most of them had met with grim fates, having fallen prey to the old priest. A few days prior, the old priest had ventured out and returned appearing somewhat weakened. Upon his return, Rupert had felt genuine joy, having considered the old priest family. However, after consuming a candy brought by him, he had quickly succumbed to sleep, awakening to find himself suspended in a prison cell. Now, it seemed that this abominable entity intended to toy with him, perhaps seeking to exchange his skin for another, binding him to prevent resistance and preserve its own facade. Regardless of the circumstances, this grotesque version of the old priest had undoubtedly harbored malevolent intentions from the very beginning. Chapter 3. Void Tentacles. Rupert picked up a rusted, thick-handled machete from the corner, weighing it in his hand and finding it to be just right, quite comfortable to wield. In the past, he would have assumed there was no one else present here, but now, uncertainty reigned with such aberrant beings in existence. Who could say whether he faced a singular foe? Caution was of paramount importance. He began to test the iron doors, discovering they were all unlocked. One chamber contained various bloodied implements of torture, while the others were similar prisons, devoid of the mirrors and wooden frames found in the initial room. Yet, the walls were embedded with glowing green stones, which he recalled to be a type of luminescent stone produced by elves, presumably to prevent prisoners from descending into madness in absolute darkness. Having confirmed the relative safety of his surroundings, Rupert's racing heart gradually began to calm, retreating from the fervor of life-and-death combat. He also recalled the initial statement made by the persuasion system. New skills cannot be learned proactively. Only by defeating specific targets can one randomly acquire their abilities. He was curious to see if the old priest he had slain qualified as a specific target. However, upon inspection, Rupert was left utterly dumbfounded indeed. An ability had manifested, but what on earth was this void tentacle LV.101? He hurriedly patted himself down, finding no unsightly appendages, while internally pleading, System, please come forth, something is amiss. I suspect we are being targeted by something unclean. You must intervene. Yet, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Frankly, Rupert was beginning to feel a genuine sense of panic. Gazing at this peculiar skill, he found himself psychologically hindered even to attempt it, fearful that a tentacle might erupt from some bizarre place. However, he quickly reconsidered, if it were unavoidable. Having it extend from his back like a venerable priest would, in fact, be rather exhilarating. This was the utmost he could accept. As for the notion of it extending from his face, or his limbs transforming into tentacles, or even emerging from more provocative areas, that was entirely unacceptable. Ultimately, Rupert, adopting a resigned attitude of if I must perish, so be it, resolved to give it a try. If it proved untenable, he would simply disregard the skill altogether, pretending it did not exist. Rupert took a deep breath and directly employed the void tentacle LV.101. Fortunately, the tentacle did not emerge from any part of his body. Instead, it extended from the void, right before his palm. It was a brown tentacle, appearing smooth to the touch yet devoid of any repulsive slime, measuring only the thickness of a cucumber and approximately 1 meter in length, lacking any bizarre patterns. Its tip bore no petal-like openings or teeth. Perhaps it was merely an underdeveloped appendage. Upon cautious examination, Rupert discovered that the tentacle possessed remarkable resilience, though its sensation did not transmit to him. However, it could respond to Rupert's thoughts, enabling it to strike or ensnare foes, thus qualifying as an offensive skill. Presumably, its power would amplify with higher levels. He continually experimented with the tentacle's characteristics, noting that it could not be summoned too far from his physical form. The striking force appeared comparable to that of a whip, which was quite satisfactory. This skill could be worth investing some points into. The future prospects seemed promising, indeed. This peculiar entity was akin to acne, tolerable as long as it did not manifest on oneself. Rupert adjusted his demeanor and ascended the narrow, dimly lit staircase. Emerging from a cluttered wooden shed, realizing it was daytime, he was greeted by a brilliant golden sun overhead. The intense light momentarily overwhelmed his eyes, requiring several seconds for him to acclimate. Outside lay a modest courtyard, devoid of elaborate decorations, featuring only a few crooked trees and a patchy lawn, with numerous spots revealing bare soil. As he gazed upon these familiar scenes, memories of his past life flooded his mind, yet everything felt achingly distant. He continued towards the main building, a 2-story stone structure. The ground floor felt familiar. Among the 4 small rooms, the one at the end was once Rupert's own. Inside, the furnishings were remarkably simple, a plain bed and a table adorned with a leather-bound scripture, a candlestick, and 2 small wooden figurines. Upon reaching this place, Rupert promptly shed his nun's attire, intent on donning his civilian clothes, for he had been startled by the unexpected encounter and was now quite sweaty. Indeed, it was perspiration. To his surprise, he noticed his skin was rather fair, not in a sickly manner, but akin to the sheen of jade, and his physique was commendable, not overly muscular, but possessing a taut, lean musculature. Whether this was due to his prior exercise or the elevation of his character level remained uncertain. However, it was likely the latter, for the living conditions here seemed rather austere. Above him lay the former quarters of the old priest. Rupert tightened his grip on the hatchet in his hand, cautiously making his way upstairs. He had some recollection of this space, having frequently ascended to assist with cleaning. Yet returning now felt entirely different. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped him, as if he had entered the lair of some terrifying creature. However, Rupert was not here without purpose. He intended to access the old priest's small treasury. Indeed, he was preparing to flee, for he no longer wished to remain in this place. Nor did he dare to linger. Who knew what other forces might be lurking behind this monstrous entity? Furthermore, if the Church of the Holy Light pursued the matter, while the old priest was undoubtedly at fault, Rupert himself had much that was difficult to explain. And what if the priest's enemies came seeking him, ready to whisk him away? He had not forgotten that the old priest had likely been injured in prison, his health diminished. How could a frail novice priest hope to contend with such formidable adversaries? As Rupert entered the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to a grand mirror, elegantly supported by an intricately designed base, far surpassing the clarity of any prison mirror. It was at this moment that he took a serious look at his own reflection. His chestnut hair framed soft features that bore a hint of femininity, likely due to his youth, which had yet to fully blossom. If he retained the same delicate and timid demeanor as before, the overall impression could indeed be perceived as somewhat effeminate. However, the aura he exuded now was markedly different. The most striking transformation lay in his eyes. Once green in the memories of his previous existence, they had now deepened to a profound black, lending him an unmistakably sharper presence, truly a handsome visage. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he swiftly retrieved a small chest filled with gold coins, guided by the memories of his former self. Inside, he found a collection of standard large gold coins, meticulously crafted and released by the Church of the Holy Light in collaboration with the Land and Empire. The obverse displayed the majestic sun emblem representing the church, while the reverse bore the emblematic griffin of the Land and Empire, each coin heavy in hand and possessing astonishing purchasing power. Rupert secured the box under his arm, preparing to carry it away, though he found it rather heavy. Suddenly, he recalled the spatial ring that the old priest had worn on his left hand for many years. In the midst of his panic, the memory had eluded him, but now he realized that possessing such an item would indeed be quite advantageous. After all, as a time traveler, lacking a spatial ring would be rather unremarkable. Rupert carried the small chest of gold coins downstairs, placing it in his room before returning once more to the subterranean dungeon, back to the original chamber. With a stick, he sifted through the pile of refuse until he unearthed the ring, washing it several times before finally adorning it on his finger. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he realized the space within was indeed quite confined, akin to that of a medium-sized suitcase, which was already brimming with contents. Rupert emptied the contents with great haste, revealing first a priest robe, presumably kept for the aftermath of battle to avoid damage from the encroaching tendrils. Following this were numerous bottles and jars. Some contained viscous brown liquids, still bubbling ominously, while others preserved unknown organs, clearly of dubious origin. Additionally, there were a few coins, daggers, tinder, and other everyday implements, all of which proved to be quite practical. Rupert retained only these items, leaving the remaining space for the grand gold coins, with the prospect of accommodating weapons later. As for the various bottles and jars, he decided to return them to the underground prison, as he intended to make his escape. This place could be inhabited by whomever they pleased. He had no intention of remaining here any longer. Chapter 4. An unexpected halt. Having completed his tasks, Rupert proceeded towards the house ahead. The front section of the building was devoid of flooring, creating a lofty space, as it opened up to a modest little church. The walls adorned with murals featured a central sun motif, flanked by various legends of salvation from the Holy Light Church, depicting the battle against evil, the support of the faithful, and acts of worship. At the front of the hall stood a pulpit for preaching scripture, adjacent to the font and donation box, complemented by 4 rows of simple, unembellished benches. At that moment, the sun shone brightly outside, casting colorful light through the stained glass into the hall, creating a serene and solemn atmosphere. The space was pristine, having been diligently cleaned just the day before, prior to the fall of its former occupant. Rupert cast one last glance around before striding directly towards the entrance, which was undoubtedly closed by the old priest to ensure Rupert could be undisturbed. However, as soon as he pushed open the door, he was startled by a throng of people that immediately surrounded him. Rupert, feeling a sense of guilt, instinctively took 2 steps back. It was then he noticed that blocking the entrance were 7 or 8 robust men, their bodies covered in dust, and the exposed skin, likely mingled with sweat, had formed a thick layer of grime. Each face was indistinguishable, revealing only their eyes and open mouths. These individuals had evidently been waiting for quite some time. As soon as the door creaked open, they surged forward. However, despite their eagerness, they exhibited remarkable courtesy by refraining from entering the small chapel's main hall. They began to speak simultaneously, their voices merging into a cacophony. Rupert could scarcely decipher their words, so he raised his hands in a calming gesture, interjecting, "I understand your urgency, but please, allow one person to speak at a time. It is impossible to comprehend when everyone speaks together, and I assure you, I am not in a hurry." Rupert's eyes lit up as he realized that his words had immediately borne fruit. Was it truly so simple to persuade someone? Upon reflection, he acknowledged that indeed. He was pressed for time, and had resorted to a polite deception. The 7 individuals before him were all convinced, one and all, thus marking his ruse a success. This was truly remarkable. At that moment, the group turned their gazes towards the tallest and most imposing figure among them. This man bore not only dust upon him but also evident injuries, with large splotches of blood staining his shoulder. "Kind-hearted Rupert, we beseech you, please persuade Father Hyman to assist us. We are miners from the outskirts of the town, and an accident has occurred this morning. Several severely injured individuals are on the brink of death, and only the old priest possesses the power to save them." However, for the past 2 or 3 years, the priest had ceased to employ his divine abilities for healing. Minor injuries and ailments were typically endured and forgotten. This time, however, lives were truly at stake. "We implore you." Having spoken, the towering man, at least 6 feet tall, knelt down and began to prostrate himself, prompting the others to follow suit in their earnest supplication. Rupert immediately grasped the critical point, surmising that the old priest must have been replaced by the tentacled creature 2 or 3 years prior, coinciding with the timeline of the missing persons. This creature, a mere tentacled monster, possessed no understanding of healing arts. As these individuals knelt down, he also noticed 3 stretchers behind them, upon which lay 3 feeble men, barely clinging to life. Rupert's heart softened. After all, it was merely a matter of time, and the imminent danger was not yet upon them. Moreover, considering the face of the deceiver, he reluctantly acquiesced. The old priest, frail and aged, was no longer capable of wielding his divine powers. I had actually learned the healing art long ago, yet I have remained unpracticed. However, given the urgency of the situation, I shall give it a try. Quickly, bring them in, he urged. Although the burly men opposite him were inclined to believe Rupert's words, a trace of hesitation lingered among them. Rupert wasted no time. He cast a level 4 healing spell upon the imposing figure at the forefront. Golden digits, 30, materialized, and the impact was unmistakable. The health bar of the burly man was nearly restored to its full capacity, and the visible wounds on his shoulder began to mend before the eyes of onlookers. His companions gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the injuries on his back heel as well. Rupert also keenly observed the reactions of these individuals, realizing that they were likely unaware of the 30 number, which appeared to be visible only to him. Hurry and bring these people in. Do not concern yourselves with dirtying the floor, for I am utterly indifferent to its condition. Initially, the group felt somewhat embarrassed, but upon hearing Rupert's words, they promptly began to carry the stretchers. Rupert would certainly not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He thought to himself, this is all part of divine will. In a moment of serendipity, just as he found himself available, they arrived. Remarkably, Rupert almost burst into laughter. Were it not for the numerous onlookers and the sight of the injured teetering on the brink of death. In this brief interval, his influence points had accumulated to 42. Of course, he still had pressing matters to attend to. In pursuit of ascertaining the correlation between skill level and healing efficacy, he first expended 4 influence points to elevate his healing spell to level 5, 15. He promptly directed this spell towards one of the severely wounded individuals on a stretcher, achieving a healing effect of 35. Subsequently, he raised his character level by 1, advancing to level 3, 13, and utilized the healing spell on another casualty, resulting in a healing effect of 40. At this juncture, the relationship became evident. The sum of character level and skill level, multiplied by a coefficient of 5, determined the healing output. Based on the health bars of those individuals, it was estimated that an ordinary person's vitality hovered around 100, while that of the towering, robust man was noticeably higher, yet certainly not exceeding 200. As Rupert pondered these thoughts, he swiftly rescued 3 ordinary individuals on the brink of death. A question arose in his mind. With such a low rank, could he effortlessly revive these common folk? Did other priests possess a similar ability, or was his skill, due to the presence of the system, somewhat extraordinary? In the memories of Rupert's former self, the process of learning healing arts was fraught with agony. It seemed exceedingly difficult, necessitating communication with the divine and the memorization of numerous scriptures. As for the more distant past, the recollections of the old priest's ability to wield healing magic had grown somewhat hazy. Yet the most vivid impression remained that his healing services were far from inexpensive. After all, where did those large gold coins come from? The remarkable fluidity with which Rupert performed his healing incantations left the onlookers astonished. The stretchers had barely been set down when a visible healing occurred before their eyes. Hadn't the process typically required chanting verses, the sprinkling of holy water, and a multitude of prayers? There were times when delays could lead to patients' untimely demise, which explained their current urgency. Reflecting back, Rupert's initial act of healing the leading man had indeed been instantaneous, yet their emotional turmoil had prevented them from grasping the moment. Now, with 3 near-death individuals restored to life, all of it had transpired just moments ago, leaving them utterly bewildered. Rupert had been so preoccupied with the art of deception and the calculations that he completely forgot how to wield his healing spells. Upon observing the expressions of those around him, it became evident that he had faltered. In that moment, he had no choice but to concoct a tale. Well, the old priest has always said that I possess a remarkable gift for healing, and once mastered, I excel beyond others. Yes, that's precisely it. Deception 10. Chapter 5 sees the opportunity before departing. Rupert's talent for weaving tales is visibly enhancing, and the 3 miners he revived have begun to contribute to his fabrications, signaling a positive turn of events. Upon hearing his explanations, the miners were immediately filled with joy. They did not concern themselves with the principles behind these miraculous spells, for the outcome was all that mattered. It was akin to gaining an additional life, so long as a person did not perish on the spot. The amiable Rupert could restore them within this quaint chapel. The townsfolk were certainly fortunate. However, once the initial excitement subsided, worry crept back into their expressions. While lives had been saved, the question of the offering fees loomed large. In the days when the old priest was in charge, the cost to revive a single soul was 50 imperial silver coins, nearly equivalent to half a gold coin. Now, with 3 lives saved, not including the minor injury of the burly leader, and considering that these miracles were executed with even greater speed and efficacy, it seemed unreasonable for the fees to be lower than before. Even if they were to remain the same, who amongst them could afford 1.5 gold coins? They were burdened with families to care for, which was precisely why they had taken on the perilous and laborious work of mining. Rupert was still contemplating new rhetoric to persuade others when he noticed the awkward expressions of the burly men around him. After a moment's reflection, he also considered the issue of contribution fees, as his primary impression was one of profit. However, circumstances had changed. His need for persuasion points now far outweighed his desire for gold coins. It was not that he wished to leave, rather, he sought to accumulate a greater number of persuasion points before his departure. With persuasion points in hand, one possesses power, and with power comes self-preservation. The reality was now set. Having been ensnared in this world with no means of retreat, Rupert, having contemplated his future path, smiled faintly and began to persuade. Henceforth, let us lower the contribution fees a tad. For a life-saving plea, it shall be 10 silver coins, while the remainder will be adjusted according to the severity of the injuries, all in accordance with divine will. Persuasion points 10. This move effectively slashed the fees by nearly 70%, a substantial reduction that brought a sigh of relief from several miners, although still somewhat steep. It was a price worth paying when weighed against the value of life. Rupert continued his persuasive discourse. You may also inform the other townsfolk that those suffering from ailments can come to seek my assistance. As long as my strength endures, I shall endeavor to heal all who come to me. After all, alleviating the suffering of others is my sole purpose. With a hint of embarrassment, the townspeople rummaged through their pockets and managed to gather only 33 silver coins. Rupert, however, accepted merely 30. As a clergyman, I possess no interest in wealth. These coins are solely intended for the repair and maintenance of the church. Rupert's noble character garnered widespread acclaim from the miners, who eagerly pledged to promote him, encouraging more individuals to seek his healing services. Grateful for his assistance, they departed from the church with heartfelt thanks. Rupert found himself utterly captivated, the allure of the points he had garnered proving to be irresistibly smooth. He even entertained the rather daunting notion of simply remaining in this place indefinitely. Such an opportune job for accumulating points was exceedingly rare, yet the inherent uncertainties of this environment left him feeling powerless. After the departure of a few individuals, Rupert resolved to linger for another day or two to harvest a final wave of points before taking his leave. Those individuals had assisted him in amassing a total of 92 points, and Rupert aimed to elevate his character's level, thereby enhancing his overall attributes and increasing his margin for error to avoid being eliminated swiftly by others. Furthermore, his healing spell was currently sufficient, and advancing his character level would also augment the healing capacity, as excessive overflow would serve no purpose. Thus, he invested 51 points, propelling his character's level from LV 313 directly to LV 101010. To his delight, he noticed a marked improvement in his physical attributes, such as strength and perception, during the enhancement process. The rapid progression left him slightly disoriented, causing him to stumble as he walked, yet the exhilaration remained ever present. However, soon after, a problem arose. He discovered he could no longer advance. The 10 points allocated at LV 10 had been fully utilized, yet he could not proceed to LV 11. It was then that the system's notification arrived, albeit belatedly, informing him that to progress to the next stage, he must have at least 2 skills simultaneously reach their maximum level of LV 10. Indeed, the system demonstrated a keen understanding of marketing principles. It was a classic case of boarding the ship before purchasing a ticket, as it could impose conditions at will, retaining ultimate interpretative authority. Initially, Rupert contemplated disregarding skill management altogether, focusing solely on leveling his character to the maximum to ascertain the situation. However, it is now evidently unattainable. Fortunately, he still possesses 2 skills ripe for enhancement, healing and void tentacle. Should he ascend from level 20 to 21, the challenge of acquiring 2 fully leveled skills looms large. Remaining stagnant in one location to accumulate resources has proven an impractical strategy. Consequently, he has resolved to allocate all remaining points into void tentacle, forcefully elevating it from level 1 to level 8, depleting his resources in the process. This decision aims to bolster his self-preservation capabilities, while a healing skill level of 5 suffices for the time being. Rupert has now completely overcome any psychological barriers regarding the tentacles. After closing the church's grand door, he commenced experimenting with his enhanced abilities. With a mere gesture, a tentacle emerged from the void before him, its girth unchanged, still reminiscent of a cucumber. Yet its length was strikingly different, now measuring 7 to 8 meters. Did it grow by 1 meter per level? As he swung it, the force was palpably amplified, and the tip of the tentacle could produce a resounding sonic boom, exhibiting considerable power, albeit markedly different from the thick, gaping, fang-laden variety wielded by the old priest. Was it the same tentacle skill manifested differently by various individuals, or was it a reflection of his insufficient skill level? Such thoughts eluded him. However, he did discover that this tentacle ability consumed remarkably little of his energy, allowing for extended usage without significant issue. As noon approached, Rupert, familiar with this body, found his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Yet, the meager and bland offerings left him somewhat speechless, since he had no intention of lingering. He settled for a modest repast. The bread was as hard as a brick, accompanied by a scant amount of butter and salt, leading to an unappetizing meal that left him straining his neck to swallow. After hastily consuming a bit of lunch, he stealthily peered through the window at the church's entrance. Noticing that several townsfolk had begun to gather, watching curiously. In truth, many of them bore no injuries or ailments. Rupert was exceedingly pleased. He was precisely the kind of person who relished a lively atmosphere. After all, it was all the same kind of deception. The more participants there were, the more opportunities for embellishment arose. Why not embrace it? When the number of attendees reached around 30 or 40, the influx of new faces had dwindled significantly. And among those who did arrive were mainly middle-aged individuals, with few young people present, likely preoccupied with their work. Rupert, feeling impatient, decided to act. With a confident demeanor, he pushed open the grand door and greeted everyone with a warm smile. Seizing the moment, he began to weave his charm, stating, God proclaimed, in this world, there should be no torment from pain or illness. It was evident that this was a spontaneous fabrication from Rupert, reminiscent of the late Lucerne, whose name has been attributed to countless sayings he never uttered. In Chapter 6, Healing and Reaping, Rupert, in his current role, believed that casually attributing famous quotes to the divine would pose no significant issue. After all, deceiving others can be quite taxing on the mind. Yet associating oneself with the divine provides an effortless means to garner attention. With enthusiasm, he encouraged everyone to take their seats, saying, I have been diligently preparing for the healing process. Please do not fret. I assure you that all ailments will be cured. Kindly remain seated and composed. Under Rupert's guidance, the crowd settled orderly, refraining from loud chatter. In such a sacred setting, most individuals retained a sense of reverence. Rupert promptly ascended to the pulpit. Exhibiting no signs of trepidation before the gathered crowd, he began to expound. The elder priest has aged considerably and is in delicate health. He will be taking a period of rest. During this time, I shall preside over the church's sermons and teachings. This serves as Rupert's premeditated excuse for stepping forward solo in recent days. I am, after all, a child of this locality, and I trust many of you present have witnessed my youthful escapades, running about in a state of undress. Rupert, this is not mere idle chatter. It is a clever ruse. The individuals gathered here may have reminisced about amusing scenes from the past, or perhaps they were simply charmed by Rupert's wit, prompting them to chuckle softly, thereby alleviating the solemn atmosphere. Thus, I trust it is acceptable for me to address you all as family. Dear family, I have long been aware that the fees for the old priest's healing services were exorbitant, yet I found myself powerless to alter that reality. In gratitude for your unwavering support, I have decided to reduce the healing fees significantly. Listen closely. Even for the most costly and life-threatening injuries, the charge is now merely 10 silver coins, with a guarantee of recovery. For ordinary ailments, the fee starts at just 1 silver coin, allowing for immediate treatment without disrupting your daily work and studies. Do you comprehend? Applause, perhaps? Rupert was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a form of deception? He had always believed that the phrase understanding applause constituted a form of trickery. The audience below seemed to have hesitated, likely failing to grasp the final point. Yet they had certainly comprehended the earlier pricing ranging from 1 to 10 silver coins, which was indeed significantly more affordable compared to before. A few individuals began to applaud, subsequently encouraging the rest to join in. There was no consideration of whether it was appropriate to applaud in such a setting, but since Rupert was leading the charge, they decided to follow suit. Very well, let us commence. After all, for every moment of anguish endured by my family, my own heart aches a little more. Rupert observed that the harvest was nearly complete and could no longer afford to procrastinate. Any further delay would inevitably lead to annoyance among the people. Thus, he commenced his duties of healing. This time, he was mindful of his approach, donning a formal white novice priest robe while simultaneously mumbling incantations and sprinkling holy water from a copper vessel, elevating the ceremony's significance, ensuring that it felt worthwhile to those in attendance. With his character level having risen, his healing capabilities had reached a remarkable 75. For any ordinary person, barring those on the brink of death, a single application would guarantee complete recovery. Although the masses could not perceive the numerical manifestations of his powers, they were captivated by the gentle golden light that enveloped them. With a flicker of this divine radiance, ailments vanished, creating an atmosphere enhanced by the incomprehensible chants and the holy water. What could be more convincing? Throughout the healing process, Rupert harbored no recollections of these individuals, nor could he recall their names. Nevertheless, he incessantly engaged in conversation. Dear madam, these are merely trifling ailments. You appear quite youthful and in excellent health. Good sir, these are merely old injuries. You were quite vigorous in your youth. I assure you, with proper care, you could easily live another 30 to 50 years. Clearly, such reassurances were only credible to the individuals themselves. Bystanders remained skeptical. Yet, when Rupert directed his compliments toward them, belief came quite naturally. This is the essence of human nature. With Rupert's charming demeanor, he would undoubtedly excel in training the elderly or promoting health products, destined to become a top seller. He increasingly mastered this healing procedure, swiftly tending to over a dozen afflicted souls. Those restored to health willingly deposited silver coins into the donation box beside the lectern. Rupert did not overcharge them, typically receiving only 1 or 2 coins. Throughout the process, the accolades from the crowd did not cease, and as they observed Rupert's humility, their remarks grew bolder. I always knew this lad would amount to something. I cradled him in my arms when he was just over a year old. Rupert has always been quiet, resembling a girl in his youth, yet now he has grown into quite the handsome young man. As a priest, he should be able to marry, right? My daughter would be a fine match for young Rupert. Oh, come now. Your daughter's waist is nearly the size of an oak barrel. Wouldn't that crush poor Rupert? You old fool, you know nothing. My daughter's physique is perfect for embracing. It's truly a comforting fit. Rupert sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. His overly affable demeanor was proving to be inadequate. Thus, he resolved to deliver one final ruse before concluding the proceedings. I have expended far too much of my sacred energy and am utterly fatigued. Everyone may return for now. He added, we shall resume the healing ritual tomorrow morning. If anyone has injuries or ailments at home, please come forth for treatment. Once the old priest regained his health, Rupert intended to raise the fees again, feeling utterly helpless in the matter. Please, share this information with one another. Suddenly, Rupert noticed an additional presence that had escaped his attention earlier. He quickly lifted his gaze towards the doorway, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a green garment vanishing from view, eluding his sight. Rupert paid little heed, smiling and greeting those who were preparing to depart. Likely mere spectators outside. Once he closed the door, his excited heart began to settle somewhat. In such a short span of time, he had already amassed 344 persuasion points, reinforcing his belief that professions akin to clerical roles made deceiving others remarkably effortless. At that moment, nothing brought him greater joy than the prospect of leveling up. He swiftly made his way to the backyard and seated himself on the ground, first maxing out his healing and void tentacle skills to level 10,010. Indeed, he discovered that he could further elevate his character's level, and with just a single point, he ascended to level 120. Wait, 20 points? Has the requirement for each level increase risen by 20 points? Rupert must clarify the requirements for each upgrade, for this is crucial to his enhancement of abilities. In a more serious sense, it pertains to matters of life and death. He hastily began to allocate points, investing an additional 20, which elevated his character level to LV 130. Alas, Chapter 7, is the enigma, in fact, myself? Indeed, it appears so. What the future demands remains uncertain for anyone. Yet it is certain that the demand for trick points will continue to rise. Rupert continued to experiment with his abilities, elevating both his healing spell and void tendrils to level 11, eager to observe any changes. He first cast the healing spell upon himself. Witnessing a familiar 115 appear above his head, the logic remained unchanged, with the coefficient still at 5. Of course, at this moment, as he was not injured, the golden light merely flickered, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. Subsequently, he unleashed the void tendrils, which extended to approximately 10 meters, although their appearance remained unaltered. He successfully lashed out with 2 tendrils, a clear indication of his progress. Rupert found himself ensnared by some inexplicable, risky images that rendered his smile somewhat peculiar. Without hesitation, he channeled all his accumulated points into the void tentacles, a skill he had initially dismissed. To his surprise, it proved to be remarkably effective. He reassured himself that this was a matter of self-preservation, as it was his sole means of offense. Without strength, how could he defend himself? Consequently, his character level stood at LV 130, with healing at LV 120, and void tentacles at LV 170, leaving him with 27 points to allocate. The system had also elevated his title from apprentice priest to priest. Although he could have invested the surplus points into healing, he opted not to, considering that his healing capacity was already sufficient, and he could always enhance it later if needed. Rupert began to feel the vigor of his robust physique with every movement. An overwhelming sense of strength coursed through him, even bordering on the unfamiliar. He found it impossible to gauge the exact magnitude of his newfound power. Yet he was certain that he possessed a formidable might capable of reducing his former self to tears with a single blow. However, as he summoned his void tendrils from the abyss, he gazed upon the 7 twisting appendages that writhed in the air. Despite their obedience to his will, he was engulfed in a profound self-doubt. Imagining one's abilities is one thing, but witnessing the terrifying manifestation before him made Rupert question his own identity. Had he unwittingly transformed into something monstrous? This spectacle hardly resembled the skills of an ordinary human. The thought of being a priest only exacerbated his concern. If the adherents of the holy light were to behold such a sight, would they not hastily prepare a pyre for him? Yet, when he had previously invoked a healing spell upon himself, it appeared to cause no harm. In a moment of inspiration, he cast another healing spell directly upon one of his tendrils, only to be met with a flash of golden light and no discernible reaction. Was this not peculiar? What, then, was the nature of this phenomenon? As Rupert contemplated the matter at hand, he began to mobilize his body, pacing back and forth in the backyard, hoping to swiftly acclimate to the enhancements he had just acquired. He resolved to remain indoors, striving to maintain a low profile and avoid any trouble, intending to quietly endure the next couple of days before making his escape. With his current capabilities, he believed he could fend for himself. Outside, dusk had nearly descended, and a moon with a subtle blue halo rose in the sky, casting a cold and luminous light that starkly contrasted with that of Earth, serving as a reminder that he was in an entirely different realm. Rupert did not venture into the spacious and comfortable quarters of the old priest, but instead nestled in his small room. Perusing the scriptures of the Church of the Holy Light, he could only feel that the text was a cacophony of nonsensical ramblings. Nevertheless, in order to enhance his ability to deceive others in the future, Rupert diligently immersed himself in his reading, oblivious to the deepening night. Yet, there are times when one may refrain from seeking trouble, only to find that trouble comes knocking at one's door. Bang, bang, boom. Rupert's reading was interrupted by an unsettling sound, causing him to furrow his brow in an attempt to discern its origin. In this building, he was alone, accompanied only by a peculiar corpse, and the strange noises were indeed disconcerting. The clamor persisted, and Rupert confirmed that it emanated from the direction of the church hall ahead. Yet, it was late at night. Who could possibly be knocking on the church door at such an hour? Was there an emergency? Rupert could only rush to the door without the tedium of inquiring who it was, for even if he received an answer, he might not recognize the voice. As the grand double doors creaked open just a sliver, they were abruptly yanked wide by someone from outside. Before anyone could discern the figure, a coarse and disrespectful voice boomed. Are there only corpses inside? I've been knocking for ages, and not a soul has come to answer. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Rupert felt a sense of foreboding. He furrowed his brow and instinctively retreated a few steps to evade the rush of individuals entering. Turning back, he busied himself with lighting a candle, stating, I was engaged in prayer within, and did not hear your knocking. Although he found these boorish intruders exceedingly bothersome, he could not overlook the potential gain from their presence. 3 robust men entered from outside, the one in the center having nearly lost all ability to move. Entirely supported by the others, arrows still trembled upon his body as they transported him. Each of them donned the attire typical of mercenary adventurers, fitted warrior garb. Leather armor protecting vital areas, small leather pouches at their waists, long blades tucked beneath their arms, and daggers concealed within their boot shafts, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. The one with the conspicuous bushy beard, who spoke with a foul tongue, cast a disdainful glance at Rupert, sneering derisively and muttering an insult under his breath. However, his attempt at discretion was rendered moot by the volume of his voice, ensuring that everyone in the hall heard his derogatory remark. Rupert remained silent, feeling a slight itch in his tentacles, yearning to move them. At that moment, the man to his left, who appeared somewhat refined, let out a nonchalant sound. A subtle inflection expressing his discontent towards his companion, yet that was the extent of it. He then casually shifted the topic. I apologize, young brother. My comrade is gravely injured, and we are rather anxious. Would you kindly summon a priest or a pastor from here to assist in his treatment? We are members of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, having just arrived in this quaint town, where we have heard miraculous tales of healing prowess. Please, help us save my brother. Money is no object. However, if there are any delays that jeopardize his care, be advised that the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps should not be trifled with. Rupert felt somewhat speechless. From this fellow's words, he discerned not even a hint of embarrassment. Yet, the implied threat was unmistakably blatant, laid bare for all to see. Rupert was quite annoyed by those who pressured him to alter his plans. He could harvest the fruits of his labor tomorrow and depart, yet now they were creating such a fuss. Perhaps he should grant them one final opportunity? The old priest was in poor health and had already retired for the day. I was the one attending to him in the afternoon, as I was merely an apprentice pastor. The allure of wealth had awakened a desire within. Chapter 8. The Temptation of Greed. Rupert had no desire to engage in further discourse with these individuals. Instead, he advanced a couple of steps, positioning himself before the mercenary who had been struck by arrows. With a speed akin to lightning, he deftly extracted the 3 arrows embedded in the man's chest and abdomen, causing a spray of crimson to erupt forth. In an instant, a gentle golden light enveloped the mercenary, and the number 120 floated into the air, swiftly mending the wounds. A piercing scream escaped the man's lips, startling those nearby. As tendrils of dark smoke began to emanate from his body, Rupert paused, momentarily perplexed by the unfolding events. His initial intent in removing the arrows was to prevent the arrowheads from becoming ensnared within the flesh as the wounds healed. Despite having endured 3 arrows being pulled from his body, the mercenary merely grunted in response. However, as the healing commenced, the man's cries of agony intensified, betraying an inability to contain his suffering. Upon closer inspection, Rupert made 2 notable observations. First, the mercenary's health pool appeared significantly more robust than that of an average individual. If one were to consider a typical health bar to be around 100, this man seemed to possess approximately 600. This indicated that he had not been fully restored and still bore injuries, yet Rupert felt no inclination to continue his ministrations as long as the man survived. He could recuperate at his own pace. Second, although black smoke was billowing from the mercenary and he was clearly in distress, the situation did not seem sinister. The absence of a -120 damage indicator suggested that the man had been afflicted by some form of malevolence, which had begun to erode his physical being. Coincidentally, Rupert's healing had coincided with this affliction. As he pondered these revelations, the mercenary's 2 companions regarded Rupert with palpable tension, drawing their blades and watching his every movement with wariness. They only relaxed once they observed their comrades stabilizing. Meanwhile, the bearded man shot Rupert a reproachful glare, seemingly blaming him for the roughness of his intervention that had caused pain to his brother. Rupert had no desire to engage with them. He merely gestured towards the donation box, stating, 10 silver coins. Thank you. I wish you a smooth journey ahead. The boisterous man with a bushy beard approached the donation box, deliberately shaking it, causing the sound of clinking coins to resonate within. These were the offerings contributed by the townsfolk earlier that afternoon, perhaps with some additional contributions from before. Rupert, having first experimented with his skills and then engrossed himself in reading, had forgotten about this matter, thinking it would be prudent to collect everything the following day. However, this revelation startled the bearded man. It appeared that this small, obscure chapel was rather affluent. The coins he had intended to contribute were swiftly retracted. And he turned to his more refined companion, swiftly completing a silent exchange of glances. Simultaneously, he lightly tapped the donation box. The implication clear. Not only did they wish to withhold their funds, but they also aimed to acquire some extra profit. The companion, known for his menacing demeanor, exhibited a moment of hesitation. However, after a brief contemplation, he casually moved towards the entrance and pulled the door shut. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the shadow beneath his feet, where a tentacle lay poised, seemingly prepared to close the door as well, only to be preempted by his action, resulting in a notable pause. This tentacle belonged to Rupert. He had grown weary of these individuals. He had clearly observed their conspicuous exchange, and it seemed they regarded him, a mere novice priest, with little seriousness, plodding right before him. To his surprise, these men were aware of the need to close the door, likely fearful of any information leaking out, anxious about the repercussions from the Church of the Holy Light. Even the most remote chapel remained an asset of the church. And while they were willing to scheme against it, they were adamant about remaining undetected. Rupert, too, was keen to ensure that the events here would not jeopardize his plans for the following day's harvest. He intended to leave without a trace, letting the so-called bloodhound mercenary group contend with their own fate. Thus, both parties were aligned in their thoughts. Rupert is by no means a timid character. Once a decision is made, he believes in taking the initiative. 7 10-meter-long tentacles had already unfurled, utilizing the shadows cast upon the ground. At that moment, they launched a sudden assault, executing a perfect zero-frame initiation. 2 tentacles ensnared each individual, while a third remained agile, ready to address any unforeseen circumstances. Rupert's actions were abrupt and unexpected. The genteel man opposite had just closed the door, still facing away from everyone, his unshaven beard untouched by violence. The one struck by the arrow was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos as they were swiftly bound like dumplings. The shock rendered these individuals nearly paralyzed with fear, akin to watching a children's show only for a vengeful spirit to emerge without warning. A seemingly innocuous and feeble novice cleric had transformed into a fearsome dragon in an instant. Yet, amid their panic, resistance was not forsaken. They were, after all, mercenaries accustomed to dancing on the edge of blades, with quick reflexes being the second most vital element for survival. The foremost, naturally, was the ability to flee, ideally faster than their companions. A dim, yellowish glow began to flicker around the 3 of them, subtle yet undeniably present. Rupert's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could this be the indomitable fighting spirit that lingered in his memories? Even after he mastered the healing arts and became a novice priest, the resistance of these individuals had evidently intensified. If he were to draw a parallel with his own strength, the trio, when devoid of their fighting spirit, would likely equate to his level between 6 and 7. However, once they unleashed their fighting spirit, their power would ascend to roughly levels 7 to 8. Nevertheless, Rupert would not allow them to wriggle free from his grasp. His tendrils ascended, tightening around their necks, gradually exerting pressure until their faces turned crimson and their struggles diminished. Contemplating the situation, he decided to drag the 3 of them to the dungeon. There were certain truths he yearned to uncover, ones that eluded him in his former identity and power, necessitating assistance for enlightenment. The subterranean dungeon was the most fitting locale, buried deep underground and fortified by stone walls, devoid of windows, ensuring that their cries would not escape into the world above. It was precisely the kind of lair favored by villains, where one could utter the classic line, "Scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will come to your rescue." Rupert harbored no qualms about assuming the role of a villain. He permitted the constricting tendrils to loosen slightly, granting these 3 individuals a moment to breathe, their faces already tinged with purple. With an air of confidence, he spoke, "The current predicament is far from my preference, for I, too, wish to avoid provoking the blood wolf unnecessarily, a sentiment I trust you share. Answer me a few trivial questions, and I shall grant you your freedom." "How does that sound? You may continue your mercenary pursuits while I resume my humble duties as a priest." Rupert was astonished. Can anyone truly believe this nonsense? He mused. Is there no threshold for becoming a mercenary? Shouldn't intelligence be assessed? He wondered who could possibly be so naively innocent. It didn't take long for him to discern, from the expressions of the 3, who the utter fool was. The one with the foulest mouth, a bearded man whose large face was a chaotic canvas of fear, saliva, snot, and tears, left his beard in disarray. Rupert deliberately retracted his tentacles slightly, fearing they might become soiled by this individual, truly distasteful. The bearded man gasped heavily, his vacant gaze suggesting he had just encountered a long-lost relative. In truth, Rupert preferred the bearded man's initial brash demeanor. Chapter 9, The Courtyard. Rupert has essentially confirmed that this individual is likely on the brink of collapse. The most arrogant person is often the most fragile. What needs to be done now is to isolate him, plunging him into deeper despair. Thus, this bearded man was dragged alone into a cell by tentacles, while the other two were not brought inside. Rupert hung his bushy beard upside down, their gazes aligned on the same plane, without uttering a single word. They regarded him with an air of leisure, devoid of any impatience. Under the dim, green luminescence of the fluorite, the man with the beard felt an immense pressure, or perhaps the residual effects of cerebral congestion. Overwhelmed, he was the first to speak, his voice thick with emotion. I apologize. I truly apologize. I should not have mocked you, nor should I have let greed take hold. Please, ask whatever you wish, and I shall respond truthfully, even without Rupert's prompting. He began to divulge information voluntarily. Such a collapse only requires a spark to set everything in motion. You wish to know our mission, do you? We are members of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. Recently, we ventured into the territory of the elves, hoping to capture one or two in order to reap a substantial reward. However, we were discovered by their patrols, leading to a fierce battle. We three became separated from our main force, and, as several elves pursued us, we fled, evading them until we arrived here. Rupert furrowed his brow, for he found little interest in those matters. His true curiosity lay in the cultivation system. You were utilizing battle aura before, correct? As a priest, I am quite intrigued by it and hope to master it through practice. Could you elaborate on it in detail? Yet, the insincerity of his words was palpable, even to the rather simple fellow before him. Indeed, the astonishment etched on the bearded man's face revealed his disbelief. If I understand correctly, you possess a dual talent as both a priest and a nature mage. With such a remarkable aptitude in the magical arts, why would you wish to learn battle aura? It is a grueling endeavor, one that we common folk toil over, fraught with hardship and exhaustion. Rupert's eyes brightened with a sudden realization. He had not considered this perspective. It seemed that this individual had misconstrued his tentacles as botanical vines. While this interpretation was indeed plausible, it was not the information he sought. With an impassive expression, he tightened his grip with his appendages. The bearded adversary across from him began to react immediately, his complexion turning a shade of purple as he hastily exclaimed, "Stop squeezing. Stop squeezing. I'll tell you, it's not a problem. What we are utilizing is indeed combat aura, nothing of high caliber. It was simply procured by our leader, Borov, from a raid. We have been practicing together for several years now. Initially, we relied on sheer bravado and strength, perhaps slightly superior to the average person. Yet we lacked any formal ranking. However, after honing our combat aura, it began to enhance our bodies in various ways, with different aspects being emphasized depending on the nature of the aura. To my knowledge, some develop great strength but lack agility, while others are agile yet weak in power. It is said that knights are somewhat unique in this regard, as their development tends to be more balanced. The combat aura we have trained and primarily augment strength. After several years of practice, I would consider myself a mid to late stage warrior of the first rank. Nevertheless, when pitted against a magician, I possess no advantage whatsoever. Just like you, at such a tender age, you effortlessly vanquish the three of us. Rupert seems to have discerned the underlying structure. His character level corresponds to the hierarchical divisions of this world. Levels 1 to 10 likely align with the first tier, although others may not delineate it with such precision, instead categorizing it into early, mid, and late phases. Nonetheless, a conspicuous issue arises, according to the system's design. The elevation of his character level significantly enhances various aspects of his physique. Presently, he is capable of overwhelming this bearded adversary without relying on his tentacles. What would happen if he were to master the art of combat energy? The implications would be nothing short of extraordinary. Rupert's tendrils, extending beyond the confines of the prison, began to tighten with force. Unfortunately, the two individuals outside did not meet the criteria for the system's random skill selection. He harbored another question and continued to inquire. Have you encountered any peculiar entities of late? While mending your wounds earlier, I discern that you have been tainted by the uncanny. As a priest whose highest tenet is the purification of malevolence, it is imperative for me to identify and eliminate it. The bearded man opposite him was swayed by Rupert's assertions, yet despite his efforts to ponder, he could not recall any recent encounters with what one might deem strange. The most bizarre occurrence of late was simply the arrival of an exceptionally formidable apprentice priest. This individual effortlessly dispatched the three of them, a far cry from the apprentice priest they remembered, who would typically cry out at the slightest provocation. The world had indeed gone mad. Why would such a powerful priest present himself in this remote, impoverished border town, merely to confront a few unremarkable mercenaries attempting to pilfer a donation box? It was sheer folly. Rupert discerned a myriad of emotions from the furtive glances cast upon him by the mercenary, emotions that were difficult to articulate. Yet, he understood that no valuable information could be extracted from such a lowly mercenary. To validate his suspicions, he employed a healing spell on the bearded man, only to observe the same ominous black smoke rising. His assumptions were confirmed. Consequently, he tightened his grasp on the tendrils, taking the man away, urging him to pursue his two companions who had presumably not ventured too far and could still be caught. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Mercenary groups were notoriously troublesome. Should he allow these three to escape, an endless stream of complications would inevitably ensue, prompting him to eliminate the source of the problem beforehand. He felt no moral qualms about dispatching these unscrupulous mercenaries. Regrettably, he still had not acquired any skills. Could it be that the system decreed that only by slaying the bizarre could one earn skill points? Was the challenge perhaps too formidable? Moreover, after toiling for an extended period, he had garnered merely 11 points, leading Rupert to question the wisdom of his decision to venture forth. Encountering such mercenaries on his travels made the acquisition of points painfully slow. In contrast, serving as a priest within the church, he could effortlessly amass dozens, if not hundreds, of points with minimal effort. As Rupert pondered these trivial matters, he remained industrious, contemplating how to discreetly enter the individuals in the small courtyard. Concurrently, he aimed to clear away the daggers and arrows they had carelessly left strewn across the grand hall. He took particular note of their blades, only to discover that no system notifications indicated any damage associated with them. This suggested that, aside from his unique attributes, the rest of the world operated in a conventional manner, devoid of any data-driven characteristics. However, the elongated appendages were indeed extraordinary. Their convenience was undeniable, as they alleviated him from manual labor. With his tendrils, he deftly maneuvered various tools, shovels, picks, and the like. He diligently excavated beneath a small tree in the backyard, striving to ensure that no evidence of his activities would surface before his departure, thus avoiding potential complications. The location he chose was quite suitable, with lush green grass flourishing abundantly. Yet after digging less than a meter, Rupert's expression darkened, as if he were struck by a sudden revelation. For beneath the sod he had unearthed, there lay a mass of brownish human tissue accompanied by skeletal remains. The bones were contorted into a tight ball, not in the natural, comfortable position of a fetus, but rather as if a multitude of bones had been shattered and crumpled together like a discarded piece of paper. One need not witness it firsthand to fathom the agony this individual must have endured. Rupert turned his gaze towards the yard, where the lawn resembled a patchy scalp. Some areas flourished while others lay barren. If beneath each patch of grass there were indeed such remains, how many souls might be interred within this small courtyard? He continued to excavate a little further to the side and, as anticipated, unearthed another skeleton, albeit much smaller, unmistakably that of a child. Rupert felt a chill run down his spine. Were all the monks and nuns who had previously graced the church gathered here? He could envision a night long past, when he lay in a small chamber not far away, while the old priest wielded the writhing tentacles behind him, excavating just as he was now. With the lifeless bodies of monks haphazardly piled beside him, their vacant stares fixed upon the starlit sky, had he awoken in the middle of the night, desperate for relief, and cast even a fleeting glance, he too might have met a similar fate. Chapter 10. The Communication Array. Rupert shivered, a chill creeping down his neck. As if an ethereal presence was whispering against his back, he began to scrutinize his own state. Had he perhaps smiled secretly while digging the hole? Was he truly feeling elated? Did he bear an uncanny resemblance to the old priest from long ago? Rupert shook his head vigorously, dismissing a myriad of terrifying thoughts. Yet, strangely enough, he instinctively sought out a patch of barren earth to inter the three individuals, meticulously restoring the ground afterward. He found himself hesitant to return to his own room, as the horrifying scenes from the underground of the backyard haunted his mind whenever he closed his eyes. Consequently, Rupert fled to lie upon a pew in the church, unable to find solace for an extended period. At the crack of dawn the following day, Rupert was roused by the sounds of conversation outside. It was not that the noise was particularly loud, rather, his heightened physical condition had sharpened his senses, allowing him to perceive even the faintest sounds with clarity. Why had the door not yet been opened? It was already quite late. Do not complain here, ordinarily. You would still be in bed with your partner, one voice remarked. I was merely making an observation. Is it not reasonable to be a bit impatient? Another chimed in. Enough of this idle chatter. Do you not fear offending the divine? Rest assured, it is merely a slight delay. Rupert is progressing remarkably. I visited yesterday and witnessed him reciting scripture and sprinkling holy water. With a mere wave of his hand, a flash of golden light appeared, and he healed the afflicted. Indeed, I too was present yesterday. Otherwise, I would not have brought my daughter to seek a cure for her inability to conceive. Mother, ha ha ha. Rupert now harbors a slight psychological barrier towards venturing into the backyard. He directly approached the so-called holy water platform nearby, scooping a bit of water to wash his face. After exhaling deeply, he hastened to his tasks, eager to finish and depart, for he could no longer bear to linger in this place. Rubbing his face, he donned a faintly smiling, mystical expression and gently pushed open the grand door. The divine decrees that prolonged waiting is akin to sin. As the earthly representative of the divine, I am, of course, compelled to adhere to this celestial mandate. Please, enter in an orderly fashion. There is no need to rush or jostle. The procedure was largely akin to that of the previous day, with many having visited before or inquiring thoroughly from others, demonstrating remarkable cooperation. Rupert's efforts to garner belief were remarkably seamless. Essentially, whatever he proclaimed, the people accepted as truth. During the proceedings, he feigned exhaustion of divine energy, claiming a need for respite, thus engaging in light-hearted banter with the congregation below. This naturally fostered unwavering trust among them, as the youth's ability to attend to so many individuals was already astonishing. He merely suggested a brief wait for those yet to be treated, alleviating any concerns. Moreover, He understood the potential tedium of waiting for the crowd and chose to interact playfully, treating them as if they were family. Who would dare express dissatisfaction? They would surely be met with scorn. The treatment continued smoothly, with Rupert expertly managing the rhythm until the conclusion. By the end of this session, he amassed a remarkable total of 687 belief points, a veritable windfall. The public's perception of him soared, reaching a level of reverence. If one were to consider such esteem a measure of reputation, the most apparent indication of this rising regard was when, around midday, a kind woman brought him a steaming bowl of stewed beans. While not extravagant, it was far superior to his own cold, hard bread. He saw no reason to refuse and gratefully consumed every morsel, leaving no waste. This harmonious scene further challenged his intention to depart after this wave of success. He found it hard to part with such an inviting and warm environment that allowed for such effortless accumulation of points. After midday, he was left undisturbed. Upon closing the door, he immediately began to allocate his newfound points. With an abundance of belief points at his disposal, he needed not to calculate. He simply filled his capacities. Consequently, his character level reached LV 20, 110, 110, yet as anticipated, advancing to the next level required 4 fully maxed LV 20 skills. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he proceeded to allocate points. Healing LV 20, 1110, Void Tentacles LV 20, 1110, leaving him with a remainder of 246 points. It was not that he could not max out both skills, nor was it a manifestation of obsessive compulsion. Rather, since an upgrade was unattainable at present, it seemed prudent to retain some points for potential new skills, enabling him to quickly bolster his combat efficacy. After confirming that no one was around, Rupert activated the Void Tentacles. Observing the 11-10-meter-long appendages swirling about him, drawing circles and crosses, even engaging in a game of tic-tac-toe with themselves, he suddenly felt that the backyard was not so terrifying after all. After all, nothing was as frightening as himself. Glancing into a mirror, he could likely startle even himself. If he were to resurrect the venerable old priest in his prime, he believed he could nearly overpower him. At present, his physical form was at the pinnacle of a second-tier warrior, exhibiting astonishing strength. With the 11 tentacles thrust out, forming a defensive line, the old priest might not even be able to approach him. Moreover, he could unleash healing spells at level 20, inflicting a staggering 400 points of damage in a single blow. Who among the bizarre could withstand such an onslaught? Suddenly, the ringing of a bell startled Rupert, causing the chessboard to scatter. This interruption pulled him back to reality. The sound was familiar, emanating from the communication array in the old priest's room. Typically, this apparatus served as a line of communication from the higher church to its subordinate establishments, used for assigning significant tasks or conducting impromptu inspections. Panic gripped Rupert for a moment, but he quickly grasped the implications. If he ignored the communication, it was likely someone would come to investigate shortly. However, if he answered, he might manage to deflect the inquiry, potentially buying himself a little more time to escape. Thus, he hastened towards the old priest's room. Arriving at the mirror, he paused momentarily to steady his breath, activating the shimmering base beneath, which housed the magical communication array. At that moment, the mirror rippled like water, revealing the silhouette of a man in his 40s, with sharp triangular eyes that conveyed a sense of menace and harshness. His robes resembled those of a priest, yet were blue and adorned with intricate patterns far more elaborate than Rupert's. The man, upon seeing Rupert in the mirror, displayed no sign of surprise. "You must be Rupert. Father Haman mentioned you a few days ago, speaking of your youth, your unwavering faith, and your remarkable intellect, predicting a bright future ahead. He, having aged, can no longer fulfill the duties of a priest. He has applied for retirement and hopes that, before the arrival of the new priest, you will temporarily take charge of the Greenstone Town Church. We are, in principle, in agreement with this. Manage well during this time. Do not perceive it as a burden, for it is a test from the Lord. So be it. May the holy light shine upon the world. May the Lord be with you." Rupert pondered. Is there truly such a fortunate occurrence? Chapter 11. The Delivery of Eggs. Without waiting for Rupert's response, the other party abruptly terminated the communication. As if the participants' reply held no significance, their sole purpose was to convey the message. In truth, the reality was quite similar, for this border town boasted few adherents, and the elves across the way were notoriously averse to conflict and skirmishes. The tranquility here was palpable, aside from the occasional mercenary passing through in search of supplies. Little transpired. Consequently, the local church lacked both resources and prospects for advancement, attracting only those marginalized individuals who found themselves dispatched to this remote outpost. Serving as a priest in such a place proved futile. Placed within a larger city's church, one might not even rival a mere pastor. Moreover, the inhabitants here were exceedingly uncouth. Previous attempts to send monks and novice priests had ended tragically, with some perishing and others fleeing, further dissuading anyone from venturing to this desolate locale. Rupert had not anticipated such fortunate circumstances. In fact, being overlooked in the current situation was the greatest blessing. Simultaneously, he had come to fully comprehend the old priest's scheme. It appeared that a plan for possession had long been in place, with all paths carefully laid out, awaiting the moment to completely usurp Rupert's identity. If another priest were to be sent from above, given the old priest's tendencies, It was likely that he would meet with a swift and dire fate, a thought that was indeed terrifying. Thus, it seemed that he no longer needed to flee. Even if the old priest chose to vanish from the scene forever, he would not bear the blame, as it was tantamount to the Church of the Holy Light endorsing him. In essence, he was now the de facto priest of this place. Rupert had come to a resolution. Given the advantageous circumstances, he decided to refrain from aimless wandering and instead accumulate a few more influence points. He would seize the opportunity to acquire new skills later on. With such delightful expectations, the small courtyard behind him seemed less daunting. He even managed to suppress his disgust and clean up the mess left by the old priest. This territory was now his domain, and it was only natural for him to invest more effort into it. The next morning, the church's entrance was devoid of the usual queue of individuals seeking treatment. Rupert had initially planned to harvest a wave of influence points and then depart. Having conveyed the gravity of the situation, the town's population was limited, and he had nearly treated them all. This left Rupert feeling somewhat disoriented, as if he had been the center of attention yesterday, only to find himself suddenly out of favor today. However, was he someone who easily surrendered? Certainly not. One cannot be stifled by mere circumstances. With the townsfolk no longer seeking him out, he could still take the initiative. Now, with the endorsement of the Holy Light Church and a reasonable explanation for the absence of the old priest, Rupert felt a sense of tranquility. Thus, upon arriving in this world, he ventured outside the church for the first time, greeting everyone he encountered. After all, after 2 rounds of treatment, he had become acquainted with several individuals. Good morning, Uncle Kirby. You seem to have rejuvenated quite a bit today. Influence points 1. Good morning, Aunt Megan. Is it just my imagination, or do you appear even more beautiful? Influence points 1. Indeed, Sister Lily, Father Hyman has grown quite old. He was taken back to the big city last night. I am now responsible for the church, so feel free to seek me out for any ailments in the future. Influence points 2. Regrettably, this small town was rather limited. The bustling areas comprised merely 2 streets, lined with blacksmiths, taverns, and general stores. After exploring the town, he had only accumulated 78 influence points, a rather inefficient endeavor. After a brief brainstorming session, an idea suddenly emerged. Back in his homeland, there was a saying that connected the folk beliefs of a certain mysterious nation with the practice of gifting eggs. Once an egg is given, faith is ignited. Once the gifting ceases, faith dwindles. This concept resonated well with Rupert's current predicament. He did not require the townsfolk's faith to endure indefinitely, just a temporary belief would suffice. Moreover, this approach would reach a broader audience than those he had treated, as healthy individuals could also partake in the benefits. He could accumulate influence points through this method, in such an entirely unfamiliar world. If it were possible to purchase influence points, essentially buying an enhancement of his abilities, everyone would undoubtedly recognize the value of this transaction, ensuring that no one would suffer a loss. Thus, this arrangement became mutually beneficial. Why not embrace it? Rupert's execution was nothing short of extraordinary. He immediately rushed to the town's grocery store, purchasing an array of goods, be it dry bread, cheese, salt, or various vegetables and legumes, filling several carts to the brim. He then instructed the store's delivery personnel to follow him to the small church, proceeding at a leisurely pace that was, quite frankly, a display of ostentation. In a town as unremarkable as Greenstone, even the extinguishing of a widow's candelabra a mere 15 minutes late would become the talk of the town. Thus, Rupert's actions were akin to the arrival of a dragon. Moreover, the protagonist of this spectacle was none other than the recently renowned Rupert, the clergyman, who had garnered much attention for his remarkably low-cost treatments of the townsfolk, elevating his reputation to great heights. Rupert was, in fact, quite deliberate in his approach. With the distribution of eggs, nay, grains, set to commence the following day, he deemed it impractical to inform each household individually. This stroll served its purpose splendidly, allowing him to collect a portion of goodwill in advance, a most agreeable endeavor. Consequently, he began to spin elaborate tales, proclaiming, after the treatments of the past few days, I have discovered that the monetary gains exceeded my expectations, diverging from my original intentions. Therefore, I have resolved to give back to the community. I shall exchange these funds for grain, which I will distribute freely at the church entrance tomorrow, available to all, irrespective of whether they have sought treatment at the church. The townsfolk were initially taken aback, expressing disbelief, as such generosity had never been witnessed before. The church had always charged exorbitant fees for treatments, leaving many incredulous and causing a lack of anticipated goodwill responses. Rupert was taken aback. What was this? Observing the gazes directed at him, he maintained his serene, enigmatic smile, nodding slightly. Only after receiving affirmation from Rupert did the others believe his words, and the allure of his previous statement began to resonate, enchanting them further. Rupert seized the moment, encouraging everyone to inform their neighbors that they were welcome to come and partake. Having grown up in this town, he affectionately referred to everyone as family, genuinely regarding them as such, and naturally wishing for the well-being of his kin. As whispers of support circulated, a crowd began to gather, expressing their approval. However, among them were a few who genuinely considered Rupert's predicament and voiced their concerns. Dear young Rupert, we know you hold everyone dear, but shouldn't you be mindful of the old priest above? Won't he blame you upon his return? This remark immediately resonated with the onlookers, instilling a sense of worry for Rupert's situation. Rupert continued to persuade, stating, "We are clergymen. Acquiring excessive wealth serves no purpose. It is far more beneficial to utilize these resources to give back to the community, for that is their most noble destination." Subsequently, someone inquired, "Isn't the intention to use that money for the restoration of the church? Surely, the divine requires financial support as well?" Rupert felt an overwhelming urge to embrace this enthusiastic member of the public, for their support was immensely valuable. At times, his solitary monologue could become rather tedious without anyone to engage with him, leading to moments where his words might fall flat. Now, with someone to interact with, he could weave his narrative endlessly. God proclaimed, "It is far more crucial for the divine to ensure that the faithful are well-fed and warmly clothed than to reside in opulent abodes." The points of persuasion accumulated were 35. Chapter 12. The discontented. As the crowd grew increasingly larger, they obstructed his path back to the church. Eventually, he suggested that they return home for the evening and reconvene at the church the following morning. Upon reviewing his remaining points of persuasion, he found himself with a total of 627 points, indicating that from the moment he stepped outside until his return with the goods, he had amassed 381 points. Upon arriving back at the church, the items he had procured were piled in the foyer, as they were intended for distribution the next day, rendering any need for relocation unnecessary. After sealing the grand doors, 11 tentacles began to writhe, casting ominous shadows upon the walls. Were it not for the heavy curtains drawn shut, the projections on the street outside would surely send several passers-by into a state of panic. What should have been a profoundly terrifying scene, consider the elements: a late hour, a remote church, a secluded courtyard concealing corpses, flickering candle shadows, a tentacled beast, and a sinister grin, was enough to instill fear in anyone. Yet, if this creature were sorting through stale bread, sifting through roots, and weighing beans, would it not preserve your waning sanity? The eerie smile was a result of Rupert contemplating the vast accumulation of persuasion points, which suddenly imbued his life with a sense of hope, making the situation seem less daunting. In truth, Rupert was honing his tentacles. He discovered that the more he practiced, the more adept he became at wielding them. The following morning, the once quiet little church buzzed with activity once more, bathed in the gentle light of the rising sun. The church exuded warmth and solemnity, starkly contrasting the terrifying atmosphere of the previous night. Rupert observed discreetly, noting a discernible increase in the crowd. With a conspicuous scarcity of middle-aged men, the most striking difference from previous occasions was the significant presence of children. Previously, the focus was on healing, and the common sentiment among the populace was to refrain from bringing children to such places, as their frail bodies were susceptible to afflictions. However, today was different. The distribution of food and welfare has always been an effective means of winning the hearts of the people. Rupert wasted no time and promptly pushed open the grand doors of the chapel, commencing the day's first proclamation. God declared, "The faithful shall worship the divine, and in turn, the divine ought to bestow benefits upon the faithful. Fear not the crowd, nor succumb to chaos," he continued, "for chaos is the greatest adversary in the world." Upon observing the scene, Rupert noticed that the fluctuations in the atmosphere seemed rather substantial. As he scanned his surroundings, he discovered several small children. Although being held by their guardians, were utterly captivated by the mountains of food before them, likely oblivious to his words. "Today, we have so many delightful little ones, and we will distribute sweets shortly, so please behave. One to you?" The allure of the food, meticulously arranged, left many adults in awe, revealing Rupert's dedication as he likely spent the entire night organizing these provisions. Alone in the church, he undertook the monumental task of sorting through the vast amounts of food. A laborious endeavor that showcased respect for those receiving charity, emphasizing that even in their state of need, they were treated with dignity. Remarkably, despite his arduous efforts, Rupert wore a warm smile, radiant under the sunlight. Thanks to his prior organization of the food, chaos and frantic scuffles were avoided, allowing everyone to receive their portions with grace while quietly listening to Rupert's enthusiastic remarks. He feared that any disorder might render his efforts futile, as no one would pay heed to him. However, this meticulous arrangement had its drawbacks. The process proceeded at a brisk pace, lacking the necessary pauses one would find in a medical setting. Thankfully, the large turnout ensured a satisfactory outcome, far preferable to a scenario where no one listened to him at all. He had invested significantly this time, not only pouring in the treatment fees from the previous days, but also depleting the food reserves in the basement and utilizing some of his primitive gold coins to acquire rare candies for the charming children. Furthermore, such treats could not be distributed daily, as it would be ineffective and the town's transportation capacity could not sustain it. Observing the results, Rupert felt a surge of joy as his points accumulated to 1831, bringing his total to 2,458. Should he acquire 2 new skills now, he could elevate them to level 20, breaking through that barrier. Yet, following this fervor, the ensuing days were rather uneventful. No one sought Rupert for ailments or injuries. He ceased cooking for himself, seizing opportunities to dine out and casually engage in conversations to earn a few points. The only individual seeking his healing services was a mercenary from afar, drawn by the reputed efficacy of his treatments. Rupert's charges for outsiders are somewhat elevated, amounting to 10 silver coins. It is not that he is in need of this small sum, but rather he seeks to distinguish his treatment from that of the local townsfolk. Without such a contrast, the local residents would hardly appreciate his generosity. Happiness thrives on comparison. One might say Rupert possesses a keen understanding of human nature. Furthermore, the cost of 10 silver coins is still exceedingly reasonable when weighed against the efficacy of his treatments, leaving the mercenaries quite satisfied with their expenditure. The local townspeople now enjoy guaranteed medical care and receive food donations from the church, while the local merchants have seen a modest increase in their profits. Thus, Rupert's presence appears beneficial for all. However, this is not universally true. At least for Mayor Fairman and his family, Rupert is not held in high esteem. The bustling small church yields no tax revenue for Fairman, as it falls under the privileges of the Church of the Holy Light. Regardless of the church's lack of attention from higher authorities, it undeniably belongs to the church's system. During the tenure of the old priest, Fairman did not receive tax income either, so why the sudden disdain for Rupert? It is merely because Rupert's renown has eclipsed Fairman's own, making him the nominal leader of the town. Yet, the church's reputation is formidable, and Fairman dares not engage in any underhanded activities. The mayor's son, young Fairman, harbors a simpler reason for his disdain towards Rupert. Rupert is not only more handsome but also more accomplished. The few eligible young ladies in town have taken to discussing Rupert, causing young Fairman to seethe with jealousy. However, under the weight of his father's authority, he refrains from acting on his envy. Moreover, another individual has grounds to loathe Rupert, Mr. Warren, the proprietor of the town's apothecary, a businessman frequently plagued by failed investments. Warren boldly established his shop in the remote Greenstone town, believing that the absence of an apothecary meant a lucrative opportunity. He imagined that passing mercenaries would purchase ample supplies at their final stop. Chapter 13. The confrontation. Yet, reality proved him mistaken. Prepared adventurers would procure their supplies in larger cities, as the notion of setting off on an expedition without prior preparation is unheard of. The only customers Warren attracts are the injured mercenaries returning from their quests. The healing potions he sells, concocted by mages, remain exorbitantly priced at 30 silver coins per bottle, despite their impurities matching the prices in the larger cities. To maintain a semblance of profit, he resorts to a dubious tactic of diluting 2 bottles into 3. In the past, when the old priest was present, the high treatment costs allowed Warren as relatively cheaper potions to sustain his business. However, Rupert's recent price reductions have shattered this equilibrium. Now, with Rupert offering effective treatments at a lower cost, who would still patronize Warren's apothecary? Resentment brews within him. Yet he is acutely aware of Rupert's formidable reputation and dares not challenge him. A mere disparaging remark about Rupert could lead to his shop being vandalized, much to the delight of onlookers. On this particular day, as Warren idly swatted at a bothersome bug, several patrons entered, blocking the light in his shop. Warren's smile faltered as he realized that these were not customers but harbingers of trouble. The leader among them bore a fearsome visage, a scar slashing from beneath his right eye to his left jaw, rendering his face nearly bisected. His subsequent treatment had been poorly executed, leaving his features grotesquely asymmetrical and revealing yellowed teeth, which only added to his menacing appearance. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Have you seen 3 mercenaries in the past few days? They are likely injured and may have come here for potions." Warren, glancing nervously towards the street, pondered summoning some townsfolk for assistance. However, the 3 burly men blocking the door left him too intimidated to call out, and he stammered, "No, mercenary sir. My little shop hasn't seen a customer in over 10 days. The scarred man was evidently unconvinced, drawing a blade and pressing it against Warren's throat. "I am Medivh, the vice-captain of the Blood Wolves. I trust you are familiar with our reputation. I suggest you carefully reconsider your words." Warren was indeed aware of the Blood Wolves' notoriety, known for their ruthless efficiency. He dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Everyone in town knows that the small church offers affordable and effective healing. Conditions like infertility and impotence are treated there. Who would come to me for help?" In the midst of his panic, a glimmer of hope sparked in Warren's eyes. Yes, the mercenaries you seek must have gone to the small church. Though why they haven't returned is beyond me. The old priest is gone, replaced by a mere boy serving as an apprentice pastor. He must be behind this. The more Warren spoke, the more convinced he became of his own fabrications. Yet Medivh, sensing the absurdity of Warren's claims, could not believe that an apprentice could outmaneuver 3 seasoned warriors. Nevertheless, they decided to investigate. Medivh signaled to his companions, who promptly ransacked the counter, seizing Warren's scant potions and coins. After all, it would be unseemly to leave empty-handed. The 4 then departed, leaving Warren bound but alive, locking the shop behind them. In a day or 2, a compassionate neighbor would likely discover him and provide assistance, ensuring that their activities remained undisturbed. Should Warren report the robbery, the authorities would likely dismiss it, as no lives were lost. They would chalk it up to bad luck, relieved that he had survived, and the matter would be quietly forgotten. This was the Blood Wolves' modus operandi, a strategy that had served them well, offering them benefits while minimizing risk. Unlike that day when the bearded fool attempted to confront a member of the Church of the Holy Light, these mercenaries were prudent in their dealings. As they made their way toward Rupert's small church, the outcome remained uncertain, blessing or misfortune. Meanwhile, Rupert found himself at a loss for activities. As this desolate place had no congregants, and no one came for worship, everyone preoccupied with their own livelihoods and lacking fervent faith. He pondered whether a couple of days of rest would suffice. Should we spend a little money to procure another round of provisions? This is a quintessential example of a young man squandering his benefactor's resources without a second thought, as if compelled to exhaust every last coin acquired from the old priest. Unexpectedly, four individuals clad in mercenary attire appeared, led by a man whose face bore a jagged scar that made him appear quite discomfort, evoking a desire to reopen the wound just to heal it anew. However, none of these four bore any visible injuries, nor did they seem to have come seeking treatment. Indeed, just as Rupert had surmised, they were members of the Bloodwolves. Yet, the scarred leader, Medov, exhibited no arrogance. On the contrary, he approached with courtesy. Placing his hand over his heart as he spoke, "Esteemed pastor, we are members of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. I am Medov, the deputy leader. And I would like to inquire if you have seen our three companions in recent days. If you could provide us with any information regarding their whereabouts. The Bloodwolves would be immensely grateful." Rupert mused to himself that if only those bearded individuals had exhibited as much politeness and decorum as you, they might not have found themselves buried in the backyard. Yet, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. He needed to uphold the charming persona of an honest and endearing young pastor. After a brief contemplation, he recalled a group of three, which included a bearded man and a robust gentleman of refined demeanor. He remembered having treated another individual for an arrow wound at that time, a truly perilous experience. However, they left abruptly, unwilling to disclose the nature of their injuries or their destination. As a mere apprentice pastor, he felt it inappropriate to pry further. Rupert was taken aback. Realizing it was only 3 o'clock, it seemed there was someone who did not trust his narrative. After a brief pause, he continued. The incident occurred approximately 3 or 4 nights ago. The specifics elude me, as I have tended to many patients in recent days. However, I distinctly recall the rather foul-mouthed man with a bushy beard who attempted to hold me, a mere apprentice pastor, accountable for his expenses. It was only when a rather refined individual intervened that he finally contributed to the offering. It was quite a frightening experience. This was precisely the sort of fabrication Rupert concocted, tailored to the personalities of those men. Only someone familiar with their companions would believe that they would act in such a manner under those circumstances. Yet, the significance of his words was secondary. In the realm of trust, they accounted for only a fraction. The greater portion, indeed 90%, stemmed from Rupert's youth. His tender age made it all too easy for these individuals to accept that this barely adult lad could hardly be a formidable force. Even if their three companions had encountered discord within this church, it was reasonable to assume some form of conflict would have ensued. Surely, within this modest chapel, some benches, the pulpit, or the doors would have been shattered, and the sound of battle would have echoed through the air. Before arriving, they had discreetly inquired with passers-by, who confirmed that the church had remained open daily, with no signs of destruction or sounds of fighting. Instead, they continuously heard tales of this young pastor who frequently healed the people and generously spent his earnings on providing food for them, a paragon of selfless devotion. These men, having emerged from humble beginnings themselves, doubted their capacity to emulate such benevolence and had no desire to become like him. Yet, encountering someone of his ilk, they felt compelled to maintain a modicum of respect, which elucidated Meadow's courteous demeanor. Logical analysis fell short. How could a novice pastor of the first tier silently dispose of 3 first-tier warriors? Regardless of belief, they were certain of their disbelief. The whereabouts of those 3 individuals remained a mystery, their trail vanishing upon reaching this town. Having gleaned no further information, Meadow prepared to take his leave. "I apologize for the intrusion, Pastor Rupert. Our friend must have ventured elsewhere. We shall take our leave." At this moment, Rupert's performance had been impeccable. He had deftly deceived them. Yet, suddenly, he recalled a matter he did not wish to allow these men to depart so swiftly. The man he had treated, who had been struck by an arrow, emanated an unsettling aura. Even after being enveloped by the golden light of his healing spell, he had cried out in agony. What if these individuals were also linked to that strangeness? Even if he had mastered a new skill, it warranted further inquiry. Thus, he called out to the 4 as they turned to leave. "Captain Meadow, as an apprentice pastor, it is my mission to purify the darkness of this world. There is a matter I must discuss with you regarding one of your members." Meadow felt entirely reassured. If this young pastor truly posed a threat, he would surely wish for them to leave without delay. "Of course, please proceed. If there is any way we, the Bloodwolves, can assist you, do not hesitate to command us." Rupert began to address the matter at hand. "That evening, while I was tending to your companion, I noticed that as my healing enveloped him, a dark mist emanated from his body, accompanied by expressions of anguish, only to return to normal thereafter. I suspect they have been tainted by something strange, yet at the time, they were all incredulous and ultimately departed. Do you think their subsequent disappearance is related to this?" Medoff, who had previously appeared somewhat relaxed, suddenly transformed. It seemed he too was aware of the existence of the uncanny, perhaps having encountered it in his travels. Only he seemed to believe Rupert's words. Medoff regarded Rupert with a serious demeanor. "Are you speaking earnestly?" Rupert donned his enigmatic expression, declaring, "I assure you, every word I utter today is the absolute truth, and if you so desire, I can substantiate this claim at this very moment." The assertion made by a clergyman carries immense credibility. Otherwise, their divine abilities would likely be rendered ineffective. Consequently, the four mercenaries placed their faith in him. After a moment of contemplation, Medivh furrowed his brow and nodded. He gestured towards a robust mercenary to his right, while the other three stepped aside to afford Rupert the space to demonstrate his proof. Rupert is now in urgent need of the peculiar to enhance his abilities, and he is naturally very enthusiastic about it. He immediately cast a healing spell, enveloping the subject in a radiant golden light. If a normal person were to be bathed in such a glow, it would alleviate ailments and calm the spirit, resulting in a more vigorous life for the next few days. Therefore, the possibility of suffering is virtually non-existent. On the contrary, it would evoke an extraordinary sense of comfort. However, this individual reacted similarly to previous occurrences, howling in pain, with dark mists emanating from his body. It took some time before he returned to normal. Yet his expression revealed a remarkable sense of ease. At this point, Rupert need not say anything further. Even the most oblivious observer could discern the anomaly. It is evident that he has indeed been tainted by the peculiar, and it is highly likely that all members of the Blood Wolf faction have fallen victim as well. Medivh's tone grew somewhat somber as he requested Rupert the priest to purify them all. He simultaneously produced 3 large gold coins and tossed them into the donation box beside the lectern. In his view, purification and healing may be relatively minor matters. Yet the information regarding the peculiar is undeniably valuable, and he willingly offers his contribution. Of course, whether Mr. Warren, who remains bound in the shop, shares this sentiment is truly uncertain. Rupert, in consideration of the gold coins, extended his assistance to several individuals by casting healing spells upon them. Each one writhed in agony as dark mist enveloped them, and none were spared. It is now almost certain that every member of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps has been mysteriously tainted. Rupert is currently at a loss regarding the entity that has infected their Blood Wolves, and it is improbable for him to venture far in search of the main pack. He simply keeps this matter in mind, awaiting an opportunity to address it. After bidding farewell to the few Blood Wolves, Rupert finds himself once again engulfed in boredom. His accumulation of illusion points has been rather sluggish, merely reaching 79, with a remaining balance of 2,537. The time has come to restart the food delivery activity, as that is where the thrill of earning illusion points lies. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the communication array resonates. A sound that during the Elder Priest's tenure might not have echoed more than twice a year. Why then, has it already sounded twice in a matter of days? Fortunately, Rupert is no longer as frightened as he was at first. He hastens to respond, contemplating whether to relocate the device downstairs for easier access in the future. Upon activating the array once more, the same middle-aged man in the blue robe appears, his triangular eyes scrutinizing Rupert intently from head to toe. Unlike the previous encounter, where he merely glanced to confirm Rupert's humanity, this time he seems to have taken a closer look, nodding to himself, which unsettles Rupert, making him question if he has made some blunder. The man finally speaks. "Young man, you certainly possess an impressive demeanor. It is clear why the elves insisted on your inclusion for this visit. But when did they become aware of you? Quite peculiar, yet it matters not. The elves have unexpectedly extended an invitation to us, requesting that we send a team of priests to engage in an exchange of our respective healing techniques involving holy light and life magic." Upon uttering this, the man appears somewhat perplexed himself, bewildered as to why the elves would initiate such a request. Rupert, however, is even more confounded. He comprehends each word. Yet when they coalesce, he fails to grasp the meaning, opting to maintain his guise of ignorance. Fortunately, the man does not press him for a response. Observing Rupert's bewilderment, the middle-aged man, perhaps realizing that Rupert is equally lost, takes it upon himself to clarify. "The elves have sent a communique to our church in Phoebusburg, proposing mutual visits for exchange. We certainly cannot refuse. Fostering good relations with the peace-loving elves aligns with our interests." After delivering this information, he straightens his posture, adjusts his collar, and stands with a flourish, declaring, "Forgive my lack of formal introduction. I am the Grand Deacon of Phoebusburg Church, a third-tier adept. You may call me Mr. Hoffman or Grand Deacon Hoffman. I am also the head of this friendly visiting delegation. Our roster was already established, yet the elves specifically requested your presence. So be it. According to protocol, you are to come to Phoebusburg and join the main group for departure. However, it seems your church in Greenstone Town lacks even a single knight. It appears unrealistic to have a novice priest traverse the jungle alone. The risk of perishing en route is high. Therefore, await our arrival. We will detour to collect you in approximately 3 days, and you shall accompany us then." As before, he abruptly terminates the communication without any indication, leaving Rupert uncertain whether this is customary in this world or simply indicative of disdain towards him. Most likely the latter. As there was no inquiry regarding his willingness to participate, he is to go or stay without any sense of autonomy. He begins to comprehend that he has essentially been summoned for public relations, perhaps to socialize or negotiate. Having heard tales of elves multiple times, he wonders what they truly resemble. Are they the familiar pointed-eared, strikingly handsome figures he imagines, or do they possess a different aesthetic? Despite residing in a town adjacent to elven territory, Rupert has yet to encounter an elf in his life, leaving him to ponder whether his own reclusive nature mirrors that of the elves, likely a bit of both. Yet, why have they insisted on his inclusion? Rupert closed his eyes, fervently reflecting on all the recent anomalies, and could only conjure a singular scene. It was during his initial treatment of the townsfolk. where the gathering had consistently numbered 41 individuals, and the corresponding point of intrigue had also remained at 41. However, as the event neared its conclusion, an additional person suddenly emerged, along with an extra point of intrigue. He cast a fleeting glance towards the entrance, catching only a glimpse of a green garment. Failing to discern the individual clearly, that very evening, the trio from the Blood Wolf mercenary group arrived at his door, having been struck by an arrow. The shaft bore the unmistakable artistry of elven craftsmanship, a detail other races would scarcely replicate. This led to a troubling realization. The individual who had appeared earlier that day was likely an elf, pursuing those mercenaries to the town, yet regrettably failing to locate them. Might it be that they inadvertently witnessed him tending to the afflicted? Alternatively, it was conceivable that his use of tentacles had drawn their attention, prompting the elf to seek him out specifically, although he had employed such means in the church hall to contend with the mercenaries. The doors had been securely shut and the curtains drawn. How could they have possibly seen? Yet, as he pondered further, uncertainty gnawed at him, leaving him in a state of disarray. His instinctive response was to avoid any engagement. But if the elves were indeed aware of his use of tentacles and conveyed that information to the Church of the Holy Light, he would be doomed. What a perplexing predicament. Reluctantly, he resolved to proceed. It was highly improbable that the matter concerned his tentacles. Otherwise, they might have stormed in to confront him directly. Rupert, emboldened by newfound confidence, resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the remaining 3 days. He planned to procure supplies once more, hoping to reap additional rewards. If all else failed, he would abscond with what he could. The following day, bright and early, Rupert set his plan into motion. This time, he not only acquired a substantial amount of provisions, nearly emptying the grain store, but he also visited the blacksmith, purchasing essential iron tools with a generous outpouring of gold coins. Initially, the onlookers, a gathering of townsfolk, reveled in the spectacle, their spirits high. However, as time passed, many began to wonder if Rupert was losing his sanity. Was he truly abandoning all reason? A kind-hearted matron approached, reaching out to touch Rupert's forehead, checking his pulse, and earnestly assessing his mental state. Yet, Rupert deftly swayed her with his charm, assuring everyone that the following morning, a grand event would unfold before the church doors, offering abundant blessings without any conditions, simply a gift for all who came. The crowd descended into a frenzy, their excitement causing such a commotion that Mayor Fairman was startled. Fearing a band of robbers had invaded, he promptly sought refuge beneath his bed. It was only after sending 2 subordinates to investigate that he learned the source of the uproar, inciting his indignation. Casting a glance at his idle son, young Fairman, who was merrily holding hands with a little maid, laughing and joking, he felt a surge of frustration. In a moment of exasperation, he kicked his son's rear twice, seeking a semblance of relief. Turning away, he pondered how to address this escalating dilemma, feeling that as a mayor, he was ineffectual compared to an apprentice pastor, a source of deep humiliation. Rupert was hardly preoccupied with such matters. His grand expenditure activities were nearing their conclusion, and he had no time to ponder extensively. His sole intention was to gather as many points as possible. Anticipating the worst-case scenario, he planned to seize any opportunity to acquire new skills, enabling him to swiftly ascend to a higher level. That very evening, he practiced his combat techniques haphazardly with a dagger. Although the system explicitly stated that the host could not actively learn new skills, he reasoned that additional practice could not hurt. After all, it might prove useful someday. These actions clearly indicated Rupert's profound sense of insecurity. On the following day, before dawn had even broken, a throng had already gathered outside the small chapel. Although the crowd was not particularly boisterous, the sheer number of people conversing in hushed tones created an intimidating atmosphere. Frankly speaking, apart from the commercial activities of later times, the indigenous inhabitants of this world had never witnessed such a vibrant celebration. With a lack of developed capitalism, the scale of this free distribution was indeed unprecedented. Rupert adjusted his mood, wiped his face, and concealed his worries and confusion about the future. He donned his signature smile and opened the door, facing the crowd outside. Raising his voice, the divine says, a deity should love their followers, for it is through this love that followers will cherish their deities. The excitement was palpable. Rupert himself was a bit taken aback. Had half the town gathered? Just the thought was enough to make his mouth water. The last giveaway attracted only 183 attendees. Although such events appeared daunting, the expenditure of gold coins was manageable. Rupert was certain he would not incur a loss. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and a silver coin could be exchanged for about 100 copper coins. By Rupert's reckoning, a copper coin was akin to 1 currency unit. Providing food and supplies for several hundred individuals would cost around 6 or 7 gold coins, a rather extravagant sum. The old priest had left behind a few dozen gold coins, sufficient for Rupert's current indulgences. Chapter 16. The delegation. Without further ado, Rupert became increasingly adept at this process. This time, he refrained from subdividing tasks due to the overwhelming numbers and, lacking the inclination to manage it all himself, enlisted the help of a few nimble-handed women. His primary responsibility was to maintain order, or rather, to amass points of persuasion. No pushing, no cutting in line. Everyone shall receive their share. Points of persuasion increased by 348. It mattered little if some did not receive anything this time. The church would frequently host such events to give back to the faithful. Points of persuasion increased by 361. It was unavoidable. With such a multitude, many were preoccupied with their own affairs, and despite Rupert's loud exhortations, the points fluctuated significantly. However, as long as the crowd remained ample, this was of little concern. The narrow path could hardly accommodate such a throng, and thus, many who received supplies departed in an orderly fashion, quickly reducing the numbers. By the conclusion of the day's activities, a total of 529 points of persuasion had been collected, leaving Rupert with a bountiful sum of 6,066 points. Yet, Rupert observed an emerging issue: the same rhetoric, when directed at the same audience, resulted in a noticeable decline in points. This indicated that the effectiveness of his tactics might wane over time. His earlier plan to remain in one place and maximize points before venturing forth now seemed less feasible. In the subsequent 2 days, the residents of Greenstone Town appeared to be in a state of exhilaration, perhaps a common trait among humanity. Rupert, having witnessed grand spectacles, did not feel inclined to chase after trivial points and chose instead to devote himself to practicing martial arts within the church. His focus on honing his physical skills stemmed from a desire not to squander the formidable physical prowess granted by his character level. After all, maintaining an appealing appearance is a lifelong endeavor. At present, his physical capabilities were comparable to those of a peak-tier warrior, aside from the absence of combat aura. If he could develop his martial skills, the potential would be immense. Yet, his aspirations remained unfulfilled, as his lack of structured training resulted in a rather haphazard style reminiscent of street brawling. One fine morning, tranquility enveloped Greenstone Town until a weary cavalry unit arrived, distinctly clad not like typical adventurers, but in the unmistakable attire of the Church of the Holy Light. The contingent of several dozen riders, all mounted on impressive steeds, spoke volumes of the church's might. 8 individuals, donned in white robes adorned with subtle golden embroidery, clearly, they were formal second-tier priests, signifying both their power and rank. 2 others, cloaked in blue robes with more pronounced golden embellishments, were third-tier deacons. 8 knights, clad in white armor and bearing double-handed swords at their sides, represented the second-tier knights. Finally, a single knight bore a black circular emblem of Holy Light on his chest, marking him as a third-tier black Iron Light Knight, presumably the leader of this knightly entourage. Yet, their cloaks and helmets concealed their faces from the outside world. The town's mayor, Fearman, had just received word and rushed out to greet them, his anxiety palpable as he struggled to maintain his composure. Though the realms of monarchy and divine authority are distinct, the might of the church transcended borders. And as a mere town mayor, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation, bowing awkwardly in respect. However, it seemed that the visiting delegation had no intention of entering the town. They did not even prepare to dismount, despite standing before an official of the town. After an agonizingly silent 5 seconds, the leader of the group, the Deacon Hoffman, remained uncommunicative, and the others followed suit. Ultimately, it was the third-tier knight who, unable to bear the tension, advanced a few steps on horseback, lowered his visor, revealing a resolute face. This countenance, appearing to be in his 40s, bore high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, with graying hair neatly trimmed, an embodiment of mature masculinity and charm, rumored to be quite appealing to young women in the cities. His voice, steady and unyielding, rang out, "Mayor Fearman, please rise. We are the delegation from the Church of Fibersburg, merely passing through Greenstone Town to collect someone. We shall not intrude." Fearman was genuinely grateful to the knight for rescuing his dignity. Otherwise, he would have remained bowed indefinitely, not daring to demean himself further. He quickly retreated, feeling that a simple acknowledgement was sufficient, for there was no need to formally welcome a group of esteemed individuals onto his territory. Yet, he did not venture far, hiding around a corner to observe whom these dignitaries had come to collect, although he suspected it could only be one individual. Not witnessing it firsthand left him with a sense of discontent. Before long, a magnificent white steed galloped forth from the town, carrying 2 riders yet moving with remarkable speed. Mayor Fearman felt a pang of despair, realizing that Rupert had indeed found success. Now, the dignitaries from Fibersburg were personally coming to fetch him. This marked an ascent to greater heights for Rupert. No longer would he dare to trouble them. In the future, he might even find himself bowing in deference. Such is the irony of life. However, upon reflection, he realized that the path of the clergy still held promise. Although he was aging and likely past his prime, his son was still young and had the potential to forge connections and perhaps even surpass his father's accomplishments in the future. Feeling triumphant in his newfound strategy, Fearman returned home with renewed confidence, resolved to risk his reputation and make a considerable effort to create some commotion. Meanwhile, Rupert, held in the embrace of the man behind him, felt no sense of elevation but rather discomfort, as if a thorn were lodged in his back. The position was undeniably embarrassing. Just earlier that day, he had been tidying up the church when this man approached without any pleasantries, insisting on taking him away. Had it not been for the radiant halo marking the man's presence, Rupert might have instinctively resisted. It dawned on him that this was likely related to the visit from the prominent Deacon Hoffman, which had arrived sooner than anticipated, prompting him to comply. Little did he know that this mode of arrival would be so disconcerting. Fortunately, the town was small, or he would have felt utterly overwhelmed. Upon reaching the outskirts, the knightly attendant who had accompanied Rupert quickly approached Deacon Hoffman, whispering something in his ear. Hoffman's face, usually marked by harshness, softened somewhat as he nodded in response. When he finally spoke, his voice was even more piercing than it had been during their magical communication. "Rupert, is it? You are quite impressive. It seems that Father Hyman's previous assessment of you is rather conservative. Your performance has far surpassed his expectations and indeed those of everyone else. In the absence of supervision, not only have you diligently pursued your own training, but you have also spread the light of the holy grace to many unbelievers. Remarkable. What is most commendable is your lack of greed for wealth, a rarity among most. Your selflessness and steadfast faith in the Lord deserve recognition. I have high hopes for you. During this visit, be sure to perform well, as I will be keeping a close watch on your progress. If you can maintain this dedication, I shall ensure a brighter future for you. Remember my words. Mount up. Let the light of the holy grace shine upon the world. We shall depart." Hoffman's last murmured remark about the sudden urgency from the elves reached Rupert's ears just barely, allowing him to comprehend why their party had arrived ahead of schedule. He promptly organized his thoughts to respond, expressing his gratitude. "I am honored by your kindness. Spreading the light of the holy grace has always been my faith, and I shall steadfastly continue on this path." As the procession began, the clergy shouted, "Let the holy light shine upon the world," while the knights proclaimed, "The holy light is eternal." Rupert was taken aback. Was this what he was supposed to chant? In the remote church, no one had taught him such a call, and after the transformation into a tentacled creature, it was likely that no one had uttered such words at all. He reminded himself to be mindful in the future. At the same time, he realized that Deacon Hoffman had misunderstood his actions, likely due to information relayed by that young man who had inquired in the town. This misinterpretation was beneficial. As long as his identity remained unchallenged, all would be well. Now, however, a pressing issue arose, as the main group mounted their horses and prepared to depart. The young man who had accompanied him rode away, leaving Rupert behind, who, unfortunately, did not know how to ride a horse. Rupert gazed at the magnificent white horse, gently stroking its head as he attempted to negotiate. "I assure you, I am quite amiable. I have no intention of using my limbs to restrain you. And I would appreciate it if you refrain from throwing me off, if you please." As he noticed the group beginning to distance themselves, Rupert decided to cast aside his concerns. Recalling the moves of the young man from earlier, he swiftly mounted the horse with commendable agility, demonstrating an impressive coordination that allowed him to master the task with ease. He then lightly tapped the horse's belly, signaling it to commence their journey. The initial start was remarkably smooth, yet as they galloped forward, Rupert, experiencing horseback riding for the first time, felt a flicker of apprehension. Nevertheless, he bravely surged towards the ahead group. Thus, Rupert's inaugural horseback ride unfolded relatively well. The endeavor hinged 3 parts on courage, 7 parts on innate talent, and the remaining 90% on sheer strength. He managed to stay atop solely by gripping tightly. In truth, the individuals ahead were observing his performance closely. Encountering something unfamiliar for the first time, one could discern numerous qualities. Many traits lie dormant in everyday life, only to surface unconsciously during extraordinary circumstances. At least in the eyes of the older gentleman in front, Rupert, merely 15 years of age, had made a commendable impression. He exhibited audacity, clearly riding for the first time yet unafraid to mount. His physical agility enabled him to maintain control over the horse. He remained composed in the face of challenges, avoiding unnecessary reliance on others, instead opting to resolve issues independently, and the youthful desire for esteem was a natural inclination. Particularly noteworthy was the third-tier Black Iron Holy Light Knight, Alonso, who, having received a report from the Knight's Squire, expressed satisfaction with this young lad. Although lacking any martial arts foundation, Rupert's current attributes indicated that he possessed agility and a degree of brute strength, making the transition to knighthood quite feasible. However, the cunning Hoffman clearly held a favorable view of Rupert as well, implying that this young man would not be easily swayed. Horses, too, are remarkably intelligent creatures. The one beneath Rupert was particularly so. Initially, it sensed that its rider was a novice and attempted to unseat him as a jest. When the first few attempts failed to dislodge him, and given the considerable strength Rupert possessed, the horse ceased its antics, choosing instead to follow the group ahead, leisurely trailing behind. Observing Rupert's lack of intervention, it seized the opportunity to nibble on some tender grass by the roadside before hastily rejoining the procession, exhibiting a rather mischievous demeanor. At this moment, Rupert found the opportunity to observe this group, beginning to construct his understanding of the world based on the various avenues of knowledge he had acquired. Among the members of this party, there was a figure reminiscent of the older brother who had brought him here. He likely served as a squire, representing the most fundamental combat force of the Church of the Holy Light. In essence, he possessed the same first-tier strength as a warrior, albeit with differing developmental trajectories and learning focuses. Generally speaking, it is predominantly the church and the nobility that possess the resources to cultivate more well-rounded knights. While a knight can descend from his steed to act as a warrior cannot simply mount a horse and instantly become a knight. More often, they merely become a mounted warrior. Correspondingly, they should identify with their ecclesiastical roles, such as the first-tier apprentice priest. Ascending further in rank, there were those 8 individuals clad in white armor, second-tier knights, aligned with second-tier warriors, and reflecting his own advanced vocation as a second-tier priest. The distinguished elder with the white beard represented a third-tier Black Iron Knight of the Holy Light, corresponding to the third-tier Black Iron Warrior, alongside the third-tier deacon. Rupert began to discern the capabilities of those around him and soon found himself curiously observing his surroundings. This place truly lived up to its reputation as a borderland with the elves. It was not long after leaving the town that one found themselves enveloped by the forest. Although there existed a relatively smooth path in theory, the sparse foot traffic had left it insufficiently trodden, and the rampant vegetation often encroached upon this narrow trail, causing the pace of the riding party to slow considerably. As the group decelerated, a bearded gentleman fell to the rear, positioning himself alongside Rupert. With a cheerful demeanor, he initiated a conversation, saying, "Young lad, your name is Rupert, is it not? I'm Alonso, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Rupert now harbors a tinge of skepticism towards anyone who approaches him. Under the guidance of this flawed system, deception seems to have become second nature to him. "Indeed, Mr. Alonso, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," he replies, veiling his true sentiments. Mr. Alonso, brimming with enthusiasm, mistakenly believes they have embarked on a promising beginning. "Is that not so? You are still a first-tier apprentice priest, are you not? How has your practice of healing spells progressed? I must say, your skills appear quite commendable. Do you enjoy swordplay and combat?" It seems to be a typical interest among young men. Rupert found himself somewhat uncertain about the intentions of the elderly gentleman. Yet through the relentless inquiries, he sensed a certain urgency emanating from Uncle Alonso, though the cause of this urgency eluded him. Thus, he proceeded cautiously. "My skills in healing have shown remarkable improvement through diligent practice. I harbor a genuine interest in martial arts, yet it appears I lack the innate talent. My attempts at self-training have led me nowhere." Upon hearing this, Alonso felt a surge of delight. As long as there was interest, that was sufficient. However, talent is a quality that cannot be easily discerned by the untrained eye. It requires nurturing and cultivation to reveal its true potential. Yet, before he could continue his persuasive endeavors, a chilling voice drifted through the air. "Alonso, you muscle-brained fool, what are you up to?" Startled, Alonso turned around to find that, unbeknownst to him, the Grand Steward Hoffman had stealthily approached on horseback. Suddenly feeling a bit sheepish, he stammered, "I was merely engaging in conversation with young Rupert, assisting him in acclimating to our esteemed collective." "Right, young Rupert?" Rupert, upon noticing the subtle increase of 1 point, discovered that someone had been eavesdropping. He was not particularly shocked. Rather, he experienced a momentary surprise before affirmatively nodding in agreement with Alonso's perspective, gradually grasping the current predicament. Is this not an attempt to poach individuals? Previously, the seemingly acerbic Hoffman, the Grand Steward, had expressed optimism towards him, indicating a natural inclination towards the clerical faction. Yet, Alonso, for reasons unknown, seemed to favor him as well, aspiring to transition him into the knightly order. What could be the rationale behind this? He had yet to showcase his talents. How had he managed to pass through the scrutiny unscathed? During this period, Rupert has been diligently studying the scriptures in the church, dedicating his time to examining the cultivation manuscripts left by previous priests and uncovering many unique aspects of himself. He has now come to understand that the efficacy of his healing arts is intrinsically linked to both his character level and skill level. In contrast, the conventional healing arts in this realm seem primarily correlated with skill levels, which can also be approximated by the health points of an average individual. Thus, if he were to distribute his attributes evenly, his healing capacity would likely be twice that of a priest of equivalent rank. Moreover, he harbors a lingering uncertainty regarding the damage inflicted upon the uncanny entities, as the world does not quantify a priest's healing or harm like a system would. Instead, it can only be likened to other phenomena. According to the records in the priest's cultivation notes, the so-called holy light inflicts damage upon evil and bizarre beings, roughly equating to the healing amount. However, Rupert's healing arts seem to deal double damage to these aberrations, leading him to suspect that he possesses not merely the energy of holy light, but he lacks the means to substantiate this theory. Consequently, he is not entirely certain. And this upcoming expedition presents a prime opportunity for him to meticulously observe and document whether these hypotheses hold true. Thus, one must ponder whether the fervor of those vying for him is somewhat premature. Nonetheless, Rupert's advantages are counterbalanced by a significant conundrum rooted in the cultivation notes left by prior priests. For a novice priest to advance to the next tier, it is imperative that they master the new spell, blessing, in addition to their healing arts. Although most priests opt to learn offensive skills such as holy fire or soul inquiry to bolster their damage against ordinary foes, the blessing spell is fundamental, serving as a hallmark skill of the second tier. This spell can be cast upon oneself or allies, augmenting attacks with a measure of holy light damage while simultaneously enhancing the target's defensive capabilities. It can be said that this is the essence of a priest's skill set. However, Rupert's abilities are derived from the so-called random selection of the illusion system, and it appears that he cannot draw skills from entities other than the uncanny. Where, then, could he extract a blessing spell from, even if he were to consider eliminating a few priests within the church? The mere thought of the formidable holy light church looming behind them sends shivers down his spine, casting a shadow over his path. Unperturbed by Rupert's contemplations, the Grand Deacon Hoffman has already berated and dismissed the Knight Commander Alonso. As they journeyed onward, resting and setting up camp proceeded in a methodical manner, leaving Rupert merely a spectator, unable to contribute as their equipment was retrieved from spatial rings. Initially, the rations and drinking water were not particularly remarkable, but by nightfall, they astonishingly produced a folding tent, rapidly establishing their campsite, which left Rupert quite taken aback. However, considering that he possessed a modest spatial ring containing all his belongings, it was hardly surprising that the affluent Holy Light Church had access to larger spatial rings. Of course, in order to maintain the faade, he refrained from openly wearing the spatial ring belonging to the old priest Hyman, as there was no justification for it to be bestowed upon him. One must adhere to the full performance. Furthermore, he observed that the spatial rings belonging to the knights seemed relatively small, while the rings of the 8 formal second-tier priests appeared quite substantial. It stands to reason that the Grand Deacon Hoffman's ring would be no exception. Likely brimming with gifts intended for the elves, Rupert was indeed captivated, absent any unforeseen circumstances. He genuinely wished to linger within the Church of the Holy Light for a while longer, drawn by its generous benefits and the convenience it afforded him in amassing points. However, the unresolved issues surrounding his skills posed a significant risk of complications and entanglements. The subsequent 2 days of travel unfolded rather smoothly. There were no formidable magical beasts along the way, and the ordinary creatures dared not provoke such a powerful entourage. Those that lagged behind might very well become fodder for the knights. Furthermore, they occasionally encountered mercenary squads that, upon sighting this formidable group, fled with even greater haste than the smaller beasts. While the animals instinctively fled for their lives, the seasoned mercenaries, well acquainted with the Church of the Holy Light, were far more inclined to avoid confrontation, scurrying away at the first opportunity. Rupert is rapidly absorbing new knowledge and broadening his horizons. Whenever people engage in discussions on any topic, he readily approaches to listen in, likely under the guidance of the esteemed Deacon Hoffman, without facing any difficulties. However, this straightforward individual has evidently been led astray by that flawed system, and his casual conversations have become habitually misleading. Nevertheless, the people around him are not easily deceived, and he refrains from casually invoking the divine. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he chooses to speak less. This behavior aligns perfectly with the characteristics of a simple child from a remote village. Rather than being bothersome, he is perceived as quite admirable. Since Rupert's expedition began, he has merely accumulated a meager 273 points of superficial gains. Although this experience is not as exhilarating as the grand distribution in Greenstone Town, it is undeniable that the vastness of the world outside possesses a captivating allure. Everyone initially believed that such an uneventful journey would continue until they reached the realm of the elves. Yet an unexpected turn of events arose in the latter half of the second night, extending into the third day. They found themselves in a temporarily cleared glade within the forest, surrounded by 5 large tents arranged in a circle, with a campfire blazing in the center. Typically, the night watch was divided into 2 shifts, each comprising 6 individuals. At first, Rupert, being the youngest, was not assigned to the night watch. However, he insisted on participating, as the evening conversations offered a wealth of gossip from the Church of the Holy Light, far more intriguing than slumbering. On this particular night, it was his turn to keep watch, alongside a second-tier priest, 2 second-tier knights, and 2 first-tier knight attendants, totaling 6 individuals. The topic of discussion for the evening was, which is more enchanting, the sanctity of a nun or the intellectual allure of a female mage? In this debate, Rupert found himself at a loss for words, as he had yet to encounter either a nun, excluding the time he donned clothing and gazed into a mirror, or a mage, let alone a female mage. Thus, he resigned himself to the role of a listener. Ironically, as he remained the most reticent, his companions encouraged him to share his thoughts. Rupert possessed only fragmented memories of his previous existence, which he then embellished with his imagination. In my childhood, I encountered the nuns on a few occasions. Yet I understood nothing at that time. I merely felt that they concealed delectable treats within their ample robes, and I would chase after them, pleading for a taste. Alas, I received nothing in return. Rupert's remarks elicited a few chuckles from those present. Even the stern-faced priest couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing the others, he would undoubtedly have burst into laughter. This self-deprecating humor served as a potent remedy for fostering camaraderie. One of the knight's attendants nearby joyfully patted Rupert on the shoulder, gave him a thumbs up, and then rose to prepare for a patrol around the perimeter. Rupert, ever the inquisitive one, naturally posed the next question. I have no interest in nuns, but there's a query that has long lingered in my mind. Why is there not a single woman in our ranks? It's one thing for there to be no females among the knights, but why are there no female priests either? The gaze of the others turned towards the stoic priest, who, despite his seemingly unsociable demeanor, began to elucidate. In fact, the proportion of women among priests is quite significant, often comprising nearly half, and in certain regions, it may even exceed that. This is largely due to the advantages women possess in the comprehension of divine arts, allowing ordinary nuns to embark on this path by mastering healing spells. However, when it comes to knights, the representation of women falls short, with my recollection suggesting it is less than 10%. As for the absence of a female priest in this journey, it primarily stems from our destination, an elven territory where females are revered. In every family and across the entire community, leadership is predominantly held by women. You may be aware that women's preferences can be rather unpredictable. At times, a charming appearance may forge friendships, while at other times, the same allure can incite enmity. Since we are engaged in a mutual visit for exchange, it is prudent to avoid such uncertainties, which is why we opted not to include a female priest. We have thoroughly advised everyone before our departure to refrain from provoking those elven maidens. Only you, young Rupert, must heed this warning as well. Do not chase after the enchanting elven ladies, seeking their favor. Ha. Rupert was taken aback. The seemingly austere and stoic priest displayed an unexpectedly sharp wit. Was this a mere facade? Such individuals often possess a hidden depth, and my ancestors certainly did not deceive me on this matter. However, he had no choice but to comply. Ha. I shall certainly heed your counsel and refrain from provoking them. At that moment, Rupert paused. Realizing that some time had passed, what had become of the night attendant who had gone on patrol? He focused his attention on the surroundings, only to discover that there was no one at the perimeter of the tents. He immediately rose and gestured for everyone to be alert. The situation had changed. Instantly, the light-hearted atmosphere dissipated, and all present shifted into a state of readiness for battle. Although the stoic priest remained unaware of the unfolding events, he promptly cast blessings upon the two knights. Meanwhile, the knights had already drawn their swords, positioning themselves between the gaps of the tents, prepared to engage the enemy. As for the church's contingent, there was no doubt about their elite status. Their prowess was undeniably formidable. Rupert was also examining the anomalies when he quietly spoke. I have been keeping an eye on the knight squire who was patrolling earlier, but suddenly I noticed his absence. A few of them, recalling the situation, confirmed his observation. The stoic priest made a swift decision. Without waiting for complete confirmation of the enemy's presence, he raised his voice in warning. Simultaneously, he cast a spell silently, invoking a radiant light spell that ascended into the sky, tearing through the shroud of darkness. This radiant spell lacked any significant tear and bore no harmful effects. It was akin to the illumination spells employed by wizards, yet the radiant spell was often utilized to create grand displays before the faithful, resulting in a more impressive effect. At this moment, nearly everyone was roused from their slumber. After all, sleeping in the wilderness without clothing was a rarity. Within mere seconds, the majority had readied themselves for battle. As the radiant spell soared, the play of light and shadow among the surrounding trees began to shift. Rupert, who had been meticulously searching for anomalies, finally discerned something amiss with a mound of earth in the distance, which had been completely absent prior to their encampment. He immediately pointed it out, and at least 3 radiant spells were cast in that direction, one of which originated from the Grand Deacon Hoffman, swift and brilliant, illuminating the mound down to its minutest detail. It soon became apparent that this was no mere mound of earth. Instead, it was a massive black serpent coiled into a formidable bulk. The light had an effect on the creature as its enormous head lifted, now facing the direction of the camp. Rupert's vision was extraordinary. He could even discern that the eyelids of the massive serpent were momentarily veiled by a milky white protective film, akin to sunglasses shielding its eyes from blinding light. Moreover, it was aware of being discovered, no longer concealing itself, and began to undulate its body. The palm-sized black scales gleamed like polished mirrors, capable of reflecting divine light. Its expanded form had a diameter of at least 1 meter, and its head rose like that of a cobra, towering 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Remarkably, its flickering tongue was also black, extending and retracting in a manner that was particularly unsettling. Rupert's throat felt somewhat parched. Perhaps humans possess an innate fear of serpentine creatures, particularly such a terrifying serpent. In contrast, he suddenly perceived that the old priest's appearance might even be rather endearing. This realization extinguished his previously fanciful notions of fleeing at the slightest provocation, contemplating the vastness of the world and where one might escape. Yet the truth remains that there are indeed many places one cannot venture, at least, upon encountering such a creature. Even employing all 11 of its tentacles would likely amount to little more than a mere scratch. The distinguished elderly gentleman, Alonso, furrowed his brow. It is a Titan black python, but given its size, something seems amiss. It appears to be excessively large, possibly a foul entity, which could present a significant challenge. The chief steward, Hoffman, interjected, a challenge or not, we must confront it. It is clearly targeting us. I refuse to believe this region can sustain such a beast, as the resources here are insufficient for its sustenance. Moreover, it is evidently exploiting our vulnerabilities. Despite the presence of the priest, and while the various damages may not be severe, we are least equipped for a war of attrition. Yet, this creature could swiftly diminish our ranks. Do you truly believe this is mere coincidence? Alonso could only respond with a sigh. Rupert listened intently, filled with a sense of foreboding about the perilous world outside. Encountering a wild snake was already terrifying. If there were individuals orchestrating a trap, the situation would be even more alarming. Was the filth Alonso referred to something sinister? Chapter 20. A healing spell. Upon noticing that the humans showed no intention of striking first, the Titan black python took the initiative to attack. Despite its massive and cumbersome appearance, it moved with surprising speed, swiftly closing the distance between them. The last flicker of hope for the church's party was extinguished. They had unwittingly invited trouble and had no choice but to engage in combat, including both a primary and an auxiliary blue-robed deacon, alongside 8 priests. They collectively unleashed the sacred fire spell, igniting a radiant golden flame atop the python's head. It appeared that the selection of individuals by the Phi Bosch Church was far from arbitrary. All the priests had supplementary training in offensive skills, particularly the sacred fire spell. Anyone who assumed these priests lacked combat capabilities would be gravely mistaken. The fire blazed on the python's head like a colossal torch. Yet there was no palpable heat in the surrounding air, nor did it ignite the nearby trees. However, the black python clearly experienced immense agony. Its forward momentum was abruptly interrupted, causing it to writhe and thrash, flattening nearby shrubs and uprooting small trees in its chaotic struggle. The knights, bolstered by blessings, did not mount their steeds, as the lack of agility would hinder their combat effectiveness. Instead, they charged forward, swords raised. The knights of the church would never retreat when accompanied by priests. They immediately engaged in a fierce assault. But the strikes of several second-tier knights' longswords merely sparked against the python-esque scales, akin to the sounds of a blacksmith's forge. Only Captain Alonso could inflict damage by penetrating the gaps in the python's armored hide, yet in light of the creature's immense size, such damage seemed insufficient. Conversely, even as the sacred fire continuously scorched the python, it was still able to violently toss aside the nearby knights, leaving them bloodied and in need of healing from the priests. Rupert was not in haste to act. Instead, he observed the combat of the priests. He noted that when the priests cast their healing spells, they needed to mutter incantations while performing specific gestures, and from his observations, the interval between their cast was approximately 5 to 6 seconds, significantly slower than his own 3-second cooldown. He also deduced the effects of the holy fire spell, which seemed to last around 10 seconds, allowing for continuous damage through skill chaining. However, the damage per second appeared relatively low. Yet it likely allowed for damage stacking among multiple targets, which aligned well with the priest's style of group combat. According to his understanding, the blessing spell typically lasted over 10 minutes, and there was no immediate need for replenishment. The coordination between the priests and the knights was remarkably seamless, akin to a finely tuned machine, devoid of chaos or reckless haste. The priests dealt damage with holy fire while reserving their healing spells to protect the knights, who held the front line and prevented enemies from reaching their priests. With these observations, Rupert felt assured that there would be no issues arising from haphazardly casting spells. He refrained from immediately healing anyone. Instead, amidst the chaos and under the cover of flames atop the black python, he stealthily cast a healing spell. As a damage output of -400 appeared, it was nearly the highest single target damage dealt in the vicinity, causing the titan black python to shudder violently, leaving Rupert both astonished and delighted. He was astonished by the peculiarity of the situation, marking the second encounter with the surreal since his arrival in this world, albeit of a different nature yet equally terrifying. His delight stemmed from his ability to inflict damage. He now had a clear pathway for his next skill, though he pondered whether or not achieving the kill independently would affect his skill acquisition. He also considered what skills he might acquire from the enormous serpent. Would it turn him into a long worm, or merely increase his size? The black python, having been ambushed by Rupert, writhed in pain, completely unaware of the source of its assault. It desperately sought to extricate itself from the predicament, twisting its body and violently knocking 2 knights aside before lunging at another knight with lightning speed. In that instant, the balance of the battle was shattered, a scenario that, given the black python's intelligence, was inevitable. The church had anticipated this, and the white-bearded commander Alonso charged forward to rescue the knight from the python's jaws. However, Alonso underestimated the black python's ferocity. The angle of its massive jaws seemed to approach 180 degrees, resembling a miniature black hole that ensnared Alonso, who had just saved the knight and was attempting to flee. With a pair of sharp fangs, the python's jaws clamped down, piercing through Alonso's armor and into his left side, hoisting him up like a roasted goose. Alonso was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, and hesitation was not an option. Any delay in his escape would result in being swallowed whole by the beast, with its terrifying digestive acid swiftly dissolving him, akin to a candle tossed into a fire. In a moment of instinctive resolve, he drew the short sword from his waist with his left hand, thrusting it into his own left side along the length of the python's fangs, and twisted outward, effectively severing himself from the creature. He fell from the fangs, a portion of his intestines and a kidney trailing behind him. Rupert beheld the scene and could not suppress a triumphant exclamation. Impressive. Alonso seized the opportunity, hastily stuffing the remnants of his insides back into his body. He was aware that the healing spell was imminent if he did not tend to his condition promptly. The unsightly remnants would surely provoke disdain from the noble maidens. Would they regard him as vibrant? Indeed, as he secured his internal organs, a gentle golden radiance enveloped him. Perhaps it was the thrill of this extreme escape that brought him delight, for he suddenly perceived that the restorative effects of this light surpassed all previous ones. He could feel his organs realigning, blood vessels reconnecting, and the swift restoration of their functionality. The sensation of revival was profoundly vivid. Had that old fellow Hoffman made another leap in his abilities? Had the healing become more efficacious? Soon after, 3 additional healing spells were cast upon him. With this newfound comparison, the disparity became even more pronounced. None of the subsequent spells matched the efficacy of the initial one. A chilling thought crept into his mind. How tempting it would be to suffer injury again, just to experience that healing once more. Alonso hastily banished this ominous notion from his mind and scrambled away from the core battle zone, finally allowing himself a moment to survey the battlefield. Moments ago, he had been in peril, and all the knights charged forward like madmen, determined to prevent the black python from inflicting further harm. Meanwhile, The Grand Steward Hoffman and his aide, Steward Hill, both of whom were at the third tier, were too preoccupied to assist him. Upon witnessing his healing, they devoted their efforts to safeguarding the other knights. Alonso felt a sense of confusion. Were not these two third-tier individuals the ones responsible for the initial healing spell? His gaze then fell upon Rupert, who was dramatically reciting incantations, casting spells. He realized that while he had experienced the healing of others, he had yet to confirm the abilities of this little fellow. Rupert murmured as if reciting a scripture, certainly not adhering to the solemnity of a genuine priest invocation. Instead, he was listing a sumptuous array of delicacies: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised salted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, and fragrant stuffed intestines. This recital, when spoken aloud, rendered his mouth quite busy. Chapter 21. The issue at hand. Engaging in a grand battle with a formidable group was undeniably exhilarating, especially for him as a priest, who needed not to worry about anything other than casting his spells with abandon. After all, the healing spell was the most rudimentary of incantations, and its consumption was entirely manageable. Moreover, he had retained a clever stratagem. While he recited the menu, his gestures accompanied his spell casting, delivering a healing spell every 6 seconds on average. However, in reality, he was casting one every 3 seconds upon the head of the Titan Black Python. The gentle radiance of his healing spell was completely obscured by the sacred fire spell upon the serpent's head, and thus, none were the wiser. Yet, the Titan Black Python was genuinely in pain, and it revealed its true prowess, showcasing its eerie abilities, expanding in size once more. The earlier life-saving healing spell had been cast by Rupert himself, while others required incantation and specific gestures to cast their spells. Rupert's instantaneous casting allowed him to act with remarkable swiftness. As for Alonso, the noticeable difference he perceived was quite straightforward, although others did not display specific values. Calculations could be made. In this world's S classification, a second-tier priest might be categorized into novice, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. However, in Rupert's own classification, this spanned from levels 11 to 20, with a healing amount ranging from 55 to 100, while a third-tier deacon's healing capacity lay within the range of 105 to 150. Rupert's character level and skill level both stood at LV 20, with a single cast of his healing spell delivering a remarkable 200 points of restoration. How could one not feel exhilarated? Moreover, he observed that Alonso possessed an impressively robust health pool. Otherwise, he would not withstand the relentless assaults from the Black Python, thus affirming his tier. This implied that a knight of reputable standing could attain a physical fortitude commensurate with his rank, suggesting that in Rupert's framework, it would equate to a level surpassing 20. Once his fighting spirit was activated, his strength would only amplify further. Indeed, Alonso's Tier 3 physical resilience proved formidable. Such thoughts flitted through Rupert's mind like a fleeting shadow, yet his primary focus remained steadfastly on the battle. He was almost conjuring sparks with his relentless casting of healing spells, striking the Black Python with unyielding force. However, he suddenly noticed the dapper older gentleman with a white beard observing him intently. Naturally, he responded with a smile before unleashing yet another healing spell. This presented a prime opportunity. He needed to step into the limelight to validate his worth, for how else would he navigate within the Holy Light Church? The pressing dilemma, however, lay in his inability to master any spells beyond healing. This conundrum had eluded his resolution, thus he resolved to present this issue to the church, bringing it to the forefront for their elucidation. Alonso, for his part, once again experienced the exhilarating sensation of rapid recovery, affirming that it was indeed Rupert's healing spell that had restored him. Its potency surpassed that of a Tier 3 deacon and had even ascended to the level of a Tier 4 priest, with its subtle effects potentially even more astonishing. Yet, he remained a mere Tier 1 apprentice priest, possessing only a single healing skill. How to evaluate this? It was difficult to ascertain whether he was a prodigy or a fool. With no time for Alonso to ponder further, he rejoined the fray, stabilizing the Black Python's desperate counterattack before its demise. Rupert remained concealed within the ranks, cheerfully accumulating data. He had long discerned the peculiar trait of this Black Python, its remarkable resilience, utterly incongruous with his character's level system. He pondered whether this trait could be classified as a skill and if it were possible to extract it. Before long, the church's tormenting flow strategy achieved victory, and the Titan Black Python rose abruptly, then crashed down, utterly defeated. Although there were several chaotic moments on the side of the Church of the Holy Light, nearly resulting in casualties, their coordination was truly commendable. They aided one another with a fervor that bordered on reckless abandon, even refraining from deploying first-tier knight attendants as mere shields, or else their predicament would have been far graver. This, perhaps, encapsulated the terrifying essence of the Church of the Holy Light. Excitement surged among the members as they began to clear the battlefield. Alonso had already approached Hoffman, engaged in a hushed discussion regarding Rupert's predicament. Only Rupert appeared somewhat dazed, for he had indeed acquired a new skill, not the enlargement he had secretly hoped for, but rather scale armor LV 101. His greatest fears had materialized. This ability might directly alter his appearance, unlike the previous instance. There was no void prefix accompanying this skill, rendering aesthetic considerations less significant, yet he was primarily concerned about resembling anything but a human. He began to touch his face, arms, and then his chest and back, but he had yet to feel any scales. In a rather undignified manner, he sucked in his stomach to create some space and awkwardly reached into his groin area. The thought of scales sprouting there was truly alarming. Would it lead to fatal consequences in the future? Fortunately, nothing had grown. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Alonso and Hoffman, who were observing from a distance. As Alonso took a sip of water, he promptly spewed it out, while Hoffman lost his composure, his triangular eyes twitching uncontrollably. Rupert was oblivious to their presence. He had already devised a plan to find a secluded spot to test this new scale armor. If the skill could indeed be actively summoned to envelop him and enhance his defenses, it would not be an unwelcome development, after all. One could employ it in solitude when necessary, a means of self-preservation that was hardly disgraceful. However, he soon witnessed an extraordinary spectacle on his character panel. One of his advanced old skills had consumed the new scale armor skill. This may not be the most precise description, yet it vividly captures the essence of the occurrence. The Void Tentacle, level 20, 1110, which he had acquired from slaying the old priest, had transformed into the Void Scale Tentacle, level 20, 1110, resulting in the complete disappearance of the scale armor skill. This was a novel gameplay mechanic that Rupert had never encountered in either of his lifetimes. Awestruck, he stood in stunned silence, oblivious even to Alonso calling for him, until the latter tapped him on the shoulder, jolting him back to reality. The white-bearded, dapper gentleman regarded him with an odd expression. Rupert, go over there and tend to the wounded. Let Hoffman, that old curmudgeon, witness firsthand that he is mistaken in his disbelief, and that your healing abilities surpass his own. Rupert understood that being anxious at this moment was futile. The alteration in his skills might indeed be a fortuitous development. What truly mattered was the task at hand. This was his first tentative step taken within the church. And should he navigate it deftly, not only would he find solace in the shade of a substantial tree, but he would also possess an abundance of persuasive influence. He hastily replied, very well, Lord Alonso. I am uncertain as to why my healing abilities have faltered. Recently, after treating the townsfolk, I have noticed peculiar changes. However, with the absence of the old priest, I have lacked anyone to consult. I sincerely hope to receive guidance from the pioneers. Next came Rupert's moment to shine. He solemnly recited the scriptures, his gestures precise, as he healed a knight whose wounds had yet to mend. In an instant, the knight was restored to health. His eyes widened in disbelief, yet he promptly conveyed his sensations. The healing, performed under the watchful gaze of many, compelled the Grand Deacon Hoffman to acknowledge the event. However, he frowned, recognizing that the issue was indeed complex. This indicated that Rupert's healing prowess had truly ascended to the 4th tier. Hoffman regarded Rupert with a calm demeanor, his expression inscrutable. Have you yourself noticed any anomalies in your healing abilities? Chapter 22. Genius or fool? Rupert gazed upon the visage of the Grand Steward Hoffman and sensed that he was not easily deceived. He replied with careful consideration, stating that he had not perceived any issues when treating the common townsfolk, as their injuries were typically minor and healed swiftly. However, during one occasion while attending to a mercenary, the latter raised a query, suggesting that Rupert's healing abilities seemed superior to those of the priests in the city. This was the moment Rupert first acknowledged the matter. Lacking guidance, he embarked on a quest for knowledge, delving into various ecclesiastical texts and the notes left behind by previous clergymen, eventually confirming his suspicions. Hoffman, being meticulous and detail-oriented, posed a more specific question. Now that you are here among us, surrounded by so many priests, why do you not seek their counsel? Rupert continued to perform. I find myself somewhat apprehensive, for I have never encountered such formidable individuals in the quaint town of Greenstone. I fear my uniqueness may provoke undesirable consequences, yet the sight of Lord Alonso's grievous injury instilled a primal instinct within me. Alonso, placing a hand upon his chest, expressed his gratitude, while Hoffman proceeded with inquiries. Have you delved into advanced skills, perhaps the art of blessings? The crux had been reached, and Rupert responded with caution. Indeed, I have explored that realm. I consider my theological aptitude quite commendable, having self-taught the healing arts. However, I find myself utterly incapable of wielding the subsequent blessing techniques, even as my healing prowess flourishes inexplicably. This revelation left the assembled priests in a state of perplexity. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented, entirely absent from the annals of ecclesiastical literature. Yet, Rupert discerned that this single piece of information was insufficient to captivate the church's representatives. He resolved to reveal further details, excluding only the exceptional nature of his appendages, and chose to disclose his physical might instead. Thus, he raised his hand to pose another query, one final question. If I may, I have noticed that my strength appears somewhat extraordinary. I often find myself outmatching mercenaries of the 2nd tier. This declaration elicited skepticism, for those versed in theology understood that only those endowed with formidable mental faculties could unlock magical potential, typically resulting in a physique that, while superior to the average, paled in comparison to knights or warriors, a tacit understanding among them. The sole believer in his claim was, unsurprisingly, Uncle Alonso, who would likely accept Rupert's assertion even if he claimed to be a girl. Observing Alonso's eagerness to recruit, one could not overlook the innate prowess of a knightly body, already formidable without the aid of martial energy. What might he achieve should he master it? Without waiting for Hoffman to respond, Alonso hastily summoned a second-tier knight to engage Rupert in an arm wrestling contest, an uncomplicated endeavor. The outcome was predictable. Rupert, whose character level stood at 20, exemplifying peak strength within the second tier, effortlessly overpowered the knight. Several onlookers, knights themselves, felt compelled to join, only to retreat in disappointment. Alonso, sleeves rolled up, prepared for action, determined to enlist Rupert into the knightly ranks, regardless of Hoffman's objections or even the Pope's intervention. Yet, Rupert's intention was to instill fear in this assembly. He raised his hand once more to inquire. Lastly, I have sought the counsel of mercenaries, yet I seem to lack any innate talent for martial energy. Alonso nearly faltered at this revelation, pleading for Rupert to complete his thoughts in one breath, for such theatrics could prove fatal. This latest admission left not only Hoffman but the entirety of the gathering in a state of distress. Rupert, in every conceivable aspect, was a prodigy, yet the path forward appeared obstructed. Should he pursue the priestly vocation, one could hardly expect him to rely solely on healing abilities. For what of the subsequent skills such as divine shield, group healing aura, or mass purification? Lacking these, could he truly be considered a priest? Conversely, should he capitalize on his physical advantages and transition to knighthood, how could he do so without martial energy? Without the ability to perform aerial strikes? How would he engage mid to long-range targets? And in the absence of high-level skills, what would become of his capacity for short-term aerial flight? Everyone present found themselves ensnared in this conundrum, each grappling with the implications of Rupert's extraordinary yet paradoxical talents. Rupert finally felt liberated. Instead of concealing his concerns and fretting over being discovered, he opted to selectively reveal the truth, curious to see how the Church of the Holy Light would respond. After all, he reasoned, given the extraordinary healing abilities he possessed, it was unlikely they would expel him from the church. Eventually, the knights and attendants tasked with clearing the battlefield reported that the initially missing attendant had not been found. He was likely ambushed and devoured by the mysterious Titan Black Python. In the end, the Grand Deacon Hoffman declared that discussions regarding Rupert should be suspended, as all matters would have to wait until the conclusion of the Elven visitation. The recent attack served as a lesson. Dawn was not far off, and preparations for a meal were underway before embarking on the journey to the elves' territory, regardless of who was causing trouble. Should the Church of the Holy Light detect any signs, retribution was inevitable, for protecting their own was a fundamental principle of the Church. During the subsequent journey, the dashing Alonso began instructing Rupert on the fundamentals of fighting spirit. He was determined to believe that such a gifted knight, endowed with a holy body, could indeed learn to harness his fighting spirit. The inability to do so previously must have been due to the ignorance of those mercenaries concerning the profound intricacies of fighting theory. Even the leading Grand Deacon Hoffman did not oppose this endeavor. He wished to help Rupert find a viable path, for it would be a grave injustice to waste such talent. Furthermore, he began to explain the foundational theories of divine magic, hoping that someone of Rupert's caliber could remain within the priestly ranks. To be frank, under the combined tutelage of both, Rupert found himself with scarcely a moment to spare, even for a solitary visit to the restroom. He yearned for the opportunity to experiment with his new skill, the void scale armor, but found no success. Although he understood that such methods would not resolve his predicament, he could not confess to them his desire to slay dozens of priests or knights to see if he could randomly acquire a skill that would surely lead to his demise. He increasingly suspected that only by eliminating peculiar targets would he be able to randomly acquire skills. Priests and knights would be of no use, and the prospect was disheartening. Thus, he listened intently, eager to see if the system was truly as formidable as it seemed and whether he was genuinely incapable of learning. Chapter 23, The Marigold City Well. It seemed he truly could not learn. Alonso, with his exceptional patience and embodiment of knightly virtues, felt frustrated. He had rubbed away much of his own white hair in despair. Such promising innate talent. Yet Rupert could not grasp the sensation of fighting spirit entering his being. It felt akin to teaching a stone. However, to label Rupert as foolish was somewhat difficult to articulate. As the group continued their journey, he swiftly grasped the basics of spear techniques taught alongside the fighting spirit. Who could one turn to for justification in such a paradox? Grand Deacon Hoffman encountered a similar conundrum, feeling the situation was rife with contradictions. No matter how he taught, Rupert simply could not master the blessing spell. Not even the introductory holy light spell. Yet, the intricate theoretical foundations of divine magic that were perplexing to others, Rupert could articulate with clarity after just 2 listens. If one were to question his faith in the divine, his astonishing healing abilities stood as a testament to the complexity of his situation. What could be the underlying principle of such a phenomenon? Rupert was also quite despondent, for the system was truly exceptional, having acquired divine powers. And he felt on the verge of madness. His inability to master the skill of combat energy, which had not garnered the system's recognition, left him frustrated. However, with his extraordinary physical talents and coordination, he managed to grasp the fundamentals of marksmanship after several attempts. Although the system did not formally acknowledge his abilities, he was sufficiently capable of handling ordinary battles. The same principle applied to divine arts outside of healing. He had nearly memorized the intricate theories, yet mastery eluded him. Undoubtedly due to the overall quality of his being, which included his mental fortitude. It could be said that he now possessed a near photographic memory. This mutual torment persisted until they reached their destination, the territory of the elven family, the Weishi. The current head of this family was Erin Weishi. Known for her expertise in wood-based magic, the elven nation was composed of various families, each independently managing their own affairs. However, when significant matters arose that required collective action, representatives from each family would convene to deliberate. Generally speaking, the elven queen was merely the head of the largest family. The Weishi family, in this context, could be considered one of the smaller clans, as evidenced by their geographical position. After all, they bordered the human empire of Landon, which, despite the absence of major border conflicts in recent years, could hardly be regarded as a prosperous region. Rupert was not well versed in the intricate geopolitical relationships, yet he could certainly appreciate the breathtaking scenery. Upon entering this realm, one is instantly invigorated. It is said that ordinary individuals may even experience a sense of intoxication if they linger too long. For Rupert, this was easily explained. The oxygen levels were simply elevated, causing mild euphoria in the unaccustomed. However, the visiting entourage comprised no ordinary folk, and such symptoms were absent. The landscape was indeed splendid, with towering ancient trees lining the vista, each often reaching dozens of meters in height, their trunks revealing distinct facial features that curiously regarded the newcomers. Behind these arboreal sentinels lay the border city of Marigold, belonging to the Winchia family. Due to its strategic location, it served as a vital defensive outpost, safeguarding the vast forests and their elven denizens. Unlike human cities, it lacked imposing fortifications. Rather, it featured a grand archway formed by two colossal trees entwined in a tender embrace, serving more as a ceremonial gateway than a barrier. Flanking the arch were the legendary war trees, ancient sentinels that, with the elves' assistance, had been slowly relocated here over millennia to form a formidable defense, possessing considerable intelligence. These trees wielded earth and wood-based spells. They could conjure massive earthen projectiles, launch acorns as projectiles, or utilize their vines to ensnare foes. At this moment, a delegation led by the Grand Steward Hoffman, clad in resplendent armor and standing tall, approached the archway of the elven city. Embodying the majesty and authority of the Church of the Holy Light, awaiting them was a similarly impressive assembly of slender, elegant elven warriors, arrayed in two lines. Their armor gleaming in shades of green, each adorned with a hooded cloak. Armed with slender swords and bows, they were both formidable swordsmen and archers. Their striking features complemented by pointed ears and predominantly green eyes, exuding an air of grace. From the ranks emerged an elven maiden draped in a green robe, her hair cascading in lush green waves, adorned with a floral crown yet perfectly coiffed. Her age was indeterminate. If she were human, one might guess her to be in her 20s, but considering her elven heritage, she could easily be several centuries old. Gently caressing her left shoulder, she bowed slightly and welcomed the weary human guests, introducing herself as Seraphina, a third-tier priestess of the Life Church. Her voice, soft and melodious, conveyed sincerity without any hint of artifice. Grand Steward Hoffman reciprocated with the intricate formalities of diplomatic etiquette, yet Rupert found the exchanges tedious, perceiving a veneer of insincerity among them. Fortunately, the elves appeared eager to expedite the proceedings, swiftly ushering the group into the city, much to Rupert's delight. Inside the city, there were no signs of unnatural architecture. All structures were either woven from branches and vines or formed from the hollows of ancient trees, seamlessly integrated into the surrounding environment, creating a harmonious ambience. The elven inhabitants, regardless of gender, possessed striking beauty and were keenly interested in the visiting delegation. However, the planned itinerary soon disregarded diplomatic formalities, as it is customary for visiting dignitaries to rest on their first day, without any formal meeting scheduled. Yet, the graceful elven priestess led the church's entourage directly to the center of the city, where the ancient life tree stood. The core of Marigold's architecture rose above the canopy, shaped by the branches of the ancient tree through the elves' botanical magic, with tiny, luminous sprites flitting about like children. As the group progressed, Grand Steward Hoffman exchanged glances with Knight Commander Alonso, both sensing something amiss, yet they refrained from voicing their concerns, remaining on high alert. The customary exchange of diplomatic documents and gifts was bypassed, and they delved straight into a discussion of the healing effects of the holy light and life magic. Hoffman was taken aback. Was this not merely a pretense? Should not the leaders of both sides first establish their intentions? Essentially, the humans signaled, "I am not mad and will not provoke conflict," to which the elves responded, "Perfect, I am currently preoccupied with gathering fruits and brewing. Thus have no intentions of causing strife." It was a rather crude understanding, stripped of the ornate diplomatic phrasing. Was this truly an academic exchange? However, having attained the position of Grand Steward, Hoffman, though perhaps not the strongest, was certainly astute. He quickly regained composure, raising no objections, and commenced the dialogue as if this had been the arrangement from the outset, fostering an atmosphere of harmony. The exchange began unusually, lacking any theoretical debate. After the opening remarks, they proceeded directly to practical demonstrations. Rupert concealed a smirk as he pondered his unexpected inclusion in the group. Having long sensed the underlying issues at play, the elves were merely in search of a physician. Their claims of mutual visits and exchanges were but a ruse, undoubtedly seeking solutions for perplexing ailments that had eluded their kind. They were eager to ascertain whether the renowned Church of Holy Light, famed for its healing arts, might possess a remedy. The rationale behind their reluctance to articulate their needs clearly remains somewhat enigmatic. The actual treatment commenced swiftly, as if the patients had been poised in anticipation just outside the door. The first and second individuals presented with typical superficial injuries, causing no alarm. However, when the third patient emerged, an unmistakable stench of decay wafted through the air, unsettling all present. Rupert, of modest stature and positioned towards the rear, could only be glimpsed by tilting his head. He was a slender figure, his face obscured by a green veil, yet even through the veil, one could discern an unhealthy pallor. His complexion was decidedly dark, and the small hands that emerged from beneath the veil bore the same ashen hue. Resembling the desiccated skin of an elderly woman, Hoffman raised his hand to halt a priest who was about to step forward, intending to assess the situation personally. His brow furrowed as he glanced around at the elven onlookers. Their expectant gazes suggested that this patient's identity was likely significant, which might explain the urgency of their summons. Hoffman scrutinized the patient's skin condition and inhaled the foul odor pervading the air before speaking. I may refrain from inquiring about her identity, yet you must elucidate the circumstances and manner of her injury. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee her recovery. This was a clear declaration, indicating that he had perceived the gravity of the situation and that the elves should not underestimate the Holy Light Church. At this juncture, the gentle representative from the Third Order of the Life Church, Seraphine, sighed and spoke. I assure you that I can heal her. There will be no detriment to you. Hoffman scoffed, his eyes narrowing. So, if she remains unhealed, we will surely face consequences? Is our very lives at stake? What then is the purpose of our healing efforts? Do you take us for fools? Seraphine's expression grew pained. That is not my intent. I can only say that this individual's identity is indeed formidable. But she was injured within our domain. If her life is lost, the Wincy tribe will gain nothing, yet you humans will also suffer. For her assailants belong to a mercenary group known as the Blood Wolves. I presume you have heard of them. As for the extent of the detriment, I cannot say. War cannot be ruled out. Hoffman was taken aback. He had certainly heard of the notorious Blood Wolves, yet had never known them to provoke the Holy Light Church. With such grave repercussions now laid before him, he felt somewhat out of his depth. If the elves had summoned him, it must mean that their life magic had failed, leaving the Holy Light's divine arts as the last hope. At that moment, an elven maid approached, carrying a silver platter that bore 3 pristine teeth, their origin indiscernible. Seraphine continued, these are the objects responsible for her current condition. We are unsure of their exact nature, but they appear to be some form of strange teeth. Though they have been extracted, the patient remains unwell. We hope your divine arts prove effective. Hoffman examined the teeth closely but found nothing particularly remarkable. With urgency pressing upon him, he wasted no time and began reciting incantations. A pale golden light enveloped the mysterious patient, and as black mist rose, the unconscious figure began to wail in anguish, a truly harrowing sound. It appeared that the patient was a young woman, yet the voice that emerged was shockingly masculine, reminiscent of a robust man with an abundance of chest hair. The onlookers were taken aback, and Rupert furrowed his brow. He recalled the earlier mention of the Blood Wolves and pondered the disturbing coincidence, but the reality was indeed uncanny. The voices of those infected by the Blood Wolves had shared a similar peculiarity, though they had not paid it much heed at the time. However, the contrast was stark when a woman emitted such a sound, clearly indicating a shared affliction. As the wailing subsided, the effects of the treatment became evident. The small hands had returned to a normal hue, resembling delicate white jade. This positive outcome relieved the gathered church members, including Hoffman, who felt a wave of relief that the reputation of the Holy Light Church remained intact. However, Rupert noticed that the elves still bore frowns of concern. Devoid of any relaxation, he immediately turned his attention back to the patient. Indeed, a troubling shift occurred. The once pristine hands began to darken again, appearing even more so than before. Hoffman, alarmed, rose to his feet and took a step back, bewildered by this turn of events. The elves, in contrast, exhibited a semblance of calm, as if such an outcome was not unexpected. Seraphine, looking somewhat despondent, remarked, "It is as I feared. We have utilized life magic to heal her as well, with similar results. The improvement is merely transient. That strange force seems to be siphoning the life energy we imbue, and it appears to have grown even more potent than before. Your divine arts demonstrate somewhat greater efficacy against this strange energy, yet they too fail to eradicate it completely. It can return, akin to a curse. Moreover, this issue pertained not to quantity but to quality. Unless a superior power intervenes, the situation appears dire." With a shake of her head, she expressed her bleak outlook on the future. At this moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. All members of the church suddenly turned their gazes toward Rupert, startling him. In light of Seraphine's remarks, thoughts aligned upon Rupert, whose healing abilities were deemed extraordinary, particularly in relation to the knights he had treated, such as the esteemed Alonso and others. The elves, recognizing the potential, turned their attention to him as well. Rupert felt a tad overwhelmed. Chapter 25, The Gift. The slightly disheartened butler Hoffman also thought of Rupert. Since he was already present, why not give it a try? Considering the circumstances? Thus, he directly called out to Rupert, "Rupert, why don't you give it a go as well? After all, you were summoned here at the behest of the elves." Rupert indeed wished to experiment, not only to ascertain whether he could truly heal such bizarre injuries, but also out of a burgeoning curiosity regarding the source of this strangeness. He required 2 additional skills to further his advancement. Could he afford to be impatient? Naturally. He embraced the challenge with enthusiasm. Alleviating the suffering of the afflicted was his noble purpose. Finally, he witnessed a significant accumulation of influence points, totaling 369 after a series of one-on-one learning sessions with 2 third-tier clerics, although the knights and their squires had yet to enter the venue. The presence of the priests and the knight commander allowed for fruitful exchanges. The number of elves present was satisfactory, and they began to gather in numbers. However, the elves were primarily inclined to trust mere words, not necessarily believing that this young apprentice could cure the curses that even the clergy of the Church of Life found insurmountable. Especially since Rupert donned the pure white robes indicative of a novice cleric. This predicament was difficult to elucidate, as Rupert himself harbored doubts. He proceeded with the standard ritual, reciting the appropriate incantations before casting a healing spell. As the 200 effect became visible solely to him, the mysterious patient began to wail. The sound seemingly more horrific than when Hoffman had attempted healing. Yet, a different phenomenon emerged. Amidst the rising black mist, a gaping maw appeared, filled with menacing teeth reminiscent of a tunneling machine, perfectly synchronized with the male's agonized cries. This time, Rupert was closer and could discern the grotesque details. It was merely a mouth and teeth, devoid of any facial features such as eyes or a nose, leaving him bewildered as to how such a structure could exist independently. Regardless of its terrifying appearance, it was firmly subdued by the golden light, vanishing as the black mist dissipated. This spectacle was witnessed by all, and they comprehended its significance. Perhaps it truly had efficacy. However, before its disappearance, the great mouth turned towards Rupert's direction. Though it lacked eyes, he felt an ominous gaze upon him. 1 minute. 2 minutes passed, with silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as everyone focused intently on the injured hand, eager to see if the small hand, once pale, would revert to its previous state. Over 3 minutes elapsed, and still, the delicate hand remained unblemished. Initially, skepticism lingered. But soon exuberant cheers and shouts erupted, including from the otherwise composed priestess of the Church of Life, Sherlin, indicating the weight of their anxiety had been considerable. The women, filled with excitement, displayed fervent enthusiasm, especially as the attending elven representatives were exclusively female priests. In a moment of spontaneity, Sherlin led the way, gently embracing Rupert. To be candid, the boy's harmless appearance significantly enhanced his appeal. Had it been Hoffman receiving the same success, he would not have garnered such a soft embrace. At that moment, a somewhat fuller female priest approached to offer her embrace. With this initial gesture sparking enthusiasm, many elven priestesses soon followed suit. And a few bold souls even leaned in, pressing their ears against Rupert's cheek. Rupert, unaware whether the lingering effects of his former body were at play, found himself blushing unexpectedly. The female priests, amused by his reaction, leaned in closer, reveling in the moment. Hoffman observed with an expression of bemusement, while the Knight Commander Alonso squinted with a smile, feeling a sense of contentment akin to a pig rooting for vegetables. Ultimately, it was Shelyn who intervened, halting the increasingly brazen advances of the elven priestesses, and formally began to express gratitude to the delegation from the Church of the Holy Light. The priestesses carefully carried away the injured individual, who was now peacefully asleep, while Shelyn and Hoffman commenced discussions regarding the details of a formal meeting. This gathering, cloaked under the pretense of an academic exchange invited by the Temple of Life, had not seen the attendance of the city lord. However, given the successful healing, it was only natural for everyone to extend greetings and exchange gifts. As arrangements solidified, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Gian waved, and a silver tray was brought forth, upon which lay a finely crafted elven-style dagger and a beautifully intricate ring, adorned in silver and green hues, presented directly to Rupert. With utmost sincerity, she declared, "We are profoundly grateful, Priest Rupert. This is a token of appreciation from our Washaw family of Golden Glow City. We hope you will accept it." The dagger, named Elegance of the Wind, was an award for the most valiant warriors. The ring served as a space ring, bearing the emblem of the Washaw family, allowing Rupert to seek assistance from any member of their lineage. It symbolized enduring friendship, and Shelyn expressed her hope that Rupert would cherish it. Indeed, Shelyn proved to be a person of considerable acumen, evidently planning for a long-term investment, regardless of Rupert's future endeavors. His ability to purify malevolent energies alone made him a valuable ally, and there was a possibility that they might seek his assistance in the future. Rupert remained enraptured by the recent beauty of the moment, still enveloped in the delightful fragrance of blooming flora. Suddenly, he was presented with a gift. Maintaining his composure, he cast a slightly apprehensive glance at the Grand Steward Hoffman, and upon receiving a nod from him, accepted the offering handed to him by Priest Sharon. "To alleviate the suffering of the wounded and the ill is the highest pursuit of my calling as a priest. May the holy light shine forth." Hoffman silently acknowledged the young man's eloquence, considering him quite admirable and encouraging him to articulate more in the future. Rupert, having just completed his treatment, initially intended to inquire about the peculiar details concerning the blood wolf. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the cheers around him. Subsequently, as the High Steward and others resumed their serious discussions, he found it inappropriate to interject and thus remained silent. Now, perceiving a favorable opportunity, he promptly seized the moment to pose a question. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you, esteemed Priestess Sherlin. You previously mentioned that this incident was instigated by the human Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. I would greatly appreciate it if you could elucidate further on this matter. Such actions gravely undermine the amicable relations between us and the elves. From this perspective, neither I personally nor the Church of the Holy Light can condone such behavior, especially given its association with the term peculiar. Rupert spoke while casting a glance at the Grand Chancellor Hoffman, seemingly seeking his affirmation. Hoffman nodded once again, thoroughly pleased with Rupert, appreciating not only his status but also the manner in which he framed the inquiry, as well as the timing of its presentation. Such a question did not necessitate him to be the focal point of the diplomatic visit. It allowed for greater flexibility in subsequent discussions, thereby enhancing their diplomatic leverage. Father Heyman was commendable, having discovered and nurtured such a promising talent in such a remote location, once liberated from his inherent feelings of inadequacy. The brilliance he exuded was indeed radiant and worthy of cultivation. Chapter 26, Revelation. Rupert's inquiry is indeed reasonable. It is quite normal for a teenager, with such clear-cut emotions, to harbor a deep aversion towards evil and to seek understanding of critical matters, especially given his involvement in the pivotal treatment. Thus, the elven priestess, Shiwelin, did not withhold information and spoke candidly. A few days ago, members of the Bloodwolf mercenary group encroached upon our elven territory. The forest is abundant in resources, and as long as their methods are not destructive, we elves generally refrain from interference. We often have numerous mercenary groups and adventurers collecting various resources from the forest without targeting them. However, the Bloodwolf set their sights on our elven kin, intending to capture them as slaves for sale, which we cannot tolerate. Upon our discovery, our patrol squad engaged in a fierce battle with them, where we initially held a significant advantage. Yet, one individual, seemingly their leader, launched a sudden ranged attack against us, utilizing the very fangs you have witnessed, which unfortunately injured the previous casualty. Ultimately, although we managed to disperse their ranks, we did not apprehend that leader. While others may be unaware, Rupert was taken aback, initially believing that the Bloodwolf had encountered something sinister during their exploration, only to realize that the leader himself was the anomaly. Now that their group has been shattered, the future is truly uncertain. The prospect of pursuing this enigmatic leader seems virtually impossible, a troublesome predicament indeed. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope surfaced, yet the skills eluded him, leaving him vexed. At that moment, the Grand Deacon Hoffman interjected, stating that while inquiries from the junior members were acceptable, it was the responsibility of the leader to take a definitive stance. We have clarified the situation, and on behalf of humanity, we shall promptly initiate a bounty for the capture of the Bloodwolf mercenary group, particularly their leader, ensuring that such incidents do not tarnish the friendship between our factions. Following this, a series of unremarkable diplomatic platitudes ensued, allowing Rupert to discreetly withdraw while caressing the elegant sting blade in his hand, along with a new spatial ring. Delighting in his fortune, as he drew a portion of the blade, he noticed exquisite leaf-like patterns etched upon the sword, a testament to the elves' long lifespan and their penchant for artistry. The spatial ring was even more impressive, significantly enlarging his capacity, enabling him to traverse the land with the ease of a priest carrying a tent. Subsequently, Rupert had no further engagements. The evening banquet convened within a Grand Tree Hollow, where luminous insects, stones, and unknown flora created a breathtaking spectacle. The elven maidens danced gracefully, offering a truly exquisite aesthetic experience. However, the cuisine proved somewhat challenging. The elves appeared to primarily favor plant-based fare, with little emphasis on meat. While delicious, it ultimately left something to be desired. Rupert, the faux priest, indulged himself to the point of oblivion, finding particular satisfaction in a cerulean-hued fruit wine, reputedly crafted by the elven kin from verdant root grass and emerald fruits. Its alcohol content was likely modest, presenting a crisp and refreshing taste that slipped down the throat with remarkable ease. As night fell and rest beckoned, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. A handful of priests from the Church of Life recited incantations, causing the branches and vines of the ancient life tree to writhe and intertwine. In a mere 20 seconds, charming little tree houses emerged, each a luxurious single-occupancy abode. Rupert received special treatment, as his tree house was notably larger and situated in the most desirable location. The priests, having previously embraced Rupert in the hall, shamelessly engaged in favoritism, casting winks in his direction without a hint of embarrassment. The congregation, having partaken in ample libations, clapped Rupert on the shoulder and laughed heartily, though they refrained from making any extravagant remarks in the presence of the stern and disapproving Chief Deacon Hoffman. Yet, some individuals possess an extraordinary ability to convey their essence purely through their smiles, their countenances betraying the most incongruous of traits. After a delightful bout of revelry, as the evening settled in the elven territory, the blue moon appeared to favor this land, illuminating it with an unusual brightness. Meanwhile, the luminescent little sprites retreated into the blossoms, seeking slumber. Rupert reclined upon a wrought-tan bed, imbued with the fragrant essence of verdant plants, finally succumbing to complete relaxation as the tension in his muscles released with a series of satisfying pops, alleviating the burdens of his arduous journey. At long last, he found himself in solitude. Since encountering the colossal serpent, the party had been relentlessly pressed forward, either engaged in spirited exchanges with the knight, Alonso, or absorbing the incantations of the Grand Deacon, Hoffman, with even the most private of moments accompanied. He was gripped by fear, the fear of being roasted by the fruitwood, leaving him without the opportunity to glimpse his newly acquired void scale tentacle, level 20, 1110. He descended from his rattan bed and stepped outside, seemingly aimlessly surveying the surroundings. The others, worn from their travels, appeared to be resting. The outside world was utterly silent, devoid of any presence. He returned indoors, secured the doors and windows, and nestled back into bed, discreetly unleashing his skill. A multitude of tentacles surged forth from the void. And despite his mental preparation, he was momentarily startled by the sight of his new appendages. Previously, his tentacles had borne a brown hue. Now, they were transformed into a glossy, black, serpentine exterior, their thickness unchanged. As they writhed, they resembled 11 sinuous black serpents, their heads delving into the void before him, their bodies remaining outside. It felt as though he had grasped the heads of these serpents, eliciting a sense of discomfort that raised goosebumps along his back, an experience unique to him. Now, he pondered whether it was possible to summon merely one tentacle at a time. The spectacle of 11 each time he activated the skill was indeed overwhelming. In certain situations, such a grand display was unnecessary, and the intimidation factor was considerable. Rupert was engrossed in his studies when, all of a sudden, the wooden window frame creaked softly and with a gentle motion. A slender and graceful figure slipped into the room. Clad in a form-fitting black ensemble that accentuated a rare gourd-shaped physique among elves, her face was obscured, revealing only a pair of striking green eyes. In her hand, she wielded a short sword, its blade cloaked in black. As this unexpected visitor closed the window and turned around, her gaze met Rupert's, who had just lifted his head in surprise, while around them 11 sinuous black-scaled tendrils danced in the air. Rupert could assure that the room remained suspended in stillness for over 2 seconds, with both parties utterly motionless. Until a change finally occurred. Coincidentally, it was the eyes that first revealed this transformation, as both gazes were laden with terror. Rupert was certainly gripped by terror. The secret he had concealed for so long had suddenly been unveiled. He had contemplated the most suitable stance to face the imminent roast of fruitwood. Perhaps a hanging duck would suffice, but lifting a pig would be utterly shameful. Yet, his pupils abruptly constricted to pinpoints. Why was this elven maiden brandishing a black short sword? Had she entered the room in a state of drawing her weapon? Was she not merely a bold elven girl delivering warmth in the night? This situation had taken a delightful turn. There was a glimmer of hope for survival. Rupert's mentality shifted. He waved his hand, shaking the tentacles he held. And with a cheeky remark, he said, "These are merely the trinkets I extracted from this fine bed during sleepless nights." Chapter 27, one after another. Well, it seems disbelief prevails. It is entirely normal for Rupert to feel a sense of dread. Yet it is the plump elven maiden across from him who ought to be even more alarmed. While humans cultivate their martial prowess through the mastery of combat energy, elves benefit effortlessly from the nurturing embrace of nature's essence as they age. Their strength may not be particularly remarkable, yet their remarkable coordination renders them exceptionally suited to roles as agile swordsmen, assassins, and archers. Many elves also possess commendable mental fortitude, and given their prolonged lifespans, they often dabble in botanical magic, marking them as a favored race. In terms of human assessment, she possesses the strength equivalent to that of a third-tier warrior. Leaning towards agility, with a promising affinity for life magic, she serves as a covert assassin embedded within the city of Marigold, yet remains oblivious to the true objectives of her organization. Her usual role involves reporting various trivial bits of intelligence, but this particular assignment carries a unique weight. She is tasked with thwarting the efforts of the Church of the Holy Light in their attempt to rescue a mysterious casualty, and as a life priestess, she is present at the scene. Initially, the third-tier deacon of the church was powerless to intervene, leading her to believe the mission was secure. However, an unexpected twist arose when a charming young apprentice priest, merely a first-tier practitioner, appeared and miraculously healed the injured in mere seconds. She was taken completely by surprise. In her desire to ascertain the situation, she was the first to approach the young man, embracing him, and in an effort to conceal her own peculiarities, she encouraged the other infatuated priestesses to join in. Upon confirming that he was indeed a youthful human, rather than an ancient fiend masquerading as a youth, she detected a refreshing and delightful fragrance emanating from him. Following this encounter, she reported back to her superiors, receiving a new directive to eliminate the young man named Rupert. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, duty to precedence, as a third-tier assassin adept in both magic and martial combat, she could hardly fathom how she might fail against a mere first-tier apprentice priest, especially with the support of several enamored young priestesses who had prepared a favorable setting for Rupert, ensuring that any commotion would go unnoticed. As she arrived, she even contemplated indulging in a moment of pleasure with the young man before his demise, feeling it would be a fitting tribute. Yet, what on earth was this? Wasn't he the same delightful young man exuding a milky fragrance? What was this terrifying scene of writhing appendages? Wasn't the ambience in the hall supposed to be refined and elegant? What was this absurdity about scratching the bed at midnight? Did she really look so gullible? In a sudden flash of inspiration, the assassin maiden resolved to feign belief, exiting the scene to cry for help. Once this bizarre phenomenon was revealed, there would be no need for her to take action. The Church of the Holy Light would surely incinerate him. What was this about roasting fruitwood? Never mind that. She could retreat unscathed, playing the role of the amorous maiden who inadvertently stumbled upon a monumental secret. True to her nature as a skilled infiltrator, she quickly slipped into character, exclaiming, "Is it true? Did those vines truly emerge from scratching the bed? How mischievous they are. Please wait a moment while I fetch someone to assist you." Rupert gazed at the motionless figure in front of him, pondering whether the girl's vitality had been siphoned away, leaving her devoid of intellect. The myriad of tentacles erupted with blinding speed, darting towards her faster than he could react. This elven maiden undoubtedly excelled in agility and coordination, her repertoire of postures seemingly limitless. However, in terms of raw power, she could not rival his peak second-tier strength, especially when ensnared by the grip of his 11-scaled tentacles, rendering her flexibility utterly futile. Could she possibly be more supple than the tentacles themselves? Moreover, Rupert swiftly covered her mouth, not out of a desire for amusement, but out of concern that she might cast a spell or cry out, which would complicate matters further, potentially alerting the firewood barbecue. At that moment, Rupert's mind raced through various scenarios, contemplating how to preserve his own life amidst such peril and how to extricate himself from the impending storm. The first and foremost consideration was that this assassin had to perish, otherwise, any discussion would be futile. Thus, his tentacles began to constrict. Why had this elven maiden come to kill him? Were they aligned with the Titan black python that had ambushed their clerical party? Indeed. He had concocted a plausible excuse for her actions, and there was a substantial likelihood it held some truth, for he had not provoked any enemies among the elves, having never encountered them until today. He had merely rescued a mysterious injured individual earlier, and given the earlier confrontation with the black python, there were undoubtedly convoluted threads connecting these events, though he remained unaware of their full extent. From the perspective of the elven maiden, the situation appeared dire. The terrifying tentacles confined her completely, rendering her immobile, arms and legs ensnared, while the serpentine appendages tightened their grip. The only indication of her continued existence was the gradually fading glimmer in her eyes. Yet she could sense her life force slowly ebbing away. Suddenly, a golden radiance descended, pulling her near-death essence back from the brink, causing her eyes to widen once more. What was happening? Was she to be spared? She shifted her gaze towards the formidable man, only to meet a look of bewilderment. Rupert was not toying with her or prolonging her agony. Rather, he had merely recalled the necessity of ascertaining whether this elven maiden possessed any sinister qualities. Regrettably, he had not dealt double damage and had even drawn a mouthful of blood, confirming her identity as a genuine elven maiden. My apologies, indeed. Had this thought crossed the elven maiden's mind, she would likely have retorted with scorn. Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and see who truly appears bizarre. Unsurprisingly, the elven maiden, who had just been forcibly returned from the brink of death, fell silent, her wide, terrified eyes the only remnants of her presence. Rupert hastily retracted his tendrils, surveying the room and contemplating how to manage the aftermath. There were no signs of a struggle, and the injuries on the young woman were inexplicable. How could a mere level 1 apprentice priest have slain a level 3 assassin? The conundrum was perplexing. At that critical moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside the door, so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed had Rupert not been standing there. It seemed that someone outside had cast a small wood-based spell, causing a small wooden peg that served as a door latch to twist and slip out of its slot, allowing the intruder to push the door open and step inside. Yet another elven maiden appeared, fully armed and ready for action. Rupert has become numb. Let it be destruction. Swiftly, what on earth is happening today? Why is it still connected? We cannot even manage to kill them. This girl is even bolder, not even wearing a mask. A quintessential elfin beauty, quite young, exuding an air of mischief. Moreover, it seems she did not appear at the exchange meeting today. Rupert had readied his hands behind his back, his tendrils poised to emerge at any moment. The young beauty, upon pushing open the door, was met with a bizarre sight. The human priest Rupert stood in the center of the room, wide awake, gazing at her with an unsettling expression, while a figure clad in black lay sprawled on the floor. This scene was entirely unforeseen, causing the words of gratitude she had prepared to remain unspoken, caught in her throat as she stood there, stunned. Upon observing the situation, Rupert realized it was not as he had anticipated. Who, then, was this woman? Nevertheless, he understood that he must commence his ruse. This elven maiden is an assassin. I was merely resting when she stealthily entered through the window and attempted to take my life. I evaded her assault with great effort, and during our struggle, I managed to turn the tables and slay her. Rupert lamented. Indeed, disbelief prevails. Chapter 28. Is this a vine? The enchanting elven maiden approached the lifeless body, removed the obscuring black veil, and began her examination. Her voice was somewhat subdued, yet carried an unusual resonance. I am Lachi Vange, of the Vange lineage. While I may not be acquainted with all the elven maidens here, this one is undoubtedly the priestess of life in this realm. Although we do not practice combat energy, her prowess is at least of the second tier, proficient in life magic, and her swordsmanship is commendable. In the parlance of your kind, she embodies both magical and martial excellence. As far as I am aware, you are a first-tier apprentice priest. How did you manage to turn the tide and achieve a counterattack amidst the entanglement? Rupert was at a loss for words, still pondering over the reasons, contemplating whether to eliminate this as well, bringing an end to it all. Raki continued her inspection, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Oh, Then, she suddenly turned her gaze, scrutinizing Rupert from head to toe, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Summon your vines and let me see. Rupert appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Raki, however, was brimming with confidence. Do not feign ignorance. These marks have betrayed you. You possess the art of plant magic and the ability to summon vines, particularly the rare snake pattern vine. If this were an ambush, it is indeed plausible that the assassin could have fallen victim to your counterattack. Ah, I see now. You must have been concealing this ability, keeping it hidden from view. Could it be that you also bear elven lineage? Look at my summon vine. It is a rather uncommon snake pattern variety. With that, Raki proceeded to summon her vine. Gesturing elegantly as a brown tendril emerged from the floor beneath her feet, resembling a serpent with its scales meticulously aligned. Yet, the overall movement was somewhat rigid, advancing close to the ground without the grace of undulating in the air. It seemed that its method of attack was to ensnare the ankles of its foes, thereby restraining them before ascending to coil around the body, quite distinct from the fluidity of tentacles. Rupert suddenly recalled the words of the bearded mercenary, who had claimed to be a plant mage. Thus, he decided to take a risk, ready to gamble on the possibility of deceiving others. If he could indeed pull it off, it would be a joyous outcome. After all, mastering plant magic was far more desirable than possessing tentacles. He focused intently on controlling his void-scaled tentacles, ensuring that he would not inadvertently conjure 11 at once. Instead, he aimed to produce just one, as the visual impact would be considerably less overwhelming. In a rather juvenile manner, he pressed his hand against the floor to make the emergence of the tentacle appear less abrupt, as if it were merely breaking through the ground. A long tentacle was summoned by Rupert, and he restrained it from moving erratically, allowing it to extend along the ground and gently wiggle a couple of times to signal a successful performance. However, the young woman named Lachi exhibited no fear. She first poked the tentacle with her petite hand, then lifted it to weigh it as one might assess a cucumber at the market. This left Rupert and the tentacle feeling quite anxious, fearing that any misstep might expose their ruse. Fortunately, after her examination, Lachi offered her evaluation. This one you've raised is quite commendable. The scale patterns are exceptionally intricate and lustrous, with commendable flexibility and agility. Do you possess elven blood? That would certainly explain your appearance. However, you lack the prominent features of pointed ears and green eyes, so I cannot say for certain. Rupert exhaled deeply, the cold sweat drenching his clothes. He swiftly retracted the vine, mimicking the methodical and gradual withdrawal, deliberately slowing its pace. This allowed him to navigate the immediate crisis, after which he began to carefully articulate his response. I lost my parents at a tender age and grew up in the Church of Greenstone Town, uncertain of any elven lineage. Rupert recalled that the eyes of his former self were perhaps green, yet this matter held little significance. Whether or not he possessed elven lineage was irrelevant to his current situation. He had no intention of dwelling on this issue, for he aimed to address the matter of the assassin. The risk of exposure still loomed, and the crisis had not yet been fully averted. Our expedition encountered an assailant on the way here, a colossal titan black python, exhibiting distinctly bizarre characteristics, which inflicted severe losses upon our group. Upon arrival, yet another attempt on my life unfolded, likely due to my healing of that injured individual. Is it truly so terrifying here? At this point, Raki appeared somewhat embarrassed. I sincerely apologize. I actually came to express my gratitude. Regarding the injured individual, I cannot disclose her identity, but she accompanied me on this journey and was unfortunately harmed by that strange creature. I have indeed seen you before, at that time. You were preoccupied with assisting the townsfolk and did not notice me, as I was pursuing those blood wolves. Upon my return, I petitioned the higher-ups to allow the forces of the Holy Light Church to include you. However, my friend's injury was a consequence of my own recklessness, which led to my confinement upon my return. It was only after confirming that my friend had been rescued by you that I felt my actions were balanced, leading to my release. I am deeply grateful to you. With that, Raki executed a deep bow of 90 degrees. Rupert finally grasped the situation, though it did not astonish him, as he had anticipated this possibility. What did surprise him was the sudden change in the tone of the speaker, Raki. Her voice, previously deep and somewhat peculiar, had now transformed into an adorably high-pitched tone. It seemed she had been constraining her voice before, but with the increase in conversation, she had forgotten to maintain that restraint. Frankly speaking, her current voice was far more befitting of her appearance. From Raki's words, it was evident that the identity of the mysterious injured individual was of high standing. Her status was likely not insignificant. Furthermore, given her surname, Vinch, she was presumably a core member of the Vinch family. With Raki Vinch to conceal the matter, Rupert surmised that it would not pose a significant problem, alleviating the need for him to resort to extreme measures. Thus, Rupert declared, this appears to be an internal power struggle among your kin, and I have no desire to meddle in it. We shall be departing shortly, and this matter ends here. You may handle this female assassin yourself. You may report it as well, stating that you discovered her and executed her, especially since you possess the snake scale vine. Is that acceptable? In truth, Rupert knew this matter would not conclude so easily, but it was not the right time to pursue it. Once his power grew, he would certainly seek retribution. Raki eagerly nodded in agreement. The repeated attacks on their visiting team were undoubtedly significant issues, and she wished to avoid further complications. especially since she had only just been released from confinement. She believed that if the involved parties did not pursue the matter, then all would be well. With a resolute thump on her chest, she assured him, "I will handle it. Have no worries." Chapter 29. A public display early the next morning. Rupert emerged from the treehouse after a restless night, only to find that all the elven maidens surrounding him regarded him with peculiar gazes. It felt as if everyone was watching him and whispering amongst themselves. It was as though, overnight, the entire community had come to realize his prowess. Their expressions a blend of excitement and disbelief. Rupert sensed impending trouble. Despite his countless calculations, he never anticipated that Raki would turn out to be such a blabbermouth. Once a single person became aware, it was as if the entire city was informed. The echo of last night's boisterous declaration still resonated in his ears, and today, the news was ubiquitous. At this moment, the Grand Steward Hoffman and the priestess of the Church of Life, Sharon, arrived together. Raki, resembling a wayward bride, kept her head bowed, walking timidly beside Sharon, hardly daring to glance in Rupert's direction. Sharon, too, was straightforward and candid. Cutting to the chase, I am aware of the attack encountered by our friends from the Church of Holy Light during their visit, as well as the assassination attempt on a friend of ours associated with the Winch family, young Rupert. I sincerely apologize for this. We shall ensure that the Church of Holy Light receives a satisfactory response, and we will compensate for the damages incurred. However, unexpectedly, this attack has revealed a delightful surprise. Young Rupert is likely of elven lineage, and his aptitude for nature-based magic serves as proof of this. Rupert felt a chill in his heart. What is this Lockheed revealed so indiscriminately? Must it be so thorough? This so-called elven bloodline, a matter still in its infancy, is being spoken of so recklessly? He cast a furtive glance at the Grand Steward Hoffman, whose countenance was far from pleasant, his slanted eyes twitching uncontrollably. Rupert thought it might have been better to have acted decisively last night and eliminated that wretched girl Lockheed, rather than finding himself in such a predicament today. The priestess Sherilyn continued her incessant prattle, before bluntly stating, "We request Rupert to demonstrate his serpent scale vine." Rupert harbored a thought within, a phrase of discontent that teetered on the brink of utterance. Show your true self, indeed. At that moment, Hoffman's chilling voice resonated. Rupert, since our elven compatriots desire to witness, why not oblige? To be frank, Rupert found himself in a state of uncertainty, acutely aware that the circumstances were far from favorable. He was irked by the predicament he faced, feeling akin to a fish at the mercy of a butcher, ensnared and isolated. Reminiscent of a small mouse trapped within a cage. Lockheed cast an apologetic glance in his direction, fully aware of the turmoil she had inadvertently thrust upon him, drawing him into a vast vortex of trouble. What had begun as a mere nomination for a visit had escalated into an assault. And yet greater perils loomed on the horizon, his very life now hanging in the balance. Initially, after she had removed the assassin's corpse, she believed she could bury the incident. However, Aunt Sharon discovered the truth, and with just a few words, coupled with threats directed at her mother, she promptly divulged Rupert's involvement. She had assumed the matter was trivial, yet Aunt Sharon wasted no time in contacting her mother, the current head of the Weens family, Aaron Weens. After a brief deliberation, they resolved to make Rupert's situation public. The hope was that he would embrace his elven identity. The authenticity of that identity mattered little. What was paramount was the ability to cleanse the lingering, sinister aura. Such an individual would be a veritable treasure, a source of comfort when secured within their grasp. If he could not be swayed, perhaps they could sow discord within the Church of the Holy Light, thereby creating a rift that could be exploited later. This was the mindset of those in power. The trivial promises made among children held no weight whatsoever. What value did they possess in the grand scheme? Measured against the weight of gold coins? Chief Steward Hoffman, not known for his patience, found it infuriating that a potential asset he had cherished was prematurely exposed to outsiders, who had then taken it upon themselves to inform him. Was this not a betrayal? The crux of the matter lay in the troublesome nature of this identity. Rupert understood that the situation was more formidable than mere individuals. With an impassive expression, he advanced to the forefront, employing the same method as the previous day, crouching down and placing his hands upon the ground to summon a tendril that extended forward, gradually twisting a few times. The elves observed this and recognized it as a vine summoning. Although some details may have varied slightly, the overall essence remained largely unchanged. Moreover, considering he was not a purebred elf, it was reasonable to assume that some alterations might occur during the hybridization process. However, the Holy Light Church, upon witnessing this, began to draw certain parallels. High Priest Hoffman and Knight Commander Alonso exchanged glances, each discerning suspicion in the other's eyes. For the appearance of the vine bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Titan Black Python. Hoffman, known for his ruthlessness, subtly signaled to his assistant, Deacon Hill, and in unison, they raised their hands to cast a spell. A beam of golden light descended upon Rupert's head, while another illuminated the tendril. Rupert froze, comprehending Hoffman's insinuation. The audacity of this fellow to suspect the unusual. Although enveloped in a comforting golden light, a chill crept into his heart. Must he truly test him with healing spells in such a public setting? Couldn't this be done in a private conversation later? Hoffman meticulously scrutinized Rupert's reactions and, seeing no sign of discomfort, his expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Sherilyn, thoroughly pleased with the unfolding spectacle, seized the moment to interject. Indeed, the vines are quite remarkable. Rupert, have you considered prolonging your stay with us? Perhaps you could further explore your aptitude for botanical magic. Rupert would undoubtedly refuse. Does he not understand this himself? Even if others are oblivious? This is nothing but a ridiculous vine, merely his tentacle feigning disability. However, before he could voice his rejection, the Grand Deacon Hoffman abruptly interrupted their dialogue. We are immensely grateful for the kindness of Priestess Sharon. Yet Rupert must soon depart for the monastery in Fibersburg to further his studies, aspiring to journey further under the illumination of the holy light. Moreover, the recent conflicts in your region appear to be exceedingly fierce, often resulting in loss of life. Thus, it seems prudent for our Church of the Holy Light to refrain from lingering too long. We are preparing to return. Hoffman explicitly addressed Sharon, chastising her for the chaos that had ensued. How could she still be soliciting aid amidst such disarray? The once cheerful countenance of Priestess Sharon now bore a less pleasant expression. Rupert experienced a slight discomfort at the outset, yet he swiftly adjusted his mindset. It is often the case that if one is overly concerned, feelings of hurt may ensue. Throughout his journey, he found himself guided by Hoffman and Alonso. Growing closer to them, however, had he regarded them merely as colleagues, he would not have encountered such turmoil, would he? For instance, the notion of sending him to his so-called monastery for study was never broached by Hoffman, having spent a considerable amount of time in the fold. He understood that the church typically nurtures its talents through two distinct methods. The first involves a master keeping an apprentice closely by their side, a more efficient approach that ensures a secure path ahead, with the master diligently orchestrating their development. The second method pertains to the aforementioned monastery, where ordinary children are sent to become monks or nuns. If endowed with talent, they may rise above the rest. Once they have honed their skills in combat, they may transition into knight apprentices. Those who can commune with the divine and master healing arts will eventually become novice priests. After a further period of cultivation, they will be dispatched to serve in various churches. Chapter 30. A return visit. Rupert meticulously contemplated his predicament. Although the current situation was somewhat embarrassing, it resolved a significant issue for him. The skill of tentacles had been legitimized. As long as it was not excessively used, the matter was not overly concerning. Moving to a larger locale would prove beneficial rather than detrimental. He was not in immediate need of points, having accumulated 821, but he was indeed lacking in skills. He needed to immerse himself in a new environment to acquire these skills and facilitate his advancement. Following his pattern of progression, he required a role that involved frontline combat. As for Hoffman and the others, he felt indifferent. Their opinions held little weight. With this realization, Rupert's spirits soared. Meanwhile, the chief steward Hoffman and Priestess Sharon were engaged in a verbal duel. Hoffman understood a fundamental truth. Rupert could not be retained. Individuals like him, even if unwanted, would languish within the Church of the Holy Light. Meanwhile, Lockheed discreetly observed Rupert's expressions, noting that while he initially appeared quite dismal, he soon returned to his usual demeanor, even donning a rather enigmatic smile reminiscent of their first encounter when he tended to the townsfolk, alleviating her guilt somewhat. Later, the exchange of barbs between the two parties escalated, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. By the afternoon, the Holy Light Church's contingent set forth, preparing for their return journey. Rupert was indeed unaware of what the Priestess Sharon had clandestinely conveyed to Hoffman. In any case, it resulted in Hoffman's persistent aloofness, as he refrained from engaging Rupert in conversation during their return journey, let alone continuing the instruction in divine arts. The overall atmosphere within the team soured considerably, with minimal communication, rendering their camaraderie during the outward journey a distant memory. Rupert is currently in a positive state of mind, indifferent to everything as long as he is not led to contemplate in an odd direction. Upon returning to the vicinity of Greenstone Town, Hoffman dispatched a priest to inform Rupert, instructing him to first return to the small church in Greenstone. In a few days, arrangements would be made for someone to take over his duties, after which he could proceed to the Abbey of Phoebus to report for duty and embark on a systematic study of various theological disciplines. After more than 10 days, Rupert finally returned to the familiar little town, greeting the residents who were all delighted by his return. He resumed his habitual charm and flattery, which, rather than being irksome, brought joy to those around him as they warmly escorted him back to the quaint little church. Inside, a thin layer of dust had settled. Yet Rupert felt an overwhelming sense of comfort in this familiar place. The terrifying skeletons beneath the small courtyard seemed less menacing, and he relaxed completely. The townsfolk, being simple and unpretentious, allowed him the peace he needed to rest undisturbed. By the time twilight had barely begun to fade, the weary traveler had already succumbed to sleep in his bed. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic knocks disrupted his slumber. Rupert, still in a daze, glanced at the window only to find the night cloaked in darkness, suggesting it was the latter half of the night. Who could possibly be seeking him at such an hour? He approached the door, and the knocking continued unabated, maintaining a steady pattern, 3 knocks followed by a pause. Neither hurried nor frantic, an oddity for this late hour. Rupert's wariness heightened slightly as he stealthily peered through the crack of the door, only to discover a familiar face. Though the light outside was dim, he recognized him at once, primarily due to the distinctive scar on his face, which slashed diagonally from beneath his right eye to the left jawline, notably asymmetrical. It was none other than Medov, the vice-captain of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. whose complexion appeared rather pallid, suggesting he was not in the best of health. The space ring bestowed upon Rupert by the elven clan quivered gently, while the elegance of the Sword of Wind graced his grasp. At the same time, 11 tendrils unfurled, fanned out behind the door. The Blood Wolf has become a target for all, and that captain, known as Bovar, has been confirmed as a peculiar entity. Now, a vice-captain has appeared. And one might jest that where there is a ghost, there is a spirit. However, new peculiarities herald new abilities, compelling Rupert to proactively seek confrontation. He pushed open the door, and met of sword in, leveling himself as he entered. Close behind him, a shadow approached Rupert, reminiscent of a long-lost lover. Between lovers, one might whimsically declare, "I wish to devour you," likely a playful flirtation. Yet, in this instance, the sentiment could very well be genuine, for the shadow bore incomplete features. With a gaping maw large enough to engulf a human head, exuding a distinct hunger for flesh. Its teeth were particularly prominent, the upper and lower jaws bristling with sharpness. Reminiscent of a tunnel-boring machine, echoing the grotesque visage that had emerged from the black mist while treating the mysterious injuries of the elven kin. The identity of this shadow was unmistakably confirmed as the captain of the Blood Wolves, Bovar. Had Rupert not been prepared, such an abrupt assault might have caught him off guard, which surely was the true intent of this being. This flimsy door would undoubtedly fail to restrain him, nonetheless. He sought the opportunity to approach his target. As Rupert unleashed his healing spell, 10 tentacles entwined around the foe, intent on securing him firmly. One tentacle ventured forth to close the door, evidently wary of disturbing the peace. The healing spell inflicted a damage of -400, yet the adversary merely paused momentarily, seemingly unperturbed. However, that brief hesitation was sufficient for the tentacles to bind him entirely. Although Rupert wielded a stiletto, he had no intention of recklessly thrusting it. Waiting for the 3-second cooldown seemed a more prudent choice. Confronted with such an ambush, Bovar was taken aback, for in his calculations, Rupert was merely a first-tier apprentice cleric. Whether through the torment of his deputy, Medivh, or the discreet inquiries he had conducted locally, all evidence pointed to this conclusion. Thus, after several days of lurking, he opted for this thrilling approach to terminate the young man's life, perhaps even concealing himself from pursuers. In recent days, various border cities of humanity had initiated a manhunt against him, and his deputy had begun to challenge him. In a fit of rage, he eliminated those disobedient subordinates, only to discover that Medivh had long harbored suspicions against him. The information had been confirmed within this small chapel. Yet, his ambush had turned into a farce. For the opponent was of the same ilk. What perplexed him was how this enigmatic figure wielded such terrifying healing magic. A single cast nearly ignited his very soul. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. The tentacles, effective against ordinary individuals, seemed less formidable against one of his own kind. Bovar's body began to sprout razor-sharp teeth from his palms, arms, chest, and back, amalgamating into gaping maws. These were not mere bites. They whirled with the ferocity of a shield-boring machine, swiftly slicing through Rupert's tentacles, sending sparks flying in all directions. From Rupert's perspective, the experience was far from pleasant. For the first time, the tentacles conveyed their sensations back to him pain. The sharpness of these teeth surpassed that of any ordinary blade. Had it not been for his earlier acquisition of the scale armor skill, the original version of the void tentacles would likely have been severed by now. The once invincible binding of the tentacles was forcibly rent apart, akin to embracing a whirlwind of spinning blades, leaving the inner tentacles marred and battered. Rupert's next healing spell was not employed for offensive purposes. Instead, he directed it towards his most grievously wounded tentacle. A radiant golden light flickered, and 200 appeared as the wound healed significantly. The adversary before him was neither the nearly defeated old priest nor the besieged Titan Black Python, but rather a singular opponent in a one-on-one confrontation, where conserving his strength took precedence over vanquishing foes. Should his tentacles sustain substantial losses, he would be perilously close to demise. Moreover, he altered his method of attack. The bindings that proved effective against humans were largely ineffectual against this enigmatic creature. Prompting a shift in strategy, he commanded his tentacles to lash out at the opposing Bovar. This reactive mode of engagement caused Bovar considerable discomfort, rendering its multitude of mouths incapable of mounting a successful offense, leaving it to endure a futile beating. Frustration surged within it as all its mouths gaped wide, attempting a roar that produced no sound, for Bovar had also set its sights on this secluded little chapel, intending to assume a new identity and evade pursuers for a time. What emerged was a super-frequency sound wave, directed solely at Rupert's form, beyond the threshold of ordinary hearing. However, Rupert found himself in dire straits, akin to being ensnared within a washing machine's centrifugal spin cycle, with the intensity heightened tenfold. His vision blurred, and he felt as if he were about to be utterly disassembled. Even his lively tentacles drooped, appearing utterly drained as if they had labored through the entire night. Had he been an ordinary priest, such a predicament would have rendered him utterly incapacitated, unable to cast even a single spell, for he would have been unable to utter a word. Yet, his physique rivaled that of a Tier 2 warrior, and the healing incantation did not necessitate intricate procedures. As the 3-second cooldown elapsed, he invoked a life-sustaining spell, enveloped in golden light, temporarily alleviating the adverse effects. After a brief interval, Bovar's roar finally subsided. This technique seemed to impose a significant burden upon it as well, causing it to gasp for breath. Almost immediately, it transitioned to a new attack, shedding its teeth in an orderly fashion, which began to project forth. These teeth trailed dark mist, creating a distinct ballistic trajectory, hurtling towards Rupert like bullets. Rupert had long been aware of such a skill. After all, the enigmatic injury sustained by the sprite was inflicted by this variability. Thus, as soon as clarity returned to his gaze, he instinctively began to roll and evade, leading to the unfortunate destruction of the murals and the preaching platform behind him, all of which were struck. At that moment, inspired by this skill, Rupert's newly developed combat technique finally saw its inaugural practical application. His tentacles, adorned with tightly compressed black scales, became rigid and straight, their tips transforming into sharp points resembling black javelins, swiftly thrusting towards the opposing Bovov. Both sides unleashed their assaults, testing whose prowess was superior. The teeth launched from the opposite side, though faster due to their smaller size, possessed only moderate kinetic energy, especially when compared to the formidable black-scaled javelins. Rupert had long anticipated the enemy's maneuvers, yet Borovov was entirely unprepared for the assault of the Tendrils. 11 black-scaled javelins shot forth, 3 of which found their mark. Furthermore, these were tendrils, not actual javelins. Once they penetrated his body, they commenced a devastating internal destruction, tearing and twisting through his very being, while the gaping maw outside could not intervene in time. A mere moment of hesitation on his part would invite a deluge of additional black-scaled javelins, relentlessly plunging into him. At this juncture, a new healing spell arrived just in time, causing the bloodied wounds created by the tendrils to erupt anew. The severity of Borovov's injuries was undeniable. The largest mouth atop his head was poised to unleash a furious roar. Suddenly, a cheeky tendril emerged, seemingly the one that had previously gone to close the door. It swept up the copper basin of holy water that Rupert typically used for his ablutions, along with half a basin of the sacred liquid, and forcefully thrust it into the gaping maw. This audacious act abruptly interrupted Borovov's impending roar, forcing holy water down his throat. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if he truly let out a cry in the dead of night, disturbing the neighbors. Was there no sense of civic duty left? The choice of the holy water basin was dictated by circumstance, as it was the only vessel of suitable size for that enormous mouth. After achieving this momentous strike, the tendril did not rest. Unlike its 10 companions that busied themselves with mere poking, it diligently collected fragments of the shattered podium, stuffing the debris into Borovov's other mouths, rendering them choked with splinters and depriving him of any opportunity for retaliation. Another healing spell descended upon Borovov's head, akin to the final straw that breaks the camel's back. He was on the verge of collapse. A dark, unidentified liquid erupted from the wounds and mouths of Borovov, the volume astonishingly exceeding that of a single individual, accompanied by inexplicable fragments of tissue and teeth. Rupert dared not relax. Although he found these grotesque entities repulsive, there was no alternative. The black-scaled tentacles continued to tear and ravage, leaving him uncertain if there were further incomprehensible techniques at play. Only their complete annihilation would grant him peace of mind. At long last, Bovov could endure no more. His blood-soaked form finally collapsed, his life force extinguished. Rupert still felt insecure and cast another healing spell. When he discovered that no new damage numbers appeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. The most significant achievement this time was undoubtedly the new skill. Rupert promptly examined his status panel. Host, Rupert level, LV, 20, 110110. Leveling up enhances overall physical attributes, strength, coordination, mental fortitude, etc. Title, Priest skills, healing LV, 20, 1110. Restores health to ordinary units, dealing double damage to aberrations, void-scaled tentacle LV, 20, 1110. Fong LV, 101. Remaining deception points, 6889. It was evident that the journey back to town had yielded little interaction, resulting in minimal acquisition of deception points. Rupert now controlled 11 tentacles with his left hand, which were rubbing against each other, cleaning the black viscous fluid from his body. He attempted to summon the level 1 Fong with his right hand, and to his astonishment, it materialized, hovering delicately in the palm of his hand. He held it up to his eyes for a closer inspection and discovered that the Fong was remarkably beautiful, resembling jade in its entirety, measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length. It was not the slightly curved type of natural tooth, but rather a straight, pointed Fong, detailed with fine, miniature barbs that resembled the tip of an arrow. Furthermore, this Fong exhibited a restless demeanor, constantly yearning to inch closer to the neighboring tentacle. Chapter 32. The diligent Rupert, driven by curiosity, desired to discern its intentions. As he waved his right hand, the tooth instinctively adhered itself to one of the tentacles. The latter half of the sharp tooth embedded itself, revealing a precise 3-centimeter tip, resting securely as though it had always belonged there. The tentacle, seemingly unfazed, merely quivered before fully acclimating to this newfound presence. Rupert was somewhat astonished. Not only could his skills devour one another, akin to the void tendrils consuming scales, but they could also amalgamate? A vivid image flashed through his mind, tendrils adorned with sharp fangs, penetrating the wounds of others, and then commencing a rapid rotation within. The mere thought was exhilarating. Rupert recalled the tooth and decided to experiment with Bovov's technique, launching it like a bullet towards the half-destroyed lectern ahead. With a sharp sound, it soared through the air like a small dart, embedding itself deeply into the wood. However, it lacked the formidable force that Bovo had exhibited, who had shattered the lectern with his throw. The tooth returned to him gracefully, and Rupert was thoroughly pleased. It was akin to an infinite dart. The insufficient power was likely a consequence of its level. After all, this Fong was merely level 1. In Bovo's hands, the tooth had flown shrouded in a black mist, presumably the troublesome toxin from the Elven realm. Rupert surmised that he had yet to acquire such a skill. Perhaps it was tied to levels or required a new skill to be absorbed by this Fong. He promptly began to allocate points, as he had an ample supply of them. Upon reaching level 2, the summon quantity increased to 2. It was remarkably simple. He then proceeded without restraint, elevating the Fong to level 20, expending a total of 596 points, leaving him with a generous 6,293 points remaining. However, he anticipated that future upgrades would demand increasingly more points. Thus, the more points, the better. When he summoned the Fong again, 20 teeth floated above his palm, rearranging themselves according to his will, sometimes forming a line, other times a human shape. He delighted in the playfulness of it all. He then began to affix the teeth to his tendrils, creating various shapes that were difficult to describe, rather unsightly, resembling a lab brush shedding its bristles. The sustained barrage of 20 projectiles was significantly more robust, and their speed felt markedly enhanced compared to when he was at level 1. Indeed, this new skill proved quite practical. As for his increasingly inhuman appearance, Rupert had come to terms with it. As long as he was potent, he would not concern himself with the loss of humanity. However, matters soon grew complicated. He surveyed the small chapel and noted that although his skirmish with Bovo had been brief, it had wrought considerable destruction. Many pews were damaged, and beyond the lectern, the floor was littered with indescribable debris. The only remnant of value left by Bovo was a spatial ring containing a substantial amount of gold coins, presumably the spoils of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, which had fortuitously fallen into Rupert's hands. The rest of the items, including the ring itself, would need to be dealt with at a later time, as keeping them posed no benefits and carried the risk of exposure. Rupert sighed deeply and began to tidy up with his tentacles, burying the dismembered limbs in the backyard. Despite washing the ground several times, an unpleasant odor lingered, compelling him to continue scrubbing. The damaged furniture was beyond repair, so he resorted to using the tools in the backyard to dismantle the wooden frame that had once bound him in the underground prison, repurposing it into a lectern, while also commencing repairs on the benches. Even with the assistance of numerous tentacles, he toiled throughout the night. Had it not been for the exhilaration of acquiring a new skill, he might have given up. It was rather ironic for a formidable tentacle creature to find himself engaged in carpentry. Who would believe such a tale? Now that he had dealt with the only peculiar clue he possessed, he pondered where he might acquire his next skill, a pressing dilemma indeed. Leaving the quaint town had become imperative. The following day, the townsfolk beheld the industrious Rupert, painting the benches at the church entrance. They praised him as a remarkable young lad who, upon returning from his travels, immediately set to work without a moment's rest. The church sparkled with cleanliness, the floor reflecting the silhouettes of its visitors. Moreover, he had generously donated his money to supply food for the townspeople, unable to hire help. He diligently undertook the carpentry himself, a burdensome task indeed, prompting offers of assistance from others. However, Rupert firmly declined, claiming that this was a form of self-discipline. Such a commendable young man, they wished for his divine patronage to remain steadfast. In truth, Rupert was not being pretentious or merely seeking to hoard a few measly points. Rather, the previous day's exertions had exhausted his tentacles to the point of smoke, and despite his scrubbing, the stench of the black liquid remained. Should anyone arrive, they would undoubtedly detect something amiss. Thus, he commenced painting to mask the odor with the pungent scent of the paint, while also allowing for ventilation, hoping that in a day or two, the situation would improve. Of course, it was unwise to invite others to assist, as he needed to manage his own ailments outside. In the ensuing days, everything appeared to return to normal. Yet, Rupert surmised that he might never return to Greenstone Town, deciding to offer one final act of divine gratitude, as it had been quite some time since his last. This time, there was nothing novel to present, and he genuinely felt that employing the same rhetoric would yield diminishing returns. Although the turnout was considerable, the points garnered were less than during his second food distribution, totaling only 217 points. With the addition of daily earnings, his total reached 498 points, bringing his remaining points to 791, tantalizingly close to the 10,000 mark, which brought him joy. Moreover, Rupert continued to experiment with his new weapon, or rather, the innovative application of the void scale tentacles. Initially, he tightened the scales to form a rod, practicing the knightly lance techniques he had learned. This weapon was particularly adept at bypassing defenses upon contact. It would soften and whip back at the opponent. The tip could even be embedded with sharp fangs, allowing for a silent strike, and Rupert reveled in the experience. Change arrived on the 5th day around midday when 2 knights from the Church of the Holy Light arrived in Greenstone Town. They first visited the home of the town's elder, Fairman, where they read a proclamation. Subsequently, his son, young Fairman, transformed into a bona fide holy apprentice of the Church of the Holy Light. His appointed place was conveniently located at the Greenstone Church right outside their door. Indeed, This was the result of Elder Fairman S. diligent maneuvering, and young Fairman S. emergence perfectly filled the vacancy left by Rupert's departure to Fibersburg. Even without formal ranking or the knowledge of divine arts, young Fairman S. status as an apprentice sufficed, as no one was inclined to come to this church. Given Elder Fairman S. fervent devotion and offerings, it was only fitting to bring him aboard. Thus, when young Fairman, brimming with ambition, accompanied the two knights to the church, he anticipated intimidating Rupert, only to discover that he was merely there to fill a gap. Rupert had received orders to proceed to the Fibersburg monastery for further training, and he was to depart immediately. The two knights had not come to bolster his presence, but rather to provide Rupert with transportation. He had assumed that he could leverage his father's influence to overshadow Rupert and retain all funds for his own purposes, thus eliminating any need for him to provide aid to the townsfolk. However, unexpectedly, he found himself isolated. Rupert was well prepared, carrying only a few articles of clothing and some insignificant personal belongings, all neatly packed into his spatial ring. With so many friends in the backyard, he could not take them along, leaving them to keep little Fearman company. One could only wonder if the knowledge of such companionship would bring even a modicum of solace to Fearman. Meanwhile, the townsfolk were left bewildered. Although they rejoiced for young Rupert's venture towards a brighter future, believing he truly deserved it, they were acutely aware that their own lives would become increasingly burdensome. Not only would they be unable to treat wounds or ailments, but the troublesome lad Fearman had now aligned himself with the Holy Light Church. Wasn't such a fate destined for the heavens? Rupert finally departed from Greenstone Town, mounted upon his steed, with the townsfolk who came to bid him farewell trailing behind him. A whirlwind of emotion swirling within him. Chapter 33, The Outside World. The two knights accompanying him were the same ones who had visited the Elven clan previously. With the absence of the oppressive Grand Steward Hoffman, they engaged warmly with Rupert, sharing a tacit understanding to refrain from discussing Hoffman's change in demeanor. In their eyes, Rupert had committed no wrongdoing warranting such severity, yet they found themselves powerless against Hoffman's nature. The journey to Fibersburg would take approximately 3 days, a distance to be traversed entirely on horseback. Under normal circumstances, traveling by day would suffice, yet reminiscent of their previous nocturnal expedition, which had concluded in just over 2 days, this time they were not pressed for haste. As the two knights elaborated on the surrounding environment, Rupert began to comprehend the significance of Fibersburg. It was a border city, categorized as the smallest tier within the hierarchy of urban settlements, which explained its designation as a fortress. However, its geographical importance was paramount. It served as a crucial artery between the Landon Empire and the Elven clans, with a plethora of resources, flora and fauna, sought by humans flowing through this passage. To the north lay the transverse mountain range, the territory of the Beast Inn, which, due to the mountain's natural barrier, limited their influence. Yet, a natural gorge permitted access through which the Beast Inn had historically invaded human lands to wage war. Hence the establishment of Fibersburg to safeguard this vital thoroughfare. Though large-scale conflicts had not erupted in recent years, the more civilized beastkin were still inclined to engage and trade with humans and elves. Nonetheless, unruly factions among the beastkin frequently raided the area. Upon arriving in Fibersburg, Rupert would encounter a vibrant tapestry of diverse races, guilds, and entertainment, an entirely different realm, as the two knights spoke of it with reverence akin to that of pilgrims. Rupert pondered, is it truly that formidable? However, what ultimately convinced him that he had not erred in his decision to venture forth was a slight twist of fate encountered on the 3rd day of their journey. They were hastening along when, in the distance, the sounds of battle reached their ears. The trio, who had thus far experienced a smooth journey, found themselves bewildered. Was it conceivable to encounter highwaymen in broad daylight just as they were nearing their destination? They reined in their horses and stealthily approached, discovering that a small merchant caravan was under siege. The caravan comprised only 7 or 8 large wagons, with the foremost path obstructed by a fallen tree. A dozen assailants, their faces obscured, were engaged in the robbery. Yet, even Rupert, who had never before encountered orcs, could discern their true nature. These brutes stood nearly 2 meters tall, their lower faces obscured by masks, their prominent jaws jutting forward, and their posteriors bulging, indicative of their canine lineage, with their tails concealed behind them. Armed with exaggerated curved blades, they launched an assault on the caravan's protective perimeter, their movements remarkably nimble, capable of leaping several meters with immense strength. A single human guard could not withstand the might of these orcs, who could cleave both man and weapon asunder in a single stroke. Although there were approximately 30 guards, fewer than half possessed the ability to channel fighting energy, which was crucial to mitigating the vast disparity in combat prowess. However, the ambush was too sudden. The guards lost their advantage, their morale waning as defeat loomed imminent. At that moment, from within one of the wagons of the caravan, emerged a figure cloaked in a large mantle. Though not particularly tall, this individual wielded a one-handed staff measuring 70 to 80 centimeters in length, conjuring basketball-sized fireballs that flew with precision towards the orcs. These fireballs proved to be quite potent, often sending the overconfident orcs tumbling from their mounts, igniting their garments in the process. As some masks were scorched away, the faces revealed unmistakable lupin features, suggesting they were indeed the fabled werewolves of legend. Rupert gazed with envy. It was his first encounter with a magician. Who wouldn't desire to be a splendid and mysterious sorcerer, making a striking entrance on the battlefield? The very thought of his own flailing tentacles made him slightly disheartened. Indeed, the tide of battle shifted dramatically with the appearance of the fire mage. The guards, witnessing the arrival of formidable reinforcements, prepared to launch their counterattack. The werewolves, as the assailants, were caught off guard by the presence of a mage among such a small convoy. Yet, the orcs, renowned for their ferocity in combat, withstood the pressure. With a commanding shout, all the werewolves drew their short spears from their backs and unleashed a volley towards the fire mage at the center. It was a truly spectacular sight. Although the fire mage had anticipated this and began to evade, the sheer number of spears proved overwhelming. They came from all directions. And he was struck by two, one piercing his abdomen and the other his thigh. The force of the blows sent him crashing to the ground, once again altering the dynamics of the battlefield. The guards rushed forward to protect him, realizing that if their primary force fell, they would surely face dire consequences. The werewolf marauders understood that this opportunity was fleeting. Otherwise, they too would suffer heavy losses and were determined to charge at the mage. Rupert and his companions, witnessing the latter half of the scene, felt compelled to lend their aid, as they were all human. The Church of the Holy Light was, after all, an entity that traversed the world as protectors of humanity. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. The common perception of magicians is often one of frailty, which, while somewhat accurate, is relative to the terrifying physicality of warriors and knights. Compared to ordinary people, they are indeed stronger, and their fighting spirit is significantly more formidable. The fallen mage, despite his injuries, rose to his feet, gripping his staff in his left hand while using his right to forcefully extract the spear lodged in his thigh. The spear embedded in his abdomen was more deeply entrenched, with barbs on its tip. Remarkably, he struck the base of the spear with determination and pulled it free from the other end, although it was evident that he trembled. Nearly collapsing again, his resolve was unyielding. He was indeed a formidable individual. He then tore a strip of cloth and wrapped it around his waist to staunch the bleeding, followed by downing a vial of bright red potion, presumably a healing elixir. Despite his bloodied hands, he immediately resumed casting spells, continuing to unleash fireballs with the ferocity of a berserker, undeniably striking in his tenacity. At that moment, a beam of holy light descended upon the mage, enveloping him in a soft golden glow that significantly replenished his health. After all, a low-tier mage's physical constitution, while superior to that of an ordinary person, is not exceptionally robust. According to Rupert's estimations, his life limit was likely under 300. If he had a deeper understanding of mages, he would discern that this individual was indeed a second-tier sorcerer, lacking the third-tier magical shield skill that would offer him greater protection. This timely healing restored the mage to full health, and if he chose to examine his wounds, he would notice that no scars remained, truly a testament to the efficacy of the healing spell. Chapter 34. To surrender? The entrance of two second-tier knights from the church brought the conflict to a decisive conclusion. Their charge resulted in the swift defeat of 4 unfortunate werewolves. The remaining werewolves, witnessing this turn of events and realizing that the church's forces had arrived, recognized the futility of their assault and promptly scattered, some even fleeing on all fours. Displaying remarkable speed, the knights pursued, knowing they could not capture them all, but every additional capture would serve as a painful lesson for these marauders. Rupert's equestrian pursuits seemed unnecessary. It was more fitting for him to assume the role of a mystic. The act of saving lives took precedence. And with a single healing spell, he revived a grievously wounded individual. He did not hesitate to proclaim, the divine decrees that his devout followers should not succumb to death easily, especially in the presence of a priest. However, a melodious female voice interjected, firstly, I must express my gratitude for your healing magic, but I do not recall encountering such a phrase within the sacred text of the church. Rupert froze, realizing the gravity of his situation. In a place like Greenstone Town, he could freely fabricate tales without fear of contradiction, but in the bustling metropolis, genuine believers were sure to exist, rendering his fabrications untenable. Thus, he hesitated to speak loudly, opting instead for a hushed explanation. Perhaps it was something mentioned a few days prior, not yet recorded in the scriptures. However, such details were trivial. Rest assured, I shall heal these wounded souls. As Rupert shifted the conversation, he turned to see who would still find amusement in the tiresome scriptures of the church. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. It was the very magician he had encountered earlier, and surprisingly, she was a young woman. Although her voluminous hood obscured much of her face, her attractive lips and chin were visible. The upper half of her visage revealed a nose and a pair of eyes that were neither excessive nor lacking in features, making her appearance quite pleasant. Rupert was not captivated by her beauty. After all, the elven lineage had never led him astray. It was merely the stark contrast that caught him off guard. He had not anticipated such a demeanor following the intensity of their previous encounter. Fortunately, this young sorceress did not linger on the question of divine intervention. She gracefully stowed her wand, traced 2 circles in the air with her right hand, and nodded slightly, performing a gesture of respect befitting a magician. The magical realm remained steadfast. I extend my gratitude once more for your assistance, Reverend. I am Lilith from the Phibos Tower of Magic. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? I believe that after experiencing your healing arts, I shall find it difficult to adjust to the unpleasant concoctions or the rough remedies offered by others. Rupert surmised that Lilith had examined her wound and discovered her remarkable ability for rapid healing, devoid of any scars. although he lacked the capacity to learn magical skills. His yearning for the enchanting art remained undiminished. Thus, he replied with utmost politeness, "Indeed, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Rupert, a novice priest from the Church of Greenstone. I am on my way to the Abbey of the Holy Light in Fibosberg for my studies, and I anticipate that I shall remain there for an extended period." Rupert's healing was remarkably timely, aside from those who had already perished. He managed to restore life to everyone who still drew breath. Moreover, he possessed a remarkable eloquence. Divine mercy graces humanity, and the pastor's mission is to serve as a forerunner, without excessive concern for personal gains or losses. When offered money, he categorically declined, responding, "As a practitioner, one should refrain from excessive engagement with wealth, lest one be ensnared by the myriad worldly desires." He suggested that if they were truly inclined, they might visit the church in Fibosberg to express their gratitude to the divine. Such formidable healing abilities, coupled with his humble demeanor and actions, garnered him immense praise and gratitude. It could be said that even before reaching Fibosberg, his reputation would precede him. The two knights tasked with hunting down the werewolves had long since retreated, as the werewolves had scattered in flight. The agility of the orcs in these woods rendered pursuit on horseback nearly futile. Rupert's acts of salvation did not go unnoticed by them. They exchanged a glance, silently lamenting their missed opportunity. Subsequently, Rupert and his companions set off on horseback, their paces diverging, ensuring they did not ride in tandem. The remaining distance was brief, and they finally arrived at Fibosberg as night fell on the third day. From afar, they beheld a grand city that stood apart from the quaintness of the town, its lights twinkling in the dark. The city gates had already been closed, but it mattered little. The Church of the Holy Light served as the finest passport, and the guarding soldiers graciously opened the gates for them. As dusk had settled, the main thoroughfare within the city was largely deserted, allowing the trio to ride through unimpeded. Under the ethereal glow of the blue moonlight, Rupert could catch a glimpse of a corner of Fibos Castle. The streets were wide and paved with thick stone slabs, unlike the muddy paths of Greenstone Town after rain. Various shops lined both sides, which, though closed now, hinted at their daytime vibrancy. As he ventured deeper into the city, more sights unfolded before him. The northern part of the city was likely the main source of nighttime illumination, a zone for the nobility and entertainment. To the east stood a towering edifice, its searchlights scanning the entire city, with bright lights emanating from its windows. This must be the fabled Tower of Magic. Although called a tower, it was undoubtedly grand enough to be deemed a building, accompanied by auxiliary structures where wizards worked, studied, lived, and researched, also serving as a critical line of defense for the city. The most luminous structure to the west was the Cathedral of the Holy Light, a clear manifestation of Gothic architecture with towering spires, ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, and slender columns, adorned with numerous religious sculptures that created a unique aesthetic of grandeur and solemnity. The extravagant use of fluorite and various crystals added a touch of opulence and mystery, allowing these edifices to radiate brilliance even at night. In stark contrast to the so-called church in Greenstone Town, there was simply no comparison. This evening, Rupert needed to take a temporary rest in the guest accommodations of the Fibos Cathedral, with plans to complete the necessary formalities the next day before reporting to the monastery. In the high-level lounge behind the cathedral, the Grand Deacon Hoffman and the Black Iron Knights Alonso sat together, having just listened to a report from two escort knights. Alonso sighed. "Are you truly going to disregard this child, Rupert? Can you bear to do so?" Since returning from the mission, he has not succumbed to our neglect. Instead, he began cleaning the cathedral, and upon realizing his imminent departure, he repaired many of the old, damaged furnishings. He even generously distributed a significant amount of food to the local townsfolk. I suspect he has exhausted the little money Father Hyman left him, leaving him with nothing to spare. On his way back, he selflessly tended to numerous wounded individuals. Just listen to the things he said. Such a good boy. Can we really abandon him? Chapter 35. Fibos Castle. Hoffman took a sip of bitter leaf tea, expelling a few remnants of leaves, his triangular eyes peering through the steam, appearing somewhat less cold. Though we may be reluctant to accept it, the old woman Sherlin might be telling the truth. Rupert is likely a half-breed of human and elf. This could explain the many extraordinary traits he possesses. His body does not require the cultivation of fighting energy, it is innately formidable. Consider his natural ability to awaken vines. He defeated that female assassin of the third tier by strangling her, which speaks volumes about the strength of his vines. In his appearance, do you genuinely believe he lacks elven blood? Alonso was unwilling to concede, but he also possesses remarkable healing abilities. Hoffman rubbed his face in frustration. That is precisely the dilemma. Why does the divine favor this boy? The deity is a god of humanity, yet it has chosen to favor a half-breed. If Rupert steps into the limelight, how will we explain the elf's ensuing hostility? Is the deity mistaken? Or have we, the Church of Holy Light, erred? Alonso was at a loss for words. This was an enormous, unavoidable issue. Yet he could not bring himself to relinquish such a promising talent. So, are we to abandon him? Hoffman rolled his eyes, though not excessively. Who said anything about abandoning him? Am I not bringing him right before us? He is still young. This is an excellent opportunity for him to study earnestly in the monastery, enhancing his sense of belonging to the church. We shall see if any changes arise. Abandoning him is out of the question. Just based on his healing skills, we cannot afford to let him fall into the hands of our rivals. The elf schemes are all too evident, are they not? However, we must tread carefully and not openly cultivate him, lest we provide the elves with ammunition. Alonso finally felt reassured. I knew it. Those elven women and their cunning thoughts could never escape your keen perception, old fox. I will arrange for him to have some good teachers in the monastery, focusing on divine arts and knightly training. You must not back out. We agreed on this. Hoffman waved Alonso off to make arrangements, feeling unsettled himself. Why must the divine play such games, producing such a treasure? This matter, when viewed broadly, undermined the church's interpretation of divine intent. A favored individual cannot be neglected, yet employing a half-breed poses a troubling conundrum. For now, this arrangement must suffice. But it would need to be reported higher up. As merely a grand deacon, faced with a negligent priest, he had already reached his limit. Any further complications would be beyond his capacity to manage. Rupert remained oblivious to the myriad considerations behind his surroundings. Only aware that this environment far surpassed that of Greenstone Town. His accommodation was designated for visiting guests, likely including members of the Church of the Holy Light who had come from various places for study, and if the elves from the Life Church were to visit, they too would reside here, ensuring a well-equipped establishment. In such a setting, safety was undoubtedly assured. As long as he concealed his peculiar abilities, no one would target him. He had learned his lesson and vowed never to showcase his powers in unfamiliar territories again. The previous incident with the elves had nearly spiraled into chaos, forcing him to choose between a hasty escape and a rather precarious situation. After freshening up, he succumbed to sleep, burdened by the fatigue of travel. At the break of dawn, Rupert was roused by the melodious chirping of birds. Approaching the window, he gazed upon the scenery outside. Positioned on the third floor of a circular stone building, he found himself overlooking a meticulously arranged courtyard, adorned with verdant trees and vibrant flowers, where the bird songs resonated. With his heightened sense of hearing, he could even discern the distant, harmonious chanting of prayers, adding a solemn ambience to the picturesque view. Soon, rather than being greeted by senior officials, an elderly female pastor arrived to inform him that all formalities had been confirmed, and she would escort him to the monastery. This pastor exuded a gentle demeanor in both her movements and speech, creating a comforting presence. She began to enlighten Rupert with essential knowledge, reminiscent of a tour guide rather than a sermon. Indeed, young Rupert, the church is strategically located near the center for the convenience of its worshippers, while the monastery, where one must cultivate a contemplative spirit, is situated at the far west of the city, close to the mountainous region. Yes, young Rupert. The current educational system is predominantly governed by three institutions. First and foremost is the Noble Knight Academy, which, despite its aristocratic roots, also admits exceptional commoners, providing them with training in both martial and cultural disciplines, thereby enabling them to ascend to knighthood through valorous deeds if they prove themselves worthy. The second institution is the Magic Tower, which exclusively accepts children with magical aptitude for elite education, encompassing a wide array of subjects. Each sorcerer, in essence, becomes a polymath, and some even delve into our doctrinal classics. The third is, of course, our monastery, which primarily recruits children from common backgrounds, teaching them literacy and the theological classics, thus forming the grassroots of our church. Among them, gifted children who master divine arts may become apprentice pastors, while those who harness martial energy will be trained along the knightly path, distinguishing them from their peers and guiding them along divergent routes. As for you, young Rupert, in accordance with the stipulated guidelines, you shall not engage in foundational studies, but rather partake in both pastoral theology and knightly martial arts courses. It seems quite a demanding journey awaits you. Rupert adhered to the principle of listening more and speaking less, and thus had a general understanding of the arrangements here. Both sides wished for him to try their respective paths. However, the matters concerning him were known only to himself. No matter how diligently he studied the arcane arts, mastery eluded him. Perhaps learning some martial skills might prove beneficial, at the very least enabling him to refine his marksmanship and wield the void scale's tendrils with greater finesse. The specifics of his situation would depend on the arrangements made, and he was uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to venture outside. He was still lacking a skill necessary to surpass the threshold of level 20, which was of utmost importance. As he traversed half of the western district, he observed sights unseen by night. The shops lining the streets were open, offering a plethora of goods and a cacophony of calls that dazzled his senses, filled with items he had never encountered before. In Chapter 36, the unconventional transfer student, besides humans, elves began to appear on the streets. Although most were cloaked in voluminous hoods, their poise allowed for differentiation, with their legs seeming to extend beyond mortal bounds. Humans required elven wares, and elves, in turn, had a demand for goods from other races. Among the various races, humans were unparalleled in the development and application of crystal cores, a feat owed to the great mages of the past. To cite just one example, the communication array Rupert had used was powered by a crystal core. There existed even more formidable vehicles and airships powered by crystal cores, along with various war machines. Beyond that, it was difficult to imagine the elegance of elves engaged in mining. Hence, they procured various minerals and gems from humans and dwarfs. Additionally, they imported intricate mechanical trinkets from the goblins and marine specialties such as corals and pearls from the sea folk. Moreover, a small number of orcs could be seen on the streets. Aside from their penchant for robbery, they also engaged in legitimate trade, primarily in need of various foodstuffs, seemingly perpetually short on provisions. From Rupert's observations, there appeared to be a conspicuous absence of female orcs, specifically the charming ones he had in mind, having unconsciously filtered out the more robust females. Conversely, due to the relatively amicable relations with the elves, at least overtly, female elves seemed to enjoy a measure of safety here, though the underlying conditions were undoubtedly precarious. Otherwise, what would compel members of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps to venture into elven territory if there were no demands? This grand fusion of cultures stirred Rupert's emotions, and he pondered how much more vibrant the true super-cities within the Empire might be compared to the border city of Fibersburg. Dazzled by the sights, Rupert found this world to be quite captivating. His journey through time had not been a total misfortune, as the things he sought were indeed present, though this system seemed to harbor some peculiar afflictions, frequently presenting him with bizarre occurrences. After some time, he finally reached the far west of the city, where the abbey loomed as an expansive complex of stone buildings. Though somewhat weathered in appearance, its sturdiness was undeniable. The structures extended on either side, seamlessly connecting with the city walls. This meant that, in the event of conflict, the abbey would effectively serve as a bastion of defense, underscoring its significant role in the city's fortifications. It even held the privilege of having a gate on its western side. Apart from the main gates to the south and north, this was the only small exit available. Rupert's arrival must have been duly communicated in advance. His enrollment proceeded smoothly, and no one troubled him in any way. He went directly to the classroom, which, due to the morning schedule, appeared to be a significant lecture attended by both ministers and knights. He was invited by an elderly minister to ascend the podium of this grand classroom. Casting a glance below, he observed that the students were roughly of his age, with a mix of novice minister robes and knightly attire, numbering at least 200. All eyes were fixed upon him, a clear indication of their bewilderment, likely stemming from the monastery's lack of precedent for transfer students. Rupert was filled with joy. Previously, the occasional banner held no allure for him, and he remained rather taciturn, fearing that life here would be arduous. Surprisingly, he discovered that this place resembled paradise. Greetings, fellow classmates. It is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Rupert, and I am confident that we shall enjoy a harmonious coexistence in the days to come. Rupert was taken aback, realizing how low the level of deception had sunk. Observing the crowd, he noted that nearly half of them did not believe his words. He found himself reminiscing about the simplicity of the townsfolk in Greenstone. At that moment, a female voice called out from the crowd, "Look at you in your priestly robes. You're from our side. Junior, come sit with us. I, on behalf of our priestly sisters, welcome you. Let's give a round of applause." Applause erupted, and Rupert sensed something amiss. It felt as though the rivalry between priests and knights was still alive and well. He had come here to learn from both factions, yet it seemed he had offended both before even beginning. Nevertheless, it mattered little. To him, these individuals were merely pawns in a game, and their attitudes would not sway his plans. The prior transformation of the senior priest Hoffman had taught him that some matters are best viewed with detachment. Those who take things too seriously ultimately lose. If he was unwelcome here, he could easily depart. He had only come because this environment currently suited his development, and he sought a more comprehensive understanding of this world. Thus, he stated plainly, "I appreciate the applause from my classmates, but I must clarify that I need to study from both the priestly and knightly sides. My abilities are somewhat disorganized." The students below erupted with a cacophony of interjections, a wave of sound crashing toward Rupert. It seemed that no one in the class believed him. A glance at the elderly priest beside him revealed a nod and a smile, indicating that he was likely the only one in the know. Rupert's assertion that his abilities are rather chaotic is, of course, a perspective from an outsider's viewpoint. In truth, his capabilities are not chaotic in the slightest. They are merely peculiar. The old priest, not wishing for Rupert to elaborate any further, instructed him to find a seat and attend the lecture. The subsequent matters would be left for the students to resolve on their own. The course he was teaching encompassed the rise and fall of various races as well as geopolitical intricacies, tedious, yet undeniably essential. Although Rupert donned the attire of a novice clergyman, he effortlessly positioned himself at the very center of the dividing line, seemingly indifferent to the hushed whispers emanating from either side. Instead, he devoted his full attention to the lecture, recognizing the significance of the knowledge being imparted. In the realm beyond the confines of academia, such wisdom may prove elusive. Thus, it was imperative for him to engage earnestly, as this knowledge held a weight greater than that of divine arts or martial prowess. The study at Rupert's monastery commenced in earnest, allowing him to gain a more profound understanding of the world and the workings of the monastery itself. For instance, among his peers, most were nearing graduation, predominantly at the advanced first level or peak first level, while a select few with exceptional talent had already reached the elementary second level, corresponding to levels 8 through 12 in Rupert's classification system. Prior to this newfound awareness, he had not actively sought to gather insights. At present, he remained somewhat unfamiliar to his fellow students, merely engaging in classes as they unfolded. Before dawn, the night class embarked on rigorous training in both combat energy and physical endurance, promptly departing through the western gate to run up the mountainside. At the base of a small waterfall, they invigorated their bodies with the force of the rushing water, stimulating their combat energy and resistance. Rupert found immense pleasure in this endeavor. Although such activities did not directly contribute to his level advancement, they effectively awakened the latent treasure of his physical prowess, enabling him to harness it through exercise. Following this, the morning's joint lecture commenced, covering knowledge essential for both factions. From these sessions, Rupert encountered a myriad of previously unknown marvels of the continent, tales of a colossal life tree in the elven homeland, towering high enough to house countless elves. The dwarves' excavation of an entire mountain range, utilizing the active volcanoes within to forge an eternal city of steel shrouded in perpetual daylight, the subterranean city of the gnomes. Cloaked in everlasting night, in the ethereal sky city floating among the clouds, alongside the crystalline city submerged beneath the sea. Additionally, there were legends of the continent's bridge, appearing only once every few centuries to connect distant lands. These wonders ignited Rupert's imagination, embodying one of the very reasons for his crossing into this realm. In chapter 37, he remarked, "These are all my words." The afternoon's curriculum shifted, with the priests commencing their sermons to analyze the principles of divine projection, while the knights engaged in practical combat training. Rupert commenced his studies according to his own design, attending critical practical courses within the knight class. Although he possessed a fine elven dagger, the Wind of Elegance, gifted to him by the fair folk, his primary focus remained on mastering marksmanship. Firstly, while he could not convert marksmanship into a skill worthy of points, he discovered a remarkable aptitude for it during his visits to the elves, opting to specialize in this singular art rather than overextending himself. Secondly, the peculiar application of his void-scale tentacles he had developed was ideally suited for the creation of his unique marksmanship techniques. During his remaining hours, he would seek instruction from the priests. Although skills could not be learned there, the teachings were of the highest caliber in terms of persuasion, which would aid him in future endeavors. Moreover, more than half of the priest class was comprised of pure and charming young ladies, providing a delightful distraction for his eyes. However, this leisurely yet fulfilling period of study lasted scarcely 7 days before he began to attract criticism. Troubles, though delayed, eventually arrived. The first to seek confrontation was a fellow named Joseph Newman, whose very name bespoke his noble lineage. Handsome in appearance, with a sprinkling of freckles and the family's characteristic flaxen hair, he was the youngest son of the Newman family, in the Linden Empire, where primogeniture reigned. Although he was favored, he held no claim to a title. Attending the noble knight school without substantial military achievements would render him inconspicuous. Thus, as with many noble families, a well-planned trajectory was paramount, often involving entry into the Church of Holy Light, with those gifted also aspiring towards the ranks of mages. This exemplifies the classic theory of eggs and baskets. For a family to thrive and expand, it must extend its branches sufficiently, for one can never predict which will burgeon into a towering tree. Such was the foundation of power. Joseph Newman hailed from such a family, and he had recently made notable strides, having just broken through to the second tier of fighting spirit, thus becoming a knight and ranking among the elite in his class. He embodied the reckless exuberance of youth, even inclined to kick a sleeping dog, let alone confront someone as unconventional as Rupert. Yet, Joseph Newman was not devoid of sense. He did not confront Rupert without due consideration. His father was merely a lowly baron, wielding some influence within Fibsburg, but beyond those confines, any noble could easily rival his family's standing. Therefore, upon feeling discontent towards Rupert, he prudently inquired into Rupert's background, only to discover that he was merely an apprentice priest from Greenstone Town, a place he could not even locate on a map. This revelation afforded him a sense of relief. His caution, however, was fleeting. Without delving deeper, he promptly sought to provoke Rupert. Finding trouble within the knight class was rather straightforward. A challenge would suffice. That afternoon, he, accompanied by a few sycophants, obstructed Rupert's path as he attempted to leave. Although a few classmates frowned at the scene, none dared to intervene. Joseph Newman sauntered closer to Rupert, nearly pressing his face against Rupert's. "I hear tell you are merely an apprentice priest from a decrepit chapel. What credentials do you possess to attend nightly courses? Have you even mastered fighting spirit?" Rupert had long anticipated the arrival of troublemakers, though he never expected it would take so long for them to appear. He had hoped to integrate with his classmates, seeking opportunities to charm and deceive them, all the while wishing for a scapegoat to unleash his frustrations upon. Struggling to endure the unpleasant odor of sweat emanating from this individual, along with a hint of halitosis, he suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness! You dare to refer to the Holy Light Church's legitimate assets as a broken church? How utterly disdainful of you towards the Holy Light Church. As an officially appointed apprentice pastor of the Holy Light Church, I simply cannot tolerate this affront, and thus, I must challenge you." Rupert's sudden outbreak of hysteria startled everyone, compelling them to believe that the apprentice pastor could indeed no longer tolerate such slander. They cast peculiar glances at the bewildered Joseph Newman. Meanwhile, a few of Joseph's followers discreetly stepped back, as if to signal, "We do not know him." Joseph Newman stood utterly dumbfounded. His casual remark had inexplicably escalated to an affront against the Church of the Holy Light. Yet, it was indeed his words, uttered in front of such a multitude. Initially, he had sought confrontation, but the tables had turned, and now he found himself being challenged, with no option for refusal. Suddenly, an ebony, scaled staff materialized before him, swinging menacingly in his direction. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Challenges and duels were terms he had prepared, Yet he had not even had the chance to utter them before it seemed he was the one being assailed. Joseph Newman felt a sense of bewilderment. But his prowess was commendable. At the very least, he promptly unsheathed his twin swords, raising them high to execute a flawless block against the dark staff. If indeed it were a mere ordinary weapon, Rupert's defensive maneuver was remarkable. As his tentacle staff made contact with the opponent's sword, it unexpectedly elongated by several dozen centimeters. It swung like a flail, deftly circumventing the double-handed sword and striking directly across Joseph Newman's face. An unmistakable purple bruise emerged, and the tip of the staff inflicted a deep gash on his forehead, causing blood to flow profusely. Such a bizarre injury could not be produced by an ordinary staff. Yet this tentacle staff possessed a life of its own, stealthily executing its strike before reverting to its original form, thus imparting a sense of resilience and notable recoil. The surrounding knight classmates gasped in astonishment. They had envisioned myriad outcomes, but none had anticipated this. Was this a form of instant annihilation? Who would have imagined that a mere first-tier apprentice priest could vanquish a fully-fledged second-tier knight? Bearing this exaggerated wound and with blood still trickling down, Joseph Newman's eyes turned crimson, his aura surging with fury. The previous attack had been executed with such swiftness that he had been unable to channel his own energy in time. Now, he was determined to retaliate with lethal force. Suddenly, a gentle radiance enveloped Joseph Newman's head, visibly healing the gash and erasing the bruise, leaving only traces of blood upon his visage, rendering it impossible to discern that he had been injured moments ago. This soothing sensation tempered his rage, as if his grievances had diminished somewhat. Yet Rupert continued to speak. This is the punishment for your insult to the Church of the Holy Light. While I may overlook the affront to my person, you are still required to offer a formal apology to the Church and the Divine. Otherwise, I shall interpret your actions as a desecration of the sacred abode of the deity, which is to say, you are blaspheming. The onlookers collectively gasped, their hearts trembling in fear. They were aware of Joseph Newman's initial provocation aimed at Rupert, a mere taunt meant to instigate trouble. But Rupert had seized upon a flaw and escalated the situation. A simple denunciation of a chapel had reached the level of blasphemy. And should he utter a few more words, it could provoke the Inquisition, potentially leading to the downfall of the Newman family. Joseph Newman had never encountered such an adversary before. Typically, it would be a matter of him provoking his opponent, who would retaliate in anger, allowing him to issue a reasonable challenge and subsequently defeat them, leading to an applause-filled conclusion. However, Rupert's unconventional approach left him drenched in cold sweat. And despite his usual eloquence, he could only stammer, I did not, I wasn't he. Just as Rupert prepared to speak again, their knight instructor, who had been eavesdropping, intervened to halt Rupert's rhetoric. If the conversation continued down this path, it would become increasingly alarming. Alonso had indeed not been mistaken. Rupert, who appeared mild-mannered and easily bullied, was, in fact, a formidable character. It was said that he single-handedly bested a third-tier elven assassin. Joseph Newman found himself utterly at a disadvantage, unable to match Rupert's strength or wit. Yet, blasphemy was a serious charge that could not be bandied about lightly, necessitating the instructor's mediation to urge Joseph Newman to apologize swiftly while also offering commendation to Rupert to soothe the situation. However, could someone like Joseph Newman truly swallow such a profound humiliation? Clearly, it was an impossibility. Yet within the sanctum of the Church of the Holy Light, what did it matter if one were of noble lineage? Adherence to the Church's regulations was paramount. Even a dragon must bow low, and when faced with the uncanny, one must remain compliant. Rupert cast a glance at the Joseph sitting opposite him, who was glaring at him with palpable animosity, reminiscent of a classic just you wait expression, indicating that this matter was far from over. However, he remained unconcerned. Should the individual opposite him act dishonestly and cross his boundaries, inducing feelings of danger or unease, he would undoubtedly address the situation in his own manner, much like those mercenaries who had disturbed his normal life, their presence long since overgrown by the grass in his yard. Among the onlookers from the Knight Academy, a girl with short golden hair observed the entire scene with delight, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her features exquisitely defined. Yet, she exuded a strength that was distinctly different from the typical femininity. Her short hair not lending itself to a tomboyish appearance. If one were to describe her, the word dashing would suffice. However, her eyes seemed to present a challenge. Though they were a striking blue, large and luminous, they appeared unable to focus, often tilting her head slightly as she leaned in with her ears, a trait more aligned with that of a visually impaired individual. Was there a malady that even the Church of the Holy Light could not cure? Yet, here she stood, in the Knight Academy, where the number of girls scarcely reached 10, her beauty, despite her ocular difficulties, should have attracted admirers. Nonetheless, those around her maintained a respectful distance, refraining from encroaching upon her space, and she seemed quite accustomed to this solitude. After confirming that there was no excitement to behold, she gracefully turned and departed. Her name was Sophia. Despite her visual impairment, she adeptly navigated her surroundings, skillfully avoiding obstacles and fellow students, indistinguishable from those with perfect sight. Rupert cast a glance in this direction but did not delve deeper. He had never noticed this extraordinary blind classmate, partly because she acted so normally and partly because the other students never discussed her. He soon resumed his regular academic life, akin to a parched sponge fervently absorbing knowledge about the world. However, both the opposing clergy and knights grew increasingly reluctant to engage with him. In Greenstone Town, the mayor's simple-minded son, little Feynman, after a day filled with excitement, began to grow weary of his current duties the following day. He could not fathom how Rupert, in his foolishness, had managed to endure. He sought his father's permission to return home, ready to abandon his post. This nearly drove Mayor Feynman to despair, having spent money. What would he gain by leaving now? He could only placate his son, ultimately conceding to send the little maid from their household to him. Claiming she was a devout follower engaged in voluntary practice, a nun not officially recognized by the church. She donned the nun's attire and engaged in role-play with little Feynman. This period indeed brought joy to little Feynman, as the scenarios they enacted included, but were not limited to, priests and nuns, imprisonment, and church trials. It seemed to open a new world for him, and he soon desired to expand their roles. One evening, after reprimanding his nun subordinate in the old priest chamber, little Feynman descended to fetch some water. Suddenly, he spotted a gaunt figure in a black cloak standing silently in the courtyard bathed in blue moonlight, exuding an eerie presence. Startled, little Feynman nearly fell to his knees but steadied himself, quickly beginning to jest. Is my father behind this? Why must it always be shrouded in mystery? Making the church seem so ominous? Why come cloaked at such an hour, fearing discovery? What is the worst that could happen? This wretched place is so forsaken that the church has no interest in it. You're merely scaring yourself. He urged, take off your hood. Let me see how you measure up this time. But don't remove it entirely. I relish this mysterious aura. It was indeed remarkable that upon encountering such a terrifying figure, his first instinct was not to flee, but to envision yet another character for their roleplay, thus expanding their narrative possibilities. The cloaked figure did not remove his hood but tilted his head, seemingly scrutinizing little Feynman with an air of confusion. Yet, his voice did not vibrate the air, but instead resonated directly within little Feynman's mind. Is this what you deem a superior new vessel? It feels inferior even to your old priestess form. How do you propose to surpass me this time? At this, little Feynman truly knelt, searching frantically for the source of the terrifying voice in his mind, his eyes filled with dread, but he found nothing. The enigmatic cloaked figure, completely baffled by little Feynman's antics, chose not to waste further words. Suddenly, the hood seemed to expand ominously, yet it appeared specially crafted, remaining intact. An invisible force akin to an arrow shot forth from the hood, piercing little Feynman's mind. Externally, there were no visible wounds. Yet his brain was ensnared and enveloped by countless strands of mental energy, voraciously extracting information. At this moment, had one been able to examine little Feynman's brain, they would have observed it rapidly withering and shrinking, its various substances seemingly absorbed along with the information. Eventually, the strands of mental energy retracted, leaving little Feynman's brain resembling a walnut in size and color. It had become utterly vacant. Although previously it had been devoid of substance, it had never been so empty, having at least retained some remnants of yellowish hue. The most alarming aspect was that little Feynman had not perished, yet his state was scarcely distinguishable from death. He had lost all cognition, including the perception of pain. At this juncture, the cloaked figure tilted his head back, gazing skyward, his hood pulsating rhythmically as though it were a beating heart, and he appeared to revel in the experience. Concurrently, he gleaned vast amounts of information about Greenstone Town, priestly roles, nun portrayals, prison bindings, church supplications, and the desires of followers. What endless chaos is this? What manner of existence is this? How could humanity be so disorderly? Eventually, he unearthed the information he sought. Rupert, tirelessly healing, saving lives, and performing good deeds. Ah, old friend, is this your new body? Truly splendid, fresh, healthy, and brimming with vitality, radiating like the sun. Is this your aspiration? You yearn so deeply for human life. Allow me to destroy it. Destruction is the essence of true beauty. The sole commendable aspect of humanity lies in their minds, so vibrant, so delectable. Let me discover your whereabouts. Phoebus Castle? The monastery? Are you adrift? Or do you seek death? Is this perilous place you speak of actually the safest haven? Or have you mastered the art of allowing your host to wield divine powers? Ah yes, you have already employed healing magic. Is it not rather selfish to hoard such a discovery? Just wait, I am on my way. The next day, Mayor Feynman arrived at the church to find his son, now resembling a simpleton, drooling and devoid of sight, sound, and all senses. The townsfolk breathed a collective sigh of relief. This boy, who had recently eyed the women on the streets with a predatory gaze, was far preferable as a fool than as a villain. Rupert was oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of a new and peculiar entity as he was contentedly attending his class. Recently, the monastery was preparing to conduct an outdoor survival training exercise, a long-standing tradition that every priest and knight was required to undergo. The mandate stipulated that priests and knights must form one-on-one pairs and venture into the mountains to the west, where they were to survive for 10 days, hunting magical beasts to procure their crystal cores as a measure of their performance. Naturally, the duration of 10 days would not see them delving too deep into the wilderness. They would remain on the periphery of the western mountains, facing only relatively low-level magical creatures and wild beasts. The purpose of this exercise was to cultivate outdoor survival skills, reconcile the tensions between the two groups of students, and instill the understanding that the combination of priest and knight constituted the mightiest alliance. The prevailing atmosphere within the monastery was well known to the higher-ups. It was a recurring theme in each cohort. Priests often regarded themselves as the closest mortals to the divine, believing their rank to be half a level above that of knights within the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Conversely, knights dismissed priests as feeble beings, content to cower in the rear. It was only through such one-on-one practical training that priests and knights could be forged into a cohesive unit, forming the bedrock of the church's strength. Once they ventured beyond the church into the external world, their collaboration would gradually become seamless and intimate. Due to the monastery's stringent regulations, each individual began the search for their partner, with the most sought after being the second-tier knights and the second-tier priests proficient in blessing spells. In previous instances, discrepancies in numbers had led to surplus participants, prompting the church to summon a few additional members temporarily. However, in this instance, the numbers aligned perfectly, requiring no substitutions. As long as Rupert was considered among the priests, ultimately, the knights were reluctant to pair with Rupert, disparaging him for his perceived indecisiveness, dubbing him Bat, a moniker that implied he was neither bird nor beast. This nickname had emerged following his prior battle with Joseph Newman, and it was evident who had fanned the flames of such mockery. Nevertheless, Rupert remained unfazed by this lightly mocking appellation. On the contrary, he found it rather fitting. Contemplating how, should he later acquire a peculiar skill involving wings, he might embrace the aesthetic. Meanwhile, the priests were equally dismissive of the blind girl, Sophia, believing her to be inept in practical situations. Although she performed adequately in arena battles, the complexities of a wilderness environment, rife with noise and unpredictability, would likely spell her doom. Thus, Rupert and Sophia were formally introduced, both being individuals who had faced disdain. At that moment, Rupert had not yet realized that the striking young woman with golden short hair before him was blind. She exhibited such normalcy that he had assumed she was merely captivated by his looks. Even when he extended his hand in a gesture of friendship, Sophia accurately grasped it. It was only at such a close distance that Rupert noticed her beautiful blue eyes lacked focus, leading him to this astonishing revelation. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "May I boldly ask, are those captivating eyes of yours?" Rupert's statement remained unfinished, yet his hand gestures eloquently conveyed his inquiry. However, the individual across from him, Sophia, remained entirely unconvinced by his flattery, disregarding even the compliments he had offered. She replied with remarkable composure to his question, "Indeed. I have a congenital eye condition that is beyond remedy, for it has always been impaired. My hearing, however, is excellent, enabling me to engage in combat. Of course, if you are unwilling, you may raise an objection to the instructor, who will assist you in arranging alternative teammates." Although Rupert could not use the term joyous to describe his current feelings, he suddenly stumbled upon a rather promising direction. His terrifying skills, which were difficult to behold, might find a perfect match with a blind teammate. It was then that he felt a surge of sympathy for this Sophia. However, from her few remarks, it became evident that she did not greatly require such pity. She exuded a remarkable sense of independence and confidence. Consequently, he promptly dismissed the suggestion of changing teammates. "I would be more than willing to team up with you. I may have the favor of the divine in the art of healing, and I would like to assist you with it. What do you think?" What was the matter with this young girl named Sophia? Why did she seem to disbelieve everything that others said? Rupert had repeatedly encountered setbacks in her presence, failing to gain even a modicum of advantage. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his determination to extract some form of benefit from her. Chapter 40. The Cavalry Ensemble. Perhaps Sophia sensed that Rupert harbored no animosity towards her, and felt that outright rejecting another's goodwill was somewhat lacking in compassion. Thus, she acquiesced to Rupert's invitation for treatment. However, judging by the absence of any tangible benefit from Rupert, it was evident that her compliance was merely a matter of politeness and not an indication of her belief in his words. Rupert paid little heed to the details and cast a healing spell, a golden light enveloping Sophia, her golden hair seemingly turning white. As the 200 appeared, Rupert realized that Sophia was, in fact, a second-tier knight, her health reaching a level comparable to his own at level 14. She was the most formidable hidden talent in the knight class, aside from him. Yet, it remained a mystery why she chose to remain so understated. Sophia indeed sensed that this healing spell was unlike those of her fellow priests. It brought her profound comfort, alleviating some of the lingering injuries from years of battle. Both acknowledged each other's strength. Nearby, Joseph Newman observed Rupert and Sophia with a mocking smile, pondering the serendipity of their encounter. Both were targets of his, and now he could deal with them together. To be precise, the golden-haired blind girl was the object of his elder brother, Elon Newman's, interest. It was not a formal pursuit. Rather, 2 years prior, Elon had fortuitously encountered Sophia, then just 13, who had begun to showcase her beauty and combat prowess. Amused by the idea of courting a blind yet strikingly beautiful trainee knight, he casually mentioned his intentions. Unsurprisingly, Sophia rejected him, resulting in a loss of face among the noble circles. In retaliation, Elon declared that anyone who dared approach her would be opposing the Newman family, a prominent noble house in Phibsburg, second only to the lord of the city. As the primary heir of the Newman family, Elon's words carried significant weight. The idle remarks of these noble youths had a considerable impact on Sophia. Despite her immense talent and the multitude of obstacles she had overcome to reach her current standing, her efforts were largely overlooked. Although no one would directly attribute her ostracism to Elon's words, they would repeatedly emphasize her blindness as the reason. Consequently, Sophia became accustomed to solitude, and the monastery provided ample shelter for her. Other factions found it exceedingly difficult to encroach upon her sanctuary. Rupert, due to his bat-like nature, found himself at odds with both sides and was unaware of these dynamics. Even if he were informed, he would remain indifferent. To him, nobility held no value. All were of the same heritage. Who among them had not produced a few nobles? Elon Newman had likely forgotten the incident. But now Joseph Newman saw an opportunity with the Duo-S alliance. This arrangement would facilitate his plans to eliminate Rupert, while also presenting a chance to amuse his brother with the blind girl. The following day, over 100 mounted knights formed a battalion through the small gate on the western side of the monastery, making their way into the western mountains, a lesser range of the Cordillera, rich in magical beasts. Among them, the pairing of Rupert and Sophia stood out, both clad in fitted knightly attire, with Sophia donning additional chest armor, which Rupert eschewed, believing it would hinder his performance. Though 10 days may not seem extensive, it necessitated some degree of packing and equipment. Rupert, possessing a spatial ring, was unburdened by such concerns. Among the other students, only Joseph Newman had a modest spatial ring, upon discovering Rupert's possession of one. He found yet another reason to eliminate his rival. Rupert paid no heed, as he consistently endeavored to extract some form of deception from Sophia along the way. Yet he met with no success. "Rupert, you are the knight, and I am the priest. It is far too perilous for me here. You must safeguard me." "Sophia, that day you dispatched Joseph Newman in a mere stroke, hardly resembling someone who would find themselves in danger. Moreover, the staff you wield is rather peculiar. It strikes me as rather odd." Rupert was taken aback. What kind of ears does this girl possess? Is she endowed with a sensitivity akin to that of a night demon? He quickly sought to amend his words. "Laying the groundwork for future interactions, you were present that day as well? Were you able to discern my movements? Could you even hear the stick? In truth, that was my vine. I not only possess the gift of a cleric but also the talent for botanical magic." Rupert was at a loss for words. How could this girl be so incredulous? It left him feeling rather disheartened. Turning around, he noticed Sophia's vacant, large eyes fixated on him, entirely disbelieving of his words. Well, whether she chose to believe or not was of little consequence. Rupert was not one to easily concede defeat. For now, he resolved to focus on their journey. Unbeknownst to him, Sophia possessed an extraordinary ability to thrive independently in the wilderness. She could navigate with remarkable precision, deftly avoiding obstacles. It seemed as though she could sense the shapes of plants, and with her keen sense of smell, she could identify more flora than Rupert himself. A feat that transcended mere auditory acuity. In essence, she was imparting invaluable wilderness survival skills to Rupert. The most astonishing aspect was her prowess at night. A domain where Sophia reigned supreme, one could only declare her invincible. During the first few days, they encountered no formidable beasts. The cunning creatures wisely kept their distance from human settlements. When they did encounter ordinary wildlife, Sophia resolved the situations with such efficiency that Rupert hardly had to intervene. She turned them into sustenance. Her primary weapon was an impressive two-handed greatsword with a blade exceeding 1 meter in length, featuring a long handle and guard. With her fluid slashes and graceful spins, she dazzled in combat, rendering most beasts incapable of approaching her. On the 4th day at noon, the pair finally crossed paths with their first magical beast, a large, sleek, cat-like creature with glossy black fur. It stealthily trailed them, but Sophia's acute hearing, which surpassed even Rupert's, quickly detected its presence. Astonishingly, she could even sense the creature's basic form. After Rupert described its coloration, she promptly deduced that it was a second-tier dark venomous lynx. Rupert was fundamentally certain that this was not merely a feat of hearing, but rather something akin to the sixth sense. Meanwhile, Sophia had already charged forward with her greatsword, her steps nimble and cat-like. With a swift slash, she aimed directly at the menacing dark feline beast before her. The agility of the cat-like monster was astonishing, with a small leap and a mid-air twist. It not only evaded Sophia's strike but also lashed out with its claws from the side. Sophia skillfully parried with her sword, and thus, a fierce exchange unfolded between the two. Rupert did not rush forward immediately. He discerned that Sophia was an exceptionally proud individual, intent on proving herself, demonstrating that she was not a burden. This minor request was one he could fulfill. To him, such trivial injuries were mere trifles. However, what truly troubled Rupert was the unsettling sensation that had persisted since the discovery of the venomous, malevolent cat, a feeling that had grown increasingly palpable. Furthermore, he was certain that this disquiet was not instigated by the ferocious cat before him. Rather, it indicated the approach of some impending danger. Chapter 41. An invitation for more. Rupert had long anticipated that Joseph Newman, the one who had previously failed to trouble him, would seek revenge. However, given his true capabilities, he could not be threatened by such an inferior adversary. He could easily contend with 10, or rather, 11, considering he possessed 11 tentacles. Yet, the unsettling sensation began to intensify, and he even sensed that the surrounding trees were becoming ominous. Rupert was unwilling to remain in a passive state of waiting. He sought to conclude the ongoing battle. Thus, he swiftly unleashed a Tendril, stealthily ensnaring the lurking dark venom lynx. While calling out to Sophia, "I sense something amiss in our surroundings. Let us hasten to end this conflict. Behold, my summon plant vine." The Tendril's emergence was abrupt. yet perfectly timed as the lynx was momentarily evading Sophia's slicing strike, its body suspended in midair, poised to pivot and counterattack. However, the tendril's surprise assault rendered its efforts futile, binding it securely. Although Sophia seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, cleaving the lynx's neck halfway, she remained vigilant. Her defenses still raised, seemingly wary of Rupert. Suddenly, Sophia collapsed softly, and had she not still been breathing, Rupert would have presumed her lifeless. This young woman could hardly be one to succumb to slumber so abruptly. Yet, Rupert found no humor in the situation, his expression turned grave, his small face taut, and his dark eyes fixed intently ahead. For unbeknownst to him, a figure cloaked in a black hooded robe had materialized beside Sophia. It appeared to have emerged leisurely from behind a large tree, though Rupert could not be entirely certain, as his mind had briefly wandered. And the figure had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The figure spoke, but the voice did not resonate through the air to vibrate Rupert's eardrums. Instead, it reverberated directly within his mind, accompanied by an electronic effect. "Is this your new body? Quite impressive. Indeed, healthy and fresh." It gestured towards the tendril still entwined with the dark venom lynx. "You have concealed your tendril as well? Calling it a plant vine? A truly ingenious idea. No wonder you managed to infiltrate the church. Your intellect has evidently sharpened, tempting me to consider reaping you. I no longer wish to uphold our duel. I am inclined to devour you instead. What shall we do?" This revelation startled Rupert, though he managed to suppress his fear, bracing himself for battle while gleaning any useful information from the villain's discourse. Yet, the figure seemed erratic, abruptly shifting the topic. It crouched down, extending a hand from beneath its cloak, resembling a gnarled tree branch, fingers nearly twice the length of a normal person's, with dark, twisted nails. It gently tapped on Sophia's breastplate, producing a hollow sound, then tilted its head back, as if inhaling deeply. "Is this your new prey? Such a delectable brain and soul. I can sense her vibrant struggle against my constraints. How delightful. Oh, you seem rather concerned for this young lady. How about I borrow her body and indulge myself with you before ending your life? This way, you could merge with her, though only within my form." Upon uttering these words, the cloaked figure appeared to be invigorated by its own notions, rising and trembling with excitement. Rupert had long since concluded that this entity was peculiar. Indeed, a perverse kind of peculiarity, likely acquainted with the old priest and familiar with some of his preferences. It was probably this very being that had inflicted injury upon the old priest, thus granting Rupert the opportunity for a counterattack. Furthermore, this deviant seemed to be quite loquacious, prone to indulging in self-amusement. The cloaked figure, noticing that his old friend had not responded, continued to embellish his own narrative. "Are you surprised that I found you, my Hymen? Oh no, I should call you Rupert. That is your new name. How delightful, far more charming than the old man's visage. Will you surrender outright? Or shall we engage in combat once more? After all, you have never bested me. Bring forth your other 3 tentacles. Let me see if they heed your command or mine. Do you not yet grasp your fate? I am your nemesis. What is it like to be struck by your own appendages?" However, upon hearing this, Rupert's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. This fellow possessed the ability of reverse control. After all, he could project his voice directly into the minds of others and could incapacitate a person entirely, indicating that his powers were indeed fearsome and centered around mental dominion. Rupert surged forward abruptly, extending 3 tendrils while simultaneously retrieving another from the grasp of the ensnared Shadow Fang. All 4 appendages launched toward the loquacious adversary across the battlefield. The cloaked figure exhibited no surprise at such an engagement. After all, were not tentacled creatures notorious for their combat style? There was nothing novel about it. The shadowy had lifted, yet nothing was discernible within, as if light itself could not penetrate. However, invisible strands of mental energy surged forth, undoubtedly swifter than any tangible tendril. How could the corporeal ever surpass the ethereal? Yet, he sensed a slight increase in the strength of his old rival's tendrils, a clear indication of significant recent progress. He would need to exert more mental energy to maintain control, but it posed no substantial challenge. He was far from his limits. Indeed, the battlefield's dynamics were telling. As Rupert's 4 tendrils began to tremble, unable to advance even an inch, though still under his command, it felt as if they were ensnared by a solidified atmosphere. The cloaked figure observed the terror in his opponent's gaze, shaking his head disdainfully. Was it not always the same? What was there to fear? He resolved to amplify his mental output to exert complete dominion over these little darlings. Yet, suddenly, his adversary unleashed 2 more tendrils, compelling him to allocate even more mental energy for control. This seemed to defy the expected numbers, but it was still manageable. He had yet to breach his mental capacity. In the past, he had wrested control from his opponent's tendrils, turning them against him. This was merely a skirmish. One could almost challenge him to summon another pair. It appeared that his old rival had been thriving in the bustling city, feasting well and making considerable strides. Perhaps he too should contemplate a visit to the metropolis. Despite the lurking dangers under the watchful eye of the Holy Light Church, the rewards were undeniably tempting. Although the cloaked figure remained entirely shrouded in his cloak, the 2 spindly legs protruding from beneath quivered noticeably. Rupert refrained from uttering a word, fearing that he might succumb to laughter. In this peculiar situation, it would be most prudent to allow the cloaked figure across from him to persist in the misconception that he was the old priest, maintaining the ruse and quietly seizing the opportunity. Thus, he extended 2 more of his tentacles. And it was evident that the cloaked entity was somewhat incredulous at the sight before it. Although Rupert could not perceive the expression of the figure before him, the individual, along with his hood, was visibly swaying in disbelief, and Rupert could easily envision his opponent's countenance. Chapter 42. The Eerie Duel. The cloaked figure was indeed incredulous. With 8 writhing tentacles, he felt his entire being quaking, teetering on the brink of losing control over them. His mental capacity had its limits. When it came to manipulating ordinary humans, their feeble mental fortitude made it trivial to govern hundreds with ease. In contrast, when attempting to control standard warrior-class practitioners, who possessed slightly stronger mental faculties, he could manage at most a dozen. However, confronting mages or clerics, endowed with formidable mental strength, proved to be considerably more arduous. 6 or 7 was the utmost he could achieve. While it could not be asserted that each tentacle equated to a mage, each one was indeed engaged in a struggle against Rupert, a level 20 character, whose mental prowess was among the pinnacle of the second tier, making the challenge abundantly clear. The cloaked figure trembled violently, his hood nearly slipping from his head as if it were on the verge of falling away. Rupert's objectives had been largely accomplished. It was time to conclude the battle. A surge of healing magic descended from the heavens, accompanied by 3 striking tentacles, each adorned with 6 or 7 sharp fangs. Resembling a toilet brush, the number -400 floated up, indicating that the healing spell had completely breached the defenses of the cloaked monstrosity. Beneath the soft golden glow, the strands of mental energy became disordered. 2 of the toilet brush-like appendages darted straight for the creature's chest, successfully penetrating its defenses. Upon entry, they began to spin at high velocity, extracting a chaotic array of tissue and an abundance of black viscous fluid. According to Rupert's analysis of the cloaked being, the head appeared to be its Achilles heel. Thus, one tentacle was directed toward the dark void before the hood, poised for a lethal strike. However, it was firmly obstructed by an invisible wall of mental energy, causing sparks to fly from the fang tip as it failed to break through. Meanwhile, the 8 tentacles that had just escaped control launched their assault, yet the creature's head remained perfectly defended, despite its body being riddled with wounds. If this creature were to drink water now, it was likely that over 90% would leak out before reaching its stomach, as the 3-second cooldown elapsed. Another healing spell struck the creature's head, but it was ensconced in an impenetrable shroud of mental energy, rendering the spell ineffective. No damage figures emerged, indicating that it had not even made contact. This scenario was unprecedented. Rupert discerned that only the creature's head held any value, while its body seemed merely a vessel, akin to a vehicle that could be replaced as long as the head remained intact. However, the current situation was rather challenging, as he appeared unable to breach this mental defense. At that moment, a terrifying electronic sound reverberated in his mind, unmistakably roaring. "Who are you? You are not him." Such a fearsome healing spell was surely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual, much less a mere rustic lad. "I don't care. I don't care who you are. I want your brain. Hurry up and give it to me." This hysterical voice echoed in Rupert's mind, causing a disconcerting tremor that left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. Covering his head with his left hand, he retorted vehemently, "I am your father." What the devil? Rupert was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of verbal assaults. For against the defenses of mental fortitude, only a psychological strike could penetrate. It necessitated a formidable threat derived from numerous generations of direct kin and human relationships, a fact that was elementary. However, an overwhelming surge of psychic energy commenced its assault upon his brain, originating from his forehead. Had he been able to perceive the intangible mental force, he would have discovered the cloaked figure coalescing a terrifying psychic energy into a massive drill, spinning violently towards his brow. This excruciating pain was insufferable. Rupert found himself utterly incapable of controlling his body, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground, his tentacles thrashing about in chaotic disarray. When a tentacle fortuitously obstructed the psychic drill, it afforded Rupert a fleeting moment to breathe. Inspired by this, he swiftly enveloped his head with his tentacles. Though the appearance was somewhat grotesque and fearsome, he had little regard for aesthetics at that moment. Peering through the gaps of his tentacle helmet to observe his adversary, he was struck by the transformation of the cloaked figure. It had entirely forsaken its cumbersome humanoid form. The cloak fell away, revealing a grotesque mass resembling a tumor, floating ominously. The tumor was riddled with distorted, winding grooves, indicating it was, in fact, a brain. Beneath it, a series of root-like tendrils dangled, presumably serving as universal connectors to a body, dripping with a viscous black substance. The overall impression was that of a helium balloon. It became evident why prior communications had been mere echoes resonating within others' minds. The creature possessed no facial features and was incapable of vocalization, relying solely on psychic communication. It was also understandable why it consistently donned a hood. If one had a tumor atop their neck, they would certainly wish to conceal it, for revealing such a sight would be utterly terrifying. Rupert had previously imagined the creature's incredulous expressions, only to realize it bore none. Yet, Rupert remained overly confident. His own appearance was hardly commendable, dressed in tattered samurai garb, with a ball of tentacles atop his head. A massive orb of tentacles secured his head like a bundle of yarn, protecting him from potential ambushes, while he cast a healing spell upon himself. Across from him, the creature employed its vast psychic energy to compress into a barrier, fiercely guarding its tumor-like brain. Thus, the battle descended into an eerie stalemate. Rupert had a plan. With his left hand outstretched, 20 sharp fangs retracted and floated into position, beginning a relentless barrage aimed at the grotesque bulge of flesh across from him. You boast of your formidable mental prowess. Let us see how long you can sustain this barrier. I shall exhaust you, without a doubt. Rupert was captivated by this peculiar brain. He had a penchant for abilities like mental power, which manifested invisibly, far superior to the chaotic spectacle of his myriad tendrils, and applicable in numerous scenarios. The grotesque tumor-like brain opposite him seemed bewildered, evidently stunned as countless sharp teeth surged forth, creating ripples against its mental barrier, leading to a noticeable depletion of its psychic energy. With only its intellect remaining, how could it retaliate? It spun twice, suddenly noticing the unconscious Sophia sprawled on the ground. A strand of mental energy connecting them. Was she not your classmate? The question lingered. Would it dare to strike? Yet, it could seize nothing. Before it could establish control through its mental thread, a mischievous tendril had already whisked Sophia away, dragging her behind Rupert. This young lady was remarkable. Even though she had contributed nothing to his ruse, he found it impossible to allow her demise before his eyes. He had long been aware of the actions of the grotesque brain opposite him, preemptively directing his tendrils to act, which ultimately facilitated Sophia's timely rescue. This only incited further madness in the grotesque brain. Its fleshy crevices began to tremble, its mental power spiraling out of control, clearly enraged, causing it to inflate dramatically. However, it suddenly paused, then veered toward the thicket behind. Rupert was taken aback. Was it time to flee? Chapter 43. Rupert's script. Rupert was genuinely concerned that this entity might escape. After all the effort expended, if there were no results or benefits, would it not be a futile endeavor? Thus, he prepared to pursue it, finding that the creature, buoyed by its mental prowess, did not seem to move particularly swiftly, allowing him to keep pace effortlessly. However, Rupert soon came to a halt, his expression turning peculiar as he surveyed the scene ahead. Upon traversing a thicket, he discovered 6 individuals lying on the ground, fellow students from the monastery, one of whom was none other than Joseph Newman, the very person who had previously caused him trouble. The moment he laid eyes on him, Rupert could surmise their intentions. Surely, they were not here to assist him in slaying beasts due to his apparent frailty? It was far more probable that they had come to enact a darker scheme, a classic aristocratic logic. Only by physically eliminating Rupert could they absolve the humiliation Joseph Newman had suffered during their last duel. Moreover, they had brought accomplices, individuals from their social circle. Likely not nobles, but certainly of the affluent merchant class. In total, there were 3 second-tier knights and 3 first-tier apprentice priests. Though these individuals possessed some understanding of combat energy, if they truly had a talent for mental prowess, they would have preferred to pursue a path as magic apprentices rather than priests, hence their slightly inferior clerical skills. Yet, at this moment, they were all unconscious. It turned out they had stealthily followed Rupert and Sophia, waiting for the opportune moment deep within the forest to launch a surprise attack, which they could later attribute to a chance encounter with a beast. Without evidence, even if suspicions arose, who would dare to question a noble? However, just the previous day, they were discovered by the cloaked figure, leading to their complete capture. The cloaked figure's original plan had been to engage in combat with an old friend and then indulge in the fresh minds of these captives for some rejuvenation. But the situation had devolved into chaos. Moreover, Rupert seemed particularly concerned for his classmates. Having spared the earlier girl, now he faced 6 more. How would he protect them? In the earlier confrontation with Rupert, the cloaked entity had temporarily retracted its mental energy to focus its full strength, merely sealing their minds, akin to what it had done with Sophia. Now, it began to directly infiltrate Joseph and the others' consciousness. The 6 individuals, lying on the ground, appeared as though electrified, convulsing violently in a clear display of mental resistance, albeit in vain. Before long, Joseph and his 5 companions sat upright, their eyes entirely black, with wispy white tendrils seemingly swirling within. They bore strange smiles, their mouths widening imperceptibly, blood trickling down to their chins before dripping to the ground. In unison, the 6 of them rose to their feet and charged at Rupert, abandoning all defense, wagering that he would hesitate to harm his classmates. This was a tactic frequently employed, using children to slay parents or vice versa, invoking pleas for mercy while instilling fear of resistance. Humanity was indeed a remarkable species, and the entity reveled in witnessing their despair, finding it profoundly pleasurable. The effect was immediate. Rupert, confronted with the grotesque sight, turned and fled. How absurd it was. There was no way they would allow him to escape after all this effort. Rupert's body is destined to be settled. Is Rupert truly planning to flee? Clearly not. How could he possibly feel remorse for Joseph Newman, a man who seeks to trouble him and even wishes for his demise? Rather, he is contemplating how to conclude this confrontation and extricate himself entirely from the situation. Thus, he returned to the battlefield, maneuvering those sharp fangs, rolling amidst the black viscous substance on the ground, staining his teeth in the process. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage towards the 6 advancing puppets. With particular consideration for Joseph Newman, his unwavering resolve once again astonished the tumor brain. This individual is remarkably complex. Do you care or do you not care for your classmates? Could you not provide a definitive answer? Joseph and his companions were merely under mental control. Their bodies remained their own. Yet, Penetrated by these fangs tainted with that bizarre blood, and lacking timely treatment, their bodies could not withstand the assault. Their innards began to dissolve, and soon they were coughing up black blood, clearly facing death. The tumor brain was genuinely alarmed. Rupert, facing him, appeared far more ruthless than he or even the old priest. He showed no mercy towards his own kind. Frankly, it began to contemplate escape. However, at this moment, it had become a pivotal element in Rupert's meticulously crafted narrative. How could it possibly be allowed to flee? Who would bear the blame? And where could it acquire new abilities? A tentacle, sinuous and unwelcome, extended towards the tumor brain, gripping the tendril-like roots beneath it. The tumor brain was momentarily stunned. But before it could react, it was swung like a meteor hammer, violently smashed against the hard stone. Rupert's objective was rather straightforward. He discerned that the methods employed by the tumor brain were limited and lacked innovation. His current endeavor was to deplete the mental energy of the tumor brain. Akin to how beaver consumes oysters, unable to crack open the shell, it resorts to striking it against a stone, shattering it to access the succulent meat within. The tumor brain now harbored regrets for relinquishing its corporeal form too hastily, having allowed itself to be ensnared. As the world spun around it, the creature found it increasingly challenging to mount an accurate counterattack, struggling to maintain its mental barrier, which deteriorated at an alarming rate. A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed in Rupert's mind, albeit absent in the tangible realm. He recognized that he had finally succeeded. However, he refrained from employing healing magic to inflict harm, for in his scripted narrative, he held no role in this confrontation and thus should not be present. He persisted in his assault on the tumor brain until it was utterly reduced to a mass of putrid, blackened flesh, impaled upon a jagged rock. Only upon witnessing the emergence of a new skill, Omniscient Brain LV-101, did he relax, unwrapping the tendrils encasing his head, wary of any potential last-ditch retaliatory tricks that the creature might possess. With no time to experiment with his newfound ability, he promptly began to orchestrate the battlefield. His 11 tendrils springing into action. While the spectacle of the tendrils in combat could remain, any details pertaining to his and Sophia's existence were to be obliterated. Those that proved difficult to erase would be obscured by the marks left by the tendrils. This was the narrative he had meticulously crafted. One that could be titled Bloodwolf Mercenary Leader Bavov's Epic Battle Against the Peculiar Mental Prowess. Regrettably, the 6 members of the Joseph Newman Monastery fell victim to the bizarre mental manipulation, perishing under Bavov's venomous fangs. There was no trace of Rupert or Sophia in this account. Sophia's absence could be easily explained after their joint victory over the dark, venomous cat. She had inadvertently succumbed to a plant toxin, collapsing to the ground, where Rupert carried her out of harm's way. While there might be flaws in the story, did it truly matter? As long as the overarching logic remained coherent, he, Rupert, was the sole custodian of the truth. Who could possibly challenge him? Chapter 44, The Transformation of the Third Tier. Rupert carried Sophia to a different location, revisiting and enriching his script as he did so. He found a hollow in the trunk of a large tree, and, after ensuring it was devoid of any native inhabitants, carefully placed Sophia inside. He then retreated a short distance, peering furtively to examine his newfound abilities, pondering whether they resembled a grotesque growth. Extending his left hand, he attempted to summon the Omniscient Brain LV-101, yet nothing transpired. Sensing something amiss, he quickly touched his head, only to discover no alterations had occurred. In a moment of curiosity, he glanced upward and was astonished to find a brain suspended above him, gently pulsating, a testament to its vitality. This brain was far more aesthetically pleasing than a mere tumor. It resembled a typical human brain, adorned with tendrils of red and blue that swayed as if dancing in the breeze, seemingly poised to brush against Rupert's crown at any moment. Rupert felt utterly bewildered. Although it was merely an external occurrence and not something that had manifested on his person, he was nonetheless grateful. However, having it placed directly atop his head seemed rather too casual, did it not? Who engages in battle with a brain-like appendage protruding from their head? Even when indulging in hot pot, one cannot simply stuff it atop their crown, can they? Rupert took a deep breath, beginning to persuade himself to accept this peculiar setting. He began to closely observe the brain flower, discovering that countless strands of mental energy emanated from it, extending in all directions. If he concentrated, he could actually perceive the outside world through these strands. Beyond that, there were no other functions. There was no mental control or mental barrier, which didn't cause much alarm since he was only at level 1. Moreover, after acquiring this skill, Rupert was already able to fully enhance 4 skills to level 20, thus breaking the level 20 limit, which would significantly bolster his strength. Upon exiting Greenstone Town, Rupert found that he had 9,791 remaining persuasion points. During his time at school, he had anticipated wielding great influence, only to find himself despised by both sides. His grand plan of amassing persuasion points had utterly failed, yielding a mere 318 points. He decided to invest all of these points, first maxing out his healing spell, Void Scale Tentacle, Sharp Tooth, and Omniscient Brain to level 20, 110110, which cost a total of 1032 points. With his character level at 20, he could break through to level 21, 1140. And indeed, the requirements for each level had increased once more. He focused on fully leveling up his character first to ascertain whether he could fully enhance all these skills with his remaining persuasion points. Now, Rupert was no longer a novice. He had gained experience and chose not to allocate all points at once. Instead, he leveled up gradually, allowing himself a period of adaptation, ultimately investing a total of 340 points to elevate his character level to 30, 14, 10. Upon realizing that his remaining persuasion points were insufficient to fully enhance the other 4 skills, he contemplated and temporarily set aside the healing spell, adding only 1 point to it, while prioritizing the enhancement of the other skills instead, as the character level increase would suffice for his healing needs. Thus, Rupert's character panel transformed into Host, Rupert level, LV, 30, 14, 10. Leveling up enhances overall physical attributes, strength, coordination, mental power, etc. Title, Steward skills, healing spell LV. 21, 1140, heals ordinary units, inflicting double damage to anomalies, void scale tentacle LV. 30, 14, 10, sharp tooth LV. 30, 14, 10, omniscient brain LV. 30, 14, 10, remaining persuasion points, 712 without delving into the disheartening notion of returning to square one. It was disconcerting to invest over 10,000 persuasion points only to be left with such a meager sum. However, with no more anomalies to hunt at present, urgency was somewhat alleviated. The first order of business was to assess the skill's effects. Upon testing the healing spell, the healing amount reached 255, which correspondingly meant that damage against anomalies was now 510. The number of void scale tentacles remained unchanged, but they had become more resilient. And the most significant change was that they no longer needed to be summoned solely by hand. They could extend from any part of his body, even his back, wherever he desired. The enhancement of sharp tooth was quite evident. The quantity had increased, allowing him to manipulate 30 teeth, which had also become sturdier. The omniscient brain had expanded considerably. What once resembled an average human brain was now several sizes larger, akin to a pot lid. Yet it remained steadfastly suspended above his head. However, Rupert's anticipated enhancements remained elusive. Abilities such as mental control over others and mental barriers remained dormant. Yet, they were not entirely without function. The intangible strands of mental energy in the air had increased in number and length, signifying that Rupert's perception of his surroundings had sharpened, enabling him to sense everything around him. Moreover, an unexpected yet reasonable fusion of skills had occurred. These mental strands combined with sharp tooth, resulting in more agile control of the teeth. They no longer operated like bullets that could only return after striking a target. He could now execute more intricate maneuvers, achieving a degree of curved shooting. However, when Rupert attempted to utilize these mental strands for direct manipulation of objects, he found it lacking. He could move small stones, but anything larger or heavier proved impossible, suggesting that further upgrades were necessary. Yet, Rupert felt that the omniscient brain's potential extended beyond this. After all, regardless of the creature, the brain is the most vital organ. It could not possess such limited power. He surmised that it likely required the absorption of more skills. Nevertheless, Rupert's physical strength had finally reached the level of a third-tier black iron holy light knight, and his mental power should approximate that of a third-tier steward. As for priestly skills, the steward's hallmark ability, mental soothing, was entirely beyond his grasp. Aside from the continuously developing healing spell, he possessed no other skills. To ascend to the 4th and 5th tiers, an immense quantity of persuasion points was required, alongside the necessity to slay more anomalies. This was quite normal. The demands for experience are low in the early stages, becoming increasingly arduous later on. Nevertheless, Rupert finally had a modicum of self-defense capability. Even if life in the monastery was less than satisfactory and he contemplated fleeing, he now had some confidence. However, the rare opportunity for systematic learning was invaluable. It would be wise to absorb as much knowledge as possible during this time. While resolving his skill issues, he also faced other challenges, such as managing the spatial rings. Joseph Newman possessed a modest spatial ring, while the corpse of the tumor brain, riddled with holes, also bore a spatial ring. It appeared similar in size to the one given by the elves, filled with an array of horrendous materials. Previously, he had destroyed a blood wolf spatial ring and still retained an old priest's small spatial ring. Suddenly, he found himself quite affluent, unsure of how to proceed. After careful consideration, he decided to keep the larger spatial ring from the tumor brain and discarded all inappropriate items from the elven ring, such as a significant amount of gold coins and various useful items carried by these individuals. His own elven spatial ring contained a pitifully small amount of items suitable for external use. As for the other spatial rings, he resolved to destroy them. The contents would be lost along with the rings, ensuring no risk of exposure while safely disposing of them. Chapter 45. Awakening. Rupert swiftly organized everything, and it was nearly time for Sophia to awaken. It was merely a matter of a healing spell. Indeed, as the soft golden light flickered, Sophia's eyelashes began to flutter gently, accompanied by a languid sigh, reminiscent of the exquisite sensation of emerging from a deep slumber. She appeared markedly different from her usual demeanor, akin to a fierce leopard transformed into a playful kitten. However, this young woman harbored a profound sense of vigilance. The moment she regained consciousness, she performed a swift roll from her resting position, kneeling on the ground, with her great sword already partially drawn, fully prepared for combat. Rupert could not help but marvel at the young lady's vigilance. According to the cliché of melodramatic narratives, a beautiful maiden, upon regaining consciousness from a faint, would typically be preoccupied with ascertaining whether she had been compromised. However, upon Sophia's awakening, she was already poised to strike. Rupert's gentle voice emanated from the hollow of the tree. Now we are safe. At that moment, I was unaware of your condition. After we successfully vanquished that malevolent beast, you suddenly lost consciousness. It seemed as though other magical creatures were drawing near, and I could not manage alone, so I hastily carried you away. Indeed, this young lady finds it exceedingly difficult to trust others. Rupert was outside tending to the carcass of the malevolent dark feline, meticulously extracting the crystalline core from its brain. A pivotal element in their assessment, this corpse served as a crucial instrument, subtly indicating to Sophia that the two events were closely intertwined, enduring her unconsciousness. Nothing particularly extraordinary had transpired. After a brief interval, Sophia emerged from the hollow of the tree, beginning to sense her surroundings. An unsettling feeling gnawing at her that something was amiss. Rupert would certainly not allow her to dwell on her thoughts. He was determined to finalize the script and swiftly began to elaborate on the details. After we departed from that location, we continued our journey southward for some time. Encountering an unknown entity that rendered you unconscious, no matter how I called out, you remained unresponsive. Have you ever experienced such symptoms before? I suspect it may have been caused by some sort of plant. I had no choice but to continuously administer healing spells until you finally regained consciousness. Rupert was quite disheartened. This young woman seemed impervious to both soft persuasion and hard arguments, unaffected by whatever he might say. Could she possibly be his nemesis? It appeared that he had gained nothing from his encounters with Sophia, which was rather perplexing. Eventually, Sophia began to sense the surrounding circumstances, feeling a semblance of clarity. She courteously remarked, "Thank you for carrying me such a distance. I have never experienced a sudden fainting spell before, and I remain unaware of the reasons behind it." Rupert realized that the situation had not changed, understanding that Sophia's words were merely polite niceties. However, upon reflection, he found himself feeling a sense of pity for the young woman. It seemed that her blindness had instilled in her a habit of skepticism. She would likely not believe anything unless she had personally verified it. At that moment, Sophia wrinkled her nose and remarked, "You don't actually intend to eat that venomous cat, do you? Its flesh is poisonous." Rupert awkwardly chuckled, finding a place to bury the half-handled corpse. It was evident that he was not well versed in such matters, making it easy for complications to arise. Nevertheless, Rupert had effectively divulged the script to her, providing her with a sense of assurance. The days that followed were manageable, with Rupert taking the lead, ensuring they did not retrace their steps. They maintained a steady demeanor, occasionally encountering other teams along their journey. However, their skills were evident, particularly with Rupert's vine manipulation abilities, which made dealing with lower-tier magical beasts remarkably effortless. According to Sophia's estimation, unless other teams managed to hunt down third-tier beasts, securing the top position in this competition should pose no significant challenge for them. Thus they prepared for their return. Upon arriving at the small west gate of the monastery, they discovered a large gathering of monastery instructors and numerous official knights. Among them was Rupert's acquaintance, the third-tier Black Iron Holy Light Knight, Alonso. In the midst of a discussion among the group of priests, the chief deacon Hoffman was also present, seemingly orchestrating some tasks. Sophia feigned genuine ignorance, while Rupert played his part convincingly. Alonso, spotting Rupert, approached him with enthusiasm, clapping him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "It's truly wonderful to see you, my friend. Have you heard about the significant incident that has transpired in the mountains?" Rupert was suitably astonished, though his surprise stemmed from the sudden shift in Alonso's demeanor. Nonetheless, he responded earnestly, "I don't know. What is it?" He cast a glance at Sophia beside him, who seemed equally at a loss. A pair of young individuals. Having spent 10 days in each other's company, one could hardly expect a fatal outcome. Well, it appeared that one had indeed transpired, yet that was a separate matter entirely. He had not even managed to earn a single point in jest. Furthermore, he had come to grasp Sophia's logic. She was habitually disinclined to believe others' words. In this instance, she did not doubt Rupert's knowledge of the situation. She merely remained uncertain, as points of jest were of no consequence. Alonso leaned in closer, whispering, "Don't speak carelessly outside. Joseph Newman and 5 other students, a total of 3 junior knights and 3 peak apprentice priests, have all perished in the mountains. And don't widen your eyes so dramatically. The bodies have already been discovered. Preliminary confirmation indicates that it was the Blood Wolf leader, Bovo, responsible for the carnage. He is the one known for attacking with his teeth among the elves, and he has been on the run. I wondered why he had evaded capture. It turns out he was hiding in the western mountains. This time, it seems he was embroiled in a bizarre mental duel, ensnaring those 6 unfortunate souls, who ultimately fell victim to Bovo's venomous fangs. However, Bovo appears to be the ultimate victor. He vanished again, narrowly avoiding any encounters with other students. This fellow certainly knows how to flee." Rupert was quite satisfied, as events unfolded largely according to his script. He continued with a cutting remark, "How unfortunate it is. These poor souls must have heeded the call of the divine. May they find peace on their journey." Alonso, deeply moved, murmured in agreement, "Indeed, it is truly unfortunate that Joseph Newman, the youngest scion of the Newman family, must be beside himself with confusion. Now it was Hoffman's turn to be in a quandary. One could only watch how he would justify the situation. Such a significant oversight resulting in so many casualties was simply unacceptable. Recently, the bizarre occurrences from the shadows had grown increasingly audacious. First, they provoked the sprites, and now they have dared to challenge the Church of the Holy Light. It is likely that those in power will respond with considerable severity. Rupert's eyes lit up with curiosity. What kind of ruthlessness was this? These were all skills, after all. He quickly pressed on, Lord Alonso, you are aware of my deep-seated aversion to those aberrations. I cannot tolerate them in the slightest. Especially since one has already harmed my classmate. May I partake in the efforts against these anomalies? With a hint of persuasion, Alonso gently pushed him aside. Enough of this frivolity, your focus should be on earnest study. It was unfortunate that you, a mere child, found yourself amid such circumstances during my previous expedition. Now that the Church is taking formal action, what role do you have in this matter? Chapter 46, Aaron Newman. After issuing a warning glance to Rupert, Alonso turned and walked away, clearly indicating that there was no room for further discussion on the topic. Rupert was engulfed in despondency as he returned to the monastery with Sophia. Presently, he found himself devoid of any obligations. A situation that suited him perfectly and aroused no suspicion. Yet, he pondered how to engage himself in the endeavor of vanquishing the peculiar. For it was only through the acquisition of further skills that he could truly fortify his strength. Rupert feels little about the situation. Yet the death of so many students at the monastery is indeed a rare occurrence in history. Moreover, we are not in a time of war where students might directly participate in battle. The peculiarity of this place, with the existence of healing magic, makes injuries and disabilities almost unseen, let alone fatalities. It is said that the lord of the city was alarmed, not to mention the parents of the deceased students. The traces of battle at the scene were quite evident. The presence of anomalies deterred even the most common beasts from approaching. Although the bodies were discovered several days later, already beginning to decompose, the cause of death was unmistakably attributed to the anomalies, suggesting that there should be no significant issues arising from it. While the parents grieved, they found themselves powerless. The Church of the Holy Light made a few statements. First, they acknowledged the inadequacy of safety measures and expressed their apologies. Second, they offered compensations to the families, which, rather than being direct financial aid, would manifest through increased cooperation in other sectors, providing sufficient benefits. This was mainly feasible because the 6 students belonged to influential families within Fibosberg, either noble or wealthy merchants, which explained their association with Joseph Newman. Lastly, the Church promised to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the anomalies within Fibosberg to foster a safer living environment. Thus, the matter was effectively settled. And while the details of cooperation could be discussed gradually, it was imperative not to use this incident to trouble the Church further. One cannot deny that having power and connections offers certain advantages. Perhaps some might recall the foolish son of the mayor from Greenstone Town. The one turned into a simpleton by a brain tumor. During his tenure, he became incapacitated, yet this incident elicited no response or concern. As if no one had ever heard of it. If one thinks that the deaths of the 6 students marked the end of this affair, one would be mistaken. There remains an individual who is unsatisfied, Joseph Newman's elder brother, Aaron Newman, the one who had vowed to isolate Sophia 2 years prior. He is still quite young. Just over 20, a junior Black Iron Knight at Tier 3, who recently attained the title of Lord. However, without military merit, he would only inherit his father's barren title upon his father's demise. He also inherited the attractive features of the Newman family, with his tousled flaxen hair. While Joseph was alive, Aaron did not harbor much affection for his brother, for if Joseph were to die, he would become the primary heir to their father's estate. Nonetheless, Aaron was shrewd, presenting an outwardly amicable demeanor. With his brother's untimely demise, he felt a sense of relief, at least not having to worry about being supplanted by Joseph. Yet, this raised a question. He knew well what kind of person his brother was, having been wary of him daily. Such hunting activities, given Joseph's character, would not have involved any recklessness. He would likely remain within safe bounds, perhaps ambushing others for a quick score when they returned. It was an easy way to achieve results without facing any repercussions, as Aaron understood this type of behavior all too well. Thus, Aaron sought out several of his brother's classmates to inquire about the recent happenings at the monastery, which led him to discover Rupert, a figure who had previously remained in the shadows. This individual had publicly defeated his brother Joseph in a single move, even goading him and raising the matter to the level of sacrilege. This revelation compelled Aaron to pay attention, for he knew that given Joseph's temperament, he would seek revenge. Placed in Joseph's former circumstances, not directly killing within the monastery was already a display of restraint. However, in an unknown environment, would his brother forego vengeance? Absolutely not. He questioned whether he could abandon hatred, and thus immediately began a detailed investigation into Rupert, uncovering an increasing number of mysteries. 3 days later, at the Newman family estate, Aaron Newman held a magically animated portrait depicting Rupert, transitioning from a neutral expression to a radiant smile, his dark eyes gleaming brightly, as if his very smile radiated light. After a period of refinement, Aaron observed that Rupert had noticeably changed since arriving in this world. His features had become more defined, a testament to the rapid growth of youth. Aaron continued to review the information provided by his subordinates, extracting key insights. A novice priest from Greenstone Town, a do-gooder. Someone specifically sought by the elves, possessing remarkable healing abilities. The elven city of Golden Marigold was known for its miraculous healing arts, capable of purging the remnants of anomalies. The elves not only offered gifts but also sought to recruit him, indicating his exceptional potential. With plant affinity, he might be a hybrid of elven and human lineage. The chief steward, Hoffman, had drastically shifted his attitude, from diligent guidance to indifference. Nobility's elite education is no mere formality. Aaron immediately recognized the crux of the matter. A human deity should not bestow favor upon the elves. Hybrids were equally unacceptable. The Church of the Holy Light had long propagated a doctrine of protection, which now appeared untenable. If their deity favored a heathen, what relevance did belief in the divine hold for others? He could almost envision the chief steward Hoffman's expression of utter dismay. He had set out merely to uncover the truth behind his brother's demise, but stumbled upon such intriguing revelations. Individuals like Rupert had no genuine connection to the anomalies, and any attempt to force a link would be futile. However, this newfound leverage was of utmost importance. He wondered what possibilities it might yield. With the information in hand, Aaron promptly sought out his father, Baron Matthew Newman, the current head of the Newman family, who could be regarded as one of the most powerful nobles in Fibosberg, second only to the city lord. Upon bursting into the study, Aaron caught Matthew's glance, who then discreetly shook his head. Emerging from beneath the desk was a young maid, wiping her mouth and casting a furtive glance at Aaron before retreating without a hint of embarrassment. The father and son felt no awkwardness. Such occurrences were commonplace in noble households. After Matthew took a sip of wine to compose himself, Aaron began to relay his findings. Matthew listened intently, posing thoughtful questions about key points, stroking his well-groomed goatee, contemplating the potential benefits to be gained from the situation. In the Newman family study, silence enveloped them for several minutes before Matthew Newman shook his head and spoke. To gain greater advantages from this matter is rather challenging, unless Rupert truly ascends to a high position within the Church of the Holy Light, and that occurs without the higher-ups being aware of his true identity. Should the revelation of his hybrid nature arise at that time, it might deliver a significant blow to the Church, momentarily stifling its aggressive authority and granting some respite to the monarchy. However, this scenario is evidently unrealistic. They are already aware of it. As for us lending a hand, that is even more difficult. Gaining a foothold within the Church is inherently challenging, and investing our resources in him is not prudent. We cannot afford to wait long for an uncertain future. Matthew Newman rose, adjusted his attire, and circled around the desk. Pacing the room twice before continuing, it would be better to adhere to your initial notion and eliminate him altogether. His remarkable healing abilities appear rather restrained by the uncanny, suggesting he is likely a favored one of the divine. Should the Church and the elves have reached some accord that resolves his identity, he may indeed prove to be a formidable figure. In the future, he might pose a genuine threat to us. Any semblance of strength from the Church serves as a shackle upon the nobility. It would be prudent to eliminate him before he rises to prominence, thus ensuring peace of mind. Matthew approached and gently clasped his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Your keen observational skills are commendable. However, do not dismiss this individual simply because he seems unrelated to the uncanny. Our actions should be motivated solely by self-interest. The law demands evidence, which is merely a concept for the impoverished to grapple with. If we desire a person's demise, we can orchestrate it. Once he is dead, I shall assert his connection to the uncanny, and it will be so. You could even procure some of that uncanny blood from the vault and pour it upon his corpse. Would that not establish a link? Yet, for such a minor character, there is no need to squander resources. We could seize an opportunity during his outings, masquerading as drunken mercenaries engaged in a brawl, mistakenly stabbing him several times. Would that not suffice? As long as we possess sufficient audacity to claim he took his own life in public, it would pose no issue. After 3 days, who would even remember him? Elon Newman listened intently as his father imparted the ways of the nobility, truly benefiting from the lessons, nodding in agreement. It seems that the death of his brother Joseph has indeed served him well. At least his father, devoid of alternatives, would dedicate himself entirely to nurturing Elon. Rupert was completely unprepared for the fact that the nobility conducted their affairs without the need for evidence. He was still operating under the assumptions of the real world, believing that everything required substantiation and that it was inconceivable for suspicion to fall upon him. Little did he know that fate could take an unexpected turn. He dutifully submitted the monster crystal cores, adhering to Sophia's assertion that these would be factored into his graduation performance, subsequently influencing the allocation of positions within the church. Those who excelled could naturally be assigned to more prestigious churches, and so forth. However, Sophia revealed that this was merely the beginning. Being assigned to a branch church was merely a stable choice. The most elite faction of the Church of Holy Light was known as the Holy Army, with a minimum entry threshold of level 4. For the priestly path, level 4 equated to that of a father, while for the knightly path, it corresponded to a bronze holy knight. This meant that upon reaching level 4, one could serve as a priest in a church within a border city like Fibersburg. Yet this was only the gateway to the Holy Army. The Holy Army represented the church's prestige and was the absolute mainstay in external warfare. having forged its reputation through centuries of campaigns across the continent. When the cavalry of the Holy Army launched their charge, it was the moment when heretics trembled, for the battle would already be nearing its conclusion. This was Sophia's aspiration. She had no desire to be relegated to a fixed church, spending her days in idle guardianship, potentially drawing her sword only once a year outside of ceremonies, and living her life in such a manner. She yearned to emulate those legendary knights and priests, to become an ascetic, or even to join a commendable mercenary band and traverse the continent, continually challenging her limits and honing her skills until she met the standards of the Holy Army, or even surpassed them. This conversation unfolded on a beautiful night during their journey back, as Sophia confided in Rupert. Rupert vividly recalled the moment when Sophia spoke, her azure eyes shimmering with a brilliance that suggested she had regained her former radiance. In a surge of excitement, Rupert responded, "Can I really do that too?" Unsurprisingly, Sophia was entirely skeptical and promptly concluded the discussion. However, Rupert was not merely indulging in fanciful notions. He genuinely had not fully contemplated the matter. In truth, remaining in one place might alleviate certain worries, yet the absence of sufficient intrigue left him unchallenged. Without addressing the issues surrounding his skills, he was unable to enhance his strength. Rupert could only say that this possibility cannot be ruled out. It will ultimately depend on the course of events. Although Rupert was unaware of the Newman family's assassination plot against him, he afforded no opportunity for any such scheme to unfold, as he remained within the confines of the monastery for over a month. Apart from his regular academic pursuits, he devoted himself to the rigorous practice of marksmanship, while every other moment of his leisure was spent in the monastery's library. According to his understanding and Sophia's insights, in this era, books were exceedingly precious. Even an ordinary, powerless minor noble might find it impossible for his entire lineage to gather 3 complete volumes, which could be cherished as heirlooms. Much like the provision of systematic educational resources, only 3 establishments boasted a relatively abundant collection of books: the great nobility, the magical towers, and the monasteries. Rupert naturally comprehended the significance of books and knowledge. Harboring no intentions of indulging in leisurely pursuits, how could such trivial pleasures possibly compare to the joy derived from enlightenment? Nevertheless, among his peers in the pastoral and equestrian circles, although none took the initiative to collectively ostracize him, they certainly did not extend invitations for camaraderie. Such behavior, however, only served to gratify the chief steward Hoffman and Alonso, yet the more exceptional Rupert became, the greater their vexation. Rupert's mastery of the second-tier blessing and combat prowess remains elusive. However, his healing abilities have evidently advanced, likely reaching the level of a 5th-tier bishop. My goodness! Hoffman has even begun to lose his hair, and he remains at a loss regarding how to address this predicament. If this continues, without someone to intervene, Rupert may soon rival the Pope's divine healing techniques, yet he remains merely a 1st-tier apprentice priest. Who is there to reason with in such a situation? Holy light above, please withdraw your divine powers. Rupert's performance has naturally attracted Sophia's attention. Although she does not believe Rupert aspires to join the Holy Army like her, his visible efforts cannot be overlooked. Nonetheless, Rupert's academic pursuits and daily life are not without their tribulations. The accumulation of deception points is particularly disheartening. His classmates have largely excluded him from their activities, and over the course of a month, he has managed to gather only 976 deception points, averaging just over 100 per day, most of which were accrued during class when he answered roll call. Frequently, there are days when he earns nothing at all. However, a turn of events seems to be on the horizon. Chapter 48. The Church's Dilemma and Mercenary Tasks. The primary catalyst for this shift lies in the Holy Light Church's earlier commitment to broadly combat the anomalies. While they have indeed taken action, the past month has yielded no results, causing the Church to suffer a significant loss of face. The recent deaths of 6 students cannot simply be dismissed. It is utterly disgraceful to claim that Phobos Fortress is entirely safe. After a fruitless month of searching, the Church, feeling the pressure, began to adopt a more aggressive stance. They ceased to rely solely on their dispatch teams and instead allied with the local mercenary guild, which holds the most extensive influence in Phobos Fortress. Together, they plan to issue tasks aimed at investigating all peculiar occurrences within Phobos Fortress and its surrounding villages. Rewards would be offered for the discovery of anomalies, with mercenary task points allocated according to the danger level of the findings. Should the situation appear perilous, mercenaries could withdraw and simply contact the Church, which would not require their direct involvement. The Church's sincerity was evident. Simultaneously, the Church extended cooperation invitations to the other 2 major factions in Phobos Fortress, the nobility and the Magic Tower. Given that the recent fatalities involved the offspring of nobles and wealthy merchants, the nobility readily agreed to collaborate. The Magic Tower also expressed their willingness to participate, albeit with the stipulation that their mages must be present during any encounters with anomalies to document and study their characteristics. The Holy Light Church conceded, understanding that even if they refused, those mages were likely to conduct their research in secrecy. It was wiser to keep them under observation. Thus, Phobos Fortress was mobilized for a grand operation to eradicate the anomalies. Those lurking in the shadows began to tremble, fearful of being caught unawares and eliminated in the process. Such a large-scale initiative would not let any discovered foes escape unscathed. Eliminating them would be a mere formality. The atmosphere turned tense and anxious. As a direct institution of the Holy Light Church, the monastery was also called upon to contribute. Furthermore, for every graduating class, aside from striving for the second tier, engaging actively in various combat practices and completing mercenary tasks is fundamentally essential. According to the monastery's instructors, knights and priests do not simply arise from study alone. In the church's early days, there was no distinction between priests and knights. They were collectively known as missionaries, wielding swords in one hand and sacred texts in the other, battling demons while spreading divine teachings. Over time, this unified group gradually evolved into the distinct roles of priests and knights. Although conditions have improved and fewer enemies exist, the tradition of practical combat experience must be preserved. Thus, involving students in mercenary tasks to seek out anomalies has become the graduation requirement for Rupert and his peers. One day, while Rupert was engrossed in reading at the library, he found himself captivated by various accounts of famous figures, be they travelogues or the shadowy pasts of renowned mercenaries. Tales of a human noble's tumultuous love affair with an elven beauty, a church knight's scandalous liaison with a centaur, and the tragic saga of a dwarf warrior's involvement with a towering bearfolk female filled the pages. Little did anyone suspect that Rupert was so deeply engrossed. He had secretly sought out these books to read in solitude. Suddenly, Sophia's arrival caused Rupert to hastily close the book in his hands, even though he knew she could not decipher the text within. Rupert's peculiar behavior evidently aroused Sophia's suspicion, and her gaze became equally strange. However, she refrained from saying much and leaned closer to whisper, "It seems you are not in a hurry to seek mercenary tasks. Do you have other plans in mind?" Rupert harbored no significant plans. He simply aimed to finish the book in his possession, having indulged in the narratives it contained. As he was engrossed in these tales, he hesitated to abandon them, compounded by the fact that no one seemed inclined to engage him in leisure. Thus, he found himself delayed for a couple of days. But today, he resolved to step out. Yet, he would never articulate this truth. He had long forgotten the last time he spoke candidly. Habitually, he resorted to his usual pretense. "I have no particular plans, merely a burgeoning interest in the history of magical development, which has compelled me to delve deeply into the subject, thus consuming some of my time. This afternoon, I intend to visit the Mercenary Guild." Although Sophia could not see, she cast a glance at the book on the table and, upon suddenly placing her hand upon it, recognized Rupert's fabrications. The tome he referenced, chronicling centuries of history, was substantial and bound in dragonheart ebony, renowned for its pest-repelling properties. In contrast, the book she held was a mere ordinary parchment cover. While its contents remained a mystery to her, it was undoubtedly not the history of magical development. Though her vision was impaired, her striking blue eyes retained their allure, devoid of the murkiness typically associated with blindness, allowing for a perfectly executed eye roll in response to Rupert's nonsense. During this time, not only had Rupert gained a deeper understanding of her, but she too had come to know him better. She recognized that it was prudent to accept only half of what he said. Nevertheless, she found Rupert to be quite amicable, reliable in critical moments, and fundamentally trustworthy in his actions. She perceived his tendency to lie as a form of self-preservation or mere habit, rather than a means to achieve ulterior motives. Thus, she held little aversion to him, even considering him a friend. As for his dishonesty, it was merely a matter of habit. After rolling her eyes, she decided not to dwell on the matter and directly conveyed her purpose. "I have a friend at the magical tower, whom I met during our days as mercenaries. She possesses impeccable character and undeniable strength, surpassing my own capabilities. She wishes to form a small team for undertaking tasks, and has specifically requested you as a partner." Sophia continued, her expression laced with skepticism. "As far as I recall, since your arrival at the monastery, aside from our 10-day mission in the Western Mountains, you have scarcely ventured out. How did you come to know a sorceress?" Rupert immediately recalled the formidable sorcerer he encountered on the road to Fibersburg, a figure whose visage was obscured save for a prominent chin. After all, he had only ever met one sorcerer, and even then, only half of their countenance was revealed. Although he had just been unmasked by Sophia for his pretentious scholarly claims, he felt no embarrassment, nor had he ever known the meaning of surrender. "If you are referring to the fire mage Lilith, then I suppose I am acquainted with her, having fought alongside her to vanquish a werewolf. And one might even say I saved her life." Chapter 49, The Little Mercenary. Sophia could scarcely be bothered to listen to Rupert's bluster. With a casual remark to remember their meeting in the afternoon, she departed with an air of nonchalance. Rupert was no longer the naive novice he once was. He closed his eyes and began to contemplate the history of magical development, having genuinely studied it. In contemporary discourse, the term sorcerer typically refers to practitioners of the four elemental magics: water, air, fire, and earth. However, this does not imply that a sorcerer is confined to a singular discipline. Rather, they often specialize in one element while also acquiring knowledge in others, particularly as they advance in their craft. This brings us to a widely accepted foundational theory of magic known as the mana web theory, which posits that the nodes of these four elemental magics are dispersed throughout the world, forming an invisible network. While certain locations may exhibit a concentration of a specific element, the others will always be present, albeit in lesser quantities. The act of casting magic involves the sorcerer attuning their mental frequency to match that of the mana web nodes, thereby inducing a corresponding vibration in the nodes and enabling the casting of the desired spell. Different elemental magics possess distinct frequencies, which is why novice mages typically refrain from experimenting with multiple frequencies, finding it sufficient to master one discipline. As their power grows, they may venture into other elemental magics or even explore combination spells and, in some cases, variant magics. The simplest of these variant magics is ice magic, a basic mutation of water magic, while the more complex is lightning magic, a higher-order mutation of air magic. In addition to the 4 primary elemental magics, there exist other forms, notably light magic, which is monopolized by the Church of the Holy Light. It is said that, long ago, the predecessor of the Church deemed all forms of magic outside of light as heretical, branding practitioners as blasphemers, capturing and executing them by fire. It was only after prolonged struggle that sorcerers attained their current status, coexisting with the Church. Where there is light, there is also darkness, which encompasses dark magic, necromancy, and curses, collectively known as black magic, whose study remains prohibited in human society. Such powers are typically wielded by demonkind or their followers. Other esoteric forms of magic include the plant magic wielded by the elven race, as well as the more arcane disciplines of psychic, summoning, spatial, and temporal magics, which are exceedingly rare and not easily mastered by the average individual. And it is worth mentioning that the dwarven race has long proclaimed that their forging skills are a manifestation of metallic magic, although this assertion has not gained widespread acceptance. Rupert naturally contemplated his omniscient mind, which presumably encompassed psychic abilities, albeit still in a rudimentary form. This was of little concern, he could simply refine it further. However, the void scales that resembled tendrils posed a different issue, as they rested atop his head like an oversized cerebellum, rendering it impractical to present before others, causing him discomfort. In the afternoon, Rupert finally emerged from the monastery, walking alongside Sophia toward the southeastern corner of the city. Both were cloaked in substantial capes that concealed the novice priest robes and the knight's armor, with Sophia leading the way. It may seem peculiar for a sighted individual to allow a blind person to guide them, yet neither of them found this situation unusual. Rupert had long ceased to regard Sophia as blind. After all, who among the blind could fight with such prowess? At times, he even found himself questioning whether this woman could perceive colors through sound. Perhaps this was the very reason Sophia, despite knowing the dubious credibility of Rupert's words, still chose to remain in his company. Her indomitable spirit yearned for validation. The streets remained as lively as ever, with a cacophony of sounds filling the air. Yet they had no bearing on Sophia, who navigated the throngs with an effortless grace, leaving Rupert with the impression that no one could brush against the hem of her garment. In other parts of Phobosburg, various powerful factions had established dominion, with the mercenary guild occupying a substantial area in the southeast. It was not merely a hall for task postings, but had evolved into a comprehensive marketplace. Here, one could find an array of weaponry, armor shops, blacksmiths, ordinary apothecaries, taverns, and vendors selling clothing, footwear, ropes, backpacks, and a myriad of other goods. As the locals would say, one could arrive here in a state of undress and, within half an hour, be fully equipped for adventure. At the corner stood a blacksmith shop named the War Goddess Totem, where Rupert spotted 2 cloaked figures, one tall and the other short. Rupert had yet to see her face, yet he was certain she was the exceptionally fierce fire mage. At that moment, a voice called out, "Sophia," confirming Rupert's suspicions. It was indeed Lilith. Lilith approached, linking her arm with Sophia's, and spoke rapidly, "Rupert, it's been a while. This is my senior brother, Lumian, who will accompany us on this mission. It's the E-level mining task we confirmed. I just accepted it. Lumian, like Rupert, needs to authenticate his mercenary status before we can set off. There are too many people around, so let us discuss further once we leave the city." Goodness. Before Rupert could utter a word, Lilith's chatter efficiently arranged everything without any hesitation. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly until Rupert received his mercenary badge, which prompted a profound sense of disappointment. The badge felt remarkably cheap. Having heard numerous tales of mercenaries in their dramatic histories, he had held high hopes for the experience, anticipating some sort of ceremony. Instead, he was greeted not by a charming receptionist, but by a matronly woman of equal height and girth, her fingers resembling sausages as they were tightly encircled by a ring that appeared too small. She extended over the counter, slapping a form onto the desk, instructing him to fill in his name and rank, pay the fee, and it was all over. She merely glanced at his appearance before handing him a wooden mercenary badge, its edges even rough and splintered, which deepened Rupert's disappointment. Sophia, sensing his palpable discontent, whispered to him, "You must understand how many aspire to be mercenaries on this continent daily, yet how few persist. A low-ranking mercenary's initiation is hardly formal. It's unrealistic. If you seriously pursue the mercenary path, things will gradually improve, just as they did for me." As she spoke, Sophia revealed her own mercenary badge, crafted from metal with a circular design, prominently displaying a relief of sword and shield, far superior to his wooden one. It indicated the source of Sophia's evident prowess. She had likely been clandestinely undertaking mercenary tasks to enhance her skills. At that moment, Lilith departed with Rupert and Lumien's documentation to report to the mercenary squad. Lumien, standing nearby, muttered under his breath, his tone low yet clear. After all this time, I thought Lilith was pining for a super genius priest. It turns out she is merely a first-tier apprentice priest. When battle ensues, keep your distance. I'd rather not have your blood splattered on me. Rupert furrowed his brow. And so did Sophia. Chapter 50. Rupert's Petty Jealousies. Rupert cast a formal glance at Lumien, who, while relatively tall among ordinary individuals, appeared diminished in stature next to Rupert. With slightly thin lips twisted into a cold smirk, Lumien seemed to be a year or two older than them, likely around 18, and stood a bit taller than Rupert. Unrestrained by decorum, he noticed Lilith still queuing nearby. Although her hood remained in place, she was glancing back at the three of them. Lumien promptly displayed a broad grin, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and waved in greeting. With a smile plastered across his face, his small mouth continued to chatter incessantly. There's a knight who, despite his decent appearance, is regrettably blind. While Lilith extols your prowess, she conveniently omits the fact that you are sightless. Why do you obstruct our mages? Surely they could circumvent you. Or perhaps a mere beat of a drum would send you astray. What were you thinking? Before Lumien could finish his tirade, a sharp gasp escaped him. His voice tinged with a somewhat effeminate lilt as he suddenly crumpled to the ground. He clasped his left foot, too pained to make contact. Convinced he had surely fractured something. This was, of course, the handiwork of Rupert. While Lumien's vitriol was directed at Rupert's level, he had audaciously begun to malign Sophia, causing her complexion to pale and her body to tremble. Rupert certainly would not indulge this fellow's foul habits. To put it mildly, one might refer to him as a temporary teammate. To speak more candidly, who do you think you are, to commence our first encounter with such vitriol? What gives you the right to expect tolerance? Merely because, among the 4 of you, you possess the least appealing visage? In response, Rupert delivered a powerful stomp, landing squarely on the instep of that individual, thanks to the ingenious tactics provided by Stephen Chow. At present, Rupert's character level stands at 30. Embodying the pinnacle of a third-tier Black Iron Knight's strength, fueled by righteous fury, the impact was unmistakable, leaving Lumien's forefoot utterly flattened. Rupert nonchalantly whistled, prompting Sophia to burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth and turning away to silently recite the Code of Knights, having completely forgotten the earlier mockery. Lumien, on the other hand, exhibited a degree of commendable restraint. Aside from an initial gasp, he remained silent. However, his face had turned pale, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his lips were bloodied from biting them in pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he retrieved a vial of red healing potion from his spatial ring and, without hesitation, poured it into his mouth. Sophia instinctively wished to halt this foolish act, but Rupert gently restrained her. Her compassion was evident. Why was consuming the potion deemed foolish? This distinction lies between healing potions and healing spells. Healing potions are the result of mages' research, designed to hasten the recovery of injuries. In cases of completely shattered bones, consuming such a potion would only lead to the healed limb resembling a webbed foot, as the bones would be misaligned. A prior example is the scar on the face of the Blood Wolf's vice captain, which resulted from such a situation. In contrast, healing spells can realign dislocated bones, akin to how Alonso's intestines and kidneys could be repositioned if reinserted. Thus, Lumien, in his days of pain, prematurely consumed the potion, resulting in his left foot being fixed in the shape of a duck's foot. He glared at Rupert in fury, yet he dared not act out. First, because engaging in combat within the Mercenary Guild's hall would invite a collective backlash, and second, he sensed that Rupert was no ordinary opponent. Despite being merely an apprentice priest, Rupert possessed strength comparable to that of a knight, having incapacitated him with a mere kick. In a close-quarters fight, Lumien feared he would meet his end, as Rupert seemed fully capable of such an act. The contrast between this reality and Lilith's portrayal of compassion left him utterly bewildered. Lilith hurriedly returned, only to witness this peculiar standoff. Lumien, drenched in sweat and glaring intently, Rupert wearing his characteristic enigmatic smile, and Sophia, with her back turned, softly muttering something unknown. Rupert spoke up first. Captain Lilith, just now this place was exceedingly crowded, and someone inadvertently stepped on Brother Lumien's foot. The pain was so intense that he completely forgot I was a mere apprentice cleric. In my panic, I too forgot my own status as an apprentice cleric. He hastily consumed a healing potion, and now his foot resembles that of a duck. I wish to provide him with treatment, yet it seems beyond my capabilities. Rupert was rendered speechless, astonished by the absurdity of the situation. Even Lilith, typically easy to deceive, found it hard to believe. Yet, she mused to herself, it mattered little. Whether one chose to believe or not was of no concern to her. In fact, it was they who owed her, especially since an inexplicable individual was brought forth to berate her. Sophia, increasingly reluctant to turn back, clutched her mouth and began to tremble. As she listened to Rupert's nonsensical ramblings, she could not help but stifle a laugh. Normally, she perceived Rupert as a boy who spoke not but falsehoods. Yet standing alongside her teammate as he ridiculed the villains brought her an unexpected delight. In similar circumstances, she would have faltered, her greatest achievement being to elicit a half-hearted apology from her adversaries. Never had she felt such joy. Lilith observed the dynamics among the group, piecing together the situation. It seemed Lumion was pursuing her and had stubbornly insisted on accompanying them. Perhaps he considered Rupert a threat and in her absence had targeted him. Only to be met with Rupert's swift rebuttal, leaving Lumion too embarrassed to admit it. She could only think, Rupert, splendid work. Was it truly possible that this young man possessed such strength? Goodness, to have one's foot crushed must surely be painful. However, the mission had yet to commence. And discord had already arisen among the team. It fell upon her to mediate, and indeed, the situation must unfold according to Rupert's script. Thus, Lilith stifled her laughter, her hood obscuring any trace of mirth. Rupert, you are such a formidable cleric. Surely you must have a solution, correct? As for that clumsy oaf who stepped on someone's foot, we shall let it pass, but we cannot allow our teammate to venture forth in such a manner. Can we? Upon hearing this, Rupert immediately discerned that Lilith was unwilling to pursue the matter further. This young woman exhibited commendable qualities. She favored reason over favoritism. However, a degree of persuasion remained essential. There is indeed a method, though it may involve a slight discomfort. I wonder if Brother Lumion fears pain? The art of persuasion 1. It appears that only Lilith truly believes in his capabilities. As for Sophia, she is quite the character, remaining on the sidelines, merely spectating, without offering any support or faith in his ability to assist others in their recovery. Rupert did not allow Lumion the opportunity to refuse. With a swift stride, he directed a kick towards Lumion's injured webbed foot. A sharp hiss escaped as one person stepped forward, while 2 others winced in sympathy. Chapter 51. Tales of the Silver Mine. A ray of brilliance descended upon Lumion's head, granting him a moment of euphoric sensation. Transitioning from excruciating pain to exquisite pleasure, a stark contrast that left him somewhat disoriented. Lumion, in a duck-like posture, slumped to the ground, groaning softly. The onlookers turned to witness this unexpected display of vulnerability in a public setting. Lilith and Sophia, startled, tightened their hoods and hastily retreated, eager to distance themselves from the stranger on the ground. Realizing his own loss of composure, Lumion covered his face and quickly pursued them outside. Nevertheless, this ragtag mercenary group set off, albeit in a rather disjointed manner. Soon after their departure, a group of disheveled individuals followed suit, exchanging whispers. Some continued to trail the mercenaries while others returned to relay their findings. They were, of course, agents dispatched by the Newman family's eldest son, Aaron Newman, whose initial intent was to ambush Rupert in the street. However, after waiting at the monastery for over a month, their patience had worn thin. Today, they finally emerged, albeit with an unexpected knight in tow. The group, believing they still had sufficient manpower, contemplated a stealthy assault. But upon witnessing their target head straight for the mercenary guild, now accompanied by 2 additional individuals, one of whom was a second-tier mage, their hopes of a successful ambush diminished. They resolved to continue shadowing the group and report their positions to their superiors for further instructions. Upon exiting the mercenary guild, an unusual atmosphere enveloped Rupert's team. Silence pervaded as no one exchanged words, particularly Lumion, whose face was ashen and lips sealed. Lilith, the linchpin and organizer of the group, bypassed the earlier awkwardness and promptly approached the vendor to procure the essential equipment, ropes, crystal headlamps, pickaxes, before launching into a briefing about their upcoming mission. As previously discussed, this initiative was a collaborative effort between the Church of the Holy Light and the Mercenary Guild, aimed at investigating any unusual occurrences within the borders of Phibos Fortress, seeking to uncover their origins and determine if they were of a sinister nature. The task at hand involved the Kodo Silver Mine, located to the north of Phibos Fortress. The border region, rich in mineral resources, was favored for extraction. Nations prioritized mining in these areas, uncertain of their territorial claims in the future. The Kodo Silver Mine had reported a troubling trend over the past few months, with miners mysteriously disappearing 27 in the last 5 months alone. Even though these workers were seen as expendable by the mine owner, such losses were unacceptable, as each worker represented a financial asset. Consequently, this peculiar incident was reported to the Mercenary Guild and classified as an E-level task, which, while not the lowest, indicated a significant threat level, graded from S to F. Lilith and Sophia, having collaborated previously, decided to undertake this mission. Given their party's composition, 2 second-tier mages, a second-tier knight, and a somewhat inexperienced yet exceptionally skilled healing apprentice, their potential for success appeared promising. Although the front line seemed slightly vulnerable, Rupert's earlier performance suggested that the healer could function independently, alleviating some concerns. Throughout the journey, Sophia and Lilith engaged in lively conversation, leaving the 2 men largely silent and reflective, with Rupert gaining deeper insights into the 2 women. The path was uneventful, as the usual petty thieves and bandits appeared to have retreated during this period, avoiding unnecessary confrontations. After 2 days, they arrived at the Kodo Silver Mine, only to find its entrance barricaded. At a nearby temporary housing area, they encountered an elderly caretaker, his face and clothes marked by the unyielding grime of labor. After confirming their identities with the task credentials, he began to lament, "You have finally arrived. The miners have been too frightened to work these past few days. The foreman, who used to weigh 273 pounds, has lost 2 ounces due to the stress of the situation." Rupert felt somewhat speechless. What on earth was going on? Lilith, being a seasoned mercenary, possessed commendable interpersonal skills. Through her astute inquiries, she swiftly uncovered further details about the mine. Prior to its official discovery, this mining area had already been identified by certain private individuals who clandestinely extracted resources for an extended period. These private miners were remarkably discreet, revealing not a whisper of their activities. It was only when the silver production began to impact the market of Phibosberg that it captured the attention of the upper-class nobles, who promptly dispatched troops to seal off the area. Reports indicated that this action resulted in violent confrontations, claiming numerous lives. Subsequently, several noblemen united to exploit the mine, leading to its current scale of operation. The original miners continued their work, yet their earnings paled in comparison to the past, as the majority of the profits were siphoned off by the nobles. This site is a shallow silver mine, occasionally yielding traces of mithril, and while not particularly large, it has remained relatively stable over the years. However, due to the chaotic mining activities of the past, the tunnels created in pursuit of the ore veins resemble a labyrinth. Certain unproductive shafts have been sealed, and locations where personnel have mysteriously disappeared are marked, yet no one dares to descend into the mines as a guide. Caution must be exercised at all times. Rupert listened intently, perceiving that this silver mine encapsulated numerous elements of terror, the depths of the earth, labyrinthine passages, shadows lurking, bloodshed from years past, and the specter of disappearances. If such a place did not harbor dangers, it would indeed be peculiar. Yet, he genuinely hoped for the presence of the uncanny within. He had become captivated by the collection of various anomalies, reminiscent of his childhood obsession with gathering cards. Lilith, however, felt a twinge of uncertainty. The situation here was far more intricate than what the mercenary guild had conveyed. Nevertheless, having come this far, she possessed a firm belief in the team she had assembled. She instructed everyone to verify their equipment, with the most crucial item being the crystal core headlamp. Akin to a miner's helmet, yet powered by the energy of monstrous crystal cores, resources not easily afforded by ordinary miners or mercenaries. But what manner of individuals comprised this team? Among the four, there were 2 second-tier spellcasters and 2 students from the monastery. Although not affluent, the monsters they had slain in the western mountains had yielded crystal cores, which were credited to their achievements and remained in the possession of the students, who were not reluctant to expend these resources. As they descended into the mine, the arrangement of their formation was somewhat peculiar. 3 able-bodied individuals were led by a blind person. However, this configuration was at Sophia's insistence. After all, she was a knight. She donned the crystal core headlamp not for her own illumination, but to guide her comrades behind her. This implied that, should she venture into the mine alone, she would not require a light. Sophia was the sovereign of the darkness. Following her were Lumion, Lilith, and lastly Rupert, who brought up the rear. For the rear was fraught with peril, and Rupert's commendable strength rendered him less vulnerable to ambush. Rupert harbored no concerns. If necessary, he would simply drag his tentacles behind him, daring anyone to assault his rear. In her quest to don the crystal core headlamp and attain a commendable vision within the cavern, Lilith finally lifted her hood. Rupert finally beheld Lilith in her entirety. She was indeed beautiful, though not to an extraordinary degree. Perhaps the incessant bombardment of stunning beauties in later generations had dulled his senses, resulting in a rather ordinary reaction. After a couple of glances, he lost interest. This left the onlookers somewhat surprised. Lilith frequently encountered troubles due to her appearance, which is why she had always worn a hood to conceal herself. Rupert's indifferent response, however, instilled a sense of insecurity within her. Meanwhile, Sophia discreetly smiled. Lumion exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he soon grew anxious. Observing Lilith's discomfort, he began to waver in his emotions, feeling particularly conflicted. After this brief interlude, the group swiftly proceeded along the designated path into the mine. The initial section was comprised of the main mining tunnel, which was lined with tracks, technology learned from the dwarves, significantly enhancing the efficiency of ore extraction. Along some of the primary mining routes, there were deliberately embedded pieces of fluorite. Although they emitted little light, they served as markers. The tunnel was supported by numerous wooden pillars, as collapses were a significant concern in this environment. From these supports hung many iron chains, the purpose of which eluded Rupert. According to Lilith, they were used to secure the mine carts on the slope tracks, holding them steady while they were loaded with or before being pushed out. Rupert could only lament the multitude of mercenaries on the continent, realizing that certain knowledge cannot be gleaned from books. As the expedition commenced, the complexity of their undertaking became apparent to him, and he sensed that this was no trivial task. At that moment, 5 hooded figures, cloaked from head to toe, appeared at the entrance. The previously oblivious elder, now alert and astute, slid to his knees before the cloaked individuals, bowing thrice with an oily demeanor. "Esteemed sir, I have fulfilled your request by sprinkling the phantom flower pollen on that dark-eyed lad." It was done subtly, without attracting suspicion. The leader nodded approvingly, and with a flick of his wrist, a diminutive companion produced a black-bladed dagger, swiftly grazing the elder's throat before the blade vanished without a trace. The elder remained oblivious to the impending danger, merely feeling a peculiar itch at his neck, akin to a lover's feathered caress. However, as a thin line of blood began to surface, realization dawned upon him. He clutched his throat in desperation, but soon succumbed to convulsions, his eyes wide with confusion. A towering hooded figure stepped forward, effortlessly dragging the elder's lifeless body into the nearby woods, where it would likely be devoured by the beasts of the forest before nightfall, erasing all evidence. The so-called phantom flower pollen, despite its name, bore no relation to blossoms and had no fragrance. It was a remarkable concoction created by dark sorcerers. Colorless and odorless, it could be detected and tracked by a unique type of phantom bee, hence its name. Furthermore, a few drops of a special potion in the eyes would reveal a fluorescent reaction when viewed in darkness. Such items were not inexpensive on the black market, primarily due to their elusive nature, sometimes yielding extraordinary results. These cloaked figures were, in fact, the entourage of a lone Newman. Given the current circumstances, masquerading as petty thugs would not suffice to deal with Rupert, who had taken matters into his own hands. Although he was not particularly concerned about the repercussions his father had mentioned, he was deeply troubled by Rupert's bullying of his brother and the threats directed at the Newman family. A fixation had developed within him, a desire to eliminate this adversary, especially since Rupert was associated with the blind Sophia, who had once rejected him. The recollection of this past grievance rekindled his animosity, prompting him to confront Rupert directly. The 4 companions he brought along were trusted subordinates nurtured by his family, not mere mercenaries. Nobility, possessing effective combat training methods, attracted many willing to pledge their loyalty. For this mission against Rupert's group, he had mobilized 3 third-tier Black Iron warriors, each with distinct combat specializations, 2 agile assassins, 1 swordsman, and 1 shield warrior, all emphasizing strength. He himself was a balanced third-tier Black Iron knight, confident in his superiority against the fragile first- and second-tier classes. He had even devised a plan for how to manipulate the blind girl, considering undressing her while instructing his subordinates to create sounds around her, ensuring she would experience fear intertwined with pleasure. This scheme was a viable option for him. Moreover, he had heard that Lilith from the Magic Tower was also a beauty, and he believed in treating them equally, perhaps making them both part of his designs. This might well be his primary motivation for personally attending the affair. Avenging his brother could merely be a pretext. However, the targets included 2 significant factions, the Magic Tower and the Holy Light Church's monastery. To avoid arousing suspicion, it was imperative to act with caution. Some outsiders simply did not deserve to live. Furthermore, he had indeed ventured into the family's secret vault to procure some mysterious blood, known for its efficacy in disposing of bodies and erasing traces. Rupert and his companions remain oblivious to the looming greater peril as they venture deeper into the mine. Rupert found himself devoid of any opportunity to be afraid. He was earnestly memorizing the path he had traversed, despite possessing considerable mental fortitude. Even surpassing that of 2 authentic mages, he encountered some difficulties. The myriad of paths was bewildering. It was not merely a matter of left or right, but rather a labyrinthine structure with routes extending in every conceivable direction. As the group pressed onward, they stumbled upon a marker, a wooden signpost, not indicating the precise location of a miner's disappearance, but rather the general vicinity where they had gone missing. An air of anxiety enveloped the group. The tension was palpable. Aside from Sophia at the forefront, who maintained a steady beam from her headlamp, the 3 individuals behind her frantically scanned their surroundings, their unease manifesting through their erratic movements. However, after a thorough examination, they discovered nothing amiss and were compelled to continue their journey. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at some point, their quartet was shadowed by a 5th figure, discreetly trailing behind Rupert. Chapter 53. The reluctant soul. This additional presence went unnoticed by anyone, not even Sophia, whose acute hearing was akin to a 6th sense. The figure made no sound. There were no audible footsteps or rustling of air to betray its existence. Rupert turned his head to observe the situation behind him, yet that peculiar entity followed suit, remaining at his back, unnoticed as he glanced back, strange yet humorous. Thus far, the group had not encountered any peril, for this additional figure had posed no threat. Then came the most thrilling interlude since their entry into the mine. They approached a slanted tunnel, its entrance haphazardly nailed with wooden planks. Presumably the abandoned mine referred to by the old man at the entrance. As they passed, a massive swarm of rats tumbled forth. Or perhaps it could be aptly termed a rat ball, the creatures being of considerable size, akin to small cats, their long tails intertwined, forming a grotesque sphere that squeaked and rolled across the ground. To be candid, Rupert was startled and cursed under his breath as he leapt aside to evade them. Lumion, who had been maintaining a stoic silence, also sprang into action, darting sideways to avoid the chaos. As for the 2 young women, Sophia's complexion paled slightly, though she managed to suppress a scream, demonstrating her utmost restraint as a knight, taking refuge against the wall, the rat ball closest to her. Lilith, however, was unencumbered by such concerns. She immediately unleashed a high-pitched dolphin-like sound, reaching a high C, followed by 3 fireballs hurled towards the sphere, intent on extermination. The outcome was striking. The rat ball could not escape and was reduced to charred remains, still entangled in a grotesque mass. Regardless of the ensuing mission's trajectory, it seemed unlikely that Lilith would opt for any underground tasks for quite some time. Yet, at that moment, the positions of the 4 had shifted, no longer aligned in a single row. Sophia, Lumion, and Lilith had all retreated towards the tunnel, while Rupert had distanced himself, moving backward. This meant that the three were now facing Rupert, creating a curious 3-2 scenario. Indeed, you read that correctly. 3 against 2. Lumien's pupils dilated in fear, too apprehensive to speak loudly, lest he disturb some peculiar entity. Lilith, on the other hand, exhibited a more playful demeanor. She glanced around, counted her companions, and her eyes widened in realization. Covering her mouth with one hand, she gestured urgently to Rupert with the other, pointing emphatically behind him. Sophia, however, was at a loss. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, she sensed only 4 individuals present, yet the behaviors of her 2 companions indicated that the situation was far from what she had perceived. Desiring to assist yet unsure of how, her blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, close to breaking down. Rupert observed the peculiar behavior of the 3 individuals opposite him, as well as Lilith's gestures, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, he immediately turned his head, remaining silent. Both Lilith and Lumien held their breath, for they noticed that the figure behind Rupert was also moving, shadowing him closely. Finally, Lilith could no longer contain herself and urgently called out, her voice barely above a whisper yet clear enough to be understood. Rupert, there is a strange figure following you closely, mirroring your movements. Rupert nearly succumbed to his excitement and summoned a multitude of writhing tendrils, yet he restrained himself. He assessed his surroundings, executing a swift turn and glide, pressing his back against the stone wall of the mine, eager to discern the unfolding situation. Hiss. His movement elicited a sharp intake of breath from Lilith across from him, for she had witnessed the figure being effortlessly absorbed into the stone wall. It was not an instance of crashing through the wall, but rather akin to a droplet merging seamlessly into a pond. She promptly cautioned Rupert. It is not a physical entity. It has melded into the wall. Rupert was no longer as frantic as he had been at the outset. As long as it was not a corporeal entity, it could be managed. Could it truly be more terrifying than the bizarre? He took 2 steps forward and cast a healing spell behind him. A gentle golden light enveloped the shadow behind, immobilizing it and preventing it from swirling chaotically after Rupert. After Rupert unleashed his skill, he lunged forward, then immediately turned back, accompanied by a few others, to ascertain the nature of the phenomenon before them. Before their eyes stood a ragged male miner, whose initially ominous visage transformed visibly into a state of tranquility under the golden light. He began to examine his hands and feet, seemingly unaware of his condition. Then he glanced at the 4 individuals present, and as if recalling something, he offered Rupert a faint smile in gratitude. Finally, he pointed towards the mineshaft from which the mouse ball had fallen and gradually faded away. According to Rupert's understanding, this signified the fulfillment of a wish, allowing him to enter the cycle of reincarnation. In the context of this world, it indicated that an evil soul had received purification. In any case, it was a positive occurrence. Lilith had completely relaxed and began to animatedly recount the events that had just transpired to Sophia. Her storytelling talent was commendable, capturing Sophia's attention and leaving her visibly tense. Rupert was indeed intrigued by the cave that the miner's spirit had alluded to earlier, resolving to investigate further. He even believed that this would be the crux of their quest, a sentiment echoed by the others in the group. As the entrance to the cave sloped downward, Rupert took the lead, but it soon became apparent that the upward path dwindled, giving way to a descent instead. After traversing a few paces, he stumbled upon a corpse, largely reduced to a skeletal frame, with large rats scurrying about, an unsettling sight. The tattered remnants of fabric indicated that this was the body of a miner, most likely that of the spirit they had just encountered. Rupert was just about to depart, intending for Lilith to perform his cremation as a means of honoring the remains. Suddenly, he noticed a small, lustrous silver metal piece beside the corpse, no larger than a fingernail. This object exuded an air of extraordinary significance. A tiny appendage unexpectedly extended. Swiftly retrieving the item and bringing it into his grasp, further solidifying his suspicions. The metal bore a texture reminiscent of silver, yet its surface was adorned with intricately interwoven patterns, forming orderly rhombuses that exemplified the characteristics of mithril. Despite its diminutive size, Rupert understood that this fragment could serve as a catalyst, capable of profoundly altering the magical conductivity of other metals when forged in conjunction with them. It constituted a vital component for high-tier magical weapons and armor, recognized as a currency throughout the continent, making it a coveted treasure that vanished in an instant upon discovery. Chapter 54. A desperate escape. At that moment, his comrades approached from behind, and Rupert, unwilling to hoard such a treasure, promptly handed it over to Lilith. True to her reputation as a learned sorceress, Lilith quickly discerned the situation's intricacies. The miner's restless spirit had lingered within the mithril after his demise, unable to stray far from the site. It was likely Rupert's divine aura that had drawn the spirit closer. Moreover, the mouse-shaped orb was presumably a creation of the spirit, intended to attract the attention of others. Rupert maintained a reserved demeanor, as he was heavily imbued with a sacred aura, yet equally shrouded in an air of peculiarity. There was little doubt. Indeed, I proclaimed myself a promising candidate for the priesthood. Those who dismiss his words as mere banter are merely adding to the chorus of disbelief. Lumien, for instance, shared a similar skepticism towards him. Among our quartet, only Lilith shone brightly, which underscores the significance of first impressions in human interactions. Lilith subsequently returned the piece of mithril to Rupert, stating, "That soul is primarily your responsibility. You should retain this mithril for yourself." In a formal and established team, Such personal gains would typically contribute to a communal fund, with the lion's share remaining with the individual. However, in a small team like ours, we simply keep our own rewards. Nevertheless, upon the conclusion of our task, I hope to procure this mithril from you, Rupert, as it holds great importance for us mages. Rest assured, I will not engage in any underhanded bargaining. Rupert relished engaging with individuals of such candor. They were neither tiresome nor convoluted. He promptly returned the piece of mithril, stating, "You may keep it. I agree to sell it to you at a generous 70% of the regular price. You are aware that I am indifferent to monetary matters. Rupert's growth and power is scarcely related to the mithril. He needs to convert it into ordinary gold and silver. The moment he requires funds coincides with the time he trades eggs for faith, for I have never heard of exchanging mithril for eggs. It is far more prudent to sell it to a friend." Lilith instinctively caught the tossed mithril, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a sweet smile. Her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Yes, I will send you the money as soon as I return." "Thank you, Rupert." The sensation of being trusted by a friend is delightful, when a friend lends you money without the need for promissory notes and simply hands it over. It brings immense satisfaction, as it signifies your worthiness of their trust. Lumien's eyes were nearly ablaze, despite being a water mage. He was envious of that piece of mithril, longing to possess it, and equally envious of the smile Lilith bestowed upon Rupert, feeling a sense of betrayal that he could not quite comprehend, his thought process appearing quite peculiar. Meanwhile, Sophia began rolling her eyes, interpreting Rupert's actions as mere attempts to win the favor of a beautiful girl. Although she was far from being jealous, she could not articulate her own feelings. After Lilith cremated the body, the group resumed their original formation, continuing onward. Now firmly believing that the answer lay ahead, likely linked to the mithril. The reason this answer had remained undiscovered was that it was concealed within these abandoned tunnels, places that most would instinctively overlook. After they had traversed a considerable distance, they suddenly heard a crackling sound accompanied by the rustling of rolling ore. Were not the workers absent from the mines these past few days? Were not these pits entirely abandoned? Why then did they hear the sounds of mining? The four of them swallowed nervously in unison, feeling a chill creep down their spines, as though a ghost were truly whispering in their ears. Rupert was assured that nothing lurked behind him. After setting off again, a tendril extended from his back, occasionally flicking behind him, while he discreetly cast a healing spell to ensure his safety. Lilith and Lumien remained oblivious to this detail. Only Sophia noticed, yet she thought little of it. She was aware of Rupert's long vine, having collaborated with him numerous times in the western mountains. Having been startled earlier, it was only natural for him to exercise caution now. However, with the sound of mining echoing ahead, Rupert gathered his focus and volunteered to lead the way. Recognizing the importance of vision in such circumstances, he was far more suited for the task than Sophia, whose poor eyesight rendered her incapable of assessing the risks from a distance. Rupert stood up, which was not surprising. However, it was rather curious that the formidable Sophia did not engage in any argument and simply acquiesced, leaving Lilith quite intrigued. Rupert advanced cautiously, his confidence unwavering. Although he lacked the enhancement of combat energy, his physical strength and coordination had already reached the pinnacle of the third tier. With such prowess, he felt assured. However, as he approached the first corner, he cautiously extended his head, only to be met by a streak of silver light hurtling towards his face, accompanied by an ominous silence. "You. Great. Sir." Rupert's reaction was remarkably swift, his robust core enabling him to retract his upper body with great agility. However, he lost his balance and fell. The gleaming object had already embedded itself into the mine wall, penetrating the rock, its tail still quivering. It was not an arrow, but rather a sleek metal rod, entirely silver, devoid of the typical arrowhead and fletching. Rupert, unwilling to linger, immediately rose and exerted his strength to wrench the object free, then hastened away as if ambushed. The item he grasped bore a texture that was not metallic, lacking the weight typically associated with metal, and exhibited superior resilience. He truly could not identify what it was. Something pursued him from behind, and a multitude of peculiar arrows rained down upon him. Fortunately, the mining tunnel was not straight. Otherwise, Rupert's previous misfortune would surely have recurred. Soon, reinforcements arrived, and fireballs along with ice arrows began to soar past him towards their adversaries. Though the ice arrows had an unfortunate tendency to veer uncomfortably close to his groin, prompting him to press against the wall to evade their trajectory. Thus commenced a reciprocal exchange of fire, with neither side daring to advance further. Rupert sprinted back and promptly handed the peculiar arrow to Lilith, who possessed considerable knowledge. With a fireball in her right hand and the arrow in her left, she waited briefly and cast a discerning glance before declaring, "This is a backstab from a silver-backed gold-devouring rat. They are adept at excavation and have an affinity for consuming metal ores. The metallic elements accumulate in their backs and can swiftly coalesce on their hardened bristles when necessary, manifesting as this backstab, which possesses a force comparable to an arrow. It is highly likely that the missing miners fell victim to them. We must retreat. The problem is clear now. They are quintessentially social creatures, and we cannot manage them." Upon hearing this, none among the group displayed obstinacy. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. However, just as they leapt from the shaft where the miners' bodies lay, they encountered 5 hooded figures, startling both parties as they stood within mere 6 meters of one another. Chapter 55. preparing for deception. Fortunately, both sides were somewhat bewildered and did not immediately engage in combat. Yet, Rupert was uncertain whether the opposing figures were mercenaries on a similar mission or mere intruders. Lilith shouted, "There are magical beasts behind us. We must retreat." She then prepared to advance cautiously, maintaining a deliberate pace to avoid misjudgment. Elon Newman seized this opportunity, standing firm while subtly shifting to the side, appearing to avoid obstructing his companion's path, an action typical of mercenaries, yet he remained poised for an attack. Their strategy hinged on close combat. Engaging the target up close would significantly enhance their chances of success. At this moment, Rupert was overwhelmed by a profound sense of danger. He sensed that the gazes of the 5 cloaked figures were fixed upon him, more so than on the 2 women, which felt decidedly abnormal. Could it be that individuals from another world have an unusual preference? He even detected a faint aura of hostility, uncertain if it was mere illusion or a heightened awareness due to his enhanced mental acuity. As both sides drew nearer, a black bee began to hover around Rupert, capturing the attention of Lilith and Sophia. Their expressions shifted simultaneously as they recognized the creature, a nether bee, and they understood its purpose. These individuals were coming for them. Lilith, the audacious girl who had previously speared herself with a short spear, once again demonstrated her fierce resolve by hurling a fireball at the opponents while exclaiming, "They're our enemies." Sophia, even more decisive, extinguished her crystal core lantern and unsheathed her great sword, readying herself for battle while prioritizing the protection of her comrades. Rupert moved with remarkable swiftness. Although he failed to recognize the elusive spectral bee, he was already enveloped in an aura of impending danger. Even without Lilith's sudden outburst, he was prepared to take action. Yet, he had not fully braced himself for exposure, nor did he intend to silence his companion. Thus, he refrained from deploying any extraordinary skills, such as summoning tentacles or sporting a grotesque headpiece. Instead, he advanced to the front lines, aligning himself alongside Sophia, armed with a lengthy tentacle staff that he had covertly outfitted with numerous sharp fangs, transforming it into a formidable spiked club. However, Lumion appeared somewhat lackluster, his expression one of bewilderment as he stood idly, failing to take refuge behind Sophia and Rupert. At that moment, the opposing shield warrior brandished an enormous shield exceeding 2 meters in diameter, charging forward a few paces to intercept Lilith's fireball. Though he was momentarily unsteady from the explosion, he successfully blocked the attack, leaving his surrounding allies unscathed. The expressions of the individuals on this side shifted dramatically, indicating that the enemy's prowess was formidable, at least at the peak of the 2nd tier, if not potentially at the 3rd tier. Simultaneously, 2 agile figures produced crossbows, initiating a barrage of fire towards them. The projectiles, while not particularly forceful, exhibited the ability for rapid succession. Sophia and Rupert began to wield their weapons in defense, with Sophia, the Night Warlord, effortlessly deflecting all the bolts aimed at them. Rupert, relying on his 3rd-tier agility, was struck by merely 2 arrows, which, in truth, was quite commendable. He swiftly extracted the arrows and cast a healing spell upon himself. In contrast, Lumion, who stood in a daze, fared far worse, having also been hit by the 2 arrows that had slipped past. Though both suffered the same number of strikes, Rupert experienced only minor injuries, while Lumion felt as though he were on the brink of death. Lilith was left with no choice but to simultaneously unleash fireballs for suppression while dragging Lumion along. Rupert took note of the mine shaft from which the silverback gold-devouring mice were about to emerge. Suddenly, a tentacle extended from his back, ensnaring Sophia, as well as Lilith and Lumion, pulling them swiftly backward into the depths of the mine. While directing the group, he reassured them, "This is my vine. Do not panic. Retreat is our only chance." Simultaneously, with remarkable multitasking, the tip of his tentacle extracted the arrows lodged in Lumion's body, followed by a healing spell to mend his wounds. As the silverback gold-devouring mice burst forth from the cavern, they collided with Elon and his companions, indifferent to whether they were allies or foes, and immediately began their assault. The shield warriors successfully deflected the incoming attacks, while Elon hurled a canister emitting noxious gas into the mine. Soon, the mice retreated in a cacophony of shrieks. Despite the visible pain in Elon Newman's eyes, for the canister was an expensive alchemical item known as the Dread of Dragons. Its name, as pleasing as its composition, was peculiar, a blend primarily derived from the excrement of high-ranking dragon species, effective at repelling common magical beasts. However, its only drawback was its exorbitant cost, with acquiring the core materials posing a significant challenge. Yet, Elon had already engaged with the forces of the Magic Tower and the Church of the Holy Light. There was no turning back. Those 2 factions, should they pursue, would undoubtedly trace his involvement unless he eliminated all witnesses, for the survival of the Newman family hinged upon it. Once the mice were dealt with, a glimpse of Rupert and his group could be seen as they continued their frantic dash deeper into the mine. Elon and his companions hastened to catch up, their speed surpassing that of Lilith and Lumion, rapidly closing the distance. Rupert discovered the utter uselessness of those mice, realizing they posed no hindrance to the group behind him. He understood that he must liberate his own power and act independently. As the pursuers drew ever closer, he could see them distinctly. Suddenly, he accelerated, discreetly slipping something into Sophia's hands before astonishingly decelerating and, right before the oncoming foes, darting into another tunnel. He had resolved to trust his initial instincts. Sensing that the murderous intent of the enemies was directed at him, even if he were mistaken, it mattered not, his thoughts had crystallized. The adversaries had simultaneously launched an assault on both the magical tower and the church, leaving no room for survivors. He was confident he could divide their forces. Once the enemy split, he would have the opportunity to act, thereby safeguarding his companions. Meanwhile, Elon Newman observed Rupert, clad in priestly robes, divert into a side tunnel, a cold smirk curling on his lips. This fool was clearly panicking and had lost his way. He promptly made arrangements, intending to pursue the two young women himself. A shield warrior was required to shield him from magical attacks, alongside a swordsman, ensuring a trio that could easily overpower the opposing three. The other two assassins, fleet of foot, could effortlessly handle a first-tier apprentice priest, and after dispatching him, would swiftly regroup. His subordinates, indeed elite, immediately split up to execute Elon Newman's orders. At this moment, Lilith and Sophia, who were running ahead, noticed Rupert veering off. Lilith gasped, preparing to turn back and fight desperately, but Sophia restrained her. For Rupert had placed his own cloak in her hands, reminding her of his earlier actions before the conflict erupted, when he had caught and stowed away the abyssal wasp. These subtle gestures indicated that Rupert was neither flustered nor aimlessly fleeing. Rather, he harbored a detailed plan to retrieve them. For if speed was the measure, she knew Rupert could outrun them all, having witnessed his swiftness during their time in the Western Mountains. Rupert's decision to run separately was clearly premeditated, intriguing enough. She felt no suspicion that he had abandoned them, as though such a notion had never crossed her mind. On the contrary, she had unwavering faith that Rupert would accomplish this, which was why she held back the returning Lilith and continued to run, while Lumion had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the two assassins reached the fork in the path, observing that the first-tier apprentice priest, Rupert, was growing increasingly sluggish, stumbling along. They held contempt for someone who would abandon their companions to flee, and had it not been for Master Elon's insistence to resolve the matter swiftly, they would have relished the opportunity to toy with the cunning little priest. They pressed on, but upon rounding a bend, an unexpected scene unfolded before them, rendering them momentarily blind with shock. In their expectations, they had envisioned a panicked little priest glancing back in terror, or perhaps crumpled on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Yet, what did it signify that the tunnel was filled with writhing tentacles? And the enormous brain, suspended in the air, pulsating ominously? What could the devilish grin of that little priest possibly mean? In a synchronized act, the two men shut their eyes and shook their heads, hoping to dispel the nightmarish vision. But when they opened their eyes once more, the horrifying tableau only sharpened into clearer focus. Rupert had no time to waste. He was on a mission to save lives. All 11 of his tentacles sprang into action, swiftly ensnaring the two individuals. Although they too were at the third tier, their agility could not compensate for their lack of strength, even with their fighting spirit activated. Rupert's tentacles, having grown to the same third tier as him, were more than a match for them. Concurrently, two more tentacles emerged, adorned with sharp fangs, and pierced directly through their hearts. This was the quickest means of execution. The two began to writhe in agony, their screams muffled as the tentacles constricted tightly around their throats. At that moment, Rupert's omniscient brain emitted numerous psychic threads that delved into the minds of the dying men. This was not an action he orchestrated, rather, it was an autonomous function of the brain itself, which startled him. Subsequently, a series of brief visual scenes flooded back to his consciousness, images of the two men torturing various individuals, acquiring wealth, and reveling in the company of women. A family crest. The Newman insignia prominently appeared in many of these visions. The most recent scenes depicted a burly man at the mine's entrance demanding benefits, culminating in a death scene. The entire sequence of events became clear. It was indeed the Newman family seeking revenge. Most likely, he had inadvertently endangered Sophia and Lilith, but how had he been exposed? If the Newman family were aware of his peculiar circumstances, they could simply report him to the church rather than taking matters into their own hands. It appeared they were merely speculating, lacking solid evidence, or perhaps there were convoluted details he remained oblivious to. Remarkably, his omniscient brain could extract information from the minds of the dying, presumably due to the vividness of the recalled images, akin to a deathbed flashback. The transmission of cerebral information was remarkably swift, occurring merely seconds before death. The two corpses could not remain here, for fear of subsequent inquiries. Thus, Rupert stored the bodies within the confines of his tumor-like brain's spatial ring and summoned the Spectre Bee, immediately commencing a counterhunt against the assailants. Among them was alone Newman, the brother of that fellow Joseph, a bond of brotherhood indeed, which would soon lead into reunion. Although Rupert had successfully diverted two assassins, Sophia's situation remained dire. Lilith, who had continuously unleashed fireball attacks, was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Had Sophia not persistently urged her to flee, they would have been captured long ago. Meanwhile, Lumion had completely crumbled, failing to cast a single spell throughout the ordeal, utterly betraying his potential. A water mage who had mastered ice mutation magic early in his career. He had been lauded throughout his upbringing, yet when faced with peril, he was paralyzed with fear. He had not even spared a glance at Lilith, having already fled considerable distance away. Eventually, alone Newman and his two companions caught up, and with a mere gesture, the third-tier Black Iron Sword warrior was dispatched to pursue Lumion, adhering to the principle that none could escape unscathed. In this environment, Alone's true nature was laid bare. He removed his hood to reveal a face marred by lewdness, trembling as he gazed at the two-cornered women. Lilith's pupils constricted. Clearly recognizing this individual, he was notorious within noble circles, being the first heir of the influential Fibersberg family. Yet it was difficult to reconcile the repugnant visage before her with the dashing nobleman outside. However, the notion that Lilith would display fear or plead for mercy was utterly misplaced. She had no desire to waste words on such a person, only contempt. Alone felt a chill run down his spine. What expression was this woman wearing? What did it signify? It resembled that of a flasher. Revealing himself to a woman who found him repulsive, conveying the sentiment, "Is that all? How dare you flaunt it?" Alone was akin to that flasher. Sophia's expression, however, was one of confusion. Having been occupied with battle or flight, she had not had the opportunity to scrutinize the adversary's features. Now, upon closer inspection, a sense of familiarity washed over her. He bore a striking resemblance to someone she had long despised, sword in hand and ready to strike. Just then, a cloaked figure brandishing a dagger rushed forward. Lilith's heart sank, fearing their entire team would perish. Surely, Rupert had met his end. Yet Sophia bore an unusual expression. She recognized the footsteps as Rupert's, and she was certain of it. She also heard the fluttering of the spectre bee within his cloak, the sound of wind generated by the cloak, and the slicing of air as the dagger cut through. This was the attire of the two who had pursued Rupert earlier. He was attempting to deceive them once more. Alone Newman failed to recognize this, but was nonetheless suspicious. Why had only one person returned? Where was the other? Time was fleeting, and the figure lunged towards Sophia, dagger poised to strike. Alarmed, Alone thought, had this fool lost his senses? They hadn't even begun, and he was about to stab someone. How would they proceed afterward? Instinctively, he sought to intervene, only to feel a sudden chill at his side. Chapter 57. The Forgotten Ones. Although Alone Newman felt confident about this operation and had opted not to wear knightly armor for convenience, he was still clad in exquisite elven leather armor. Nobility, while perhaps oblivious to the saying a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, truly valued their lives. The dagger struck precisely, penetrating his ribcage and entering his chest cavity. While it would not result in immediate death, Alone found himself rapidly losing strength, air escaping from his punctured lungs. This blow caught him utterly off guard. One moment he was contemplating how to enjoy the thrill of the encounter, and the next, he was felt. Sophia had anticipated this outcome. Previously, when Rupert had aimed a stab at her, she had not dodged, but rather seized the opportunity amidst the shock of others to charge towards the dazed shield warrior, intent on ending the battle. Although Lilith was equally taken aback, the result was fortuitous. Quick to react, she harnessed the slight recovery of her mental energy, casting a small fireball aimed at the shield warrior's face to provide cover for Sophia. Upon observing the situation, Rupert recognized the opportunity at hand. He swiftly cast a healing spell on Sophia, enabling her to endure, and then ensnared Alon's neck with a tentacle, forcefully propelling him into the nearby tunnel, thereby evading detection. Subsequently, he drew forth his obsidian dagger and plunged it into the man's mouth, piercing through the upper jaw and reaching the brain, all the while summoning the omniscient mind to facilitate a rapid data download. The exhilaration he felt at that moment was akin to the thrill of clandestinely watching forbidden films in his youth, fraught with the fear of being discovered. Yet, what manner of thoughts resided within this individual's mind? It was more twisted than anything he had ever encountered. Rupert was momentarily taken aback. He sought to gather intelligence on the Newman family, even to discern the reasons behind their targeting of him. However, aside from these vivid impressions, his mind was rather devoid of any other significant memories. His father, Matthew Newman, had barely made an appearance, uttering not a single word before vanishing, while a young maid's flirtatious demeanor left a more lasting impression than his father's fleeting presence. What was there to remember? In the final moments, a particularly extraordinary scene etched itself in Rupert's memory. Alon entered a basement where an odd, soft-bodied creature was encased within a glass enclosure, resembling a caterpillar but as thick as a human thigh. Its body was a vivid green, adorned with spiny protrusions measuring several centimeters in length, and its mouth was equipped with 6 small arms that incessantly rummaged, forming a grotesque maw. Even more unsettling was the fact that this maw had a fore and aft, leaving one to ponder which end was the front. Alon appeared to share a sense of trepidation towards this bizarre entity, daring not to gaze too long. He merely pressed a switch, causing a sharp spike to extend from the glass, piercing the creature's ghastly mouth, and its green blood flowed down the inner walls, collected for external storage. Alon swiftly appropriated the vial of green blood and made his hasty exit. As he turned back for one last glance, he beheld a human female's arm falling from the feeding aperture of the container. As the caterpillar commenced its gruesome feast, the wound visibly healing before his eyes. The arm bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the flirtatious maid. With no further revelations gleaned, Rupert failed to acquire the information he desired, but stumbled upon an unexpected prize. He promptly secured his omniscient mind and removed Alon Newman's spatial ring. Extracting the vial of the recently observed green blood, bringing it close to his nose, he detected the familiar putrid odor. Thus confirming his suspicions, the Newman family harbored a monstrosity. This would be addressed later. Rupert immediately sprang to his feet, intent on aiding Sophia and Lilith. The battle on that front was far from easy. The third-tier Black Iron Shield warriors exerted tremendous force, sending Sophia reeling. Lilith was on the verge of mental exhaustion, her gaze growing faint, for she was but a second-tier warrior. Stumbling and stalling for so long was indeed remarkable. The clash of great swords against massive shields drowned out any clarity of what transpired with Rupert. Yet Sophia felt that Rupert was taking an inordinate amount of time after dispatching his foes, and she could scarcely hold on any longer. Rupert brandished his elongated tentacle-like staff, which unfurled like a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. While the colossal shield could withstand the onslaught of a great sword, this peculiar weapon, capable of bending and twisting, proved to be a formidable challenge. The shield-bearer managed to parry the staff with each strike. However, the staff would instantaneously extend, striking him at the back of his head. With Elon now deceased, the warrior was mentally overwhelmed, and in that moment of vulnerability, Sophia seized the opportunity to pierce through his rear with a decisive thrust of her sword. Exhausted and drenched in perspiration, Sophia collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed by the exhilaration of facing such a formidable opponent, she teetered on the precipice of life and death, sensing an impending breakthrough. It seemed she was on the verge of transcending her own limits once more. Rupert, upon witnessing the situation, slumped to the ground, devoid of any desire to move. As for his companion, Lumion, what companion? Was there truly anyone left? Were not all his comrades right here? Who was Lumion? The resentful Rupert had never forgiven Lumion. Although he would not actively seek to confront him, the notion of rescuing him was utterly inconceivable. Why should he wear a sour expression all day long for anyone? No one owed him anything. Sophia, on the other hand, bore an expression of peculiar intrigue. She possessed the ability to perceive myriad sensations, for instance. She could discern the rapid thudding of Lilith's heart, even sensing the frantic pulsations of blood vessels in her brain. Sophia's own heartbeat raced, a natural response following strenuous exertion. Yet, as she listened to Rupert's heartbeat, she noted it was relatively calm, merely a tad quicker than usual, indicating that his current exertion was far from exhausting him. This was a testament to her extraordinary auditory perception and a key reason why she often doubted Rupert's fabrications. Each time he lied, his heartbeat quickened slightly, as if he were anticipating something. Over time, she ceased to rely on this judgment. It sufficed to simply disbelieve him entirely. Though she was aware that Rupert was feigning unconsciousness, the idea of soliciting his help to save that Lumion was beyond her, even for one who upheld the chivalric virtues. Lumion had once insulted her, but she had long since let that grievance go, for he had already faced his punishment. However, she harbored a profound disdain for Lumion's betrayal of his comrades in critical moments. This transgression far outweighed mere insults. In contrast, Rupert, who often spoke nonsense, had proven himself reliable in pivotal situations. Out of 5 adversaries, despite not knowing the rank of the 2 assassins, he had single-handedly dispatched 3.5. Such was the caliber of a trustworthy ally. By comparison, Lumion was utterly worthless, bullying his own while cowering before outsiders. Let him perish, she thought. Lilith, too, felt animosity towards Lumion, yet felt compelled to care for him, as he was her senior brother. Though he was hardly admirable, her master treated her exceptionally well, and she could not bear to see her master distressed. Yet, witnessing Sophia and Rupert engaged in a fierce battle against equally formidable foes, both nearing exhaustion, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of asking for their assistance. Chapter 58. Matthew's response at that moment, a golden radiance descended upon Lilith's head. Although it did not restore her mental fortitude, it alleviated the pressure threatening to overwhelm her mind. Lilith smiled sweetly at Rupert, saying, "Thank you, Rupert. If it weren't for you, we would truly be in peril this time." Rupert wore a rather charlatan-like smile. "It's good that you can articulate. Feel free to express yourself further. Even if you shower me with compliments, it wouldn't particularly delight me." He cast a sidelong glance at Sophia, remarking that not only did she fail to contribute any encouragement, but she also neglected to utter a simple thank you. Sophia rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. Lilith felt somewhat conflicted. It seemed rather excessive to solicit assistance at this juncture, yet she found herself at an impasse. Having exerted herself to the utmost, and now unable to conjure even a flicker of flame, just as she summoned the courage to implore Rupert for aid, a voice echoed from the corner of the tunnel ahead. "Young master, are you finished? May I approach?" That mage was far too inept for my liking, even now. "I can't ascertain his magical affinity. I have brought the body as you requested, as you insisted on handling it personally." Rupert found the individual to be exceedingly foolish, surely. Even a young master could not be so quick, could he? Just look at the absurd questions being posed. As he listened to the fool's words, he discerned the true intent behind Elon Newman's bizarre blood, likely a means to commit murder while concealing the truth, evading the scrutiny of both the magic tower and the Church of the Holy Light. Striking against these two entities would undoubtedly elevate the status of the nobility. A well-calculated maneuver. Before they could respond, a swordsman emerged, a lewd grin plastered across his face, clearly eager to witness something scandalous, yet devoid of any such spectacle. However, his smile quickly froze upon discovering the scene. A man and 2 women were present, yet there was nothing provocative to behold. Moreover, the man was not his young master. It was the supposedly deceased Rupert. Reacting swiftly, he hurled the corpse of Lumian aside and attempted to flee, clearly aware that things had gone awry. Running was preferable to waiting for a midnight snack. Yet, a small tendril from the shadows of the ground had other intentions, tightening suddenly to ensnare his feet, causing him to lose his balance and crash face first onto the ground, sustaining a heavy fall. Sophia, who had long noticed Rupert's subtle movements, had already taken to the air, deftly avoiding the hurled corpse. She gripped her great sword with both hands and descended upon the swordsman's back, the immense force driving the blade deep into the earth, rendering him motionless after a few spasms. Lilith, observing this seamless coordination, stood in astonishment, her mouth agape for an extended time. The maneuvers were not particularly extravagant, yet the precision of their execution was truly delightful to behold. Rupert could not help but applaud Sophia. He knew she was capable of noticing the vines on the ground, but he was pleasantly surprised by how seamlessly she connected everything. This applause startled Lilith, who quickly closed her mouth, her heart sinking as she rushed to examine Lumian's corpse, only to discover he had also been fatally pierced by a sword. It appeared he had knelt on the ground, the blow delivered from above at an angle, a tragic end for a mage. At last, the ordeal seemed to reach a conclusion, leaving the question of how to proceed next. Besides the two corpses in his possession, the three bodies could be presented openly, including Lumian from the Magic Tower, all serving as evidence to accuse the Newman family before the United Church and the Magic Tower. The two brothers of this family had persistently troubled him. Would he allow them to believe he was easy to bully without retaliation? Just moments earlier, far away in Phoebus Castle, Matthew Newman, the head of the Newman family, was indulging in the service of yet another young maid. Suddenly, an obsidian figurine on his desk shattered. Matthew's eyes widened in shock as he sprang from his seat. A muffled groan came from beneath the table, but he remained fixated on the pile of black shards. This object had adorned his desk for 20 years, and he had never imagined witnessing its destruction in his lifetime. It was the lifelike effigy of his eldest son, Aaron. Its sudden shattering could only signify one dreadful possibility: his beloved son had perished. Originally, the enchantment of this item was a dark magic used to control others and cultivate death warriors. Once it infiltrated the noble circles of humanity, it underwent numerous modifications and degradations, evolving into a harmless magical effigy technique. By using a newborn's umbilical cord blood, the core of a magical beast above the 5th rank, and enchanted obsidian, along with various rare materials, one could successfully create such an effigy. Regardless of the distance from the original body, should the bearer die, the effigy would shatter. Due to its considerable value, he had only crafted one for his first son, Aaron, while later-born Joseph had not received such a privilege. Who could have foreseen this unfortunate turn of events? At that moment, the maid beneath the table rose, ready to charm her way into his favor. But her lack of insight proved fatal. Enraged, Matthew grasped her slender neck, and within seconds, she lay lifeless. Matthew forced himself to regain composure. His son's death was not the final outcome he had anticipated. He knew well what his son had been engaged in. However, for a noble, learning to manage such affairs was a fundamental lesson. Not only would he not impede it, but he would also fully endorse it, providing capable individuals of the 3rd rank in significant numbers, along with the blood remnants of that item. How could they possibly fail? If the opposing factions still had living members, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Newman family. He must act preemptively. First, that fellow named Rupert was a harbinger of doom. The deaths of his 2 sons could be linked to him. Utilizing connections within the church's higher echelons, he would find incriminating evidence to eliminate him. If no evidence could be found, at the very least, he must ensure that boy was expelled from the church. Without the church's protection, a mere youth would be no match for his whims. He must personally deal with that lad, who, it seemed, had a pleasing appearance. He could be entertaining. Second, he would promptly lodge a complaint, claiming his son Aaron had responded to the church's summons, eager to avenge his brother, and had set out to confront the strange occurrences, only to be slain by treacherous villains. He would implore the lord of the city and the church to take action on his behalf. Regardless of who brought his son's body, they would be the murderer. Third, there was a complication. His son would hardly be foolish enough to divulge the family's involvement in these strange matters, would he? How to explain the strange blood found on him? He would assert that it was a frame-up by the murderer, aiming to target the Newman family. He needed to preemptively close off this possibility. Later witnesses would likely be disbelieved, regardless of the truth. Fourth, he could not act rashly at this juncture. Attempting to relocate the strange occurrences might lead to discovery. There were still some details to refine. Matthew Newman, seasoned nobleman that he was, had mastered the art of manipulating circumstances to his advantage. Yet, amidst all his considerations, he could not fathom why 5 third-rank practitioners could easily breach Greenstone Town, while he and his allies were thwarted by mere children of the 1st and 2nd ranks. Chapter 59. 3 pairs of pants. Rupert, Sophia, and Lilith finally emerged from the tunnel, easily spotting the horses ridden by Alon and his companions. Without hesitation, they mounted the steeds and set off towards Phoebus Fortress. The mercenary task seemed to pale in significance compared to unearthing the affairs of the Newman family. However, not far from Phoebus Fortress, they encountered an elderly couple by the roadside. Both were advanced in age, their skin resembling that of ancient trees, with the subcutaneous fat and muscle completely separated. The elderly man struggled to pull a flat cart, which was lined with soft straw, while the elderly woman lay nestled within. Her breath shallow and labored, her face bearing an unusual flush, likely a sign of severe illness, suggesting her time was drawing near. Noticing the approaching horses, the man exerted himself to pull the cart aside, but the roadside weeds ensnared the wheels, and his face turned crimson with effort, yet he could not move it. The trio on their journey observed this scene. Even Sophia, who rode with the most fervor, was the first to halt. Without uttering a word, she deftly extricated the cart and left behind one of the extra horses. In a rare display of gentleness, she offered, "This horse is a gift for you." Then, turning to Rupert, her silence spoke volumes. "What are you staring at? Hurry and attend to them." Rupert did not hesitate. A wave of healing magic enveloped the elderly lady. Bathed in golden light, she appeared taken aback, her triangular eyes widening in astonishment, and her mouth agape, perhaps unaccustomed to such sensations. Yet, her complexion visibly improved. The unusual flush fading away, she instinctively sought to kneel, but was gently restrained by the nearest Sophia. The elderly couple, at a loss for words, expressed their gratitude profusely. They fumbled through a small cloth pouch, meticulously unwrapping layers in an attempt to retrieve the tightly bundled silver coins within, but their trembling hands made it difficult. And Sophia intervened once more. After a brief struggle, Rupert, embodying the essence of kindness, cast another healing spell upon the old man, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. With even the remnants of sleep in his eyes becoming strikingly apparent, Rupert, adhering to the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, prepared to utter a few courteous remarks. "No need for thanks, it is all the divine arrangement." Rupert was taken aback, urged by Sophia to mount. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the two elderly individuals, causing them to feel somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he eventually mounted with a perplexed expression. The sole piece of deception stemmed from Lilith, implying that the two elders had entirely dismissed his assertions. This was the first instance he encountered such skepticism from the elderly. Having just undergone treatment, were they truly not swayed by his words? Was faith not supposed to deepen with age? If such individuals become more frequent, how would he navigate his path? After the three riders departed, the two elders swiftly mounted their horses and began conversing. The elderly lady initiated the dialogue, inquiring, "What do you think?" A cold exterior concealing a warm heart, though her eyesight is poor, other aspects are compensatory. However, reaching that level requires tenfold, if not 100-fold, effort, making it exceedingly challenging. "Shall we abandon the pursuit?" She continued, "Let us observe for a while. Once she is sent forth, she can learn further. It is perilous for a young lady to venture out alone, as there are always unscrupulous individuals with methods to thwart her." "And the principal subject?" She continued. "Did you not investigate Greenstone Town? Indeed, he possesses the makings of a charlatan. After all this time, the entire town still remembers his benevolence. Not a soul speaks ill of him. Oh, it seems a vendor of medicine expressed discontent, but was swiftly subdued by his neighbor. You've experienced his healing techniques, I presume?" Goodness, it startled me. I nearly cried out. Thankfully, it did not falter. He has undoubtedly reached the 5th-tier bishop level. Indeed, it is quite uncanny. I perceived your expression and thought you were merely acting. It turns out your role is quite genuine. Yet, he struggles to master the 2nd-tier blessing spell. No wonder young Hoffman is losing his hair over it. Ha ha ha. He is balder than I. The elderly lady rolled her eyes. Is this how you treat your apprentice? How disrespectful. At this, the old man widened his eyes. That is retribution. I never taught Hoffman such a foolish apprentice. Let him experience the frustration of a master unable to impart wisdom. At his age, still stuck at the 3rd-tier deacon level. It seems unlikely he will ever ascend to mid-tier. With a short lifespan, he may very well depart this world before I do." The elderly lady sighed. "Perhaps he has been too preoccupied with teaching matters, causing delays." The old man scoffed. That is precisely his intention, if he cannot break through and is also lethargic. He has no excuses left. The elderly lady stared in astonishment. Is that truly a valid interpretation? One can only admire this master-apprentice duo. She deftly shifted the topic. That young Rupert possesses commendable skills. His physical prowess rivals that of a 3rd-tier black iron knight, though he lacks combat energy. Is that a significant concern? The old man furrowed his brow in contemplation. Did you notice if that lad completed the incantations and gestures while using healing magic? I suspect he might be able to cast silently, and at an even swifter pace. If tailored to counter the peculiar, it should suffice. Self-defense skills are adequate. As combat energy's efficacy against the strange is not substantially superior to that of healing spells. The elderly lady sat up straight, her posture regal despite her seemingly frail appearance. Isn't that fortuitous? Have you already decided to include him in your ranks? The old man shook his head. It is not that simple. Let us observe how he navigates the current predicament. We shall see how he handles the matter. In our profession, brute force alone cannot resolve all issues. It requires wit and courage, a robust spirit, and many essential elements. Otherwise, it would only serve to endanger him. The elderly lady perhaps recalled an old friend. Unable to suppress a sigh, one final inquiry. What did that young man mean with his gaze upon us? It nearly shattered my confidence. Did he perceive a flaw? That seems implausible. My illusion techniques are among the continent's finest, effectively sealing my physical form. My vitality and strength are indeed diminished. Yet so many high-tier practitioners fail to discern it. How could a mere boy, unfamiliar with the world, possibly detect it? Now it was the old man's turn to roll his eyes. At your age, can you not maintain some decorum? You delve into lewd banter, and after a few moments, your true self emerges. When will you amend this flaw? Yet, what did that gaze truly signify? It was a blend of disbelief, astonishment, and self-doubt. An intricate tapestry of emotions. The elderly lady suddenly produced a mirror to inspect her appearance, seemingly searching for any flaws, her lips never ceasing their motion. What do you mean by age? I'm eternally 18. Do you believe it? If I were to present myself in my true form, revealing nothing below the neck, and twirl before young Rupert, he would surely be left drenched, thrice over. Chapter 60. The Judgment. The old man, utterly speechless, opted to shift the conversation. Now, I must proceed to Phoebus Castle to witness the commotion. Will you accompany me? The elderly lady tucked the mirror away. Of course. Why would I not go? Initially, I intended to visit the elves, to rendezvous with a few charming young men. However, you have drawn me here to play a role. Having arrived, it would be disheartening not to witness the outcome. Besides, young Rupert is quite promising. In 2 more years, he may very well be presentable. The old man understood his friend's temperament and refrained from further commentary, but added, let us agree, you shall not intervene covertly and create chaos. I am here to assess him. I did not even inform Hoffman. If things are disrupted, we shall glean nothing of merit. The elderly lady waved her hand in acknowledgement, urging him to hasten as they gradually distanced themselves from one another. Meanwhile, Rupert and his companions hurried along, finally arriving at the northern gate of Phoebus Castle before nightfall. Ordinarily, with their identities, a mere presentation of church or mage tower identification would grant them entry. However, this time, the soldier scrutinized Rupert's credentials. After a brief exchange of glances with his superior, 5 or 6 soldiers swiftly surrounded Rupert, proclaiming, Trainee Pastor Rupert, you are accused of murdering a noble, Lord Elon Newman. His family has lodged a complaint against you. Please accompany us. Rupert's eyes narrowed, emanating a perilous glimmer, aware that he had been deceived. It was evident that someone had employed some extraordinary means to ascertain the outcome in advance, and now the villain was casting the first stone. Yet, he remained unperturbed. His tone steady. Firstly, you are entirely ignorant of the sequence of events, and devoid of any evidence, yet you hastily declare me guilty? Secondly, I am a duly appointed apprentice pastor of the Holy Light Church. If my recollection serves me correctly, in the event that a member of the clergy were truly guilty, such matters ought to be adjudicated by the ecclesiastical court, not by your hands. From the moment I became an apprentice pastor, my life has belonged to the divine, to the church. Rupert was profoundly moved, not because of the eloquence of his words, but rather due to the long-awaited influx of substantial funds. As the onlookers incessantly chimed in with one, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a merit system. However, the commanding officer across from him displayed no trace of alarm. Even upon hearing the ominous mention of the Inquisition, as if he had anticipated Rupert's retort all along. With a disdainful smirk, he remarked, you need not invoke the Inquisition to intimidate me. The order for your apprehension has been personally issued by the priest of Phibsbury, in conjunction with the Lord's estate. What more do you have to say? Sophia and Lilith initially perceived the situation as a trivial matter, easily manageable, but upon hearing these words, they realized the gravity of the situation and hastily attempted to intervene, only to be obstructed by other soldiers. The officer's irksome voice resonated once more. Instructions have been issued from above. From the moment we took control of you, any form of contact is strictly prohibited, including the exchange of items and collusion. We are aware that you possess a spatial ring, which may contain incriminating evidence of your crimes. Will you surrender it now, or do you have other intentions? I see you wearing it. Should you attempt to destroy it to obliterate the evidence, you will only further cement your guilt. I hope you refrain from any reckless actions. Rupert's mind raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that he was being targeted by someone within the church, and a priest from Fibersburg, whom he had not encountered in ages, had also intervened. Seeking assistance from the Archdeacon Hoffman or Lord Alonso seemed futile. However, he was resolute that the ring could not be surrendered. To relinquish it now would invite the risk of it being tampered with. Fortunately, he had previously dealt with elven rings, ensuring that nothing untoward resided within. All evidence lay within the grotesque ring of the tumor-brained individual. Yet it was inadvisable to destroy it at this juncture, as every action of his was under constant scrutiny. He lacked the means to crush a spatial ring with his bare hands. A sudden thought crossed his mind, leading him to an ingenious hiding place. Without any overt movement, he discreetly extended a tentacle from his bosom, coiling around the spatial ring concealed there, and then retracted the tentacle, all occurring within the span of a mere second. Unnoticed by anyone, Sophia and Lilith did not allow them to depart. Observing the unfolding tension, they understood that the Newman family was resorting to desperate measures for self-preservation. Should the 3 of them disclose their findings first, the Newman family would undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of the church and the magical tower. Yet now, the adversaries were employing every tactic at their disposal for a decisive strike, leaving it to see whether they could withstand the onslaught. They anticipated a verdict at the Lord's Manor, given that it was the Newman family's stronghold. However, they were taken aback when they were directly escorted to the Grand Cathedral of Fibersburg. Before they even crossed the threshold, they heard the anguished wails emanating from within. The source of the lamentation displayed no trace of noble composure. With disheveled hair and a beard, once meticulously groomed, now matted with saliva and tears. It was none other than Matthew Newman. After his weeping subsided, he began to recount the trials of a single father raising two sons, only to lose them both within a span of 2 months, white-haired mourning for the black-haired. He had effectively thwarted Rupert and his companion's attempts to accuse Aaron of nefarious intentions. His discourse was lengthy, yet the crux of his narrative was singular. The collusion between the church and the magical tower had led to the demise of his sons, all in a bid to undermine noble power. He had come to the church to lodge a complaint, imploring the Lord to champion the cause of the Newman family, seeking the sympathy of all nobles, united in their shared sorrow. Rupert was taken aback, realizing for the first time that one could be so utterly shameless. That award, indeed. He owed Matthew a small golden statue. Had it not been for the fact that he was the one being bullied and pursued by those two sons, he might have even felt sympathy for Matthew. At that moment, a voice of commanding authority resonated. Rupert, do you have anything to say regarding the accusations against Matthew Newman? It was only then that Rupert noticed the figure cloaked in black upon the elevated platform. Matthew Newman's performance had been so captivating that he had overlooked this individual. The person in question was Father Medloff, the esteemed fourth-tier priest of the Phobosburg Church, a far cry from the so-called old priest of Greenstone Town. In towns of this scale, although there are churches and priests, the local clergy are merely designated as honorary priests within the church hierarchy, typically filled by second-tier ministers, whose actual standing is inferior to that of the ordained ministers in the cities. However, due to the lighting conditions, Rupert, standing below in the position of judgment, was unable to discern the priestess face, perhaps a deliberate design of the church's architecture to evoke an air of mystery. Rupert also caught sight of the imposing figure of the chief steward Hoffman standing to the side, along with the deputy steward Hill, and the knight Alonso on the other side, all wearing grim expressions and subtly shaking their heads at him. It seemed that higher powers were involved, leaving them powerless. Yet, he understood that the situation was far from clear. Who truly wished to kill whom? Who struck first? With a life lost, clarity was elusive. Now that it was evident that preparations were in place, he decided to refrain from speaking out, as they wished to witness his impotent fury, which he would not grant them. Instead, he resolved to ascertain who among them sought to target him, noting it down for future reference. Chapter 61. He is a bastard. However, Lilith was not one to be easily intimidated. She argued vehemently, "Esteemed father, I am Lilith, a second-tier mage of the Magic Tower, and I orchestrated this operation. I must assert that the reality of the situation starkly contrasts with what Baron Matthew has claimed. It was Elon Newman who launched an ambush against us. Furthermore, we were the first to depart the city, while Elon followed us. Their large number of mounted riders should be easily verifiable. Additionally, their strength far surpasses that of our small team. How could we possibly have attacked them? My senior, Lumion, a second-tier mage, was killed in their assault." As she spoke, she produced the body stored within her spatial ring, revealing not only Elon and his two subordinates but also the unfortunate Lumion. At this moment, the priest's voice remained as authoritative as ever. "Miss Lilith, you belong to the Magic Tower, and it is not our church's place to judge you. However, you should not disregard facts and make baseless accusations. Elon was preparing to undertake a mission, as he had mentioned previously. Perhaps you had inquired ahead of time and set an ambush. Who departed first does not settle the matter. As for the disparity in strength, that speaks volumes. Elon's group consisted of 5 third-tier Black Iron Knights and warriors. If they were to assault the 4 of you, I find it difficult to comprehend how they could possibly fail given your capabilities. The only reasonable explanation is that you had laid an ambush in advance, resulting in such an outcome. First and second-tier individuals emerged victorious, while 5 third-tier members met their demise." Upon hearing this, many nobles and church officials began to whisper amongst themselves, finding merit in the priest's assertions, leaving even Lilith momentarily speechless. Father Medlov paused briefly to allow the audience to digest this revelation before continuing with even more sensational news regarding the death of the Magic Tower's student Lumion. "I express my profound regret. However, we cannot ascertain that his demise was the doing of poor Elon. Conversely, at the Mercenary Guild, dozens can attest to the fierce physical altercation between Rupert and Lumion, wherein Rupert attacked Lumion twice, causing severe injury and even employing healing spells. Therefore, we have reason to question the true cause of Lumion's death. Yet, this matter does not fall under our church's jurisdiction. I trust the Magic Tower can manage its own affairs. As for the relevant evidence, we will submit it to the Magic Tower." Lilith and Sophia were left utterly astonished. Rupert was already deserving of applause. It was truly remarkable how he had turned black into white, having played the situation to perfection. At this moment, the composed Father Medloff continued to unleash his relentless interrogation. "Alonso, you are to search Rupert's person, with particular emphasis on any spatial rings he may possess. We have already scoured his dormitory, yet he possesses a spatial ring that might harbor evidence of his crimes." Alonso wore a countenance akin to that of someone who had just tasted something foul, yet there was little he could do. Authority often trumps all. He approached Rupert slowly, casting a furtive glance that inquired, "Is there a problem?" Rupert displayed no emotion as he handed over the elven ring, raising his arms to allow Alonso to search him. What he had hidden was already secured. Despite never contemplating the possibility of being searched, his caution had averted exposure. Within the ring lay many things of dubious origin, including gold coins whose provenance was questionable and 2 corpses of assassins. Furthermore, he had retained certain items procured from the tumor brain for the purpose of enchanting his fangs. A peculiar endeavor indeed. The inspection yielded no issues. The only valuable item was the elven dagger, Elegance of the Wind, which had seen little usage. The remaining possessions amounted to merely 2 sets of clothing and some silver coins, rendering him as destitute as a hermit, with pockets cleaner than his face. Matthew Newman, who had been observing the proceedings, frowned in disappointment. This outcome diverged from his expectations. He even harbored suspicions that Rupert's fate may be intertwined with the death of his son, hinting at something sinister, though he could not yet ascertain the truth. Consequently, direct execution of Rupert was unfeasible. He could only be detained and sent to the Inquisition. However, these matters were fabricated and could not withstand thorough scrutiny. Were it not for Father Medlov's coercive influence, the outcome would likely differ significantly. The most favorable resolution would be to expel Rupert from the church, allowing him to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the boy discreetly. In a surprising turn, Matthew began to feign benevolence. Esteemed father, your sense of justice is truly admirable. I am a devout believer and trust in the absolute fairness of the divine. Thus, I wish to bring a matter to your attention. During my investigation into my son's demise, I uncovered a troubling detail. The boy Rupert is not a pure human but a half-breed, a product of human and elven lineage. Perhaps he has been sent by the elves to undermine the church and its relationship with the nobility. Yet, for the sake of harmonious coexistence between humans and elves, I am willing to relinquish my hatred. However, I cannot permit him to continue basking in the glory of our Lord. I beseech you to expel him from the church. A mongrel such as he does not deserve the grace of our Lord. Gasps echoed around the room. Most were unaware of this revelation. Chief Deacon Hoffman bore an increasingly grim countenance, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond salvaging, effectively severing Rupert's ties to the church. Observing the exaggerated reactions from those around him, Rupert finally grasped the implications of previous events. Matthew's self-sacrifice was aimed at preserving the church's purity, elevating the matter to a point where Rupert's expulsion had become imperative to alleviate the tension. In a secluded corner, 2 priests, a man and a woman, whispered to one another, "What is happening? It seems the entire world is now against young Rupert. I almost feel sympathy for him. He has done nothing wrong. The poor child, I wish I could embrace him and comfort him with my maternal warmth. What journey of growth does not come fraught with challenges? You were once deemed an overly sentimental woman, weren't you? I caution you, speak only with evidence. When have I ever been overly sentimental? That is called benevolence. Do you understand? In our line of work, our primary adversaries are demons and the sinister, necessitating a steadfast resolve and unwavering faith, lest we crumble within days and achieve nothing. This boy, however, maintains a stable demeanor, and his inner strength is commendable. Yet, conceding defeat feels somewhat disconcerting. You standing there have no idea of the burdens he bears. What do you expect him to do as a first-level apprentice priest, still learning in the monastery, while the entire clergy rallies against him? Every breath he takes seems wrong. Place yourself in his position. What would you do? Do share your wisdom with me? Chapter 62. Revenge not delayed. Matthew Newman's accusations ultimately bore pivotal consequences. Father Medlov embraced his counsel and delivered the final decree. As the priest directly overseeing Rupert, I hereby announce the revocation of his clerical status. You are henceforth prohibited from identifying as an apprentice priest of the Holy Light Church, and you may not employ healing spells. However, this does not allow for your judgment by the Inquisition, given your mixed heritage and the amicable relations between humans and elves. And since the victims will not pursue this matter further, we shall forcibly expel you. Depart from human territory immediately. A cacophony of reactions erupted around them, cheers, curses, lamentations, and in different gazes. Sophia was forcibly escorted away, tears brimming in her eyes as she resolved that this corrupt church, blurred in its distinctions of right and wrong, was no place for her. She would accompany Rupert instead. Lilith, too, was taken away by emissaries from the magic tower, her eyes reddened as she argued with her teacher, who, possessing greater understanding of the intricacies at play, recognized that external forces were manipulating the situation to ensure Rupert's condemnation would be irreversible. Finally, Father Medlov raised his hands to silence the crowd, striving to demonstrate his impartiality, and inquired of the accused, "Rupert, you have remained silent since your arrival. Does this indicate your confession?" Rupert shrugged and proclaimed, "I believe the divine will grant me the most just of judgments." A multitude of bewildered nobles below echoed, "This is indeed the fairest of judgments, murderer. This is what you deserve. Scoundrel, begone from the realm of humanity." Rupert remained indifferent. To him, these individuals were merely charlatans. Once again, his air of self-righteousness surged forth, and he declared, "Sophistry belongs solely to the devil. Those who engage in it shall inevitably descend into hell." The clamor in the arena diminished significantly. Even the expressions on Matthew Newman and Father Medlov's faces soured. Medlov swiftly gestured, and several knights stepped forward to escort Rupert out. He wiped his brow, attempting to erase an imaginary sweat, yet an unsettling doubt crept into his mind. He was hardly acquainted with Rupert, having only heard of him from the industrious Hoffman, a detail he had long forgotten. However, this time, a higher authority had issued a directive, proclaiming that the ranks must remain unsullied, forbidding any desecration of the divine, and promising tangible rewards for compliance, which prompted him to take action. Rupert was merely a mongrel. His words felt as if they were directed at him, piercing his heart with every utterance, and he was eager to see him gone, for the sight was vexatious. Meanwhile, the male and female clerics continued their conversation. There's nothing left to behold now. I shall seek other charming souls for a romantic escapade. Rupert, do you truly desire this lad? If not, I shall take him along, as I am heading towards the elves as well. It will serve to alleviate my boredom and provide him with some comfort. The male priest's face was etched with confusion. He felt an unsettling sense that the matter was not yet resolved, yet he could not fathom where the twist might occur. Accompany him for a while. Even if you may not choose to keep him, it is evident that Matthew Newman harbors sinister intentions. Saving his life could be regarded as a form of repayment for his healing. And what of you? I shall lend a hand in your labor. Where do you intend to go? The male priest began to roll up his sleeves. As for me, I naturally intend to seek out Medlov and engage him in conversation. To discern what ails this old fellow. It is one thing not to protect his own, but to aid outsiders in tormenting his own kin is utterly beyond me. I shall see if I can shove his head where it belongs, to understand why it is so. Ask you. Upon hearing this, the female priest's eyes sparkled with delight. Evidently finding the notion of such an action amusing. Have you heard the latter part of what that lad said? Is it inscribed in your scriptures? I certainly have not heard it before. The male priest furrowed his brow in contemplation. Perhaps it is due to my advancing years. I cannot recall. But it does possess a certain intrigue. Why do you bring this up? The female priest, animated with interest, replied, Are you not off to find Medlov? Why not adopt our demonic visage to frighten him? If it lacks authenticity, we can conjure a hellish backdrop. What say you? The male priest nearly leapt in alarm. My dear aunt, do not act upon mere hearsay. You might frighten someone else to death before you manage to terrify me. The female priest, momentarily deflated, resolved to witness the spectacle nonetheless. As for young Rupert, he should be safe for a while. The Newman family possesses audacity but will not act hastily, particularly as we have yet to depart from Phoebos Castle's vicinity. Indeed, Matthew Newman is wary of making a move amidst the tumult, yet the recent victory has brought considerable joy to the nobility, who have seldom managed to gain any advantage over the church. Thus, they convened at the Lord's manor, purportedly to celebrate in grand fashion. Matthew Newman is not to escape. The Lord has instructed the preparation of the renowned dwarven spirit, the volcano blaze, said to be brewed from dragon fruit. Indeed, dragon fruit, which grows only in the shadow of the sleeping fire dragon's volcanic lair. A mere small bottle costs 50 gold coins, and upon consumption, it ignites a fiery warmth within, with breath potent enough to ignite. However, the current trend in the Grand City favors a curious practice. Rather than consuming it themselves, they prefer their female companions to partake. A rather perplexing custom. In stark contrast to the revelry here, Rupert's situation is rather dismal. Though the knights refrained from physical confrontation, they encircled him, leaving him no avenue for escape. Fortunately, it was nighttime, devoid of common folk to witness, where he might have faced utter disgrace. Yet, he now bore an air of carefree nonchalance, wearing a grin reminiscent of a charlatan. With a countenance that invited contempt, he was promptly expelled from the northern city gate. With a creaking sound, the gate closed behind him, marking the moment he ceased to be a mere apprentice priest, heralding his complete liberation. Now, he was terrifyingly powerful. Under the watchful gaze of the soldiers upon the city wall, he swiftly disappeared into the enveloping darkness. The gatekeeper who had previously obstructed him sneered, mockingly recalling Rupert's hasty retreat, as he felt the warmth of 3 gold coins nestled within his pocket. Contemplating which lonely maiden he might rescue from her fallen state once his watch had concluded, Rupert did not run far. Upon realizing that no one was pursuing him, he promptly began to change direction. For him, this matter was far from resolved. He believed that vengeance should not be postponed, lest it disrupt his slumber. The lawn behind the church in Greenstone Town could attest to this. He now made his way directly to the Newman family, intending to launch a surprise attack when least expected. He sought to ascertain whether the peculiar essence lingering in Aelin's memory still resided within his family's concealed vault. For he was uncertain if Aelin's father had preemptively relocated it. It was imperative not to prematurely divulge any information. Should he fail to secure a decisive strike and allow others to intervene, it would spell trouble. Before his return, he carefully placed that vial of enigmatic green blood back into Aelin's spatial ring, hoping to mislead the old wretch, Matthew Newman, into believing that he had evaded detection. Chapter 63, The Night Stalker Rupert. Rupert approached the city wall from an alternate direction, mindful that during peacetime, high-intensity patrols were not customary. A tendril extended forth, first returning a spatial ring to Rupert's hand, then effortlessly scaling the wall. With ease, he was pulled up, acutely aware that today's operation was likely to be exposed, compelling him to exercise caution and avoid any unnecessary commotion or an overwhelming display of tendrils, striving to accomplish his task with a single appendage. From within the ring, he retrieved a sleek, all-black cloak, swiftly navigating through the shadows of the streets. Before long, he infiltrated the Newman family estate. The considerable size of the house revealed its drawbacks, presenting numerous blind spots. With the aid of his tendrils, no barrier, be it fences or doors, could impede his progress. This experience led him to realize that his previous development of the tendrils had been rather limited. His imagination had been constrained by a lack of solitude. If controlled adeptly, he could move at remarkable speed without touching the ground, confirming that he was indeed more suited for solitary endeavors. The absence of a clerical identity proved to be a fortuitous advantage. Guided by the memories of Elon Newman, he proceeded directly to the family's secret vault. This room was off-limits even to servants, with the true entrance concealed beside the master's study. The door was a fashionable crystalline core-powered gate, operable only by a specific key. Elon had previously opened it using his family crest. Fearing that Matthew might scrutinize the spatial ring, Rupert refrained from directly retrieving Elon's emblem. However, he possessed a crest belonging to Joseph Newman, which appeared identical, though he was uncertain if Joseph's emblem would grant access to the vault, as the privileges of an heir were distinctly different. Consequently, he opted to exchange the two brothers' crests, provided Matthew did not arrive immediately to verify. This discrepancy would likely go unnoticed. After confirming that no one was nearby, Rupert directly embedded his badge into the slot, and the door opened smoothly. At last, he beheld the bizarre caterpillar encased in the glass. Previously, in Elon's memory, it had appeared quite ugly, but witnessing it in reality rendered it even more grotesque. Did this strange creature have no relatives or friends? Did it simply grow without restraint? As per usual protocol, he cast a healing spell once more, disregarding the prohibition against its use, which held no significance for him. A golden glow flickered, and -510 appeared, signaling that the creature could not escape its fate. He pressed the switch, and a sharp blade emerged, delivering a swift strike to the peculiar being, while below, its green blood began to flow. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of sympathy for the creature. Just then, from the feeding port above, a woman's leg was dropped, remarkably pale. He had seen this scene in the visions before his demise. At the time, it had evoked no emotions, but suddenly, clarity struck him. His hand, poised to press the switch, froze as a thought flashed through his mind. Had he unwittingly caused a calamity? Would pressing it multiple times lead to the loss of human lives? At that moment, the large caterpillar began to consume the leg, leaving Rupert with a profound sense of wastefulness. Rupert began to examine the various items within the hidden vault, discovering a plethora of gold coins, an array of weapons, armor, and a modest collection of books and emblems. He felt no hesitation in claiming these treasures as compensation for the Newman family's mistreatment, taking everything that was easily transportable. However, upon glancing back at the bizarre creature, he found himself in a moral quandary. He could not justify unleashing it upon the world as a means of retaliation against the Newman family, while it would indeed strike a blow against them. Such an act would be excessively cruel and could harm the innocent. Thus, he resolved to eliminate it swiftly, commencing a series of healing spells. The already weakened giant caterpillar disintegrated in an instant, coating the interior of the glass dome with its remnants. Its body appeared devoid of any organs, filled solely with a viscous green toxin. This peculiar entity seemed rather feeble, likely incapable of retaining even a single skill. Indeed, as anticipated, it transformed into a corrosive poison LV-101 skill. It attempted to gravitate towards the void-scaled tentacle but was repelled. After a brief exchange of pushes and pulls, it was ultimately consumed by the most inconspicuous of sharp fangs, evolving into venomous Fang LV-30-1410. How amusing. It was evidently weak, shunned even by other skills. Yet, it harmonized well with the original sharp Fang, enhancing its somewhat lackluster attack power with poison, a combination Rupert had previously tested on Joseph with remarkable results. Rupert pondered for a moment, then retracted the entire glass cover. After confirming the orientation of the feeding port, he swiftly departed, heading directly towards it. He sought to uncover the extent of this family's malevolence, using living beings for their peculiar sustenance. Upon his emergence, he realized that he need not exert much effort in his search. From another corridor, several burly men burst forth, their faces flushed and adorned with coarse, bristly hair. The stench of alcohol clung to them, indicating their own revelry. The layout suggested that they were adjacent subterranean spaces, one designated for the head of the household, while the other served as a dungeon or similar confinement. Rupert, filled with pent-up fury, finally found an outlet for his wrath. With a long, tentacle-like staff, he moved with an agility that was both fierce and elusive. The guards, possessing merely first-tier abilities, and only a few reaching the second tier through diligent training, were left to lament their predicament as they were struck mercilessly. Yet, before meeting their demise, they often felt a sense of injustice, as if they were the victims of a drunken revelry, wondering how it was that multiple staffs seemed to dance around them. In truth, there were indeed several staffs in motion, a profound amalgamation of martial prowess and tentacle manipulation. Ordinarily, he would wield just one, but at unexpected angles and opportune moments, another tentacle would emerge to launch a surprise attack. For instance, as one tentacle would block an incoming strike, another would swiftly curve to deliver a blow, while yet another would suddenly extend from Rupert's waist to pierce the enemy's abdomen or lower, unashamed in his pursuit of victory, swiftly compromising their defenses. Rupert, as if struck by inspiration, fought his way from beginning to end, making his way directly to the subterranean prison. Within the confines of the cells, disheveled individuals were startled by his sudden intrusion. However, upon realizing he was not a guard, pleas for help immediately arose. "I am but a passing merchant, ensnared by the Newman family. That scoundrel, Elon, has taken my daughter's life. I am a lord as well. That old wretch Matthew promised to help restore my family's honor, yet he has usurped one of my estates. Please, save me, if you get me out. I shall reward you handsomely. I have my wealth hidden away. Matthew has imprisoned me for 12 years, and I've kept silent, for speaking would mean death, utterly, death. Rupert was equally astonished. The Newman family was truly a wretched lot. Releasing these individuals, devoid of any supernatural occurrences, was already more than he could bear. Raising his tentacle-like staff, he struck at the lock, but the force nearly wrenched his back. To his surprise, as he swung, the tentacle suddenly softened and coiled away from the lock, causing him to misjudge his strength. This startled Rupert, indicating that the tentacle seemed to possess some form of consciousness. He attempted to retrieve a weapon that had fallen from a nearby guard, and with a couple of strikes, he managed to break open the prison lock, causing the tentacle staff to become rigid once more. Good heavens! Chapter 64. It can fly. This tentacle was on the verge of becoming sentient. However, there was no time for him to ponder this further. He immediately began to frantically smash locks and open doors, as these were all troubles of Matthew Newman. And the more, the merrier. The individuals who had been freed displayed a commendable spirit. Rather than fleeing immediately, they grabbed various items to assist in breaking the locks. Some disheveled women, lacking in strength, sought out the guards' keys to expedite the process, proving far more efficient than Rupert's solitary efforts. With Rupert leading the charge, he soon encountered obstacles. Those of the third tier or below posed little threat to him. Armed with a torch, he began to ignite it, inspiring the rage-filled prisoners to follow suit. Rupert did not mention running around excessively, merely igniting a few fires along the way would suffice. The situation needed to escalate to a magnitude that Matthew Newman could not conceal. He then produced a glass dome containing a grotesque remnant and hung it at the entrance of the Newman estate. Subsequently, he shattered a vial of green blood upon the door, causing the viscous fluid to ooze forth, corroding the wood and metal, emanating smoke and a foul stench, leaving Matthew to contend with the ensuing chaos. Finally, he departed with a flourish, disregarding the prisoners and allowing them to act freely. Rupert vanished into the night. Yet he had not entirely extinguished his fervor. He made his way towards the church, though the excitement was diminished, as the congregation had generally treated him with kindness. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to create some commotion, leaving a lasting impression on Father Medloff. Glancing back along the way, he noticed that the direction of the Newman family was ablaze. The sky painted crimson. Many had emerged to witness the spectacle, and a contingent of troops had begun to assemble in that very direction. As Rupert traversed a certain street, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. He was initially inclined to hasten past, but turned back for a fleeting glance. This locale seemed to be one steeped in vice, and the familiar face belonged to the officer who had intercepted him at the city gates, known for his unpleasant demeanor and his audacious attempt to seize Rupert's ring. The man now appeared disheveled, as if he had just risen from slumber, gazing vacantly at the fiery sky. Though not the mastermind behind the misdeeds, he was undoubtedly an accomplice. Perhaps the funds for his debauchery had derived from Rupert's ill-gotten gains. Could he possibly endure such a transgression? Rupert charged up behind him, and suddenly a tentacle-like instrument struck with ferocity, resulting in a disastrous outcome. One might hope that a competent priest could mend the situation, yet the functionality thereafter remains uncertain. Having committed this nefarious act, he vanished into the night, leaving the newly appointed father-in-law unable to utter a sound, collapsing in anguish upon the ground, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Rupert dashed to the side wall of the church, a tentacle reaching upward, his body suspended halfway. Suddenly, it felt as if a hand emerged from the void, clutching the nape of his neck, nearly sending him into a panic. To be honest, since arriving in this world, aside from the initial moment when he witnessed the old priest's tentacles bloom, nothing else had instilled such terror in him, especially given his current abilities. It was already a considerable challenge for him to approach undetected, let alone be seized so brazenly. His instinctive reaction was to unleash a torrent of tentacles in a desperate counterattack. However, his usually obedient tentacles momentarily hesitated, failing to erupt at the first opportunity. Just as they were poised to follow their original directive, Rupert managed to assert control over them in time. A voice whispered near his ear, extinguishing his desire to retaliate. "You've got quite the nerve, kid. Even I, having reached the 8th tier, wouldn't dare to storm into the church. Though some of those fellows certainly deserve a beating, I only dare to wait until they emerge." Upon hearing the term 8th tier, Rupert regained his composure. To be candid, he had already contemplated 5 or 6 different versions of his epitaph. He was acutely aware of the vast disparities between each tier, evident from the increasing number of persuasion points required for his skills to advance. He barely considered himself a 3rd tier. While the individual before him was an 8th tier, there was no basis for comparison. However, after listening to the subsequent words, he first noted that the voice was somewhat familiar, and secondly, that this person did not seem to be a threat. His instinct for survival began to take over his body, adrenaline surged through his veins, and his mind started to operate at an accelerated pace, bracing for the impending challenge. The individual effortlessly lifted Rupert, and after a swift maneuver atop the rooftop, they soared into the night, vanishing beneath the blue moonlight. Rupert's eyes widened, breath held tight within his chest, momentarily forgetting to inhale. The powerful wind forcefully tugged at his skin, exposing his hairline, while he silently lamented, "What on earth, can this even fly?" At that moment, Rupert experienced a sudden shift in perspective. His mindset lightened, and he resolved that when responding to questions later, he would endeavor to extract a few clever insights from this prominent figure, if only for the thrill of it. After a period of rapid flight, Rupert found himself perched upon a massive boulder at the edge of a cliff, realizing that even if he attempted to flee, escape would be nearly impossible. It was then that he finally beheld the appearance of the individual before him, clad in the most ordinary of clerical robes, his visage equally unremarkable. Rupert had never encountered this person before, and the voice, somewhat aged, seemed incongruous with his apparent years. The man scrutinized Rupert from head to toe, seemingly unfamiliar with him. Before nodding and inquiring, "Were you truly preparing to set fire to the church just now?" If Rupert were to speak the truth at this moment, he would appear rather foolish. "Of course not. I feel that the church has nurtured me for so many years, and I would like to take a brick as a keepsake, something to reminisce about in the future." The other person, eyes nearly bulging with astonishment, gave Rupert a thumbs up. "Impressive. But your idea is quite unique. I had never considered that. When I was your age, I sneaked out of the monastery to attend a noble's ball, trembling with anxiety and wearing my trousers inside out, while you, on the other hand, set fire to a noble's estate. You certainly have a remarkable audacity." After the jest, the individual's expression turned serious, but do not rush into retaliation. "Medlov indeed has issues. He must have accepted bribes, which has led to this predicament. I have already sent him directly to the Inquisition. You may have heard of that place. Their severity is renowned throughout the continent, both internally and externally. Since Medlov has strayed from his faith, he will face a deserved judgment. Do not let the few bad apples within the church lead you to believe that the entire institution is corrupt. An entity that has battled demons for centuries, with thousands sacrificing their lives, still has its champions, even today, in the unseen corners of the continent where they continue to fight, all driven by noble ideals. It is merely the blind expansion and complacent living of recent years that have dulled some individuals' purity, necessitating our intervention to prune the errant branches." Rupert listened intently, a bashful smile gracing his lips, which perfectly aligned with his current identity and age, a stark contrast to the frenzied demeanor he exhibited at the Newman residence, where he wreaked havoc. However, as he noticed the system's prompt indicating it too, and surveyed the desolate stone platform around him, an unsettling feeling crept into his mind. Why was he encountering such dubious entities today? He resolved to test the waters once more, suspecting that the system might have erred. The priest scrutinized Rupert again, seemingly attempting to peer into his very soul, yet yielded no discernible insight. With a sigh, he inquired, "Are you familiar with missionaries?" "Rupert, I am uncertain. Is it a standard position?" "Just here and there." The priest's eyes are about to bulge out, nearly losing his breath. "Ha ha." A delicate laugh reminiscent of a young maiden echoes, revealing her evident joy. A young woman clad in a flowing red gauze dress gracefully descends onto the massive stone platform, devoid of any earthly trivialities, truly resembling a celestial being. Rupert had become somewhat numb. Well, here was yet another one who could fly. Chapter 65, Employee Benefits. This woman was undeniably beautiful, yet Rupert found himself uncertain of her age. Her diaphanous attire, which seemed almost transparent, would not have raised eyebrows in later times. But in this world, it was nothing short of sensational. He had never encountered anyone dressed in such a manner, nor had he ever heard of it. The woman, noticing the lack of obsession on Rupert's face, felt a mix of reluctance and satisfaction. Her melodious voice rang out once more. "When I heard we were going to the church to pry out bricks, I nearly lost my composure. Then came the missionary position, which truly left me in fits of laughter. It nearly made me laugh myself to death." The woman in red quickly corrected herself. She continued addressing the priest. "Why are you being so tedious? That said, young Rupert, I have taken a liking to you. You suit my taste perfectly. Be my apprentice. After all, they have already expelled you from the church. Old man, you should have seen the spectacle at the Newman estate. It has been ages since I've had such a delightful time. First, many prisoners were rescued. It was practically a reunion scene. Several wealthy merchants and minor nobility, just an hour prior, were toasting with Matthew, only to discover their long-lost daughters and nieces imprisoned in the Newman family's dungeon. How awkward that was. Then, a collective outcry against the Newman family ensued, their transgressions so numerous and devoid of any moral boundaries that it could take 3 days and nights to recount them all. And then, that old codger Medlov was getting a beating. Oh, I shouldn't mention that. In any case, your foolish apprentice Hoffman represented the church. He arrived with a sour expression, having received a report that the Newman family was secretly using living beings for sinister purposes. Evidence had smeared the entire entrance of the Newman estate, a stain that could not be washed away, with those prisoners collectively attesting to this. Based on the peculiar corrosive properties, they even linked it to 2 long-standing cases, where 2 nobles had perished under similar strange attacks, possibly related to Matthew Newman's elevation to baron. Furthermore, with the blaze having reached such proportions, one would expect the magic tower to have dispatched water mages to extinguish the flames, yet this time, the tower had outright refused. Their reason? They had just lost a promising second-tier water mage, and all water mages were engaged in memorial activities, lacking the spirit for rescue. Ha ha, it's utterly hilarious. That deceased mage named Lou was actually killed by the Newman family, and now the retribution has come knocking, with the Newman estate still ablaze. If Matthew Newman is not stripped of his title, he will have nowhere to reside. He might have to take refuge in a tree, assuming there are still trees left. Oh dear, aha. The priest listened intently to the woman in red's account and quickly interjected. Who says I was being tedious? It was you who interrupted me. Rupert is a recruit of our organization, and he is firmly secured. Do not even think about intercepting him. If you have the audacity, go and speak to the superior. Let us see if he agrees. The woman in red rolled her eyes and muttered, so petty. With that, she turned her attention to Rupert. Gliding over with a raised eyebrow and a wink, you handled this splendidly. It is precisely to my taste. You are quite amusing, unlike those ancient fossils. I shall visit you sometime. With that, she soared away, leaving behind a faint fragrance. The priest had just begun. Do not take it too personally. That woman, when a voice floated back, you old man, if you dare reveal my age, I will surely pay a visit to your home. The priest recoiled slightly, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. That woman is a good person. Now, where were we? The missionary position. Ugh. He spoke of the missionary as the predecessor of both priest and knight, noting that the church no longer promotes the profession of missionary. The well-known ecclesiastical institutions include the General Elder Council, the Inquisition, the Holy Order of Revelation, the Knights of the Faith, and the Guardians of the Pastoral Order. However, there exists a traditional institution known as the Sacred Clergy, whose members are missionaries. We do not remain in one place. Rather, we traverse the continent, targeting only two types, the dark believers and the uncanny. Dark believers include demons, undead creatures, and some deranged humans who worship them. You may have heard of the term ascetic. Asceticism is a form of practice, not a fixed profession, whether you are a priest or a knight. You can achieve self-cultivation and breakthroughs through itinerant asceticism. All missionaries typically identify as ascetics. However, not all ascetics are missionaries. What drew my attention to you was the Chief Deacon Hoffman, my apprentice, who informed me of your miraculous healing abilities, not to mention other extraordinary talents, including your recent display of climbing walls with vines. You need not concern yourself with the issue of mixed heritage. Missionaries do not regard such matters. In the early days of the church, there were many missionaries from diverse races who contributed their strength and even lives to the church. They were equally noble and did not encounter divine retribution. Yet somehow, it has since become so narrow-minded, binding themselves with self-imposed limitations, truly a perplexing lot. The priest paused briefly, allowing Rupert some time to ponder. In truth, Rupert was quite satisfied with this designation, as it aligned closely with his goals, hunting the uncanny, and it belonged to the ecclesiastical system, with a respectable standing. Moreover, there might even be opportunities to earn rewards, though it was somewhat earlier than his original plan, leaving him with insufficient time for study. Nonetheless, it was still quite favorable. Noticing Rupert's growing interest, the priest seized the moment. What I have described pertains to our duties, and now we shall discuss our rights. Hoffman has mentioned your circumstances. You are unable to practice divine arts beyond healing and cannot cultivate martial energy. However, I have observed that your physical strength is quite commendable, having improved a rank since Hoffman's description. I understand that this world harbors myriad peculiar powers, and you may indeed possess mixed heritage. Surely, you have gathered insights regarding your own enhancement. Thus, feel free to express what support you require, and we shall see if the sacred clergy can accommodate you. As for your status, it is at least equivalent to that of a fourth-tier priest. Those beneath that rank cannot access our circle. In other words, even Hoffman, whom you know well, remains unaware of the existence of missionaries, as he is a third-tier deacon. Yet due to my influence, he may have some suspicions. With the credentials of a missionary, you can seek assistance from any sanctuary of light, approaching the presiding priest for any help he can offer, provided your aim is to eradicate dark believers and the uncanny. Rupert's breath caught momentarily, and it was then he realized that he had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. Behold this formidable solution. Whatever you require, the organization will provide. How splendid it is. Chapter 66, The Mischievous European Emperor. Rupert hardly needed to ponder. He directly articulated his requests. Each time I treat the ordinary residents, I experience a profound sense of joy, a positive feedback that allows me to elevate my skills. My healing abilities are indeed progressing, but during my time in Greenstone Town, the enhancement has been significantly swifter than in the monastery. The cleric nodded, having investigated the matter himself. This is quite manageable. During your travels, simply greet the local churches. However, I recommend that you provide the residents with some food as a form of welfare, allowing them to spend a little less, much like in Greenstone Town. Just refrain from interfering with the local treatment fees, as that could be quite taboo. Do you understand my meaning? After speaking, he winked. You should be sufficiently funded for the time being, correct? Rupert certainly comprehended his intentions, fully aware that he had just plundered the clandestine treasury of the Newman family. Moreover, he recklessly distributed favors on another's territory, leaving them in a precarious situation upon his departure. Thus, this arrangement posed no issue, as long as he could extract some advantageous information. He nodded in understanding and continued to articulate his demands. I perceive an enhancement in my physical prowess, closely tied to my combat experiences, particularly following the peculiar skirmishes, where I have felt a marked improvement. I require intelligence pertaining to the uncanny. The priest nodded in appreciation, recognizing what constitutes an exemplary employee, one who, even before officially commencing duties, seeks to bolster their own capabilities and aspires for growth. What could be more reassuring than this? This was certainly not a problem, for it aligned perfectly with our primary responsibilities. You may directly approach the local church and inquire with their clergy to obtain pertinent information. However, within our community, there exists a plethora of eccentric members who generally prefer to eschew social interactions. Hence, we possess an unobtrusive channel for information. At a church, specifically in the belfry, there is typically an information exchange center where one can find messages left by other missionaries, as well as potentially suspicious clues from the clergy regarding the uncanny. Additionally, there are coins and provisions prepared for individuals like us, available for self-service as needed. Given your agility, ascending to such heights should pose no significant challenge. This is the first time Rupert has encountered such an intriguing method of engagement. It seems that the missionaries are largely individuals afflicted by social anxiety, perhaps influenced by their prolonged battles against the bizarre and the dark adherents. The very fact that they could conceive of such an unconventional means of communication speaks volumes. Upon noticing that Rupert had no further requests, the pastor's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Rupert, you are a good child. From your actions in Greenstone Town, it is evident that you possess a kind heart and a low tolerance for evil, making you an excellent candidate for a missionary. You have not even mentioned any material desires, which places you above the vast majority I have encountered, noble and pure in spirit. Thus, I have no secrets to hide from you and shall share some small truths reserved for those who formally become missionaries. Now, I must pose a serious question. Do you willingly choose to become a missionary of the Church of the Holy Light? Our journey is destined to be fraught with peril, and we may leave no lasting legacy. The only record of your efforts may lie in a solitary tick on the documents left by the priest, signifying the eradication of the bizarre. Ultimately, you might meet your end in a similar struggle, forgotten by all. Are you willing? The sudden gravity of the moment sent a shiver down Rupert's spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Initially, he had merely sought to gain some tricks and skills by dispatching the bizarre, not anticipating such profound implications. Yet now, he perceived the missionaries as silent guardians of humanity, an epic sense of purpose unfurling within him. While he might not entirely agree, he felt a deep respect and replied earnestly, "Yes, I wish to become a missionary. For the sake of my faith." This was a phrase he had not intended to use to earn that point, yet it seemed he had grown accustomed to it. Unable to break the habit at this moment, the pastor approached, patting him on the shoulder with a nod of approval. "Then you are officially a missionary. In time, we will each acquire our own code names. Names become trivial. My code name is the Lucky One, and you may refer to me as such. As for your code name, it will likely be something you earn for yourself." Rupert was taken aback. Emperor of Luck? How audacious to adopt such a shameless title. Aren't you concerned that this lofty name might bring about your own demise? The Emperor of Luck, a priest, furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled. Logically, I should be your mentor. However, I realize I have imparted little knowledge, serving merely as a guiding presence. Perhaps you might consider calling me your tutor instead. As for your ranking, it cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Let us base it on your achievements. This time, you have vanquished several adversaries of the third tier. So I shall classify you as a third-tier entity, akin to a deacon in the priestly order or a black iron holy knight. In the early stages, you will not be assigned any tasks, allowing you ample time for growth. You are free to explore this world, rather than languishing in this remote chapel, squandering your life. The Emperor of Luck then presented Rupert with a badge, a testament to his identity as a missionary. It was circular, roughly the size of a half-palm. Crafted from an unknown material that felt remarkably substantial and smooth, its hue a dark gold. One side bore a circular emblem of holy light, while the reverse displayed an array of inscrutable runic markings. Rupert, be cautious and safeguard your position, even though you have officially entered this profession. It is devoid of a fixed salary, yet it is characterized by a remarkable degree of freedom. In the end, the enigmatic priest, with a subtle smile, remarked, "As for your young lady friend, Sophia, it would be best if you set aside your longing for her for the time being. Her abilities are still insufficient. Venturing out into the world would not be advantageous for either her or you. I shall arrange for her to study in a larger city. She is aware that you are now well, and she has even contemplated pursuing you. She is a girl of deep affection and loyalty." Rupert exhaled deeply, sensing that there was little left to cherish in this place. The term girlfriend felt somewhat hasty. What evidence supported such a label? The meticulous mentor must have informed everyone. Surely the Grand Steward Hoffman was aware, and Sir Alonso must also know. Sophia could convey the news to Lilith, yet it appeared there were no others left. Upon reflection, he realized he had few confidants. Could it be that he was too reclusive? The number of foes he had vanquished far exceeded that of his friends, marking him as a solitary soul. "Why must you still grasp the nape of my neck like this?" he lamented. "We are colleagues now, after all. Is this how one handles a person, like a mere plastic bag?" Once more, the mentor seized Rupert by the scruff of his neck, lifting him into the air with a playful jest. "This time, I trust you needn't return to the church to pilfer their bricks, right? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous." Chapter 67. The mischievous child in the forest. At this moment, Sophia lay restlessly in her small bed, her cheeks flushed as if she had indulged in wine, her heart a blend of joy and sorrow. The redness in her cheeks stemmed from an unexpected encounter with a rogue woman clad in red gauze, who had brazenly touched her chest while she was busy packing to pursue Rupert. This stunning figure had suddenly appeared, pointing to the crimson-tinged sky in the northeast and claiming that her little boyfriend Rupert had already avenged her. He was now being nurtured by the higher echelons of the church, so there was no need for her to chase after him. Sophia was utterly confounded by this notion. What did it mean to have a little boyfriend? The woman then proceeded to tease her with remarks that made Sophia blush even deeper. The joy she felt was rooted in Rupert's safety and his fortunate encounter with an admirable mentor. Conversely, her sorrow arose from the realization of Rupert's burgeoning prowess. Effortlessly dispatching adversaries of the third tier and dismantling the Newman family, how formidable he was becoming. Would she soon find herself left far behind? In a realm so distant she could scarcely behold him? The woman in red further informed her that she had arranged for Sophia to study at a larger city's monastery. With news to follow the next day, determined, Sophia resolved to exert herself even more to keep pace with her exceptionally talented friend. If their strengths diverged too greatly, her nature would likely prevent them from ever meeting again. And she must not forget to bid farewell to Lilith the following day. Old Minner, you are nothing more than a lecherous old man. Rupert was inwardly cursing vehemently, having done so throughout his journey. It was hardly surprising that he spoke so freely. After all, just last night, he had been unceremoniously whisked away by the old man, the so-called European emperor, to the Hongguan Mountains, where he was abruptly dropped off. The old man merely dusting off his hands before soaring away. Moreover, it was evident that the old man had done so intentionally, leaving him right beside a nest of snakes. As Rupert turned around, he found himself face to face with a dozen snakes, their heads raised, creating a rather awkward moment for both parties. These serpents had coiled together into a formidable ball, likely engaged in some clandestine gathering, rudely interrupted by Rupert's arrival. Under the ethereal glow of the blue moonlight, their eyes glimmered with a menacing red hue, and the air was thick with a sweet, metallic scent as their tongues flicked in and out, indicating that they were not in the mood for pleasantries. Without granting Rupert a moment to explain himself, they lunged towards him with alarming speed. Rupert initially sprinted a short distance, only to discover that the elderly emperor was absent. Subsequently, 11 tentacles surged forth with fervor. The outcome was, of course, devoid of any surprises. The tentacles ensnared the snacks and began to shake them violently, threatening to disassemble these morsels entirely. They were then hurled in various directions, ensuring that they could no longer reunite. Some long worms, exhibiting unwarranted arrogance, were swiftly dealt with. Indeed, the malicious proclivities of humanity are universally shared. Rupert's actions were not fundamentally different from those of the elderly emperor, both relying on brute force to orchestrate a new beginning for others. Admittedly, Rupert comprehended the elderly emperor's intentions. This maneuver would render it impossible for the other nobles of Fibersburg to seek vengeance, as a lengthy stretch of emptiness lay between them, leaving them oblivious to Rupert's whereabouts. However, was this distance not a tad excessive? The old man, accustomed to flight, likely felt he had not traveled far. Yet traversing such a distance on foot proved quite challenging. Eventually, Rupert resorted to relying entirely on his tentacles for locomotion, akin to Spider-Man's swinging movements. After colliding with trees 7 times, he learned to maneuver in the air using multiple tentacles, achieving a speed that far surpassed that of terrestrial ambulation. His movement was somewhat peculiar, resembling a jellyfish with elongated tendrils, gliding through the forest with fluid grace. However, an unfortunate consequence of his method was the trail of various primates that followed him, chattering and clamoring in disarray. Rupert, on the following day, as dawn broke. Rupert was not soaring through the skies but strolling upon the earth, clutching a substantial piece of honey in his hands. Perched upon his shoulder was a golden-haired little monkey, who, much like Rupert, was gnawing on a small morsel of honey. This delightful little golden companion was a newfound friend of his. Rupert bore a sizable, fist-sized bump on his forehead, bruised and inflamed. He took a moment to cast a healing spell on himself before continuing to eat. To understand this, we must rewind to an earlier time. Rupert, having been on the move for quite some time, found himself quite hungry. In his search for sustenance, he stumbled upon a colossal beehive, and the assorted monkeys that had been accompanying him halted, albeit hesitantly, at a safe distance. The beehive, at its widest, spanned over 3 meters, adorned with a mesmerizing pattern reminiscent of incense coils, featuring an intricate design of clockwise and counterclockwise spirals. This was a first-tier magical beast known as the striped sting bee, or more accurately, a magical insect. The old knight had once lectured on this very creature, emphasizing its formidable nature and sternly warning students to maintain their distance if encountered in the wild. Yet, in an unfortunate twist, he had also mentioned how delectable it was. As a true native, Rupert's inclination towards culinary delights was fully awakened. During his time in this new world, aside from the somewhat palatable fare of the elves, the food at the monastery was merely sufficient to sustain life. It could hardly be called nourishing. Thus, the prospect of encountering something genuinely delicious stirred an insatiable desire within him, and he could hardly suppress the thought, his mouth watering at the mere idea. After all, it was merely a first-tier creature. He intended to harvest just a small portion, believing there to be little risk involved. However, he soon found himself pursued by a swarm of fist-sized striped sting bees. He vividly recalls the astonished expressions on the faces of the monkeys as they witnessed him striking the hive, their mouths forming perfect O's of disbelief. He had not anticipated such vivid emotional displays from animals: shock, incredulity, and fear, among others. After a cacophony of chattering, the monkey troop, which had been following him throughout the night, dispersed, likely concluding that he was quite the fool. Only one clever little golden retriever remained, darting onto Rupert's shoulder, only to receive a blow that left its head swelling grotesquely. Fortunately, Rupert managed to restore it with a healing spell, and the dog soon became quite familiar with him. This incident epitomized Rupert's journey thus far, as he had transformed bookish knowledge into tangible experience, enriching his own understanding. Unlike his previous travels with the church delegation or his subsequent adventures with Sophia in the Western Mountains, Rupert's encounters were distinctly different. The individuals he traveled with would never dare disturb the hive of a striped sting bee, nor would they touch the rear of a phantom leopard, compete with a tree hollow bear for sleeping space, or pilfer the brew of a brewing ape while engaging it in combat. Such experiences could only be fully appreciated through direct involvement. After wandering the forest for nearly half a month, Rupert finally emerged into the light. He recognized his return to civilization upon spotting a human structure, an arrow tower at a border outpost. He tucked away his tendrils and bid farewell to the golden retriever, preparing to re-enter the realm of humanity. As he walked, Rupert marveled at the vastness of the Hongduan Mountains. After half a month, he was still on the periphery. Despite his rapid movement aided by his tendrils, he had encountered no particularly dangerous magical beasts, indicating he remained in the outer regions. As he approached, the human architecture became increasingly discernible, not merely an arrow tower, but accompanied by a circular stone structure that formed a cohesive unit with it. Both the arrow tower and the circular building boasted blue roofs, standing out prominently against the lush green landscape, visible from afar. As he drew nearer, Rupert discerned the sounds of conflict. The arrow tower was engaged in an assault. Initially obscured from his view, he soon heard the cries of humans. "Quick! Jim, you're injured. Fall back. Brothers at the outpost, lend your strength. Shoot these beasts dead. Help me, please. I don't want to die." Having not seen another living soul for half a month, Rupert felt a surge of excitement. During this time, had it not been for his conversations with the golden retriever, he might have feared becoming mute. His remaining persuasion points were stuck at 5199, stagnant as ever, and now, encountering talkative humans felt extraordinarily heartwarming. Rupert sprinted forward, swiftly approaching and maneuvering around the arrow tower, which allowed him to discern the situation within the arena. A 5-member mercenary team was engaged in a tactical retreat towards the sentry, shielded by the tower as it unleashed arrows upon the encroaching beasts. The attackers were a cluster of 7 or 8 drunken apes, distinguished by their ruddy faces and eyes, standing no taller than 1.5 meters, perpetually exuding the sin of alcohol. These formidable second-tier beasts possessed considerable strength and a surprisingly high level of intelligence. However, their agility was remarkable, and they maintained a cautious distance from the arrow tower, particularly after one of their own was injured, causing them to hesitate even further. They howled loudly on the periphery, hurling debris at the mercenaries, while one particularly unscrupulous ape engaged in a rather undignified display, tossing objects in circles for amusement. 2 of the mercenaries were assisting a comrade who had sustained severe injuries to his abdomen, while the other 2 remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the drunken apes. A soft golden glow enveloped the injured mercenary, presumably named Jim, as his wounds began to heal rapidly. He appeared to have just reached the first tier, with a relatively low life expectancy. The pain etched on Jim's face had scarcely faded when the discomfort abruptly vanished, leading him to momentarily question his senses. Upon touching his wound, he was astonished to find the open gash had completely healed, prompting an impulsive surge of excitement that caused him to rise to his feet, startling his 2 companions. It was then that the mercenary team noticed the sudden presence of a cloaked figure behind them. As the figure removed their hood, a remarkably youthful visage emerged, accompanied by a smile as warm as a spring breeze. "It is the divine will that has brought us together, and you shall be liberated from your suffering." Rupert took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, this was the sensation he craved, the exhilarating feeling of deception. Were there still 5 individuals within the outpost? To commemorate his emergence from the forest, he decided to seize the opportunity to indulge in a bit of trickery. At that moment, the raucous chattering of the brewing apes abruptly ceased. They no longer scattered their refuse but instead turned and fled. Rupert appeared somewhat dazed. Not long ago, he had confronted a band of brewing apes, yet the distance suggested they were not of the same faction. Why would they flee? Surely it could not be attributed to him. It was unlikely that his infamous reputation had spread throughout the surrounding beast realm. "I am a devoted priest, having chosen a path of asceticism and pilgrimage. I shall alleviate your ailments and afflictions. If you find yourselves adrift in uncertainty regarding the future, feel free to confide in me. I shall relay your concerns to the divine, who will illuminate the path of your heart. If you have erred in the past, do not fear. You may also share your burdens with me, and I will convey your confessions to the deity, who shall grant you forgiveness." Rupert finally felt at ease. Having expressed so much in one breath, his smile taking on an increasingly warm and congenial demeanor. Indeed, he appeared to be most suited to human society. He feigned concern as he examined Jim's wounds. Meanwhile, among the mercenaries, aside from the injured Jim, a subtle exchange of glances transpired that suggested a lack of gratitude for Rupert's act of salvation, They seemed to regard his interference with mild disdain. Ultimately, one of the more well-groomed mercenaries approached Rupert, seemingly the leader of this small group, with a kind smile and an uncommon display of politeness. He introduced himself. "I am Hank, the captain of this mercenary squad. We are truly grateful for your assistance, dear priest, in saving our comrade's life. Are you heading to the town of Grake? If so, perhaps we could travel together. However, as you can see, we have encountered some troubles today, and it would be prudent to rest here for the night, lest we fall prey to those lurking monkeys." Rupert's occiput bore no eyes, and for the time being, no abnormalities had been discerned. He remained oblivious to the whereabouts of this town of Grake, yet regardless of its location, it was certainly preferable to the confines of the forest. "Indeed, I am determined to journey to Grake, and having your company is truly delightful. As you know, I, a humble ascetic, harbor no pressing matters. Anywhere serves as a place for my spiritual practice." Captain Hank, who appeared to be exceedingly courteous and genuinely enthusiastic, promptly produced a large gold coin and handed it directly to Rupert, exclaiming, "How could I forget? This is our humble offering. We are immensely grateful to you." Rupert grasped the coin and immediately sensed something amiss. The generosity of this individual was atypical for a mercenary. Most lowly mercenaries are, in truth, a rather miserly bunch. The meager commissions they earn are truly hard-won, and they are invariably frugal with their expenditures. In the tales Rupert had heard, some mercenaries would even halt in the tavern to haggle over the tips for the serving girls. Nevertheless, once the coin was in hand, it seemed inappropriate to return it. Grateful for Captain Hank's generosity, Rupert reminded himself that having chosen the path of an ascetic, he had relinquished the pursuit of wealth. Upon arriving at Great Town, he intended to offer all the riches he had acquired along the way to the townsfolk. Yet, to his surprise, none among the 10 appeared to believe his words. Faced with their incredulous gazes, Rupert smiled and nodded. He turned once more to glance at the soldiers peering through the gap in the guard post, offering them another smile and nod to reaffirm his statement. This delay truly tested his patience. Chapter 69. Malicious intent. Captain Hank resumed his flattery towards Rupert. "Is that so? How splendid. I am a local resident of Great Town, and I extend our town's gratitude to you. I, too, bear some old wounds, as do my fellow mercenaries. Might you be able to assist us with our ailments as well?" Noticing that his comrades remained motionless, Captain Hank turned to address them sharply. "You lot truly are missing a golden opportunity. Aren't you the ones who often cry out in pain? With a master present, and no fees involved, what are you waiting for?" Rupert found himself somewhat perplexed by the current situation. Hank indeed resembled a mercenary eager to exploit any advantage. As soon as the offer of free treatment was mentioned, everyone seemed eager to partake. Yet, it was evident that some crucial information eluded him. Otherwise, how could a shrewd trickster like him fail to grasp the unfolding drama? With a creak, the imposing gate of the outpost swung open, secured by thick iron chains. The door appeared to be a robust amalgamation of steel and dense oak, exuding an aura of impenetrability. Inside stood 5 rather disheveled soldiers. Given the remoteness of their location, it was no surprise that supplies arrived only sporadically, perhaps once every few months, with no outsiders and certainly no women around. Thus, it was entirely natural for these men to appear somewhat unkempt. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their vigilance directed towards Hank and his mercenary companions. The foremost figure, resembling a commanding officer, addressed Rupert with a commendable degree of courtesy. "Esteemed Reverend, might I request your assistance in treating my soldier's injured leg? He has suffered from this affliction for 7 or 8 years, unable to afford the necessary care, and it has progressively worsened, leaving him with a leg that seems considerably shortened. Regrettably, we do not possess much in the way of funds, but we can pull together a small amount to assist him." Rupert then noticed the soldier he spoke of, who appeared quite weathered. His beard was predominantly gray with little black, and his sunken eyes suggested a depth of experience. The man was exceedingly gaunt, standing almost on the backs of his feet, yet maintaining an upright posture that initially concealed his peculiarities from view. Rupert, upon witnessing the situation, swiftly conjured a multitude of stories in his mind. However, he found himself powerless to alter the circumstances. He resolved to lend a hand in any way he could. "Rest assured, my intentions are not driven by monetary gain. I genuinely intend to travel to Great Town to distribute the funds. You need not compensate me. I merely wish to observe the situation first." Rupert knelt down to examine the soldier's leg and discovered it was broken, poorly treated, and had healed incorrectly, much like Lumien's condition. The fracture could be rebroken and allowed to heal properly, followed by rehabilitation for complete recovery. Although it was entirely treatable, it required re-breaking the old injury, a procedure in which I lack proficiency. I implore you to assist him instead. The officer leading the group, known as Height 10, gritted his teeth. Previously, that mercenary was on the brink of despair, but this devoted healer had restored him. Now, with such an advantageous opportunity at hand, it must be seized. Picking up a sturdy wooden beam, he aimed it at the injured leg and brought it down with force. Meanwhile, Rupert commenced his treatment. The onlookers could not help but be captivated by the dramatic scene unfolding before them. 2 mercenaries exchanged glances with Captain Hank, seeking his guidance, but Hank shook his head, signaling them to refrain from rash actions. What he had previously articulated and enacted was to ensure the sentinels would lower their guard. The original plan was to use a feigned injury to deceive them into opening the gate. However, with these soldiers present, and the healer seemingly possessing formidable skills, likely a second-tier priest at such a young age, the risks of confrontation were substantial. It was wiser to bide their time. Moreover, returning with a living priest would surely delight Lord Justin. As Rupert focused on his healing, Hank seized the moment to embellish their situation. Tonight we shall make camp here. Quickly gather some dry firewood, and we shall roast the meat and set up our tents. With that, he retrieved various tools from his spatial ring, prompting his mercenaries to spring into action. Some began erecting tents beside the sentry post, while others scoured the area for firewood. The officer, witnessing his comrade's recovery from lameness, felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, observing that the mercenaries appeared devoid of malice, he felt a measure of relief. According to the sentry's standard regulations, outsiders were not permitted near the post, let alone be granted entry, to prevent any potential treachery. Although he had served there for quite some time without encountering war, he adhered strictly to protocol. However, today presented a fortuitous opportunity to treat a comrade's old wound. And even the most uninformed among them understood that those skilled in healing arts were surely priests of the Church of the Holy Light, who would not assault the sentry. Furthermore, the mercenaries were reportedly from Great Town, suggesting they posed no threat. This realization eased the officer's apprehensions considerably. Rupert observed the mercenaries diligently engaged in their tasks. With little to occupy his time, he decided to assist by casting healing spells upon the soldiers. The numbers kept rising 5, 5, 5 without interruption, until he found himself thoroughly satisfied. As night fell, the mercenaries produced wine from their spatial rings, pilfered from the wine-making monkeys, explaining their unfortunate dealings with those creatures. They began to roast meat and indulge in drink, exuding an air of relaxation. Naturally, they extended an invitation to Rupert, who had no reason to decline. Especially considering his culinary skills were hardly commendable, even cooking something thoroughly proved a challenge. Throughout their journey across the forest, he had subsisted on little more than cold rations, embodying the true essence of a weary ascetic. Now, with food and drink in abundance, and having assisted the mercenaries with more healing spells, he found himself questioning whether his earlier suspicions were unfounded, as nothing peculiar transpired. Soon, the affable Captain Hank rallied the sentinels to join in the revelry. While roasted meat might not have enticed the guards greatly, the presence of wine changed everything. It was unnecessary to mention that this was the fruit wine from the wine-making monkeys, possessing a commendable potency and an alluring aroma. Even a diluted concoction would be irresistible to these men, who found their post here akin to incarceration. However, as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, Rupert noticed something amiss. Captain Hank's spatial ring appeared rather large, and the quantity of wine seemed excessive. Had they unearthed the ancestral graves of the wine-making monkeys? Furthermore, the mercenaries were persistently urging the sentinels to drink, leaving them somewhat inebriated. Yet, from the perspective of someone from a later era, this level of persuasion seemed rather juvenile. A far cry from the sophisticated wit of contemporary banter. Nevertheless, Rupert refrained from exposing their ruse, intrigued by their intentions. As the evening progressed, one by one, individuals from both sides succumbed to intoxication. Rupert, playing along, pretended to be inebriated and soon collapsed beside the tent. The sentinel captain, a robust second-tier warrior, was the last to fall. With his collapse, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as if a mute button had been pressed. Chapter 70. Peeing one's pants. Captain Hank's bleary eyes suddenly sharpened with focus as he began to inspect the fallen sentinels, gently prodding them to ascertain their consciousness. Among the mercenaries, aside from the injured Jim, the other three who had appeared intoxicated sat up, revealing they had not truly consumed such quantities of alcohol. With a subtle glance from Captain Hank, two of his men moved closer to the sentinel captain. Rupert was ready to take action when he discovered that they had merely taken the key from the governor's waist, unlocking the gate of the sentry and then slipping inside like fish gliding through water. Rupert was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what could possibly be worth stealing in such a place. After a while, two individuals emerged with a small bag. "Boss, we've secured the crystal core. Should we eliminate these individuals?" Captain Hank pondered briefly before responding. "Yes, we must dispose of them. They've witnessed our true identities and are aware of our origins from Great Town. We certainly need to take this little priest with us. If we let these soldiers go, they might connect the dots regarding the priest's disappearance. Once I summon Lord Justin, we can proceed with the sacrificial ritual." His subordinate replied, "Understood. And what of Jim? We all feign drunkenness, but he is genuinely inebriated." Captain Hank, exasperated, remarked, "He must have been frightened earlier. He served poorly as bait and was truly injured by those monkeys. But if we abandon him, will you be the next to feed the monkeys? Honestly, some people just don't think." The subordinate quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll assist you in preparing the sacrificial ceremony. However, Captain Hank, do you truly believe Lord Justin is mightier than the church's deity? If we slay the priest and offend the church's god, how will Lord Justin protect us?" At that moment, Captain Hank lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. Yet, had anyone been able to see his eyes, they would have noticed an eerie green glow emanating from them, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. "How dare you question Lord Justin? Speak another word, and I shall surely end your life." Just then, a golden radiance enveloped him. Rupert was taken aback. Why did the number 255 appear without the usual ominous black mist or agonized wails? Had he misjudged the situation? Was it not an insidious corruption? This scene left the remaining 3 mercenaries dumbfounded. Why had this priest not succumbed to drunkenness? Hadn't he heard everything they had said? The church's reputation was indeed terrifying, and their minds raced with thoughts of silencing him. The priest could not be allowed to survive. Drawing their daggers, they charged at Rupert, eyes ablaze with bloodlust. Confused and dazed, Rupert struggled to comprehend the current predicament, deciding to act according to his own rhythm, for these individuals were surely no good. The earlier discussions regarding Lord Justin and the sacrificial ritual suggested that their subordinates' lives were likely expendable. Tentacles surged forth, filling the air. Just 4 individuals. Their strength lacking 2 second-tier warriors, 2 first-tier fighters, and Jim, who had barely touched the threshold of the first tier. 11 tentacles shot out, 2 for each, leaving 1 unoccupied. The lone tentacle, visibly agitated, picked up stones from the ground and tossed them into the fire, clearly frustrated. However, the previous assailants had been too swift. In its hesitation to select a target, it had failed to seize any, fueling its ire. Rupert, witnessing this scene, felt a sheen of perspiration form upon his brow. Acutely aware of his increasingly bizarre predicament, he cast a glance at the fallen sentinels around him and contemplated the imminent spectacle, realizing it could be rather exhilarating. Should anyone awaken mid-scene, the result would likely be a most embarrassing fright. Consequently, he firmly grasped the hands of the 5 mercenaries and ventured down the slope into the dark embrace of the forest. Excluding the fortunate Jim, the remaining 4, including Hank, had their eyes wide with terror, yearning to cry for help yet finding their voices stifled by the tight grip of the tendrils binding them. Despite their frantic thoughts, they could not fathom the nature of their current predicament. How could the once gentle rabbit so swiftly transform into a fearsome dragon? Would have been a delightful creature, capable of crying out at the slightest constriction, had suddenly ensnared them all with a grotesque apparatus. To further heighten their terror, a colossal brain inexplicably hovered above the head of the demon-like priest, pulsating ominously, causing all present to involuntarily swallow hard. Rupert frowned as he detected the unpleasant odor of urine, soon realizing it emanated from one of the mercenaries. It was not that he had spotted any traces of liquid under the moonlight, but rather the 2 tentacles entwined around him began to coil upwards, ensnaring his upper body while deliberately avoiding the excrement below. Rupert pressed his forehead, feeling increasingly unwell lately, overwhelmed by an inner turmoil. Pray tell, who is this Lord Justin? Should he perform well, I might consider granting him his freedom. Despite the terror gripping him, he remained remarkably resilient. The mercenary, paralyzed by fear, felt the tendrils of the omniscient brain tighten around him, as ethereal strands of mental energy enveloped his mind, transmitting fragments of information to Rupert, followed by the next. Excluding the mercenary Captain Hank, information from 4 individuals returned. Rupert closed his eyes, delving into the retrieved images. Numerous scenes of slaughter unfolded before him. These individuals were indeed no saints, extracting hearts, harvesting brains for living sacrifices. It was no wonder they were so familiar with the brain, as many ordinary people remained oblivious to its true appearance. Kneeling before a grand tree? Were there truly so many around? Surely, the entire town must have gathered. What of the church? Why did the church remain silent? The remaining footage revealed excessively harrowing content, unfit for viewing. Women falling into the clutches of these men. Death might indeed be the most merciful outcome. These individuals, seemingly untouched by the bizarre, appeared to embody a cruelty surpassing even that. Rupert gazed at Hank, the true linchpin of the scenario. Many of the scenes featured his presence, prompting Rupert to release the tendrils that had covered his mouth. Hank appeared to have entirely transcended the initial phase of terror. His eyes glowed in eerie green, resembling those of a wolf as he fixed his gaze upon Rupert. Once liberated from his gag, he refrained from emitting a cry for help. Instead, he remained silent, a smile of audacious defiance etched across his face. Rupert gazed at this individual in utter disbelief. With such a juvenile level of terror, the notion of frightening him was indeed a far-fetched idea. One need only consider the sinister entities with which he was accustomed to associating. Meanwhile, the other person's tonsils were prominently displayed, revealing a slight redness and swelling, indicating a possible bout of inflammation. Hank, likely feeling a tinge of embarrassment due to the lack of impact from his performance, allowed a flicker of green light to dance in his eyes as he declared, "Even if you were to slay us, it would matter not. We shall ascend to the heavenly realm, while you shall be cursed by Lord Justin. No matter where you attempt to flee, you shall find no respite from this curse, and you will be consumed by suffering." Chapter 71. Grey Town. Rupert remained indifferent to the curse of these vacuous words, nearly succumbing to slumber as he listened, perceiving no significance whatsoever. There was no impact on his ancestors above, nor any threat posed to his descendants below, and no proposals of transcendent relationships with female relatives in between. Was this truly a curse? What meaning did it hold? He had anticipated a pivotal figure, only to be subjected to this wearisome discourse after such a lengthy build-up. As he surveyed the 9 idle tentacles around him, listlessly sprawled about, swaying gently as though they too awaited the end of their shift, he felt a kinship with their lethargy, trapped by a meager remuneration that deterred him from departure. Should the boss call a meeting at that moment, one might entertain thoughts of despair. Thus, in a bid to avoid such a fate, he resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Retracting the tentacles, Hank resembled a deranged zealot, not afflicted by any bizarre contagion, which explained his lack of response to Rupert's healing arts. Yet, The nature of that Yustin remained a mystery. Rupert was in dire need of skills. Even if not for the townsfolk, he felt compelled to investigate. For what if it were indeed something uncanny? Ultimately, he absorbed Hank's vivid impressions, though the rapid succession of images nearly turned Rupert's stomach, devoid of logic and coherence. With a clashing palate that rendered comprehension elusive, Rupert hastily withdrew, only to begin crouching down and retching. The cerebral bloom above him remained indifferent, seemingly perplexed by Rupert's fragility. As if asserting, "It is of no concern to me," he chose to observe this. The ethereal strands of mental energy danced with increased exuberance, appearing intrigued by the idle little birds in the nearby nest, as if wishing to poke at them. As Rupert exhaled, the tentacles that had previously lain on the ground feigning death suddenly retreated behind him. However, perhaps sensing that their disdain was too overt, one audacious little tentacle reached out, discreetly patting Rupert's back to soothe him. Rupert, he has become numb, unaware of when it all began. These tentacles have grown increasingly intelligent, and he has even started to acclimate to them. What other choice does he have? Once Rupert regained his composure, he commanded his tentacles to excavate a substantial pit to entomb the mercenaries. Their demise bore no connection to his innocent and naive asceticism. He then commenced an examination of the valuables on these individuals, ensuring to secure the money. As anticipated, within Hank's ring, he discovered not only wine and coins, but also an array of peculiar artifacts, a complete mummified fetus, a tangle of black threads stained with blood, likely hair or some other material, as well as animal bones and a demonic statuette, amidst a chaotic assortment. While not overtly bizarre, these items were certainly nefarious. Based on his studies and insights from the monastery, it was highly probable that these belonged to some sort of demonic or malevolent deity worship. Great town. It seemed imperative to investigate further. After burying these individuals, he also uncovered a small pouch of crystal cores pilfered by the mercenaries, leading him to comprehend their motive for theft. These cores predominantly comprised levels 2 and 3, intended to power the crystal crossbow atop the arrow tower. Among them lay a level 4 core, designated for a long-range communication array, activated only in times of war. Although it could not transmit images, its communication range was extensive, serving to relay urgent reports. These were precisely what Lord Justin had recently required, and they had devised a plan, yet the mercenaries, with their utmost strength being merely 2 level 2s, were incapable of subduing higher-tier beasts, thus their intentions turned towards the outpost. Rupert ascended to the top of the arrow tower for a brief exploration, returning the items he had taken. Subsequently, he feigned nonchalance and resumed his previous position, mirroring the exact posture he had before. He was roused in the latter part of the night by a commotion. It turned out that the sentry officer had awakened from a pressing need to relieve himself. Upon realizing that everyone else was in slumber and that the mercenaries had vanished, he was alarmed. However, upon rushing into the arrow tower, he discovered that the most valuable crystal core remained intact, leaving him utterly perplexed by the circumstances. Rupert feigned ignorance, embodying the spirit that even the legs of a mosquito are worth something, attempting to extract one last wave of deception. I, too, had indulged in drink, rendering my awareness hazy. Perhaps they were indeed leaving, caught up in some urgent matter. They even mentioned taking me to Great Town, which seemed rather hasty. I ought to pursue them, as I might still catch up. Farewell, everyone. Should the opportunity arise, I shall treat you to a meal. No need to see me off. Return home. Once out of sight of the sentry, Rupert's smile faded, and he hastened his journey southward towards Great Town. Along the way, he sustained himself with provisions pilfered from the mercenaries and quenched his thirst with a sip of liquor. After 6 arduous days, he finally arrived at Great Town. Observing from a distance, he noted that this town appeared slightly larger than Greenstone Town, though still modest in size, perhaps due to the encroaching twilight. An overall sense of gloom enveloped the place, and he recalled the unsettling image of the townsfolk collectively kneeling. Something was clearly amiss in this small settlement. Rupert enveloped himself entirely in a cloak and made his way along the narrow path of the town. Every individual who caught sight of him paused their tasks, their attention fixated upon him. Although the townsfolk were accustomed to observing outsiders, the sensation was markedly different. In Greenstone, the presence of a stranger would indeed attract notice. The men would scrutinize, the women would exhibit curiosity mixed with shyness, and the children would display an innocent inquisitiveness, each responding with varied expressions reflective of their moods at the moment. However, in Greywick, the inhabitants wore expressions devoid of emotion, resembling lifeless mannequins. Even within the confines of buildings, it felt as if countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Frankly, Rupert, who was accustomed to dealing with the bizarre, found himself somewhat unnerved. He would have preferred to engage in a confrontation with a tentacled creature. He hastened across the street, seeking the location of the church within this town. Theoretically, there should be a small church of similar scale to that of Greenstone, one that was rather overlooked. Soon enough, at the heart of the town, he discovered the church, its exterior overrun with weeds, and the climbing plants upon the walls flourished excessively, nearly engulfing the structure entirely. The flickering candlelight, dim and wavering, exuded a sense of lethargy. Rupert observed the situation silently, opting not to enter directly but instead to stealthily position himself beneath the window for a closer look. The interior appeared quite ordinary. A priest of seemingly second-tier status was kneeling in prayer, flanked by 2 devotees, one male and one female, both also kneeling fervently. However, as an insider, Rupert immediately sensed something amiss. The individuals praying exhibited tremors, a stark contrast to the serene composure typically associated with such spiritual devotion. It was unlikely that one would tremble so while engaged in prayer, as it is generally a moment of tranquil solace for the soul. Rupert continued to observe, and suddenly his pupils constricted. Directly ahead stood the emblem of the holy light, which was unremarkable. However, upon the pulpit rested a strikingly dark statuette, not of human form, but rather resembling a demon adorned with horns. Chapter 72, The Horned Demon. Remarkably, Rupert had encountered an identical statue not long ago, one that had been discovered within Hank's ring. From Rupert's vantage point, the horned demon's figure was almost perfectly situated within the halo of holy light. If viewed from the perspective of those kneeling, the statue would occupy the very center of the luminous circle. Thus, it became evident that the entities to whom these individuals were praying were not deities of the Holy Light Church, but rather a demon. Rupert did not rush in frantically. Instead, he exited the town and proceeded towards the outskirts, intending to confront the principal figure directly. Simultaneously, he recalled the knowledge imparted by the monastery's professor, particularly regarding the horned demon. The horned demon represents a formidable lineage among demons, with many ordinary citizens mistakenly believing that all demons bear this horned visage. In truth, it is merely the prevalence and deep-rooted nature of the horned demon's image that has led to such misconceptions. Within this lineage, the lesser demons are known as whisperers, often manifesting in the guise of ordinary humans. They are largely impervious to physical harm, corresponding to the first, second, and third tiers of human strength. However, their primary method of operation is to ensnare humans, possessing rather unimpressive combat capabilities. If they can garner sufficient offerings and sacrifices from humanity, they may evolve, shedding their human forms to become intermediate deceivers, commonly referred to as devils. These entities can traverse the realms of reality and illusion, aligning with the fourth, fifth, and sixth tiers of human strength. Their expertise lies in deception, luring individuals into sacrificing their souls for powers or riches that do not rightfully belong to them, ultimately leading to a painful realization of betrayal while their souls descend into ruin. Should they evolve further, they attain the high-tier form of this lineage, embodying the quintessential image of the horned demon, frequently depicted in religious texts as a being to be vanquished, corresponding to the seventh, eighth, and ninth tiers of human strength. It is important to note that the tiers of human strength mentioned do not imply that individuals within those tiers can readily defeat such demons. The horned demon possesses only 3 evolutionary forms, while the classification from 1 to 9 tiers is a human construct. Actual strength comparisons and counter-relations must be considered. Rupert pondered this and began to feel a sense of assurance. Since this malevolent entity dared only to use the trees as faade, it was highly probable that it was an incorporeal specter, a deceiver manipulating the townsfolk to engage in sinister rituals for its sustenance. With this revelation, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He was not entirely at its mercy, as his healing arts could counter its influence. Should it reach the level of a deceitful demon, he would not hesitate to rally support, for he was not without allies. Moreover, this marked his inaugural encounter with a demon, and the thought stirred a flicker of anticipation within him. There existed a myriad of demons, each belonging to different categories: the fire-playing imps and greater demons of the infernal lineage, the clawed and scythe-wielding specters of death, and, most intriguingly to Rupert, the succubus and the queen of torment, who toyed with men, well, more precisely, with their whims and desires. The topic veered off course, for there were countless varieties of demons. These were merely among the more populous and renowned factions. Guided by fragmented memories, Rupert made his way toward the mountains behind the town, where stood the grove revered as sacred by the inhabitants. Even without recollection, he could not err in his path, as the ground bore the imprint of many footsteps, forming a distinct trail that led directly to the domain of the enigmatic Lord Justin. There, he found an ordinary gnarled tree, its age unmistakable. It could be said to have been dead for years without doing it an injustice. Yet, from one of its branches, new shoots had emerged, as if it had been rejuvenated. On the trunk, a burl formed, resembling a human visage, with its nose and eyes faintly discernible. As Rupert drew closer, the visage came to life. The eyes fluttered open, the lips parted and closed, the voice resonating both near and far, tranquil and distant. "O wayward traveler, have you succumbed to confusion, and what might I do to aid you?" Rupert did not contribute any misleading points, yet he found this introduction rather sophisticated and worth considering. It possesses a certain allure of deception, subtly enticing without immediate trickery. Is Rupert, perhaps, slightly teasing? There is a question that eludes my understanding. Pray, assist me in discerning whether you shall face any consequences today. Oh, restless child, has this superficial world unsettled your soul? You ought to find tranquility within, to savor the beauty that life offers, allowing a wise elder to soothe your spirit rather than resorting to force. In a fleeting moment, Rupert found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Not due to the allure of this Justin, but rather because he suddenly perceived that this peculiar entity seemed to resonate more harmoniously with his own deceptive system. This fellow is so audacious that it feels as if he has surpassed even Rupert himself, standing on the precipice of greatness, is it not? Rupert admitted that he felt a twinge of panic and ceased his verbal sparring. Instead, he produced a shovel, seemingly preparing to charge forward and unearth the roots of the tree. He refrained from using his tentacles, fearing that it might frighten the creature away. It was preferable to provoke Yustin into revealing its true form in a moment of desperation, allowing for a swift and decisive resolution. The opponent, now agitated, exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Why are you not following the conventional approach?" Rupert was indifferent to him. "You must be Yustin, right? Let me see whether you are hiding behind the tree or beneath it. Come out, and let us have a proper conversation. What use is it to conceal oneself?" This old trickster is not easily deceived, and he is someone who trusts no words but his own, much like Sophia. Upon hearing Rupert call out his alias, the tone and inflection of the voice shifted entirely. It was hoarse, ambiguous in gender, and resonated with an electronic echo. "Humph, yet another meddler. I shall reveal myself. But what can you possibly do to me?" Silence accompanied by the caw of a crow. Rupert waited for 3 seconds, yet nothing emerged. To his dismay, he realized he had been deceived. In an instant, his anger flared. How could this be? Had he truly come to sell books at the doorstep of Confucius? He struck the tree trunk with a shovel, sending splinters flying, and the crooked tree swayed perilously, with his brute strength. It seemed that just 1 or 2 more blows would bring it down. Yustin, startled, knew that the whisperers did not favor violence. They preferred to resolve matters through words. He had already summoned the townsfolk, eager to see whether this self-proclaimed champion of justice would harm the villagers, a pastime he found particularly enjoyable. However, time was of the essence. The brute before him couldn't possibly be a mage, let alone a priest. A low-tier physical combatant posed little threat to his ethereal form. As he spoke, a spectral figure emerged from the crooked tree. "Yustin, the whisperer, hold your strike. I am emerging, and I believe we can still be amicable." Yet, he had barely materialized halfway when a golden radiance descended upon him, interrupting his words. Chapter 73, Rupert's counterattack to be fair. The final note of his utterance held a certain charm, exquisitely conveying the state of its speaker, a sense of relief and delight. Nevertheless, the outcome left both Rupert, the ambusher, and Yustin, the one struck, in shock. From Rupert's perspective, a 255 floated above the specter's head. Frankly, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Yustin was a demon, a being of darkness. Was it not reasonable for his healing spells to be ineffective against such a creature? All priests were supposed to inflict harm upon demons, it was common knowledge. Why then did his healing magic seem to mend the demon? He quickly glanced at the description of his healing spell. It healed ordinary units and dealt double damage to aberrations. Was this demon truly considered an ordinary unit? This seemed rather dubious, almost a trap. What was he to do now? Was there still time to flee? Rupert found himself in a state of distress, while Yustin appeared even more bewildered. As a purebred demon and an exceptionally promising necromancer, he had never before experienced the healing arts in his lifetime. This singular encounter could provide him with tales to regale for years to come. The profound sensation that penetrated his very soul left him somewhat enamored with this newfound feeling. He cast a hesitant glance at the dazed Rupert, refraining from launching an attack. After all, this treasure needed to be carefully packed away for future enjoyment. He quickly instructed the townsfolk to refrain from approaching, fearing the potential destruction of his new toy. Throughout millennia of demonic history, no such peculiar human cleric had ever emerged. If he could take Rupert back, he could surely profit from ticket sales for tours. Observing Rupert, now lost in thought, Yustin felt a twinge of sympathy. He recognized the helplessness that accompanied the collapse of a righteous individual's faith and found himself wanting to offer comfort. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Rupert had already regained his composure. A venomous bite was unleashed, yet it merely passed through Justin's ethereal form, dissipating into the distance without effect. In that instance, he realized that his tentacles would be equally futile. He had hoped to see whether the venom carried by his teeth might inflict some harm, but to his dismay, it proved entirely ineffectual. There was simply no tangible substance to poison. Thus, he was left with only one final option. Surrender was an impossibility, a notion he would never entertain. It was then that he began to scrutinize this Yustin. The figure bore the semblance of a middle-aged nobleman, adorned in formal attire that exuded an air of intellectualism, complete with a monocle attached to a chain at his collar. His upper body displayed a hint of plumpness, yet the lower half remained shrouded in indistinctness, predominantly manifesting as a faint mist. No wonder physical attacks had no impact on him. When Yustin observed that Rupert had ceased his assault and was merely gazing vacantly, he mistakenly assumed that Rupert had completely surrendered. The cleric of the Church of Holy Light, now engulfed in confusion, must have begun to doubt the existence of the divine and question his own beliefs. This warranted further provocation. "Have you ever encountered a true deity?" he inquired. "You have not, have you? The spells you wield are akin to those of the other elemental magics. The only distinction lies in their classification as light magic. The fundamental principle is merely the resonance of mental power with the magical network. Light and darkness can indeed counterbalance each other. But this is akin to the relationship between water and fire. It does not imply that light is inherently good while darkness is inherently evil. Just as one cannot declare water to be good and fire to be bad. If light were the sole embodiment of goodness, then why does night exist in this world?" Rupert rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You, a demon, have the audacity to lecture me at length, attempting to subtly manipulate concepts and deceive me. As an outsider, he would not be blindly swayed by the initial authority of the church. After all, it was merely a place to earn a living, and if it proved unsatisfactory, he could easily seek employment elsewhere. He had never considered darkness to be inherently evil, nor the church as infallibly righteous, having encountered nefarious individuals within its ranks. His sole pursuit was inner peace. His opposition was solely directed at those who perpetrated wrongdoing, utterly indifferent to whether they belonged to the forces of darkness. He would not hesitate to confront the malevolent within the church as well. As Justin spoke, he drew closer, seemingly employing some form of beguilement that imbued his voice with persuasive power. For an average listener, especially one lacking resolve, it would be all too easy to be led astray, becoming a puppet to the whisperings of a deceiver. At that moment, Rupert activated the omniscient brain, bringing a sudden change that startled Justin, who instinctively attempted to flee. However, a beam of golden light enveloped him once more, sending a shiver of exhilaration through his being, causing him to hesitate just long enough to miss his opportunity for escape. Subsequently, countless strands of mental energy from the omniscient brain began to ensnare Justin, binding him tightly as though he were a mummy. Rupert exhaled deeply, realizing that he was perhaps the only one capable of utilizing healing techniques as a means of control. Yet, this was a necessary choice. After all, his peculiar abilities were more suited for mischief than to inflict harm upon demons, and instead, he inadvertently restored their vitality. Should the church witnesses this spectacle, they would undoubtedly subject him to a fiery punishment. The omniscient brain had become his final trump card. As he understood it, physical attacks could not affect the ethereal whisperer, yet mental prowess might suffice. If all else failed, retreat would be his only option. Upon regaining his senses, Justin found himself ensnared by an inexplicable force, colorless and formless. Its nature was a mystery. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free from its grasp. A realization that filled him with dread. He gazed at the brain flower hovering above Rupert's head, utterly perplexed by its essence. While he was familiar with the concept of a brain, he could not fathom what kind of technique could only be unleashed by such an unusual manifestation. Justin's benevolent visage suddenly darkened. A fissure stretched from his right cheek to his brow, diagonally splitting his skull, causing half of his cranium to fall away. From within, a hand emerged, reaching out directly toward the brain flower, his mouth agape in a roar, transforming into an intangible energy that surged toward Rupert's forehead. After Rupert unleashed the omniscient mind, he began to prepare for the impending counterattack. The tentacle helmet made its reappearance, enveloping his head securely. Relying solely on the threads of psychic energy to sense his surroundings, and the brain flower was not to be underestimated. The void-like arms that suddenly extended from Justin's mind were unable to penetrate the dense defensive net formed by the myriad threads of psychic energy. Although the brain flower's defense against physical attacks was still inadequate, it proved quite effective against ethereal entities. Moreover, the brain flower provided Rupert with even greater surprises. The threads of psychic energy at the periphery began to tug and slice through Justin's form, gradually siphoning away the faint mist until it vanished entirely. Yet, Rupert could not shake the feeling that the brain flower was quietly absorbing him, as vivid and unsettling images were transmitted back to Rupert. By this point, Justin had no time left to attack Rupert. He began to wail in agony, the sound of his soul reverberating in the surroundings, causing nearby insects and birds to drop dead. His body was being gradually consumed by the brain flower. Rupert, while administering healing spells to his minions, found himself embellishing his own performance in his mind. Shout all you want, scream until your throat gives out, yet no one will come to your rescue. How dare this demon challenge the bizarre? It seems utterly inadequate. His mind was aflame with valor, while others cultivate their skills, gathering the 3 flowers at their crown and harmonizing the 5 energies. Today, even with a single flower at the pinnacle, I shall decisively vanquish you, old deceiver. It was evident that Rupert was somewhat exasperated. The peculiarities arising from today's healing spells had likely unnerved him considerably. Rupert took a moment to examine the panel. Despite the persistent claim that only the bizarre could bestow skills, having never slain a demon before, he hoped for an unexpected delight. Regrettably, no skills manifested. Only the bizarre remained his true affection. However, after Justin was thoroughly consumed, more intriguing images were extracted from his mind, particularly one that struck Rupert with profound intensity. It was a silhouette of a woman, her figure exaggerated beyond belief, even more so than a soda bottle, a proportion too audacious for comic art. The surrounding environment seemed to be within a cavern. Yet, in Justin's memories, he felt nothing but overwhelming dread towards this woman. He was too terrified to gaze upon her face, as if he were not the demon, but merely a sheep, while she embodied the true menace. Upon her emergence, she had expelled him from his original domain, the Dragon Fortress. Rupert had learned of this place while at the monastery. Its name did not arise from the presence of dragons within the city, but rather, it had withstood the Beastman's dragon army for 37 days during a great war between humans and beastmen centuries ago, thanks to its advantageous geography, numerous crossbows, and crystal arrow towers, thereby securing time for a subsequent counteroffensive. The so-called dragons here were not the colossal beasts of legend, but rather a lesser breed known as wyverns, said to possess a trace of dragon blood, formidable aerial combatants nonetheless. There were even tales of wyverns being offspring of dragons in the arrow-poisoned giant eagle. Though how a dragon could possibly impregnate an eagle remained a technical mystery. Returning to the matter at hand, Rupert had resolved his next destination, the Dragon Fortress. Not for the woman's physique, but for the peculiar essence that instilled fear in demons. Indeed, Rupert surmised that she was a manifestation of the bizarre. for no one could attain such a form unless he witnessed it firsthand. Yet, there was no rush. He needed to resolve the troubles of the small town of Hike first, as numerous opportunities awaited his attention. He commanded his tendrils to commence the destruction of trees and excavation of soil, seeking the source of this entity's essence. The ghost speaker could not simply drift away. Its essence was anchored here, requiring the presence of a human to move it. Only upon reaching the level of a deceitful demon, attaining a physical form, would it acquire complete freedom. Before long, Rupert unearthed a small statue buried underground, a classic depiction of a horned demon. Larger than the previous mercenary Hank or the one in the church, crafted entirely from obsidian, marred with dark crimson stains that could not be erased. The tendrils, following his command, shattered it, releasing a multitude of distorted souls that wafted into the evening breeze. Meanwhile, the townsfolk had previously fled their homes in a frenzy. A chaotic mass of over 300 individuals, many lacking clothing, as they hailed from impoverished backgrounds where even nightclothes were a luxury. However, many clutched similar small statues against their chests, racing towards the rear mountains like frenzied beasts. Yet, midway through their flight, they began to reverse course, only to turn back towards the mountains again, repeatedly caught in this loop until they ultimately froze in place, akin to dolls with their batteries removed. Including the priest and nuns from the church, as well as the elderly and children. Under the blue moon, the scene, initially terrifying, lost its edge after this repetitive farce. Particularly with so many bare individuals present. Just then, all the small statues simultaneously cracked in half, coinciding with Rupert's shattering of the larger central statue. The townsfolk seemed to gradually regain their senses, panting heavily, likely exhausted from their earlier sprint. They began to feel a chill, and soon, one individual fully recovered their faculties, only to be met with a cacophony of screams erupting around them. The pressing question arose, should they cover their faces or their modesty? In truth, neither was appropriate. Their first instinct was to crouch down and shield their faces. However, after glancing around and noticing others doing the same, the volume of their screams diminished, akin to a bathhouse where no one shrieked. Yet, among the crowd, some unruly souls cast furtive glances, as the disorder left them uncertain of their loved ones' whereabouts, prompting them to steal glances in hopes of gaining a fleeting advantage. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of stomach pain swept through everyone, as if someone had stabbed them with a pitchfork and twisted it mercilessly. They all collapsed in agony, their previous concerns for modesty forgotten. A child began to vomit, unleashing a grotesque mixture of hair, blood clots, writhing worms, and dry twigs, accompanied by a foul stench. This first instance seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as others followed suit, producing similar revolting contents. The air thickened with the stench, impervious to the wind's efforts to disperse it. Many were so repulsed by their own regurgitations that they continued to heave until only bile remained, their faces pale and ashen, feeling gravely ill. At that moment, a golden light descended upon an elderly woman, though this divine glow was not particularly blinding on such a night. It radiated brightness capable of illuminating the fearful hearts of all, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Enveloped in this golden aura, the elderly woman felt all her pain vanish, rejuvenated as if she had regained her youth. Unable to suppress a groan, she stood upright, turning towards the solitary source of light. Approaching from the direction of the rear mountains was a figure, haloed in sacred light, arms outstretched as if to embrace all of humanity. He advanced slowly, his arms beginning to sway, uttering incomprehensible yet melodious syllables that evoked a sense of beauty. Another beam of golden light fell upon the crowd, this time gracing another elder. This miraculous scene unfolded in what seemed an extraordinary setting. Should future generations document this moment, it would undoubtedly be recorded as a manifestation of divine intervention, embracing humanity, with all appearing as newborns, surrounded by an endless radiance that dispelled all suffering. Chapter 75. The exorcism ritual. This sudden miracle was, of course, none other than Rupert, who had just finished cleansing the site. Upon his arrival, he too was taken aback by the sight of so many bare individuals. Naturally, he had to play the role of a divine figure. As he recited incantations and performed healing spells, he was momentarily startled when the elderly woman stood before him. He nearly stumbled, forgetting the words he had prepared. It was not out of disrespect, but rather the sheer shock of encountering so many unclothed individuals. While their crouching had not been overly conspicuous, their standing revealed a vulnerability that even he found difficult to endure. He had no intention of embarrassing the elderly woman. Yet her appearance was indeed concerning. Her age had rendered her frail, and it was evident that these people had been manipulated by demons. He feared that should she be taken away, it would spell disaster. In that moment, he found himself lamenting the system for not granting him any magical skills. If only he possessed a spell of divine light, accompanied by stirring background music, surely he could replicate the dramatic spectacle of Moses parting the sea. It is hardly as rudimentary as it appears now. The halo upon his back is of his own making. A diminutive tentacle extends a short distance, holding a torch aloft. The torch is readily available, as there are plenty within the ring of the mercenary Hank. However, the flickering flame is unstable, swaying violently with the wind, thus diminishing the aura of mystery and nobility. As he approaches the throng, the small tentacle swiftly extinguishes the torch and retracts, vanishing from sight. Rupert adjusted his mindset and began to focus on the matter at hand. I happened upon this church as a wandering ascetic and noticed that something seemed amiss with all of you. The sensation of being misled, like a whisper of 374, returned to him, and Rupert felt as though his very soul had been redeemed. Thus, with great effort, I finally uncovered the clues pertaining to the malevolent deity's mischief. The essence of 374 lay in the hands of one individual, who took hold of the shattered demonic statue and raised it high for all to see. Many were startled to discover that they too clutched identical statues, having been unaware of when they had come into possession of them, and hastily discarded them. Ultimately, guided by divine intervention, I located the entity's lair, which resided within the gnarled tree on the mountainside. Although battling the dark god was arduous, righteousness ultimately triumphed over evil. The malevolent deity was vanquished under the onslaught of holy light, restoring normalcy to your lives. In that moment, everyone finally comprehended the gravity of what had transpired. Their fragmented memories aligning as countless recalled the rituals of venerating the withered tree and the statue. This manipulation did not exert absolute control over all, but rather subtly influenced daily conduct while still allowing for some semblance of memory. Although Rupert relished the act of deceiving, he found himself in a rather awkward predicament upon witnessing the current situation. Should all the townsfolk recover only to fall ill again upon his departure? It would indeed be a grave misdeed, for in this era, a mere cold could prove fatal. Thus, he conceived a plan. Everyone should return to their homes, don their garments, and then gather at the town's church, where he would perform an exorcism for them. Despite their unwavering belief in his words, not a single individual took action. Rupert, with his quick wit, proclaimed, "Gentlemen, kindly direct your attention towards me. Ladies, please return home to attire yourselves appropriately. The young men, being in good health, may endure a brief wait before departing. Remember to gather, for the influence of the demon has yet to be fully dispelled. If I take my leave, managing the situation will become quite troublesome for you all." Rupert himself turned his head away, clearly unprepared to witness the event. At that moment, no one moved. A timid female voice broke the silence. "Esteemed Reverend, does the exorcism require a fee? If so, it would suffice for our family to send only my brother. We should be fine." Rupert's heart quivered, a sense of heaviness enveloping him. And it was only after a deep exhale that he could articulate his thoughts. "You can see that I am a penitent soul, a hermit who cares little for wealth. And I too am indifferent to it. There is no charge for the exorcism. Not a single coin is required. Everyone must come, especially those with infants at home. Be swift in your preparations." Rupert heard the sound of kneeling behind him, and then all the women departed together. Since it was all women, there was no longer any shyness. It was indeed a clever approach. Rupert genuinely relished the act of aiding others, despite having clandestinely profited in a rather unscrupulous manner. Yet, this did not tarnish his inner convictions. After a brief pause, he dismissed the men, cognizant that the chill of the late evening was unbearable for ordinary souls in their vulnerable state. However, one individual remained, the priest from the small chapel. Clad in his clerical robes, he knelt upon the ground, his forehead pressed to the earth. Since expelling the tumultuous thoughts from his mind, he maintained this posture. He briefly raised his gaze to Rupert, confirming the authenticity of the healing art, which he deemed even more genuine than his own, before returning to his penitent position. He sought atonement, possessing sufficient knowledge to discern the malevolent force that had taken hold of him, yet the deeds he had committed became starkly apparent. He had navigated the remote communications checks imposed by his superiors, even conducting nefarious rites within the church, leading the townspeople who sought assistance into the clutches of darkness, thereby converting them into followers of a demon. Furthermore, he had aided Hank and his band of mercenaries in disposing of ill-gotten gains and orchestrating rituals. His heart had utterly forsaken his faith, trampling upon it in a manner that was inexcusable, even if not entirely under the influence of lucidity. While the common folk may remain indifferent, he could not. In a voice strained with emotion, he implored, "Allow me to assist you in aiding these townsfolk, and thereafter, I shall report the true circumstances to the church. I will choose to return to the embrace of the Lord, seeking to bring an end to my transgressions." Rupert sighed, uncertain of how to characterize this dilemma. He found himself unable to pass judgment on this individual, yet he had no desire to impede the person's own thoughts. Rupert returned directly to the town's church, where a throng of people had gathered. The town was aglow with flickering candles and torches, creating an atmosphere of vibrancy that seemed unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing the festivities of the Harvest Festival, entirely dispelling the eerie ambience that had once lingered. As Rupert made his entrance, the crowd instinctively parted, allowing him to ascend the steps of the small chapel with ease. When he began to speak, the murmurs below immediately ceased, enabling all to hear his voice without the need for him to raise it. Before the divine, all are equal, one by one. There is no need to rush. I assure you that everyone will receive the exorcism ritual. With time pressing and tasks demanding, Rupert commenced his healing incantations. Initially, the atmosphere was relatively composed. The soothing effects of the healing spells elicited only modest expressions of relief. However, as it became apparent that everyone was experiencing similar sensations, the situation spiraled into chaos, with those at the rear giving in entirely, their moans rising in a crescendo of abandon. Some young women, watching Rupert, deliberately heightened the spectacle, indulging in exuberant displays. What began as a solemn exorcism transformed into a scene reminiscent of a succubus's hunting ground, a raucous gathering devoid of restraint. By the end, Rupert found himself blushing, yet he felt compelled to see the ritual through, fearing that neglecting these individuals could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the local priest joined the ranks of healers, doubling the pace of the proceedings. Nevertheless, a clear disparity emerged. The local priest's healing spells lacked the extraordinary potency of Rupert's, which could only be described as transcendent. Consequently, women flocked to Rupert for healing, while the men were left to the local priest's ministrations. Yet, some men still gravitated towards Rupert, evoking a sense of shame even within him as they cried out in such a public setting. Though the experience was difficult to articulate, Rupert managed to accumulate a considerable amount of points. Despite the ensuing chaos, with some healed individuals departing early, he ultimately surpassed 5,000 points, adding to his remaining total of 5,329, culminating in 10,600 points. This meant that with just 2 new skills, he was on the brink of breaking through to the 4th tier, heralding a monumental shift in his power and marking his transition into the intermediate phase. It was this aspiration that kept Rupert awake through the night, rising early the next day. He rested in the chapel's quarters, stealing a glance at the backyard, relieved to find no signs of disturbance, an assurance to his peace of mind. The following morning, the local priest, alongside the monks and nuns, maintained a heavy silence. Avoiding Rupert's gaze with a palpable sense of trepidation, Rupert stood nearby, clandestinely observing the priest and the superior reporting the situation to the church. However, the outcome left him somewhat disillusioned. A deacon over there surprisingly suggested that this faltering and faithless priest should endure a little longer, in hopes of finding a substitute honorary priest to facilitate a proper handover of duties. This left the priest utterly speechless, as the courage to take his own life was shattered by such an arrangement. As Rupert emerged, he began to ponder a troubling issue: the small church in Greenstone, where a priest had been mysteriously replaced for such an extended period without detection, had undergone a transformation in faith. It was alarming that a demonic statue could be placed there, unnoticed. Reflecting on the glorifying articles studied in the monastery, discussing the most extensive radii of influence, the highest number of churches, and the zenith of their era, it became evident that the underlying issues were quite significant. After a blind expansion, management had become untenable. Each small town housed a church, yet how many towns existed within the land and empire? An immense sum had been invested, inciting fear among the nobility. Moreover, these small churches lacked even the basic capacity for defense. Whether in Greenstone or Grake, they had no protective force, no knights, not even a single squire could be assigned. A single demon whisperer could easily wreak havoc, and could this truly be blamed on the second-tier honorary priest? Hadn't he encountered similar predicaments? The personnel were stretched too thin, with only one novice pastor tending to a small church, while even a few first-tier mercenaries dared to provoke, believing that as long as they kept their hands clean, the church would never trace the trouble back to them. The reputation of the Radiant Church, following its expansion, seemed to be waning gradually, silently, and insidiously. Yet, this was not a concern for Rupert. As long as he understood the situation, he was prepared to embark on his mission to confront the anomaly. Upon opening the church's grand doors, he was met by a throng of local townsfolk, each bearing their finest offerings of food, quietly awaiting his presence. Gazing into their grateful eyes, Rupert felt that his efforts were worthwhile. This was the essence of what he sought, seemingly detached from the church's influence. An elderly woman stood at the forefront, visibly agitated, speech faltering as she struggled to express herself, leaving Rupert somewhat bewildered. Only when someone nearby interjected, revealing that she was the very individual who had been exorcised the previous day, did Rupert understand. He had failed to recognize her due to her attire. My apologies. Rupert faced such a situation, and he could only graciously accept the most heartfelt gratitude. I am prepared to set off now. As a humble ascetic, my mission is to traverse the continent and disseminate divine grace. He politely received various provisions, including eggs, sausages, roasted seeds, and dew-covered fruits. It is the divine that has brought us together here. I have received your gratitude, and I find great delight in these offerings. You may return now. Feeling a profound weight upon him, Rupert finally broke free from the throngs of people, emerging from the town of Grake, unexpectedly satisfied, with a hint of discontent dissipating like the wind. The townsfolk behind him continued to wave, reluctant to part ways for quite some time. As he ventured further south, the landscape underwent a notable transformation. The dense forests and rolling hills gradually diminished, giving way to vast plains, and the terrain became increasingly even. However, a disadvantage arose. He could no longer move swiftly using his tendrils, as the open space allowed visibility from afar. Occasionally, he would encounter caravans and passers-by, forcing him to rely solely on foot. Furthermore, the current topography proved favorable for agriculture, leading to the emergence of small villages with around 20 to 30 households, conveniently situated to tend to the fields. Yet, by Rupert's standards, these hardly qualified as villages, merely serving as gathering points. Their modest size was dictated by the impracticality of traveling long distances to one's own land. On this day, Rupert stumbled upon one such settlement, initially intending to bypass it. But he was suddenly obstructed by 2 large dogs. One was black, the other yellow, both so emaciated their ribs were discernible. They emitted low growls, signaling an impending attack. With 2 sharp sounds, Rupert produced a black staff and swiftly struck each dog on the head. The force was precisely measured, ensuring no harm was inflicted. From the dog's clear, bewildered eyes, it was evident that the impact was effective. They tucked their tails and scampered back to the village. At that moment, a snot-nosed little boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old, emerged from behind a large rock, incessantly sniffing and tilting his head to scrutinize Rupert. Rupert felt a surge of trepidation. Fearing that the child might speak, should he utter a word, the secret would surely spill forth uncontrollably. Yet, as fate would have it, the little one broke the silence. "Are you a mercenary?" Rupert's pupils constricted as he hastily turned his head, unable to meet the gaze. However, since the question had been posed, the courteous Rupert could only respond with honesty. "Of course, I am a staff monk." "Have you ever heard of a staff monk?" In Chapter 77, The Flying Dragon Fortress of Hero City, the inquisitive child was merely being inquisitive, which was entirely normal. Rupert's current attire consisted of a hooded cloak that concealed his face, not quite the quintessential mercenary garb, yet it was quite fashionable at the moment. It served to shield him from the elements, reduce the frequency of hair washing, and avert numerous unnecessary complications, particularly when one possesses a pleasing appearance. A fact that applies to both genders. Upon hearing Rupert's response, the child honestly shook his head, wiping his nose aside, indicating that he had not heard of such a thing. Unfazed by Rupert's diversion, he continued with his own line of questioning. "Is a staff monk a mercenary?" "I need to find a mercenary, but not too many. I cannot afford too many." Rupert happened to have a moment of leisure and began a casual conversation. "The staff monk is the latest mercenary, quite formidable." "What do you need a mercenary for?" The young lad, quite astute and purposeful, responded, "Indeed, he is impressive. Your strike on that dog-ass head was swift. I hardly caught a glimpse." The staff vanished just like that. "However, if he is excessively powerful, I might not be able to afford him." This young boy had piqued Rupert's curiosity. "Rest assured, the staff monk has just emerged. He is both powerful and affordable, and in a good mood. He may not even charge a fee." Finally, the young lad was willing to divulge more. "I am searching for someone, Uncle Peter. He went to deliver food to Dragon Fortress, claiming they offer a high price there. And the journey is worthwhile despite the distance. However, he has not returned for several days. He has no children, but many in the village covet his land. And no one is willing to seek him out, let alone pay someone to do so. Yet Uncle Peter has always treated me kindly, bringing me little gifts each time he returns. I wish to hire a mercenary to find him, but my funds suffice only for one." Upon saying this, he opened a dirty pocket on his chest to show Rupert, revealing only a few copper coins, 2 smooth pebbles, and some other indistinguishable items that Rupert could not identify, though they resembled seeds or something similar. Rupert sighed. "I shall accept this task, but you must provide me with a name, otherwise I cannot prove to Uncle Peter who assigned it. As for the commission, a mere copper coin will suffice, for you are my very first client." Rupert, with a single copper coin nestled in his small pocket, deemed it sufficient for his expenses. The little boy's eyes widened with delight, grateful to preserve the majority of his treasures, believing that this monk was rather kind. While counting his prized possessions, he remarked, "I do not yet have a name. Perhaps I shall acquire one when I grow older. You can inform Uncle Peter that it is the slug seeking him, and he will understand. For he also calls me Slug." Subsequently, the slug scurried behind a large stone, retrieved a piece of bark, and upon its tender white core, sketched a series of lines. He handed it to Rupert, adding, "This is the likeness of Uncle Peter. With this, you will be able to locate him." Rupert gazed upon an ultra-realistic painting depicting a circle seamlessly merging into a rectangle, and he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly regretting his acceptance of this task, reluctantly, he inquired further about its characteristics, and with this enigmatic commission weighing on his mind, he continued his journey towards Dragon Fortress. Fortunately, their destinations aligned, providing an opportunity to investigate further upon arrival. This world appeared far from idyllic. There were always those engaged in mending and patching, much like a slug, and Rupert felt compelled to lend a hand. As he approached the vicinity of Dragon Fortress, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. This area was situated at the broadest and most level pass of the Hongduan Mountains, and further north, one could traverse the mountains directly into the territory of the orcs. During times of conflict, this place was naturally fortified, but now, with the Rand Empire and the orc tribes not embroiled in large-scale clashes, it had become a crucial hub for communication between the two factions. Orcs transported various ores and magical beasts, while humans delivered copious amounts of food and daily necessities. A bustling exchange that was entirely understandable. When Rupert finally arrived at Dragon Fortress, he was awestruck by the city's formidable position. In truth, it was a vast mining complex. At first glance, one could see numerous mine shafts of varying sizes, with the city itself constructed upon a gentle slope of the mountain. Rupert could envision the myriad of mines surrounding him, each fortified with various crossbows for defense, rendering such a location remarkably difficult to breach. A multitude of wyverns would be of little consequence. Whenever they attempted to strike a specific point, every mine in the vicinity could unleash vengeful arrows. Ground assaults must be coordinated, yet the city is perched upon a gentle slope, which, if it had been steeper in ancient times, would undoubtedly have sent shivers down the spines of the attackers. At this moment, Rupert found himself walking along the incline amidst the throng of people entering the city, where numerous merchant caravans returning from the north, laden with diverse goods, passed through. The thunderous rumble of massive wheels echoed as a creature resembling a fusion of an elephant and a dinosaur, known as the Thunderstrider, pulled the carts. Despite its formidable name, It was merely a gentle herbivorous beast, renowned for its size and strength, which emitted a thunderous roar when famished, thus earning its illustrious title. It was the preferred choice for transporting goods in large caravans. Additionally, mercenaries returning from the Hongduan Mountains populated the area, many of whom bore the countenances of orcs. In Rupert's understanding, this indicated the dire economic conditions of the orc tribes, leading many determined orcs to seek employment within human society. The bustling crowd was truly a spectacle. And Rupert found himself nearly jostled through the city gates, his nose assaulted by a peculiar odor emanating from a towering minotaur beside him, whose presence rendered him momentarily blind with discomfort. Despite his own stature having increased somewhat since his arrival in this world, he still barely reached the waist of the minotaur, leaving him utterly at a loss. Observing the chaotic scene around him, Rupert suddenly recalled his mission, which seemed increasingly daunting. Foremost was the task of locating the voluptuous woman, whose silhouette was to materialize within a cavern. However, with potentially hundreds, if not thousands, of caves in the vicinity, in their intricate networks, how could he possibly find her? Then there was Uncle Peter, the slug, whose complexity of the task he had woefully underestimated, especially in a city teeming with such a fluid populace. Yet, before Rupert could formulate a plan, the crowd swept him towards the mercenary guild, primarily driven by the Minotaur's direction. An epiphany struck him. If he couldn't find her alone, why not enlist the help of others? Who said mercenaries could not accept quests? Moreover, there were indeed methods to seek out the peculiar. One only needed to identify areas with a high concentration of missing persons. Upon discovering the designated area where the missing were publicly announced, he was astonished to find that many had indeed vanished. Rupert swiftly perused the information, discovering that while the areas of missing persons were indeed concentrated, they did not align with his previous understanding. Numerous disappearances were reported in the mountains beyond the city, as well as in the mines. However, the distribution was far too scattered to suggest the concentrated outbreak he had anticipated. Was that woman truly a perpetrator operating indiscriminately? Wouldn't that make her even more elusive? Chapter 78. The emergence of the disguise. Nevertheless, matters would unfold one by one. Rupert first posted a reward for the whereabouts of Uncle Peter, detailing his origin, age, and distinguishing features. A reward of 3 gold coins would be granted for credible information leading to his discovery. The notice was issued under the moniker of the Staff Monk. To facilitate his movements, Rupert resolved to adopt this name for a secondary persona, primarily wielding a staff as his weapon, and to obtain a new mercenary badge of identity. Without delay, he extricated himself from the crowd, deciding to enhance his disguise. After all, he could not be seen donning a hood all day long. The eclectic shops in the vicinity offered myriad options, and thus he wandered through, affixing a pair of small mustaches to his visage, which rendered him significantly more mature in appearance. He soon found himself at the front desk of the Mercenary Guild, where the attendant was an elderly lady, her fingers resembling carrot roots, seemingly compressed by rings. Rupert couldn't help but suspect that she might be a twin of the front desk lady from Fibsburg, for their likeness was striking, if not uncanny. Perhaps this was intended to expedite the process, if the receptionists were all charming young women. The mercenaries would likely dawdle for ages without attending to business. Wouldn't you agree? In this instance, Rupert registered himself as a third-tier black iron staff warrior, adopting the name Staff Monk to distinguish himself from his primary character, the apprentice cleric. Although both were mercenary identities, the multiplicity of personas bestowed upon him an inexplicable thrill, reminiscent of espionage films where an individual brandishes a collection of passports, exuding an air of formidable prowess. Rupert ventured forth from the Mercenary Guild, setting his sights on the tavern next. It is said that one can glean information from the barkeep there, often proving more effective than the public hall, primarily due to the swiftness of the feedback. As Rupert ambled along, he observed a myriad of captivating individuals, embodying the essence of a fantastical realm. Before long, he stumbled upon a troop of dwarves, each standing approximately 1.2 meters tall, all adorned with lush beards in a spectrum of hues, predominantly shades of brown and brassy gold. What unified them was the meticulous grooming of their facial hair, intricately braided into an array of styles. If his eyes did not deceive him, one particularly muscular figure, whose armor seemed nearly strained to its limits, appeared to be a female dwarf. Yet, it was indeed a beard, rather than hair cascading down to her chin. Rupert's footsteps slowed, and he found it hard to believe his eyes. However, in an effort to maintain decorum, he quickly averted his gaze. The striking metal half-armor, along with the shoulder and wrist guards, was likely crafted by their own hands. This band of dwarves was pushing 3 enormous oak barrels forward, vociferously calling for pedestrians to clear the way, before arriving at the entrance of a tavern where they began to unload the barrels. Though diminutive in stature, these dwarves were stocky and robust, with 2 of them easily lifting the massive oak barrels towards the rear entrance. Renowned for their prowess in both forging and brewing, the dwarves' libations were as widespread across the continent as their blacksmithing. Despite their fiery tempers, they were not particularly fond of conflict and were welcomed wherever they roamed. Rupert naturally followed suit, scarcely noticing the name of the tavern, for these dwarves were living advertisements. Yet, as a first-time visitor to the establishment, Rupert was greeted with a warmth that was palpable. A wave of mingled aromas, cheap tobacco, inferior perfume, and the unmistakable stench of unwashed feet assaulted his senses. nearly overwhelming him as it enveloped him like a heavy blanket. He was astonished by the liveliness of the place during the day. A casual glance revealed clusters of mercenaries scattered throughout. However, the gaze of every patron was not fixed upon him but rather diverted elsewhere. The arrival of a newcomer would undoubtedly capture the attention of all. Rupert made his way directly to the bar, seemingly in search of a menu or something of the sort. The bartender, a middle-aged human gentleman, immediately noticed Rupert's actions, sensing that he was a newcomer. With a warm demeanor, he enthusiastically intervened, recommending the freshly arrived dwarven ale, which was reasonably priced at 30 copper coins a cup. Rupert understood that there was no need to feign expertise. He cut straight to the chase, nodding in gratitude. He produced a large gold coin and gently tapped it on the bar before placing it down. "A mug of ale, please. I'm looking for a common farmer, Uncle Peter, who went missing a week ago after selling grain at Flying Dragon Fortress. Any accurate information will suffice. 1 gold coin for a tip. And if you can lead me directly to him, I'll offer 3. The enticing sound of the gold coin, a clink that resonated with a 37 allure, captured the attention of nearly everyone present. The bartender furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly sifting through his memories for relevant news, while also appearing to disapprove of such a brash display of wealth in this establishment. Indeed, just as Rupert reached for his ale, a large hand, reminiscent of a fan, reached out from the side, its knuckles thick with calluses akin to finger cots and covered in dense hair. The individual, exuding the stench of alcohol, declared, "I know where Peter is." Rupert was equally speechless. Having failed to even catch the name clearly, he was utterly oblivious. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered an elbow strike that landed squarely on the chest of the individual behind him. Rupert exerted no effort. His ribs remained unbroken, yet the impact was undeniably significant, causing the burly man to stagger back 3 steps before collapsing onto the ground, breathless for quite some time. The onlookers, intrigued by the spectacle, expressed their astonishment. This seemingly delicate youth dared to venture out alone, which was no small feat. Perhaps he was the illegitimate son of a noble or a favored companion of some noblewoman, clearly possessing a certain prowess. The burly bartender refrained from touching the exquisite gold coin, instead declaring, "We shall take this case. However, the individual's characteristics are not particularly distinctive. Return at this time tomorrow, and regardless of whether we have found anything, we will provide you with a definitive update. The drinks are on us. You may retain the coin for now, and we shall settle the payment once we have more information." Rupert nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the establishment of a tavern in such a locale must involve a certain level of sophistication. Just by its layout, one could tell there was something noteworthy about it. At that moment, a sharp, high-pitched voice floated through the air. "Our sparrow hunting gang has accepted this job as well. But our rule is to collect a deposit first, precisely 1 gold coin." Before the words had fully left his lips, a figure darted toward them with astonishing speed, a diminutive human, resembling a monkey both in appearance and physique, whose emaciated claw reached for the gold coin. Despite his simian-like features, his swiftness was extraordinary, indicative of at least a first-tier martial artist, having mastered the essence of combat energy, far surpassing the burly man still catching his breath on the ground. However, a shadow darker than night moved even faster, descending from above to strike accurately upon the monkey-like man's wrist. A sharp crack echoed, likely signaling a fracture. The monkey man clutched his wrist and collapsed to the ground, howling in agony, while those around revealed their teeth in amusement. They found both humor and a sense of respect for the audacity of the newcomer who dared to confront a member of the sparrow hunting gang. This gang, notorious for their shamelessness, behaved with the same unscrupulousness as the bird they were named after, a creature that invades wheat fields, returning time and again, much to the farmer's dismay and helplessness. Yet, in recent years, the sparrow hunting gang had inexplicably risen to prominence, their power swelling dramatically and their misdeeds becoming increasingly brazen. The bartender, though astonished by the newcomer's prowess and the fleeting shadow of the Blackstaff, felt a headache brewing. They were a local faction, known for their adherence to rules, and wished to avoid provoking the now burgeoning sparrow hunting gang. Chapter 79, The Elixir of Joy. The sudden act of aggression had, of course, been Rupert's tentacle staff. He had been striving to enhance his strength for a reason, if not for lofty aspirations, at the very least to avoid being bullied. Otherwise, what was the point of toiling tirelessly to uncover mysteries, only to be taken advantage of? The monkey man was clearly attempting robbery, after all. Rupert was not out to rob them. He would consider himself fortunate if they left him in peace. Taking a sip of the ale, he found it quite delightful, and resolved to stock up more within his ring. The bartender, meanwhile, could only shake his head in disbelief at the recklessness of today's youth. With a sense of urgency, he approached Rupert and whispered quickly, "You should leave at once. The members of the sparrow hunting gang have no moral compass. They will surely seek revenge. You need not return here tomorrow. It would be wise to find a different spot on the street to wait. Our people will come to you to complete the transaction." Rupert was indeed somewhat astonished. His confidence was remarkably robust, as if seeking him was merely child's play. Generally speaking, Rupert was the type to heed advice and savor the fruits of his labor, understanding the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. He nodded in gratitude and prepared to depart with an air of nonchalance, completely disregarding the commotion behind him, where the raucous man exclaimed, "If you have the guts, don't leave. Are you brave enough to wait a moment while I gather my allies?" Rupert halted his steps, causing the monkey-faced man to retreat twice. Fully aware that this dandy possessed some skill, making him a formidable adversary to confront alone. Yet, in his movement, he collided with a severed hand. Ouch, that truly hurts. You drunken swindler, what are you laughing at? Don't assume I'm afraid of you. Times have changed. Do you believe I wouldn't turn your shabby tavern upside down? Rupert, disinterested in the trifles of such individuals, would not foolishly linger in that spot. He resolved to meander through the Dragon Fortress. As he wandered, he noticed an unusual abundance of beggars scattered throughout the area, often lurking in the corners. Gaunt and lost in their stupor. Although these descriptors are typically associated with beggars, an unsettling dissonance lingered in the air. As twilight descended, Rupert had already observed the two tallest structures in the city, a church, and slightly taller, the Magic Tower. Thus, he resumed the guise of a pious hermit. Intending to find respite within the church for the night, his primary aim was to investigate the attic of the bell tower, hoping to uncover any peculiar tidings the local church might possess. Surely, a diligent inquiry would yield some whisper of intrigue. Rupert did not reveal his dark golden missionary badge. Instead, he merely presented the typical identification of a penitent monk. With a casual flourish, he performed a healing spell, causing the nun who received him to blush, and was subsequently assigned a well-lit room with ease. This was all part of the standard protocol. Churches in various locales have designated accommodations for ascetics, which, though not opulent, are clean and offer only fresh water and dry bread. Furthermore, the environment is quite liberal, allowing the ascetics to recite scriptures and meditate freely within the church. He entered the church with relative ease, but his companions from the sparrow hunting gang, who trailed behind, found themselves in a rather disheartening predicament. Many people are devout, and visiting a church for worship is quite commonplace. Rupert's entrance was hardly outrageous. Yet, the lackeys tailing him lacked the audacity to cause a disturbance within such sacred grounds. Even if their gang strength were magnified 100-fold, they would still falter in such an environment, prompting them to wait outside. As the hours passed and darkness enveloped the sky, their target failed to emerge. He reflected on all the misdeeds of his life, convinced that he was not deserving of divine retribution. Summoning every ounce of courage, he ventured a glance inside, only to discover that the hall was devoid of the target's presence. Frustrated, he slapped his own face in exasperation. Realizing that the target had likely changed attire and made a swift escape, he felt foolish for lingering at the entrance, knowing he would likely face repercussions upon returning. Whether the world had gained yet another unfortunate thug was of little concern to Rupert. Rather, he found a thrill in navigating the unfamiliar church under the cloak of night. Fortunately, there were no patrolling sentinels, perhaps due to the absence of thieves brave enough to venture into such a place. Even a mere brick stolen from here could sustain a thief for several days. Rupert made his way directly to the bell tower, the tallest structure within the ecclesiastical complex. The interior was devoid of any illumination, with bell tolling occurring only at dawn and dusk, or during grand celebrations. He bypassed the locked entrance effortlessly, as a tendril pulled him through a window. Once inside, he ascended swiftly, soon locating a small door to the attic, skillfully slipping through. To his surprise, the space was not entirely shrouded in darkness. The walls emanated a soft phosphorescent glow, providing a semblance of visibility to his surroundings. However, his disappointment soon set in as he observed a fine layer of dust blanketing the floor, indicating that it had been quite some time since anyone had ventured there. Naturally, there were no messages, nor provisions of food or water. Did this town truly harbor no anomalies? Setting aside the enigmatic woman for the moment, it was undeniable that demons had once roamed here. After all, the whisperer of ghosts, Justin, had been present in this very place not long ago. Rupert could hardly believe that the old swindler was here, quietly consuming a vegetarian diet and chanting scriptures. It seemed that the church was rather less impressive than it appeared on the surface. Rupert returned home disheartened, awaiting the morrow to resolve matters concerning Uncle Peter. If he were to rely on trustworthy sources, it might be more prudent to directly inquire with the local power brokers, potentially yielding more fruitful results than consulting the church. Not far from the church, there lies an unremarkable noble estate, which at this hour appeared devoid of its master's nocturnal revelries, now shrouded in silence. Yet beneath this facade, a vast chamber thronged with illumination, resembling a magician's laboratory, replete with an array of vials and jars. A wall was entirely lined with completed pink glass bottles, while large cauldrons simmered, their contents bubbling vigorously as workers diligently added fresh ingredients. If this scene retained an air of normalcy, the adjacent room exuded an aura of dread, for therein lay materials of a most macabre nature, human heads. Predominantly those of adult males, their frozen visages contorted into grotesque grins, as if they had experienced a moment of ecstasy before death. These heads were being methodically dissected by expressionless laborers, extracting the brains within. The cerebral matter was meticulously ground and subsequently transported to the earlier chamber, where it was mingled into the cauldrons, enhancing the bubbling concoction as hue towards a deeper pink. The remaining heads were cast into an iron vessel filled with a crimson solution, dissolving entirely, leaving not a trace save for the intensified color of the liquid. In another dimly lit chamber, several individuals clad in identical black hooded cloaks engaged in hushed conversation. Their hoods were unnaturally elongated, and their faces obscured by featureless black masks, rendering their voices distorted and unrecognizable, even to acquaintances. The quality of this latest batch was exceptional. It seemed prudent to establish a long-term supply to Rose, especially since there had been no news from Yustin, making it unwise to forfeit such a valuable partnership. I concurred. Noting the efficacy of the pleasure potion produced in this batch, although it had previously possessed aphrodisiac properties, the current iteration exhibited particularly remarkable effects. You are aware of Lord Meyer. That lecherous old man, he indulged excessively this time, leading to his demise. Chapter 80. The cult. Their laughter was restrained, a semblance of decorum rather than genuine mirth. With no dissent, it was decided to continue collaboration with Rose, assisting in sourcing individuals whom she would process and return to us with their brains refined. All were acutely aware of the Dark Church's infamous reputation and the severe repression it had endured. Discretion was paramount to avoid drawing attention. Thus we would refer to ourselves as a cult to mitigate complications. In the future, direct involvement in sourcing would be discouraged, while small quantities might pose no issue. Widespread disappearances could not be tolerated. Should I discover anyone foolish enough to jeopardize our efforts? It would not be the fanatics of the Church of the Holy Light who would confront them first. I would ensure their dissolution myself. The leader among them surveyed the room, his gaze seemingly penetrating the masks to discern the faces behind them, his words laced with menace. To conclude, I must emphasize that the pleasure potion is pivotal to this cult's operation. Do not falter in your responsibilities. At the appointed time, regardless of whether you seek refuge in a castle or a noble estate, even beneath the skirts of a saint or the bed of a pope, I possess the means to unearth you. Do you understand? The others fell silent, yet nodded in acknowledgement, their pointed hoods swaying perilously, as if they might topple. The leader, with a hint of confusion in his tone, inquired if they might ask Rose why so many orc heads had been dispatched without any return. It was imperative to incorporate some orc brains into the pleasure potion for an added element of madness. With the business concluded, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and the topic turned to the affairs of Phoebus Castle. There, a baron we had supported had been deposed, his son perished, and the title revoked, rendering our initial investments null. Oh, what transpired? It seemed they had incurred the ire of those best left alone, the Church of the Holy Light. There was little to be done. The Church remained formidable, and the foolishness of the Navii would lead to their demise. Who exactly did we offend? Has it been uncovered? If feasible, they should be eliminated. Though our people may be simpletons, we require an explanation. If no information could be gleaned, as the Church's enigmatic higher-ups stifled inquiries, and not even a magical portrait could be procured, then the matter would be dismissed. Phoebus Castle, after all, was remote, its elven inhabitants reclusive, the flow of people scarce, rendering pleasure production unviable. We could simply support another individual, ensuring at least some presence in the city. Thus, this dreadful assembly dispersed. The cloaked figures, their eyes concealed, exited through various passages, remaining unrecognizable to one another, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure and subsequent entanglement. This subterranean factory was situated in close proximity to the Church of the Holy Light's Dragon Castle, a fact no one would suspect of these audacious members of the Dark Church. Years prior, the Dark Church had been able to preach freely across the continent, their eccentricities notwithstanding. However, their unpredictable stance in the face of demonic incursions had led to widespread disillusionment among the populace. Ultimately, the Church of the Holy Light seized upon this opportunity, rising to power while branding them as heretics, engaging in a campaign of extermination that lasted decades. One could scarcely enter any city square without catching the sin of burning flesh, evidence of the Dark Church's followers being dealt with, a situation universally condemned. Yet now, circumstances appeared to be shifting once more. The Church of the Holy Light, seemingly robust, was beginning to reveal signs of fragility as discerning minds detected an undercurrent of decline. The remnants of the Dark Church were stirring anew, self-identifying as a cult, demonstrating an alarming potential for resurgence. Rupert was unaware that so many delicate blossoms resided so near to him, otherwise, he would have certainly ventured to behold them. The following morning, Rupert was evidently not the diligent ascetic he ought to be, as the nun from the previous day brought forth hard bread and fresh water for breakfast. I must now embrace asceticism, for it is likely that I shall not partake of sustenance for the next 3 days. Indeed, I am prepared to venture forth and seek redemption for those unfortunate souls. Rupert disregarded the nun's melancholic gaze and swiftly exited the church. After turning a corner, he donned a small mustache, seamlessly transforming into a monk. Moments ago, he had proclaimed a resolution to abstain from food for 3 days. Yet now he found himself seated in a delightful restaurant, indulging in roasted sausages and fried eggs, accompanied by buttered white bread that exuded an irresistible aroma, incomparable to the rock-hard loaves he had previously encountered. He also ordered a substantial portion of beef with mushroom sauce, relishing a comfort he had not experienced in quite some time. Having satisfied his hunger, Rupert strolled onto the street, prepared to continue his aimless wandering. Inevitably, he encountered those beggars who resembled the living dead. After scrutinizing several of them, he finally discerned the peculiar detail that troubled him. The beggar's gazes were hollow. Even when he crouched down to meet one beggar's eyes, it appeared as though the beggar could not see him at all. In contrast, a typical beggar would keenly observe the passers-by, assessing which individuals might have loosened their purse strings, thus becoming potential targets. While a few vacant stares could be understood as a result of some trauma, the sheer number of those exhibiting such emptiness suggested a deeper issue. However, Rupert found little time to ponder the psychological plight of the beggars. He had more pressing matters at hand. It was not yet noon. Nor was it time to meet the bartender as arranged the previous day, yet someone had already sought him out. This individual was a youth, roughly Rupert's age, though noticeably shorter and frilier. The boy sauntered over casually, uttering the name Peter before making his way into a nearby alley. Rupert harbored no concerns regarding potential traps and followed naturally. Fortunately, after a few steps, with no passers-by in sight, the boy began to elucidate their progress. The Peter you mentioned is merely an ordinary farmer, and we assumed he would be easy to locate. We ventured to a wheat harvesting foreman, as this season many households with extensive wheat fields hire idle laborers to assist in the urgent reaping of grain, compensated on a daily basis. If one possesses a modicum of strength, it can be quite a lucrative endeavor. However, recently, we encountered only familiar faces and none had seen your Uncle Peter. We also consulted with other labor supervisors but found no trace of him. Ultimately, we sought out the grain collectors, and it appears that Peter was deceived by the members of the Sparrow Hunting Guild. They have been actively recruiting individuals under the pretense of providing suitable employment, but in reality, they are sent to serve as scouts for mercenaries, lured into perilous situations as bait. It was confirmed that Peter had entered a mine, joining a group dedicated to exterminating pink wolf spiders, led by a commander named Rondo. Ultimately, the mercenary group withdrew, declaring the mission a failure, and it seems none of the scouts emerged alive. Chapter 81. Dreadful speculation. The boy had been keenly observing Rupert's expression. Upon noticing only a hint of distress rather than madness, he continued to elaborate. Recently, the quest to eradicate pink wolf spiders has gained considerable popularity, with the highest bounties offered. It is said that the local nobility covets their silk for crafting undergarments. Not to mention the crystal cores. A single silk pouch can fetch 3 gold coins, surpassing the value of the cores themselves. Many are willing to take the gamble. Rupert observed that there was no further information from the young man, so he handed him a large gold coin and prepared to depart. The intelligence provided had been quite thorough and was thus worth the price. However, just as he turned to leave, the young man called out to him. In fact, according to our assessment, your benefactor is likely deceased. The subsequent information shall be our gift to you. Do not delve too deeply into the hunting parties of those mines, for the depths are perilous. Farewell, generous monk. Rupert was certain that this highly disciplined local organization must possess some knowledge, yet they could not explicitly convey it to him. Merely hinting at it was already quite commendable. According to the current valuation of the land and empire, 1 large gold coin equates to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, with slight fluctuations that are generally negligible. A first-tier crystal core is valued at approximately 50 silver coins. As first-tier magical beasts are not particularly difficult to hunt, a few ordinary individuals, with strategic arrangements, can successfully carry out the capture. The second-tier crystal core holds a value of about 1 to 2 large gold coins, though variations may exist among different species. The pink wolf spiders previously mentioned, if his memory served him correctly, should be classified as second-tier magical beasts. However, due to the constraints of the terrain, they are likely to be somewhat more challenging to slay. If both the crystal cores and silk sacks are available for purchase, along with various miscellaneous materials, a single creature could yield at least 5 large gold coins in profit. This indeed would entice many mercenaries to take the risk, as the majority of them are ordinary folk or first-tier individuals and are not particularly affluent. However, these mercenaries must at least have some awareness of the dangers they face, with the potential rewards aligning with the risks involved. Yet, deceiving a simple farmer like Peter seems rather unscrupulous. It is highly probable that he is being used as bait, positioned at the forefront of the group to draw the pink wolf spider's attacks, thereby allowing the mercenaries behind him to strike safely. Rupert, having forsaken any lingering distractions, made his way directly to the mercenary guild. Upon reaching the missing persons bulletin board, he promptly withdrew the previous bounty. As he contemplated the notice in his hand, a sudden epiphany struck him. What if the enigmatic targets were indeed those mercenaries or the unsuspecting commoners who had been lured in? If one were to ascertain the true cause of death for these individuals, much like himself, would they not refrain from issuing missing person bounties? Consequently, these individuals would be classified as part of a cohort of justifiable deaths, thereby evading any external scrutiny regarding these peculiar occurrences. It would merely appear that they were unable to comprehend their own capabilities and thus deserve their fate. Should the number of entrants be sufficiently high? Might not the strange entities within revel in their fortune? With deliveries arriving at their doorstep daily, and without the burden of financial expense or the risk of exposure, their situation seems rather advantageous. Rupert was jolted by his own wildly imaginative thoughts. The peculiar characters he had encountered, such as the enigmatic Father Hyman, the titanic Black Python, the ruthless leader of the Blood Wolf mercenaries, Borvov, and the not-so-intelligent creature known as the Tumor Brain, seemed far less formidable in comparison. Was this oddity truly so powerful? As Rupert contemplated this bizarre situation, the silhouette of a voluptuous woman flashed in his mind, akin to an inescapable virus pop-up that he could not dismiss. It was truly uncanny. Feeling uncertain, Rupert resolved that it would be unwise to venture alone. He needed to enlist the company of trustworthy companions. He made his way to the bustling heart of the market, where voices clamored loudly, setting out to find Stoneheather, all levels of experience welcome. Priority given to those skilled in combat. Forming a team to hunt pink wolf spiders. We need shield-bearing warriors, rewards distributed equally for pairs. Forming a team to hunt pink wolf spiders, seeking frontline fighters, experience irrelevant, a high-output team with excellent synergy, undoubtedly formidable. The scene before Rupert suddenly evoked a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his youth, a time when robust men eagerly awaited his presence, often exclaiming, "We can't do without you. Heal me quickly. Are you blind?" A handful of rice on the keyboard could perform better than you. With years of experience in team formations that had often led to disappointment, Rupert quickly deduced that the group preparing to slay the pink wolf spiders was likely to be the most troublesome. They referred to their bait as the main front line while boasting of high output, but in reality, they were merely a collection of ranged fighters, hiding behind the front lines, ready to exploit the vulnerable. Then, he noticed a few scruffy ruffians shoving a couple of earnest middle-aged men toward the troublesome team, initiating an exchange with them. A few passers-by near Rupert were shaking their heads, whispering amongst themselves, too timid to voice their thoughts aloud. He could only catch a few keywords. Another one of those bird-hunting fellows, isn't that Rondo, heartless? And the individuals who claimed to have profited were merely puppets of the bird hunters. Rupert confirmed his objective and promptly approached, despite possessing a small mustache. He appeared to be an innocent novice. "Captain, I am a first-tier warrior and wish to join the team." The captain, tall and in his 30s, exhibited a rugged charm. Casting a disdainful glance at Rupert, he coldly chuckled and gestured with his chin towards a large stone set aside. "Lift that up." It's not as simple as merely claiming to be a first tier. Rupert naturally acquiesced, testing it out to ascertain that it roughly matched the physical strength of a mid-tier level 1, approximately equivalent to his own level 7 capabilities. This posed a considerable challenge for him, who was adorned in the garb of a level 30. Thus, Rupert embraced his theatrical flair. Holding his breath to redden his face slightly, adding an extra tremor, and with deliberate slowness, he struggled to lift the massive stone. However, as he attempted to lower it gently, he faltered, losing his grip midway, causing it to crash to the ground, raising a swirling cloud of dust. He glanced around with a hint of bashfulness, taking in the scene. Rupert was taken aback. What could the unfortunate system possibly mean by awarding him 3 points? Was the performance truly that remarkable? If not for the stipulation that lying in such a manner was prohibited, and if one disregarded the significance of body language, it seemed that this performance could have easily secured a place in the curriculum of the Beijing Film Academy, or at the very least, garnered a wave of applause. Alas, the system only permitted voice input. In the face of such a delivery being offered voluntarily, the mercenary teams, already harboring ulterior motives, would naturally not decline. It was stated that there was no need to wait any longer. The numbers were nearly sufficient, according to their team's customs. A hearty meal was in order before they could embark on their journey. Rupert, naturally buoyant, eagerly joined the ranks, surrounded by the void where 11 eager tentacles writhed joyfully. Chapter 82. The deplorable little mustache. The tall captain, named Rondo, had initially been selected for the Noble Knight Academy due to his remarkable talent, rising from a commoner's status to study as a swordsman, with a promising future ahead. However, during his tenure as a guard for a noble family, he fell for the nobleman's daughter. In a misguided attempt to pursue her, he was discovered by her father, who gave him a sound thrashing and subsequently banished him from the city. Although Rondo possessed the skill to thrive outside, the nobleman's methods of punishment cleverly stunted his progression, leaving him forever trapped at the 3rd tier of Black Iron warriors. After a period of self-despair, he drifted as a mercenary until he landed at Dragon Fortress, where he was taken in by the Sparrow Hunters. Initially, he felt a twinge of revulsion at the inhumane tasks he was assigned, but with time, he grew accustomed to them. Currently, his role consisted of delivering goods to the mine. Observing a newcomer struggling to lift stones, Rondo thought it fortuitous to encounter someone so eager to meet their demise, and he decided to include him in their endeavor. Recently, their focus had been solely on deliveries, neglecting the more serious task of hunting pink wolf spiders. With a meat shield in front, they should be able to capture a couple, which would enhance their reputation and facilitate recruitment. Rondo was resolute in his refusal to risk his own life for this cause. The team composition was far from conventional. Rondo led a group of 7, consisting of himself as the swordsman, 1 thief, and the remainder being archers. They carried 6 parcels and included 1 first-tier warrior and 5 commoners, totaling 13 individuals. Rondo, accustomed to arranging meals as a form of psychological comfort, felt the need to ensure that these goods were well fed, hoping that even if they were to become undead, they would not seek retribution. Their meal was hardly lavish. Each person received a portion of hard bread and a large pot of meat stew, which contained a few pieces of meat but was primarily filled with chunks of plant roots. Rondo surveyed the makeshift table, noting that while his subordinates lacked decorum, they nonetheless afforded him respect and attentively regarded him. The commoners, visibly anxious, gazed hungrily at the food but dared not touch it. Only the little mustache, with wide eyes full of admiration, looked at him, which filled Rondo with a sense of pride. Habitually, he stood to bolster morale, proclaiming, "Our plan for this operation is meticulously crafted, and I assure you that the promised remuneration will not be diminished, as long as you remain obedient." After a few brief remarks, he paused, for his comrades understood the unspoken rules, and there was no need for further explanations. The goods were aware of their roles. and it held no relevance. However, the following words caught in his throat, unspoken. Unbeknownst to him, the once admiring mustache had, at some point, surreptitiously distributed the stew among the commoners, encouraging them to eat quietly. The most audacious act was his thorough scavenging of the solid contents, leaving merely a trace of broth behind. Rupert found the behavior of those who merely painted grand illusions to be utterly vexing. He preferred the tangible satisfaction of food in his belly. Although he himself had dined well, it was evident that the common folk lacked the habit of having breakfast. Thus, he took the initiative to share the provisions, distributing the food among them. The most audacious moment came when he noticed the mercenaries glaring at him, prompting him to add, "Surely, these are but appetizers. We can nibble on these lightly, for at the main course, we shall refrain from indulging too much, lest we feel embarrassed." Encouragingly, 5 of the commoners nodded in agreement. Rupert stifled a laugh. Only these few naive commoners would believe his nonsensical chatter. The mercenaries, on the other hand, were ready to slay him with mere glances, clearly unconvinced that he could feel any embarrassment. Rondo refrained from allowing his men to cause a ruckus and soon set off. There was no need for such a commotion over these doomed goods. They exited the city and promptly found a larger mine, guided by a relatively slender thief from their ranks. Their objective was unmistakable, as they navigated the branching paths without hesitation or pause, adhering strictly to a defined route. It hardly resembled a search for magical beasts. Rupert diligently memorized the general pathway. Due to the vastness of the mineral veins and the sturdy geology, many caverns were spacious enough for upright movement. Upon reaching a certain area, the mercenaries exhibited a noticeable shift in demeanor. They were no longer as casual as before, but rather tense. The most striking change was that Rupert took the lead, with 5 trembling commoners trailing behind him, while the mercenaries followed at the rear, their arrows subtly aimed at the backs of the foremost individuals. As they ventured deeper, the environment grew increasingly inhospitable, cold and damp, with a likely deficiency of oxygen, causing the flames of their torches to flicker erratically, obscuring their view ahead. It was entirely natural for the unseasoned commoners to feel fear. Let me go back. I don't want the commission anymore." One commoner suddenly broke down, shouting as he attempted to flee, only to be knocked to the ground by Rondo's swift kick. The heroic and amiable visage of their captain from the town had vanished. Now, his eyes glowed a blood-red hue in the flickering firelight, and the mercenaries behind him resembled wolves, blocking any path of retreat. Under such pressure, the commoner subdued his cries and tremulously rejoined the group. Yet, it was peculiar that they had yet to encounter the pink wolf spider. Rondo was reluctant to retreat, feeling compelled to ensure the delivery of the cargo. At that moment, a startled gasp echoed from ahead. Rondo recognized it as the voice of the insufferable little mustached man. As he peered forward, he discerned several clusters of pink lights emerging in the dark mine tunnel. Despite his seasoned experience, a jolt of fear prickled at his scalp. He knew that these were not charming pink starlights. Each cluster represented the compound eyes of a pink wolf spider, the sheer density of them causing an unsettling sensation. Without a moment's hesitation, he and his team swiftly withdrew, hiding behind a corner, scarcely daring to breathe for fear that the merciless spiders might mistake them for cargo to be captured. Listening to the horrifying howls from that direction, which gradually faded away, they inexplicably felt a twisted sense of pleasure, relishing the suspense before each sound vanished. However, Rondo, with his wealth of experience, suddenly sensed that something was amiss with the noises this time, though he could not pinpoint the exact issue, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It seemed that aside from the initial shout, the little mustached man's voice had not resurfaced. As a first-tier warrior, he should have been able to resist for a while. If only the little man could hold on a bit longer. They might have even considered capturing 1 or 2 of those creatures, which would have been permissible. Meanwhile, Rupert was far too occupied to ponder such matters. Upon the emergence of 3 pink wolf spiders, the nearby commoners erupted into screams, forgetting to breathe, their cries rendering them almost breathless, swaying as they succumbed to panic. Rupert glanced back and discovered that Rondo and the others had long since vanished. To facilitate his actions, he swiftly extended 5 of his tentacles, hardening them into rods, and stealthily incapacitated the 5 civilians to prevent any interference, dragging them aside in the process. He then commenced his performance. Chapter 83, The Adorable Little Spider. Rupert charged directly at the enormous black spiders, each resembling a golden retriever in size. However, as he drew nearer, a flicker of trepidation washed over him, not due to any inability to confront them, but rather because their appearance was genuinely terrifying. The sheer enormity of these arachnids was daunting, particularly their compound eyes, which could invoke a case of trypophobia upon close inspection. Their intricate mandibles moved in a rhythmic fashion, while their bodies were comparable in size to that of a golden retriever, but those 8 elongated legs, surpassing a meter in length, were truly lethal. The amalgamation of pink, black, silky textures, and those long legs, along with an inclination to bite, left Rupert devoid of any chaotic fantasies. Fortunately, Rupert was not easily intimidated. The myriad of tentacles trailing behind him surged forth, as if released from a long confinement, filling the cavern with their exuberance. 3 small spiders, bristling with menace, halted abruptly in their tracks. The one behind, unable to stop in time, crashed into the rearmost spider. Dozens of pink compound eyes blinked rapidly, and then the spiders attempted to flee, akin to a group of ruffians planning to ambush an unsuspecting girl. only for her to whip out a real gun at the last moment. Yet, the clumsier spider at the back, slow to turn, collided head-on with the two in front, resulting in their shared failure to escape. Rupert had already extended several tentacles, binding the first two pink tarantulas as one would secure a large crab, their elongated legs entwined. Just as he was about to ensnare the third, he noticed it was bowing to him, its 8 limbs grounded, its body rhythmically rising and falling, which could certainly be interpreted as a gesture of respect. Meanwhile, its pink compound eyes twinkled in a rhythmic manner, leaving one to ponder whether it was engaged in a form of communication. Rupert did not immediately bind it. Several tentacles encircled the little spider. Lurking nearby with a predatory gaze, their serpentine forms raised and quivering slightly, seemingly unfazed by the spider's antics, as if they had learned this audacity from some unknown source. Rupert pondered, perceiving that these creatures seemed to possess a notable intellect and appeared somewhat apprehensive of him, though the reason eluded him, lacking any remarkable traits. The imaginative Rupert soon conceived a brilliant idea, one that could not only address his current lack of direction but also assist him in managing subsequent matters to some extent. He cast a glance at the two diminutive spiders bound like crabs, their pairs of pink compound eyes flickering in unison. It was perplexing how these compound eyes could convey emotion, yet Rupert could distinctly sense their submission, perhaps even a hint of deference. Thus, Rupert endeavored to loosen his grasp. And indeed, they refrained from fleeing. Instead, they mirrored the behavior of the previous one, bowing in unison and blinking their eyes together. Rupert promptly commenced the execution of his scheme. He gestured towards the incapacitated civilians sprawled on the ground, waving his hand and shaking his head, signifying that they were not to be disturbed. Subsequently, he pointed towards the cavern behind him, mimicking the action of a spider feasting by bringing his hands to his mouth, nodding to indicate that it was permissible to dine in that direction. The 3 diminutive spiders, still adorable, blinked at him, their comprehension uncertain. Rupert, undeterred by the inconvenience, turned back and beckoned with his tendrils, urging them to follow. The 3 little spiders hesitated momentarily, exchanging glances, and after a prolonged silent communion, they ultimately decided to trail behind Rupert. Rupert discovered that although the small spider followed him, whenever he halted, it too would cease its movement. When he quickened his pace, the diminutive creature dared not scurry too hastily, instead trailing him timidly, failing to embody the imposing presence he desired. The pivotal actor had not entered the scene, lacking the ferocity and ruthless predatory essence necessary to instill fear. How could one evoke terror under such circumstances? Consequently, Rupert retained only 3 of his appendages, with one delicately grasping a front leg of the small spider. This action startled the creature considerably. It seemed to struggle and retreat, yet hesitated to do so fully, evoking a sense of pity. Then, it lifted its gaze and flashed its eyes at Rupert. Rupert feigned ignorance as he sprinted ahead, while behind him 3 diminutive spiders scuttled in a comical attempt to pursue him. These small arachnids awkwardly maneuvered their 7 elongated legs, struggling in their relentless chase. The torches discarded by a few civilians were nearly extinguished, casting a dim light that rendered the black tendrils almost invisible. Thus, when Rondo and his companions heard no commotion ahead, they presumed the pink wolf spiders had received their cargo and departed, prompting them to prepare for their return. A sense of relief washed over the group, for their mission had been successfully accomplished, albeit with a tinge of regret for the little mustached fellow. Had he persevered a tad longer, they might have captured 1 or 2 pink wolf spiders, which would have constituted a lucrative bonus. "Help! Please save me! They are still after me!" came the desperate cry. Rondo glanced up, startled, nearly dropping his sword in fright. The little mustached fellow had returned, pursued by 3 ferocious pink wolf spiders. Good heavens, how fearsome they were! They no longer followed a straight path, but instead zigzagged rapidly through the passage, making them difficult targets for archery. "Hey, you little mustache, how shameless can you be? You could have shouted sooner. You wait until they're nearly upon you to cry out? What good is that?" The spiders scolded. Without needing Rondo's command, the cowardly mercenaries behind began to loose a few arrows, their efforts feeble and lacking in strength, before they too, with trembling legs, took flight. Rupert, accompanied by 3 little spiders, scampered about with even more exuberance. Pink wolf spiders A, B, C, not exuberant. X3, then. From behind, he extended a tentacle-like stick and struck the mercenaries with force, rendering them all unconscious. Only one, Rondo, seemingly of considerable strength, endured several blows yet remained partially conscious, turning around to catch a glimpse of the grinning Rupert, confusion etched across his face. Rupert shook his head in exasperation, remarking, "If you are feeling dizzy, then simply embrace the sensation. Why must you spin around as well? Since you have already witnessed that which was never meant for your eyes. The only course of action is to bid it farewell." Rupert, with a commanding gesture, intended for the small spiders trailing behind him to deliver a fatal bite. Although the 3 diminutive arachnids were not particularly fatigued, they found it quite unaccustomed to scuttle along on 7 legs. Upon perceiving Rupert's signal, they cautiously approached Rondo, only to glance back nervously at Rupert. Rubber nodded in affirmation, and then he witnessed a small spider first bite into Rondo's arm, before commencing to spin silk from its rear, preparing to ensconce itself. Rupert observed Rondo's condition, noting that he merely appeared to be breathing more easily. slipping into a state of slumber, rather than succumbing to the terrifying toxins that could dissolve one's innards. His eyes narrowed, seemingly aligning with his audacious hypothesis. These diminutive spiders were not the true culprits, but rather mere messengers, while the actual consumer could indeed be a peculiar entity. The silhouette of that well-proportioned woman resurfaced in his mind. Could it be her? A strange thought crossed his mind. Could it be possible that the woman herself was a tentacled creature, commanding these spiders to do her bidding, thus prompting their fear upon seeing him, adorned with appendages? Could it truly be so? Chapter 84. The little courier regarding the enigmatic woman, Rupert remained uncertain. He resolved to address the matters at hand before delving into other considerations, adhering to his plan step by step. He approached, gently tapping the industrious little spider with his tentacle, requesting it to clear some space. Subsequently, he summoned the omniscient brain, preparing to download his mental threads. The little spider, somewhat perplexed, observed the newly emerged cerebral bloom, obediently lying alongside its two companions, refraining from any erratic movements. Rupert wielded the mercenary's weapon with his tendrils, thrusting it directly into Rondo's heart. The man merely convulsed slightly before falling completely still, akin to slipping into a deep slumber. This outcome was, in truth, far too lenient for him. He had committed numerous transgressions, and it is highly probable that Uncle Peter, the slug, met his demise at this scoundrel's hands. Rupert closed his eyes to receive the images. If there were any deeper messages, perhaps it was only Captain Rondo who might be privy to them. Yet, all that remained was the smile of a girl, while he himself endured a brutal beating, followed by a scene of bloody violence and slaughter, coupled with an overwhelming fear of the pink tarantula. Eventually, a silhouette of a woman appeared, though it was distant and unclear. Observing the remaining mercenaries, he decided to leave one bound with ropes, the one who had led them here, so that when the civilians regained consciousness, he could guide them back. The other 5 were to be treated as cargo and entrusted to the little spiders. He then followed these arachnids, allowing them to lead him to the delivery location, a flawless plan. He signaled to 3 of the little spiders, distributing the rest to them. The little spiders seemed overjoyed, their disbelief palpable as their 24 long legs quivered with excitement. After receiving Rupert's confirmation, the frequency of their multifaceted eyes began to flicker rapidly. They promptly set to work. The process of anesthesia and packaging executed with remarkable fluidity, revealing their seasoned expertise. In no time, the 3 little spiders had efficiently prepared 5 human-shaped packages. Should anyone's girlfriend be delivered in such a manner, it would undoubtedly result in social demise. The trio of pink compound eyes then turned to Rupert, blinking eagerly, clearly awaiting his next command. Rupert waved his hand, signaling them to proceed. The 3 little creatures took a few steps, then turned back to confirm Rupert's position. Upon seeing that he remained still, they were truly assured that they were granted their freedom. At this moment, joy enveloped them, and they began to scurry deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, the 5 humanoid figures behind them were left in a dire predicament, struggling to drag themselves along the ground. These diminutive spiders, indeed worthy of being classified as second-tier magical beasts, possessed astonishing strength and showed no concern for the survival of their passengers trailing behind. Rupert was taken aback, feeling a twinge of fear. To be honest, he had initially contemplated feigning his own capture, but fortunately, he refrained from acting on that thought. Otherwise, he would have been left with an array of bruises. Rupert began to trail the small spider from a distance. With such commotion, keeping up was hardly a challenge. At this moment, he found himself repeatedly contemplating a particular dilemma, the possibility that he might be unable to contend with this eerie entity. Previously, he had encountered such anomalies by mere chance, leaving him no choice but to confront them passively. He had emerged victorious merely by fortuity. However, the Titan Black Python was clearly far beyond his solitary capabilities. If this new aberration proved equally formidable, what then? The only course of action appeared to be a stealthy glance. Should it indeed be powerful, he could return to summon assistance. After all, he had no desire for solitary glory. Merely contributing to the collective effort would suffice. With this realization, Rupert felt a newfound sense of confidence as he continued along the path, though the numerous similar intersections began to blur in his memory. Upon rounding a corner, the small spider suddenly quickened its pace, prompting Rupert to hastily follow, anxious not to lose sight of it after all his efforts. Just as he rounded the bend, a gentle voice called out from behind, "Hey!" Rupert nearly jumped out of his skin, initially fearing he had encountered another anomaly, his instinct urging him to summon his tentacles. Yet, 2 identical voices echoed in his ears. "Human brother, do not run ahead. There is danger ahead." Good heavens! Did they not realize that scaring someone could be lethal? Regaining his composure, Rupert halted the instinctive summoning of his tentacles, overwhelmed by the thrill of the moment. Rupert turned to glance behind him, only to discover a fork in the path, where 2 shaggy-faced orcs stood against the rocky wall, clad in fitted leather armor, reminiscent of typical mercenaries. They bore a slight resemblance to the werewolves he had encountered earlier, yet these 2 exhibited more pronounced human features, with less prominent jaws, their fur entirely white, and their eyes a striking blue, almost handsome in a peculiar way. Perhaps it was his difficulty in distinguishing the orcish visages that rendered him unable to discern any notable differences between them. "Brother Samo," he implored. "My companion has been seized by a pink wolf spider. I must rescue them. Then, the two began to engage in a playful exchange. I am the werewolf Enzo. Who is the Samo you speak of? Do we resemble him? I am the werewolf Enyo. Is that so? I have indeed seen your companion, but if you pursue further, you may find yourself ensnared as well. However, there lies a formidable group of human mercenaries ahead who could potentially rescue them, though they do not seem particularly amiable. It would be prudent for us to keep our distance. Do you think it is because we are werewolves that we are advised to retreat? While humans are exempt from such caution, Rupert, with a somewhat oversized head, deftly redirected the conversation. I must have mistaken you for someone else. My friend is named Samoyed. And he too is a werewolf. He added a hint of persuasion. However, I must now attend to rescuing my companions. Farewell, and thank you for your reminders. With that, he disregarded the well-meaning werewolves and continued onward. Enzo and Inyo, observing Rupert's retreating figure, resumed their discussion. He seems rather amiable. And he has a werewolf friend who does not reject us orcs. Indeed, which pack does Samoyed belong to? I've never heard of him. With so many werewolves around, it's unlikely you could know them all, right? Your acquaintanceship surely doesn't exceed 40. How could you possibly remember more than 40 werewolves? Huh. As if you were aware of the position of 47 in the sequence. Let us follow him when we encounter Samoyed. We'll have something to discuss and perhaps make his acquaintance. I suppose that sounds reasonable. By the way, which position is 47 in the sequence? Enough with the nonsense. Do I really need to ask you? It appears we forgot to inquire about his name. Let us catch up and ask him again. Rupert, having been slightly delayed, could no longer hear the sounds made by the three delivery personnel ahead. However, after running for a while, he was met with the unmistakable sounds of a skirmish. It was evident that one party involved was human, while the nature of the other remained uncertain. It was likely that the formidable human mercenaries mentioned by his two werewolf companions were engaged in combat, though it remained unclear whether they were battling the enigmatic or pursuing the pink tarantula. He pondered whether the three delivery personnel had been intercepted and were facing dire consequences. Chapter 85. Allies. Rupert softened his footfalls, stealthily approaching a spacious cave ahead. With a mere glance, he discerned that it was a contingent of the church. For he immediately recognized the healing magic he was so familiar with. It appeared to be a configuration of 3 knights and 3 priests, each presumably at the second tier of strength, as the young men were only a few years older than he, perhaps out of a need to conceal their identities. The knights donned specialized cloaks that entirely obscured their armor, while the priests wore nondescript mercenary attire, sleek leather armor instead of their customary robes. However, their situation seemed dire. If not for the knights' collaborative efforts to block the narrow cave entrance, and the priest's formidable healing, these fellows would likely have succumbed to their adversaries' onslaught. Their foes were pink wolf spiders, numbering 8, with 3 already felled on the ground, while 5 humanoid bundles lay discarded nearby. The 3 delivery men had evidently become embroiled in a street brawl, delaying their deliveries, and their sudden acceleration was likely due to their companions' entanglement in combat. Truth be told, the thought of dispatching those 3 charming creatures, who had just moments ago been so well-behaved, was rather difficult to bear. Yet, the awkward predicament now was that the pink wolf spiders were scurrying about, rendering him incapable of identifying the original trio. It seemed he had a more advantageous option. He needed to rally the knights and priests to confront the bizarre threat. After all, could he not prevail against the foes alongside 3 pairs of knights? At that moment, the knight at the forefront began to shout, "Benjamin, do not use the holy fire spell to inflict damage. Give me a healing spell instead. We should not have heeded your reckless pursuit of the unknown. Deacon Ross has already warned that these are mercenaries lacking self-awareness. Did you see those unopened gifts on the ground? Soon, we shall meet the same fate. Ironically, our own self-awareness is woefully deficient as well. Damn. These grotesque creatures actually understand how to rotate damage absorption. I feel nauseated." Just then, Rupert sensed it was time to act, having gleaned the reasons behind their presence. That Benjamin fellow was also astute, having recognized the potential opportunity and taken action. He leapt from his hiding place, wielding a black tentacle staff, and charged into the fray. His entrance fundamentally altered the dynamics of the battle. The loquacious knight, initially elated at the arrival of reinforcements, felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing there was only one. "Buddy, it's commendable of you to show up, but don't overextend yourself. If you can manage, draw one away. If we manage to escape, we will come to your aid." The true agitation, however, arose among the pink wolf spiders. 3 of them stood out distinctly due to the rhythm of their multifaceted eyes, which differed from the others. They instinctively retreated several paces, causing the attacks of the remaining 5 to slacken, finally granting the encircled knights and priest a moment to breathe. The scene devolved into a peculiar standoff, with several pink wolf spiders exchanging rapid blinks, indicating a vigorous form of communication. At this juncture, 2 figures leapt into the tunnel from which Rupert had just emerged, Enzo and Inyo, 2 white werewolves, flanking Rupert and instantly augmenting the atmosphere with their formidable presence, invigorating the knights and priests. Meanwhile, the pink wolf spiders began to stir uneasily, unsure whether the increase in adversaries or some terrifying rumor from their companions had prompted their slow retreat. An amusing spectacle unfolded as 3 pink wolf spiders approached the 5 humanoid bundles on the ground, gazing at Rupert with wide-eyed innocence, seemingly awaiting his command. "Rupert, goodness. It is fortunate that these little creatures cannot speak. Otherwise, what would he do if they were to call him boss or dad on the spot? Surely, he cannot silence everyone present. Thankfully, the others are oblivious to the fact that these compound eyes are observing someone from any angle. It seems as if they are gazing directly at oneself. Rupert nodded discreetly. The mercenaries who hunted sparrows were no longer of such necessity. If he were to explain their rescue by the priest, it would complicate matters. It was better to conclude this affair swiftly, if his memory served him right. Werewolves possessed an acute sense of smell, and he would be able to pursue them shortly. The three diminutive creatures, with their multitude of eyes, facilitated the observation of such covert actions with remarkable clarity. Dragging a humanoid bundle alongside the other pink wolf spiders, they scurried away in the opposite direction. Rupert seemed to finally come to his senses, intending to pursue, but as expected, he was restrained by the Enzo brothers. Our human friend, do not act impulsively. If you rush in alone, you will surely meet your demise. With so many of us here, they would never dare to act recklessly. If we are few, they certainly will not flee. Rupert is utterly enamored with these two. Their synergy is truly remarkable. Without such collaboration, his own performance would falter, lacking the emotional depth required for such dramatic scenes. At this moment, a feeble voice emerged from a man. I am Benjamin, the priest of Flying Dragon Fortress. I am profoundly grateful to you, my friends, for your life-saving assistance. I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused to my two werewolf friends. As for you, young lad, are those your companions? Which mercenary band do you belong to? Let us catch our breath before we proceed to assist you. Rupert seemed to have received some mysterious directive as he began to weave a tale. Indeed, they are my trusted comrades, bound by life and death. They appear to belong to a mercenary group known as the Sparrow Hunters, though I cannot quite comprehend it. Upon hearing the name of the Sparrow Hunters, Benjamin furrowed his brow in evident distaste. However, as he listened to the description, he found himself somewhat perplexed. He was unaware of the origins of this group. How could they be intertwined in such a grave manner? Are you not one of the Sparrow Hunters? How then have you become allies? Rupert maintained a steady performance. This morning, they forcibly recruited me into the team, claiming they were short a key frontline player. Yet, what perplexes me is why they brought along several ordinary individuals. Benjamin huffed in frustration. These damned fools. Young brother, you have been deceived. They are using you as bait to lure the pink wolf spider. It is foolish of you to chase after them so far in an attempt to rescue them. Your gullibility makes you an easy target for manipulation. Enzo and Inyo nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced by his reasoning. After a brief moment of contemplation, Benjamin appeared puzzled. If that is the case, how is it that you remain unharmed while they have all been taken captive? Rupert recognized that a pivotal moment had arrived. I advanced with several ordinary men, leading the way, while they trailed behind. Suddenly, those pink tarantulas surged forth from the rear, and chaos ensued. With a hint of confusion, I inquired, scratching my head, but what does it mean when they shouted ours, mistaken identity during the attack? The entire group was taken aback. Chapter 86, The Temporary Squad. If Rondo were still alive, or if any member of the Harrier team were present, they would surely be infuriated by Rupert's antics. What does it mean to forcibly recruit you into the team? You were the one who eagerly attached yourself, was it not? And what of the claim that we initiated the attack? You led them to us, did you not? Furthermore, when did we ever refer to ourselves as ours? We simply fell without uttering a word. Yet, Rupert found their astonished expressions insufficiently animated, so he resolved to intensify the situation. He continued fabricating. What about that earlier clandestine conversation where they mentioned something strange? This time, everyone sealed their lips and closed in around him. However, Rupert was somewhat surprised to find that not only Benjamin, with his ecclesiastical background, was aware, but the two orcs also bore expressions akin to those who were owed a debt. Clearly, they understood more than anticipated. Benjamin stepped forward, addressing Rupert, young brother. May I inquire your name? We implore you to elucidate the series of events that transpired. It is of utmost importance, as you may have disowned. We are from the Church of the Holy Light, dedicated to purging all dark creatures, and the strange should be classified as a dark entity, correct? Everything unfolded according to Rupert's design. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am a second-tier warrior, known as the Staff Monk. Earlier today, I was intercepted by members of the Harrier Mercenary Corps, who obstructed my path and forbade my passage. Rupert swiftly recounted his newly crafted tale, subtly insinuating that the mercenaries might be harboring something sinister. Even those who were clamoring for the capture of the elusive pink wolf spider, lured by the promise of a bounty, likely had their own peculiarities. His words were not merely laced with ulterior motives, they were entirely riddled with them. As if he were engaged in smuggling secrets. The boisterous knight seemed poised to interject, but Benjamin discreetly pulled him aside. White, do you truly believe the words of this monk? White removed his helmet, revealing a contemplative expression. I do not wholly trust him. Yet I am inclined to investigate the matter further. The truth will reveal itself in due time. While I acknowledge that this individual aligns with your suspicions, we must refrain from making hasty claims without evidence. We cannot afford to embark on a wild goose chase that would prove fruitless for both of us. Benjamin nodded in agreement and then returned to Rupert. Esteemed monk, I extend my gratitude for the information you have provided. You may claim a reward at the Church of the Dragon Fortress. We are about to delve into the caverns to ascertain the veracity of these anomalies. Those who hunt sparrows are not worth the risk you might take on their behalf. Please return for now, and if possible, relay a message to the church, informing them of the matters you have disclosed. How could Rupert possibly agree to leave after traversing 99 steps? Just a slight hesitation remained, and he immediately assumed a serious demeanor, speaking with conviction. Since those so-called mysterious creatures are indeed dark beings, I am even less inclined to depart. What is the purpose of our adventures? Surely it is to emulate the great warriors of history. Did they ever flinch in the face of dark creatures? I cannot concern myself with others, but as a monk wielding a staff, a true man shall never retreat in the heat of battle. Benjamin listened, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. This young man not only lacked wisdom but had also been brainwashed by the fanciful tales spun by bards about mercenaries, his fervor nearly reaching a boiling point. Although he did not fully endorse such behavior, encountering individuals like Rupert invariably drew people closer, which was truly peculiar. At least the 3 church knights led by White, along with 2 werewolves nodding like chicks pecking at grain, were successfully swayed by Rupert, harboring a sentiment of regret for not having met sooner. As a result of their discussions, rather than diminishing, the party grew, now comprising 9 individuals. The Church of the Holy Light contributed 3 pairs of paladins, alongside 2 second-tier warrior monks. Even the 2 white-furred werewolves, Enzo and Inyo, remained, possessing equivalent second-tier strength. In truth, orcs do not possess a detailed hierarchy akin to humans' combat energy system. They primarily rely on their physical strength, believing such power is derived from their ancestors, from the forces of nature, and from the act of slaughter. The distinctions between various tribes are not entirely uniform, and at times, they struggle to persuade other orcs. However, upon discovering the human combat energy evaluation system, they found it quite effective. Thus, internal disputes among orcs became unnecessary. Everyone could simply compare themselves to their predecessors. Each individual understood their own strength without the need for contention. The prowess of the 2 werewolves was roughly equivalent to that of human second-tier warriors. Now, with 9 individuals, who, all displaying second-tier capabilities on the surface, the group was remarkably balanced. Enzo and Inyo began to scent the presence of mercenaries, continuing their pursuit. Rupert continually reminded himself that should he encounter an anomaly, he must discreetly employ his healing spell, avoiding any unconscious gestures or recitations of incantations, ensuring the anomaly meets an untimely and mysterious demise. Prior to entering the mine, he had already elevated the level of his healing spell previously. To prevent an excessive healing output, he ceased upgrades after reaching level 21, 1140, resulting in a healing capacity of 255. Now, having expended 2,340 illusion points, he has enhanced this skill to its utmost level, level 30, 1410. The effect is markedly pronounced, with his healing now at 300, augmenting his damage to the anomaly to a direct 600 points. In comparison, even the highest tier ordinary priest at level 2 inflicts merely 100 points of damage with a single healing spell, while a top tier level 3 deacon achieves only 150 points. Rupert's advantage continues to expand, albeit at the cost of his singular focus on healing, which, while effective against anomalies, elicits a blend of admiration and frustration. A party of 9 commenced their pursuit, with 2 werewolves and 2 knights leading the charge, flanked by 3 priests in the middle, while Rupert and the boisterous knight, White, brought up the rear. The loquacious werewolf brothers incessantly chattered. Why didn't you let us approach earlier? How do you typically handle anomalies over here? Do you also offer sacrifices to the beast god? One retorted, are you foolish? They don't worship the beast god. They have their own deity. And for heaven's sake, be quiet. The old man instructed us not to discuss matters of faith here. This left the 2 knights in front somewhat bemused. But upon realizing that the brothers merely lacked common sense rather than seeking trouble, they paid little heed. Meanwhile, Rupert seized the opportunity to gather insights into the inner workings of the Dragon Fortress Church. He recalled White's mention of a noteworthy deacon named Ross, who forbade subordinates from investigating anomalies. Sir White, I have long heard of Lord Ross within the church. Has he ascended to the rank of deacon? Indeed. White was of a rather accommodating disposition, and given his favorable impression of the monk, he revealed without reservation, for it was no secret. Ah, you know Deacon Ross. He has been in that position for many years now, primarily overseeing the dispatch of personnel. However, I doubt he has encountered such anomalies, as he does not venture out to cause a stir, merely standing guard over these unfortunate mercenaries. No wonder no one has noticed. Rupert felt somewhat awkward, after all. Lord Ross was not a young man. He could only offer a vague response. I do not know him, but my uncle does. He has even been treated by Lord Ross. A little deception, indeed. He then continued to inquire. Indeed, who could have imagined that dark creatures could achieve such feats? Surely there must be some who find this unusual and report it to your church? Another subtle nudge. White strongly concurred. How could there not be? Some mercenaries have noted that the mortality rate for this task is alarmingly high, and many from surrounding areas are drawn in by the allure of gold. However, Deacon Ross believed that it was those mercenaries who, upon hearing of the potential riches, disregarded their own capabilities and insisted on participating, resulting in the current predicament. Thus, It was not a matter of great concern. This sentiment resonated with the masses, who could remain indifferent in the face of such wealth. White suddenly lowered his voice. These words are to flow from my lips into your ears. Do not speak of them indiscriminately. I am only sharing this with you because I find you agreeable. But once you leave, I shall disavow any connection. Rupert confidently proclaimed, honesty and reliability are my guiding principles. I shall not speak frivolously. Yet he pondered that such assertions could not definitively resolve any issues, merely conjectures at best, with Ross merely qualifying as a suspect. At that moment, a sudden hushed whisper from the werewolf brothers echoed from ahead. It appears we have arrived. The scent is overwhelming. Stay vigilant. The previously relaxed atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and the entire party braced themselves for potential danger. After navigating a large bend, they found themselves in a spacious cavern. Where remnants of human habitation were apparent, rock tables and benches suggested it had once served as a resting area for miners, with tunnels leading in various directions. The group of 9 entered in succession, illuminated by the church's crystalline headlamps, along with Rupert and the werewolves' torches, revealing the surroundings. They discovered traces of webbing on the ground, alongside numerous small pits likely left by the pink wolf spiders. Suddenly, the werewolf brothers spoke in urgent tones. This is bad. Sounds are emanating from the mine shafts surrounding us. We may be encircled. Fortunately, the youthful members of the group displayed quick wits, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Instead of scattering in panic, they retreated to fortify their defenses at the mine entrances, focusing their efforts on the front and rear, which might still afford them a chance of victory. Before long, nearly a dozen pink wolf spiders surged into the stone chamber, their crimson eyes glinting ominously, exuding a ferocious demeanor. Thankfully, the front line consisted of the werewolf brothers and 2 knights, creating a solid defense. To their surprise, despite their loquacious nature, the werewolf brothers possessed true prowess. Their hands appeared to enlarge, transforming into claw-like appendages, with elongated, sharp tips emanating a silvery glow. Their movements were fierce and swift, clashing with the spiders' forelimbs and sparking showers of embers. Should they grasp the spiders, they could inflict 3 slender lacerations, splattering pink blood that carried an oddly delightful fragrance. It was said that the silk sacks, once detached, retained this scent, explaining the nobility's fascination with crafting undergarments from such materials. The 2 knights, wielding shields in one hand and swords in the other, primarily took on defensive roles, allowing the werewolves to launch the main offensive. They sensed that the werewolves might be approaching the 3rd tier of power. This brings to mind the external manifestations of combat energy at the 1st and 2nd tiers. It could only be harnessed within the body, producing a faint glow during peak exertion. By the 3rd tier, it could be channeled into weapons. And at the 4th tier and beyond, it could manifest as distant energy strikes against adversaries. Although the 2 werewolves lacked combat energy, their claws glimmered with a silvery light, indicating an unknown force that clearly surpassed the attack strength of the 2 second-tier knights, even if they had yet to fully reach the 3rd tier. Behind them, 3 priests had already cast blessing spells upon the werewolf allies, enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities, a fundamental skill for any priest discerning the team as primary damage dealers. They remained focused on monitoring their comrades' injuries, ensuring timely healing spells. Although combat had commenced at the front, the formation at the rear held firm, as distinct sounds were discernible from behind. This route was the same they had traversed earlier, where no pink wolf spiders had initially appeared. It seemed these tunnels were interconnected, and some cunning spiders had opted to flank them for an ambush. Rupert brandished his tentacle staff, while the Knight of White wielded his quintessential sword and shield combination. The 2 positioned themselves on either side, managing to hold their ground, provided the onslaught of pink tarantulas was not overwhelming. At that moment, 5 pink orbs had already emerged from the mine shaft, swiftly advancing towards their location. Rupert was prepared to rely on his staff for defense when a stream of energy descended from the heavens, enveloping him in a wave of comfort. Could this be the legendary blessing spell? He felt as though he had never experienced such a sensation before. As he gripped the staff, he noticed a tangible increase in his strength. However, the tendrils of the staff quivered as if tickled, nearly causing him to cast it aside. A glance at White revealed that he had not noticed the strange occurrence. White, smiling at Rupert, turned his gaze forward and remarked, "This must be your first experience with a blessing spell, right? It imparts a remarkable sense of power. The trembling is perfectly normal. Some of our companions even moan in response. It's merely a matter of acclimatization." Rupert suppressed the burgeoning urge to kill and focused intently on his adversary. A pink wolf spider had leapt forth, and with a swift thrust of his staff, he sent it tumbling over. He followed with a sweeping strike, the elongated weapon slicing through the air with an impressive force, creating a palpable pressure. The unfortunate spider landed on the ground, its grotesque mouth foaming, clearly suffering from the impact. Nearby, White's eyes sparkled with admiration. Rupert's technique was commendable. The sheer strength he exhibited was certainly a notable asset. But what truly stood out was the impeccable timing and angle of his strikes. As another spider charged at him, Rupert continued his offensive, executing the same flicking motion. Yet this time, the staff merely nudged the creature aside. Rupert, Chapter 88, The Fireball Spider Goodness. What on earth is this? It is somewhat comprehensible that during the previous strikes with the tentacle, it maintained a rigid state, thus providing a sense of impact and power. However, When striking the second one, at the moment of impact with the pink wolf spider, the striking point transformed into something akin to sponge. One might even argue that it was excessively soft, as it merely nudged the spider away, appearing to fly a considerable distance, yet inflicting little harm. The third wolf spider charged forth with a similar assault, but this time it connected firmly. At this juncture, the second pink wolf spider began signaling Rupert with its compound eyes, and he finally grasped the situation. One of these three was a delivery spider. Remarkably, he could not recognize it, yet the tentacle seemed to acknowledge it, aware it was an acquaintance, a familiar spider, and thus it held back. The tip of the tentacle quivered slightly, and the spider across responded with a flicker. Truly, it is beyond comprehension how such disparate beings could engage in conversation across entirely different realms. Rupert discovered that White, beside him, was preoccupied with other tarantulas and thus was blissfully unaware of his presence. Rupert continued to strike the other two pink tarantulas, while the familiar spider paused for a moment before swiftly retreating. Rupert exhaled, deciding to spare the little tentacle and refrain from slaying the familiar spider that had fled. In quick succession, he dispatched two pink wolf spiders, his true physical strength comparable to that of a third-tier Black Iron Knight without the enhancement of combat aura, supplemented by a blessing spell. He had already mastered such speed remarkably well. Meanwhile, White faced two wolf spiders and had already taken down one. After all, he was a second-tier knight, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses. The situation on the other side was also favorable, with several wolf spiders likely dispatched. As Rupert and his werewolf brothers demonstrated commendable output, compared to the initial trio of mounted knights, their performance had improved significantly, leading to such fruitful results. A sense of relief washed over everyone, feeling somewhat reassured by their companions' abilities. At that moment, however, the werewolf brothers' expression shifted. Something was amiss. I hear more wolf spiders approaching. One warned. I suggest we slowly retreat. The number of wolf spiders here exceeds our expectations, or we may meet our demise. Concern etched on everyone's faces, including Rupert's. This situation surpassed his initial strategy. The overwhelming numbers of spiders posed a challenge beyond his foresight, undermining his earlier hopes of effortlessly honing his skills. Benjamin spoke up. Taking charge, White and the monk brothers at the rear, clear a path for retreat. We shall regroup before returning. The congregation of so many pink wolf spiders is inherently abnormal. Rupert found himself at an impasse. Alone, he could not advance. Unable even to clear the lesser foes at the entrance, let alone confront the formidable boss. Yet, he pondered why this place had descended into chaos, and why the anomaly had yet to manifest. Of course, he was not unhinged enough to yearn for the anomaly's emergence. His curiosity was merely piqued. As the others maneuvered to retreat, a number of pink wolf spiders approached Rupert's direction, seemingly amiable and reluctant to let them depart. However, Rupert observed with keen scrutiny and noticed a peculiar detail amidst the gathering spiders. Among them, he detected the irregular flickering of compound eyes once more. Could it be those three familiar delivery spiders? What was the intention behind their actions? Did they return to court demise after being spared? What transpired next shattered Rupert's preconceived notions. Those three familiar spiders, mingling within the ranks, appeared to charge forward, only to lag behind as they continued their futile sprint. Was this mere idleness? Could even low-tier magical beasts exhibit such behavior? Their intelligence seemed to rival that of humans. As Rupert relentlessly dispatched the advancing wolf spiders, he found himself shedding restraint, his true strength unfurled. When the three familiar spiders had nowhere left to evade, they drew near, only to propel themselves away before Rupert could strike. Once they retreated, they began to charge forward again, clearly adept at their tactics. However, one foolishly charged in the wrong direction, or perhaps was inadvertently pushed towards White by other wolf spiders. In its frenzy, White did not recognize it and struck it down with a single blow. The creature's pink compound eyes were filled with disbelief, and it promptly turned to flee. Rupert was equally speechless. The battle was descending into chaos. At that moment, a werewolf surged through the ranks, bolstering the front lines with fervor. Thankfully, there had yet to be any significant injuries or casualties, but the situation was precarious, and the future remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the three familiar spider-like creatures under Rupert's watch did not charge forward. Instead, they retreated while skillfully directing other wolf spiders to intercept the enemy. Appearing to be both busy and diligent, though they had not sustained any blows, except for the foolish one among them. The group managed to reach the stone chamber where they had first encountered danger, their spirits lifted with renewed hope of escape. However, just then, three crimson streaks of light erupted from the shadows, hurtling towards the faces of the three in the front. Rupert's conditioned reflex compelled him to unleash more tendrils for interception. Yet he restrained himself, relying on the automatic locking mechanism of the tendril staff to thwart the crimson light that approached his visage. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was, astonishingly, a spider approximately the size of a ramen noodle disc when accounting for its legs. Its base hue was a brownish tone adorned with red flame patterns. However, both its mandibles and 8 limbs appeared exceedingly sharp, unmistakably suggesting a formidable adversary. This creature was a relatively rare second-tier magical beast known as the fireball spider, not due to the flame motifs on its body, nor because it could expel fireballs, but rather owing to its astonishing ability to strike at high velocities akin to the fireballs cast by sorcerers. Its posterior did not emit silk. Instead, it could expel high-pressure steam, propelling itself skyward in conjunction with the simultaneous propulsion of its 8 limbs, allowing it to assault its foes. Generally, adversaries with moderate defenses would find their exteriors breached, as the spider would carve a path through their flesh, with all 8 of its segmented limbs exerting force to infiltrate the enemy's body. It would remain within until satiated, having laid its eggs, a truly repugnant fate. Rupert remained unscathed as he discerned the entity, promptly unleashing a vigorous stomp upon it. Beside him, the werewolf crossed its arms, effectively shielding itself from the menace. Though the fur on its forearms suffered erosion, the damage appeared manageable. However, White, positioned at the far side, was far less fortunate. In the midst of his assault on the wolf spider, he failed to notice the incoming fireball spider and was caught off guard. The creature struck the left side of his cheek, where the flesh was already scant, and the venom swiftly eroded through, causing 8 legs to frantically burrow into his flesh. It seemed as if the entire body of the creature was intent on penetrating him, leaving half of his face grotesquely mutilated. White cried out in excruciating agony. Rupert reacted swiftly, despite the presence of a werewolf nearby. With a decisive thrust, he struck the fiery spider, lifting it away from its host. The wound did indeed widen. Yet extricating this creature took precedence over all else. This lesson was imparted to him by the esteemed Lord Alonso, who taught that hesitation only begets greater harm. Chapter 89. The True Form Revealed. Benjamin, trailing behind, perceived the unfolding situation and was momentarily taken aback, causing a slight delay in his response. Fortunately, their makeshift ally, the monk, acted promptly to eliminate the foreign entity. Soon, a healing spell descended upon White's head, followed by another from a second priest who had finally caught on. However, the grievous wound appeared resistant to remedy, the venom lingering within thwarted the holy energy, rendering healing impossible. At that moment, sensing White's injury, the pink wolf spider surged forward. Rupert and the werewolf immediately stepped in to shoulder the burden. Yet, as the priest's third healing spell was cast, it was inadvertently accompanied by another spell of uncertain origin. Though its radiance was subtle, the regeneration it wrought was astonishing. Flesh knitting together as if in reverse, the growth of flesh on his face stretching and connecting with fervor. Even the shattered gums began to mend. This scene resembled a reversal of the previous injury process, leaving Benjamin in awe. Such an occurrence could only be deemed miraculous, had he not witnessed it firsthand. He would have deemed it impossible. Though White did not witness this spectacle, he was overwhelmed by a sudden shift from excruciating pain to an intense itch, accompanied by a soothing sensation that coursed through him, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Benjamin abruptly lifted his gaze, observing the werewolf and the monk struggling to fill White's void, both appearing quite flustered, especially given their lack of familiarity with such extraordinary healing. Turning back, he recognized his familiar companions, realizing their healing spells were insufficient. Who was it that performed such wonders? Yet time was of the essence, and Benjamin hastily roused the bewildered White, urging him to act swiftly, lest they meet their demise in this place. He turned to notify the rear. Everyone, hold on a little longer. We are almost through. There are fireball spiders here, so stay alert. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated in their ears, cutting through the cacophony with remarkable clarity, reminiscent of an ASMR whisper. Strangely, though she uttered no suggestive words, visions of soft beds, cool lovers, and sweet teasing flooded their minds. You fools! Who permitted you to mar the faces of those adorable creatures? If their faces are ruined, it truly spoils the scenery. Then, a series of explosive sounds echoed as several fireball spiders hidden in the corners detonated. The pink wolf spiders retreated like a receding tide, plunging the mine into an eerie silence. The group of 9 stood in confusion, the remnants of battle only serving as a reminder that what had transpired was indeed real. At that juncture, Rupert felt every muscle tense, as from the depths of the dark mine, a voluptuous silhouette emerged. Their illumination cast shadows, obscuring clarity. Yet, Rupert felt a familiar itch at the back of his head. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of something past. As the woman drew closer, her form became more defined, her sultry voice floating through the air once more. Let me see, 9 little darlings, all youthful and innocent, compared to those foul-mouthed peasants and the filthy mercenaries. You are truly a delicacy, and all of you are professionals. My, how long could this last? Do not be afraid. I shall be gentle. In the stillness, Rupert detected an odd sound, akin to a knife scraping against stone. Yet the woman's voice captivated them, causing the fiery youths to shift awkwardly, adjusting their stances. As the figure approached, she became increasingly distinct. Rupert stood in astonishment, surrounded by teammates who were equally entranced, as if the beauty of the world had unveiled itself before them. However, had these individuals engaged in conversation, they would have discovered an unsettling truth. Although the scene before them was identical, the woman approaching each person appeared distinctly different to each observer. To illustrate, the White Knight perceived a saintly nun, while the priest Benjamin beheld a figment of his imagination, a seductive succubus. This seemingly solemn fellow harbored surprisingly fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, Enzo and his brother encountered a voluptuous werewolf maiden, and only Rupert found himself captivated by a familiar visage, reminiscent of a star, cascading waves of hair, a flirtatious mini-skirt, elongated legs adorned in sheer black stockings, and red-soled high heels. The woman approached him with a teasing smile, exuding an air of allure and suggestion. Setting aside the question of whether this woman would genuinely cast him a flirtatious glance, the very attire she donned seemed incongruous for this setting. With such towering heels, was she not concerned about twisting her ankle? It was evident that this was merely an illusion. With this realization, Rupert swiftly emerged from the mirage, regaining clarity as he directed his gaze forward. Rupert, ugh, for that is certainly not the visage of a beautiful woman. Nor can it even be deemed a woman at all. It is merely a grotesque assemblage of disjointed limbs, a half-formed body devoid of a head, or rather, the silhouette that resembles the feminine form is, in fact, an eerie semblance of a cranium. The front of the suspected head is riddled with countless black holes, each the size of a coin, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, invoking a sense of claustrophobic dread. The most unsettling aspect is that within each hole resides an eye, incessantly blinking. Below, there appears to be a mouth, protruding like that of a pea shooter, with layers of fleshy growths writhing and pulsating, reminiscent of an external hemorrhoid. It is disconcerting to recall that those captivating yet haunting words emanated from this abomination. Rupert was not merely nauseated. His ears felt as if they might retch as well. In that fleeting moment, Rupert resolved that this bizarre entity was best left unharmed. It was not a matter of whether he could overpower it, rather, he found every aspect of its being utterly repulsive. He desired none of it, absolutely none. Whether it was the entangled limbs, the multitude of eyes that evoked a sense of claustrophobia, or that grotesque orifice, he wished for them to be far removed from him. Rupert firmly declared that even if these abilities were bestowed upon him as gifts, he would have no interest in accepting them. Even if it meant being stuck at a certain level for 1,000 years, he would prefer that over the alternative. This was Rupert's solemn vow. At that moment, the abhorrent orifice began to writhe once more, emitting a seductive voice. Oh, is there a little darling feeling unwell? Is it that I am not beautiful enough? Or is your body not in good condition? Soon, Sister Rose shall come to tend to you. Your physique is indeed vibrant and robust, surpassing even that of the orcs. And devoid of any excessive hair, truly, you are most suitable. Rupert. Ugh. Chapter 90. All are affected. This is not mere affectation on Rupert's part. It is a visceral reaction following a descent into madness, and it is but the mildest of symptoms. The grotesque entity drew nearer, revealing its true form behind it, immense and plump like a queen ant, nearly blocking the entirety of the tunnel behind. From this corpulent body extended countless jointed legs in every direction, each tip resembling a dagger's blade, embedding themselves into the walls of the cavern. Only through this writhing motion could such a colossal form be maneuvered. Rupert had encountered his fair share of oddities. Yet this was the first time he laid eyes on something so grotesque. At that moment, a soft light illuminated the creature's bizarre head, prompting a chilling shriek from its grotesque orifice. Who is it? The assault, while damaging, primarily served to disrupt the illusion maintained by the entity known as Rose. Finally, it roused the other motionless individuals, who began gasping for breath, their faces flushed and breathing rapid. One could only wonder what they had experienced in the illusion. However, as they turned to face the source of the disturbance and beheld the creature's appearance, they found themselves paralyzed, their minds issuing frantic commands that their bodies refused to obey. It was likely their first encounter with such an aberration, leaving them far less prepared than Rupert. If one could quantify their sanity, it would be dangerously close to the brink of madness. The entity, self-identified as Rose, attempted to twist its body to survey the surroundings in search of foes. But it seemed to require considerable effort. Its numerous eyes scrutinized the small group before it, yet none stirred. The terror they felt was palpable, surpassing any evaluation system the church might employ. Rose had entirely abandoned her previous tone, now issuing a panicked shriek. You fools, quickly search all the nearby caves. Find whoever is hiding, no matter who it is, hurry. At that moment, the pink tarantulas that had been lurking scattered, dashing into the surrounding caves to search for individuals. Though they ultimately found nothing. Yet, the advantage lay in the fact that the grotesque creature's shriek had finally awakened the unfortunate children of the squad, allowing them to reclaim control of their bodies. Once they regained their senses, the entire team prepared for battle, their expressions grave. They were the elite of their respective groups. Despite the formidable enemy, surrender was not an option. Observing this, Rose's voice returned to a sultry tone. How adorable you all are. But it would be best to remain obedient, just like before. Leave the fighting to me. She then exhaled a cloud of pink mist that enveloped the squad. In truth, Rupert's team had already been subtly affected by the slowly released hallucinogenic mist, which was why they had witnessed illusions when Rose appeared. The role of the pink tarantulas was merely to drive them away. It was clear that the massive creature's mobility was lacking, making this the simplest hunting method. Silently subduing prey was the most efficient approach, but now that they had been inexplicably interrupted, a more forceful tactic was required. The overwhelming pink mist proved highly penetrative. Even when the squad members covered their mouths and noses, they could not resist it, succumbing to unconsciousness. This was the creature's ultimate trick, one that most beings could not withstand. After a brief interval, the mist dissipated quickly, leaving behind a group of sturdy young men sprawled on the ground. Rose reveled in her triumph, her patchwork face and plump body trembling with excitement. She then commanded the nearby pink tarantulas, if you can't find them, keep searching right here. They must be hiding somewhere. Dig them out if you have to, and get a couple of you to help me sedate these cuties and prepare them for my bed, without causing any disturbances. At that moment, two particularly eager tarantulas quickly communicated with each other through rapid movements of their compound eyes, pushing aside the others to reach Rupert first. After a brief greeting with the Tendril, they gently bit Rupert and, with great care, arranged the Tendril before beginning to spin silk to package him. Soon, all 9 members of the squad were neatly bundled. The 2 diligent tarantulas then hoisted Rupert and proceeded deeper into the cavern, leaving the other tarantulas behind, who were still preparing to drag the others. Rose nodded in satisfaction. Those 2 tarantulas were certainly more considerate, understanding the value of these little cuties. She promptly instructed, "You fools, learn from those 2. Lift together. What if you damage my little cutie?" Meanwhile, the others had likely descended into their own illusions, unable to extricate themselves, and the specifics of their predicament were uncertain. However, Rupert found himself in utter chaos, with characters and events from 2 worlds intertwining. The old priest selling roasted sweet potatoes on the street, berated by a woman resembling the elven priestess Sherry, the chief steward Hoffman, driving a bus in a fit of road rage, cursing at other drivers. Sophia live streaming and promoting shoes, but failing to make a sale, even being asked to perform a driving test, and the missionary, unexpectedly transformed into a small child, caught peeping at someone bathing, only to be grabbed by the individual and taken to face their parents. Truth be told, this was quite an exhilarating experience for Rupert, who found himself reluctant to awaken. His greatest interest lay in watching Sophia dance and witnessing the missionary receive his comeuppance. Yet these scenes flashed by rapidly, one following another in a ceaseless succession. At that moment, the tarantulas moved swiftly, arriving at a relatively large cavern that could accommodate Rose's massive form. Along one wall, there lay a long stone bed, essentially a smooth stone platform surrounded by drapes to obscure the unsightly rock wall, with many patches adorned with green luminescent stones, providing adequate illumination. On the bed lay numerous individuals, all unclothed. The majority were orcs, emaciated to the point of appearing skeletal, their faces devoid of flesh, with sunken eye sockets. On the other side were some humans who were not as gaunt, suggesting a shorter duration of captivity, likely genetically disadvantaged and unable to endure for long. At this moment, the tendril on Rupert's body discreetly lifted to survey the environment before retracting once more. However, the 5 mercenaries who had previously hunted the sparrows were nowhere to be found. It seemed they had perished, leaving only fresh bloodstains on the ground. Rose had intended to enjoy this batch of fresh captives, only to discover that these individuals had already been thoroughly drained, rendering them useless for her purposes. Given their lack of recovery capability compared to the orcs, and with her urgent demand for new supplies, she decided to dispose of them and hastily shift her focus to Rupert's exquisite offerings. Now, as the pink tarantulas returned with Rupert and the others, Rose commanded, "Remove these orcs, send the brains away. They are in urgent need of supplies over there. You can consume the bodies, since they are no longer entertaining. Clear the space for my little cuties, making it presentable." Upon hearing the command of the Rose, the pink tarantulas began to deal with the orcs, methodically dragging the cloth across the stone bed, and ultimately started to transfer Rupert and his companions onto the bed. At that moment, tentacles stealthily emerged, shaking towards the 2 smaller tarantulas beside them. The 2 tarantulas carrying Rupert also flickered their compound eyes. Naturally, they directed Rupert's head toward the inner drapery, positioning him centrally, ensuring that no matter from which side they began, he would not be the first to meet his unfortunate fate. Their compound eyes flickered, revealing a hint of concern and reluctance to depart. Yet, ultimately, they dared not defy the imposing authority of the Rose and, alongside the other tarantulas, departed through the small mining tunnels surrounding them. The Rose, with its vast and corpulent form, slithered closer, preparing to indulge in this feast. Its abilities were quite comprehensible. It excelled at crafting illusions that ensnared individuals, rendering them entranced and unable to extricate themselves. Subsequently, it would infiltrate the minds of others, transforming into a figure within the illusion, repeatedly engaging in lewd acts, while simultaneously absorbing the essence of lust, perhaps even drawing in other energies from the outside, though the specifics remained uncertain. At this juncture, Rupert and his companions kept their eyes tightly shut. Yet the orbs beneath their eyelids darted rapidly, indicating their brains were in a heightened state of activity. Rupert's mind, however, was racing at an unprecedented pace, almost as if it were on the verge of combustion. Suddenly, a golden pentagram materialized within his consciousness, momentarily clarifying his thoughts. In that fleeting moment, Rupert's mind finally articulated a coherent command: summon the all-knowing brain. Given Rupert's peculiar position, with his head resting against the drapery of the stone wall, the all-knowing brain emerged, wedged perfectly between the drapery and the wall, rendering it invisible from the outside. Yet, countless strands of mental energy seemed to have been prearranged, threading through the drapery to connect with Rupert's head, siphoning away the strands of pink energy. The all-knowing brain, though seemingly not very powerful at this moment, possessed an immense internal capacity. The small amount of pink energy that entered merely augmented its information flow without creating any significant disturbance. As this energy was absorbed, Rupert's thoughts swiftly became coherent, and he soon regained consciousness. Through the dispersed strands of mental energy, he completely grasped the current situation, including control over his own body. Indeed, the 2 familiar tarantulas had not injected him with any paralyzing toxin, Even the webs binding him were merely for show, easily breakable at his will. Rupert observed a night on the very edge, as Rose leaned forward, estimating that the brutal humiliation had commenced with that night. Although he did not know the knight's name, his face was somewhat familiar. Thus, he felt compelled to intervene, primarily for the sake of his own mental and physical well-being. He surmised that if he were to witness something grotesque and utterly disillusioning, he might never know love again. Therefore, at that crucial moment, a healing spell descended upon Rose. This spell inflicted genuine harm upon the bizarre entity, accompanied by unbearable agony, effectively interrupting Rose's subsequent actions and eliciting an uncomfortable howl from it. Her massive, pudgy body began to twist, attempting to adjust her head to survey the surrounding caverns. Once again, this attack was initiated by the same individual. She had not anticipated that he would follow her back home, disrupting her at such a pivotal moment. While she had her suspicions regarding the 9 individuals lying on the stone bed, they all appeared quite normal. Her assessment of normalcy was not merely based on their multitude of eyes, but rather on the evaluation of their cerebral waves. She was skeptical that anyone could deceive her in this regard. However, it was evident that the omniscient brain possessed this very capability. Not only did it facilitate Rupert's swift awakening, but it also simulated his cerebral fluctuations, mimicking the normal waves following immersion in that pink illusion. It was no trivial matter. If necessary, it could even conjure another illusion. Even if Rose intruded, it could seamlessly draw her into its new illusion, leading her to believe she had successfully infiltrated. Yet the corporeal stimulus would remain insurmountable, as the host would likely resist. At that moment, it felt somewhat at leisure, contemplating delving deeper into Rupert's mind to uncover additional information. Yet, the fleeting golden pentagram reappeared, instantaneously severing its threads and instilling a fear that rendered it motionless. Rose's colossal body turned towards the caverns once more, but another high-damage healing spell struck. Rose cried out in pain, her plump body trembling as she sensed that every cavern was observing her. She could feel that her adversary must be lurking nearby, yet it remained elusive, hampering her mobility. In a fit of hysteria, Rose exclaimed, "You fools, why aren't you coming over? Quickly assist me in locating the enemy. Otherwise, you shall all perish." Yet, in response, she was met with yet another healing spell. Suddenly, the end of Rose's substantial form arched upwards, revealing dozens of eyeballs, mirroring her own visage, all fixated on Rupert's right hand. This was due to the fact that, just moments ago, the hand had moved slightly, though the motion was minuscule. It had not gone unnoticed. Although Rupert's healing technique can be performed silently with minimal movements, the previous concealment provided by lying down and the webbing indeed rendered it inconspicuous. However, who would have anticipated that the rose would possess eyes upon its posterior, gazing intently at him, eager for harm, thereby exposing him? At that moment, an ominous stillness enveloped the air, and Rupert sensed impending danger. The razor-edged appendages adorning the rose extended menacingly, while the few barb-like extensions on its tail coiled with lethal intent, launching a devastating strike towards Rupert. Chapter 92. The blood battle in the mine. Rupert was taken aback. He had long since discerned the enemy's vulnerability, its colossal size and sluggish movement. He had meticulously devised a strategy to confront it, yet before the engagement could commence, he found himself at a disadvantage. How could it possess such formidable ranged attack capabilities? If each of its limbs could unleash devastating strikes, that would amount to hundreds of assaults. What hope did he have in such a scenario? Suddenly, 11 tentacles erupted from Rupert's form, severing the already fragile strands of silk and propelling him away with a united force, seeking to escape the range of the impending strike. Consequently, the curtain behind him was shredded to pieces, and although the omniscient brain was not directly struck, it was nonetheless taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The Rupert has fled, seemingly leaving it behind. It had attempted to escape moments ago, but was obstructed by the drapes, preventing its departure. Now, it hastily emerges through a tear in the fabric, soaring off in pursuit of Rupert. Meanwhile, Rose gazes upon Rupert's current form, astonished. "Damn it, you tentacled creature. You old perverts always delight in masquerading as humans and coveting their forms, but do you not realize you have crossed the line? You have overstepped your bounds." Rupert was exceedingly busy, entirely devoid of time to address her inquiries. The brain flower had just caught up with the elusive Rupert, and then returned to its original position. Settling down comfortably, Rupert was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with confusion. Had the cerebral flower just arrived? Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer to Rupert's perplexity. Reality offered him little time for contemplation, as the onslaught of Rose's strikes continued. Fortunately, there were not the multitude of slashes he had anticipated, only 5 or 6. Utilizing his tentacles, he maneuvered swiftly throughout the space, darting like a flea between the surrounding mountains and caverns to evade Rose's attacks. His tentacles worked in harmonious coordination, almost as if they derived joy from the playful tormenting of their adversary. This newfound autonomy granted Rupert a reprieve. At first, he needed to guide their direction. But after a series of evasive maneuvers and the involvement of the cerebral flower, the tentacles operated independently, perhaps even more effectively than Rupert himself could manage. Consequently, he was able to maintain a continuous healing spell, driving Rose to the brink of frustration. In a desperate attempt to negotiate, she declared, "You tentacled fiend, speak up. Even if I have set my sights on your quarry, it was you who ventured into my territory first. If you relinquish half, I shall allow your departure. For heaven's sake, are you still attacking? What sorcery is this? Why does it resemble a healing spell so closely? Have you consumed a pair of archbishops? Rupert's treatment continued relentlessly until he finally spoke. Tell me who you are collaborating with, and I shall take my leave. Rose, however, remained utterly unconvinced by Rupert's words. She was on the verge of madness, akin to a sluggish human attempting to swat a fly, yet unable to make contact. Her entire body swelled, and her plump form began to emit a pink mist. After activating this ability, she even appeared to have lost some weight, indicating a considerable burden. Yet Rupert, with his cerebral blooms, was unperturbed by such powers. The pink mist was not truly gas, but rather a manifestation of the lustful energy Rose had collected. It was no wonder that holding one's breath proved futile, as it directly invaded the brain. One could perceive it as a stream of hallucinatory information. But encountering the cerebral bloom was indeed unfortunate. The tendrils of the cerebral bloom danced around Rupert, completely shielding him from any effect, while also stealthily absorbing a significant amount to enrich his own thoughts, shaking with delight. Meanwhile, the others lying on the stone beds suffered dire consequences. Having sunk deeper into a phantasmagoria, the previously feeble individuals, whether human or beast, succumbed entirely to ecstasy. The 8 members of their squad began to writhe. Had it not been for the paralysis serum coursing through their bodies and their bindings, who could say what calamity might have ensued? Rupert, through the protection and positioning afforded by the brain flower, maintained a relentless application of his healing spells. After discerning that the enemy possessed no novel tactics, the venomous Fong made its entrance. With the assistance of the brain flower, 30 fangs targeted the corpulent body of Rose, causing the venom to spread across her form. Although the damage inflicted was not as horrific as that inflicted on humans, it was undeniably unpleasant, with patches of green expanding across her skin. The healing spells began to inflict additional harm, finally instilling a sense of panic within Rose. Tentacle brethren, we are allies. Spare me, for I have not truly wronged you. Those adorable creatures are your quarry. Take them all, I desire none. Please, cease your assault. As she spoke, she indeed halted her attacks, adopting a posture of surrender. Lying still, however, who was Rupert? His craft lay in deception, and he was not to be so easily swayed. Instead of stopping, he retreated slightly, continuing his healing spells. Rose's multitude of eyes brimmed with resentment. Her plans had unraveled, yet time was not on her side. Her vast, corpulent form began to swell, culminating in an instantaneous explosion, her numerous limbs projecting outward like spears, largely aimed at Rupert. Her strategy was to lure Rupert closer, ideally to eliminate him in a single strike. Yet, if that proved impossible, inflicting severe injury would suffice. If only a minor wound were to be dealt, she could simply flee. Upon the explosion of her rear body, Rose revealed her true form, resembling a woman yet devoid of a head. Her eyes and mouth remained unchanged, but the massive body behind her was gone, leaving only 8 limbs to support her, resembling a spider. Strikingly, there was a semblance to Rupert's tentacles, though Rupert possessed a greater number. Rupert's prior decision to keep his distance was undoubtedly wise. As he observed her swelling, he had already retreated far enough. Thus, when those hundreds of limbs shot forth like spears, he had long since withdrawn to a cavern. The powerful limbs gouged away a layer of rock from the cavern's interior, creating a considerable commotion, yet inflicting no harm. Rose, realizing that her final maneuver had been effortlessly evaded, was filled with indignation and swiftly fled into the distance. Although she had gained considerable agility, having sustained some damage that her body absorbed, the healing spells targeting only her head had struck true, leaving her in a state of unutterable frustration. In the final moment, Rupert beheld the bizarre, true form of the creature. Given the severity of his injuries, allowing it to escape would be a tremendous loss. He could only swallow his pride. However, he soon realized that the entrance to the mine had been blocked by those appendages, leaving him no choice but to pursue an alternative tunnel. Chapter 93, Skills Acquired Yet. The myriad passages within this labyrinthine cavern were exceedingly intricate. Although many tunnels interconnected, he could only grasp a vague sense of direction. After navigating several forks, he found himself somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, Rupert refused to yield. As he rounded a bend, he was suddenly confronted by a cluster of pink wolf spiders, creating an awkward standoff for both parties. The terrifying spectacle of his 11 thrashing appendages instilled considerable trepidation in the arachnids. At that moment, a diminutive spider emerged, its pink compound eyes beginning to flicker rhythmically, and it raised a limb, pointing in a particular direction with an air of insolence. Rupert soon comprehended the situation. This was one of the familiar aberrations, and without a hint of doubt, he followed its indicated path. Before long, he could hear the commotion emanating from the tunnel ahead, confirming he was on the right course. His current method of movement resembled a series of leaps, his feet barely touching the ground as he utilized his tentacles to propel himself swiftly through the tunnel. Some tentacles pulled him forward while others accelerated from behind, resulting in an overall remarkable speed. Ahead, the creature known as Rose advanced rapidly on her 8 long legs. Although her pace far exceeded that of her corpulent form, it paled in comparison to Rupert's velocity. Despite her own unimpressive appearance, the sight of the enormous tentacle being rapidly closing in on her instilled a profound sense of dread. Crucially, her primary illusionary abilities proved ineffective against this tentacled monstrosity. Driven to desperation, she could not help but turn back and shout in anger. Tentacled fiend. I have tolerated you for long enough. Cease your pursuit. I have already evaded you. Relinquish this territory to you. What more do you desire? Yet Rupert had lost all trust in this peculiar creature, having been deceived by it several times before. The dead aberrations were the only trustworthy ones. This particular being's abilities were exceedingly troublesome. He feared that if he did not eliminate her during this opportune moment, she would gradually grow in power. Not only would this lead to a significant loss of life, but if she managed to manipulate the upper echelons of humanity with her abilities, the resulting havoc would be far-reaching. As they approached closer, Rupert unleashed a barrage of corrosive projectiles, followed by a healing spell. Rose, fierce and unyielding, immediately prepared to counterattack. She unleashed 6 slashing strikes that tore through the air, not concentrated in one spot but rather dispersed throughout the tunnel. In such a confined space, evasion proved challenging. Thus, she had no choice but to send her tentacled minions to intercept. It would not do to allow Rupert to bear the brunt alone. One tentacle absorbed a blow, its black scale shattering and visibly pained, yet a healing spell swiftly followed, revitalizing it as it propelled Rupert forward with renewed vigor. Thus commenced an epic clash between limbs and tentacles. Rupert recognized the formidable prowess of these appendages in close combat. Hard, sharp, and versatile, they served as excellent weapons, especially when compared to other alternatives. Rupert silently chanted to himself, limbs, limbs, limbs. The skills must surely randomly select limbs. He could not tolerate any other options like eyes or the grotesque mouth. Nevertheless, Rupert believed that tentacles were the most formidable, capable of overcoming rigidity with their flexibility. Once he ensnared those limbs with his tentacles, the threats directed at him diminished significantly. The remaining wisps of pink mist were entirely consumed by the cerebral flower above him, leaving him with a hint of lingering satisfaction. However, the sole source of Rupert's discomfort was that, after successfully restraining the limbs, the grotesque mouth now loomed a bit too close for comfort, accompanied by an unsettling multitude of eyes. Rupert narrowed his eyes and commanded the tooth of corruption to concentrate its fire directly upon those eyes. As he watched them burst one by one, an unusual sense of satisfaction washed over him. However, when confronted with that grotesque visage, he found no desire to fire, choosing instead to overlook it. Ultimately, regardless of the taunts, jeers, or pleas for mercy from his adversaries, he remained utterly unfazed, ceasing his assault only when his skills were fully acquired. Embodying a cold and merciless demeanor, it seemed that his prayers had borne fruit. Indeed, maintaining a favorable relationship with the divine proved advantageous. He had randomly received the scythe-limbed appendage LV-101. Upon summoning it, a nearly 3-meter-long appendage manifested, its surface gleaming with a smooth, obsidian sheen, suggestive of chitin, yet producing a dull thud when struck, indicating considerable durability. It featured 3 joints and a half-meter-long, subtly curved scythe tip that could be straightened or angled, its edge appearing quite sharp. Eagerly anticipating this moment, Rupert wasted no time in allocating points. As his level increased, so too did the number of appendages, by LV-10. He had summoned 10 of them. Just as Rupert expected them to continue multiplying like his teeth, they instead grew thicker and more robust. Rupert, feeling disinclined to speculate further, promptly advanced to level 30-14-10. Consequently, he acquired 10 lustrous, ebony appendages. After a brief examination of their capabilities, he discovered they possessed a remarkable hardness and could alter their size within a certain range. However, he was somewhat disappointed to find they were unable to perform a cutting strike through the air, notably, akin to tentacles. These appendages could also be affixed to his own body. At present, Rupert had attached 8 of them around his waist, embarking on a transformation reminiscent of a spider queen. Setting aside the matter of gender, one could argue that at least he met the standards of attractiveness that such a persona demanded, unlike the likes of Sister Rose, who could be dismissed entirely. Surprisingly, this mode of movement proved to be rather intriguing. Yet, after several trials, it became evident that while there was some overlap in functionality with tentacles, these new appendages were not as practical. Nevertheless, given the array of other abilities at his disposal, he resolved to be content. After all, what more could one possibly desire? Rupert began to deal with the peculiar corpse. After some contemplation, he returned a limb to his storage ring and retrieved some oil from his elven ring, pouring it over the body before igniting it in flames. However, as he turned to leave, simultaneously contemplating a new script, he stumbled upon a considerable number of pink wolf spiders lurking around a corner. The multitude of compound eyes glimmering in unison led Rupert to believe he had inadvertently wandered into a concert. With a puzzled expression, he recalled that he only had 3 familiar spiders, so how could there be so many at once? Upon observing his current form, he suddenly understood, was he not, after all, a spider youth with 8 long legs? As he walked forward, the swarm of wolf spiders parted to let him through, their eyes flashing on either side. Once he passed, they followed him in a synchronized manner. When he halted, the eager spiders behind him also came to a stop. This spectacle left Rupert in a state of amusement, prompting him to retract his long legs, yet the spiders remained steadfastly attached to him. This situation was untenable. He couldn't simply assume the role of the spider overlord here. He attempted to disperse them with gestures and words, but to no avail. A group of spiders blinked adorably at him, seemingly exclaiming how handsome he was, though neither side could comprehend the other's language. In a moment of inspiration, Rupert realized he could procure a translator. He promptly produced a tentacle. Chapter 94, teaching the master not to underestimate Rupert's knowledge. Do not presume Rupert was unaware of the tentacle's myriad subtleties and remarkable abilities. He had certainly observed them, though he remained silent. He waved the tentacle in his hand, instructing it to assist with translation, essentially conveying that the pink wolf spiders should disperse and return to their respective homes, never to congregate here again. The tentacle, unable to feign death, began to wiggle, and indeed proved effective. The pink wolf spiders reluctantly retreated, glancing back with lingering sadness, a sentiment Rupert could distinctly sense in their demeanor. Rupert shook his head and hurried back, sensing that any further delay might lead to dire consequences for those few individuals. Indeed, upon his return to the stone bed, he found the 8 mummies writhing and twisting, their faces adorned with smiles and flushed with color. He quickly lay down beside them, casting a healing spell on the priest, who appeared somewhat frail, causing his contorted body to suddenly stiffen before finally settling into a serene slumber, awaiting the cooldown for another spell. However, Rupert soon realized that the effect was still insufficient. The mummies were ensnared in spider silk, while he remained unbound, which could potentially expose him. Scanning his surroundings for something to substitute, he unexpectedly discovered 3 pink tarantulas lurking in the corner, who had not yet departed and had returned instead. While administering healing, he waved them over. The 3 familiar spiders, upon noticing his gesture, scurried joyfully towards him, recognizing his signal to ensnare with silk, a task they were well versed in, having performed it before. Rupert was repackaged, and only then were they truly allowed to depart. The 3 little ones left in a state of desolation, glancing back several times, only to find that Rupert no longer called for them. Rupert was exceedingly busy. In a short span, he had cast healing spells on everyone and had settled himself comfortably, with the narrative fully conceived, perfectly orchestrated. Among his companions, the first to awaken completely were the 2 werewolf brothers, Enzo and Unyo, who quickly discerned their current predicament. "Brother, how are you faring? You cannot fathom what I just experienced." "No issues, merely immobilized and feeling somewhat fatigued." "I needn't speculate. But I am certain you have not endured the same exhilaration as I." "Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. I can barely move due to the ache in my lower back." At that moment, a feeble and hoarse voice interjected. It was Knight White, whose condition was significantly better. "I may not know much else, but I am aware that we are all bound." Whatever transpired was illusory, even though I can still vividly recall the countenance of the more than 10 individuals. Rupert was also drenched in sweat, bewildered by the indifference of those around him towards their current safety, engrossed instead in discussions he could not comprehend. Yet, he recognized that it was time for him to take center stage. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "I am uncertain about the events that have transpired here, but I assure you, they pale in comparison to the stimuli on my end. Perhaps we ought to prioritize our escape first? I sense that continuing down this path is perilous. What shall we do when the enemy arrives?" At this, the werewolf brother chimed in eagerly. Indeed. Regarding those particulars, I can elaborate in detail later, but the thread of fate is drawn too taut. Please bear with me. My claws are already adjusted to the right angle and are in the process of severing the web. A sharp instrument cuts swiftly, and we shall soon be free. Rupert felt a sense of relief, realizing that there was no need for him to break free first, which rendered the situation more authentic and credible. He continued to weave his narrative. "Did you all see that strange entity in the end? What exactly transpired afterward?" I was utterly bewildered, with a hint of persuasion. It seemed that 2 more individuals had awakened, albeit somewhat sheepishly. White was straining to recollect, but he finally remembered the moment of his injury, the soul-stirring healing spell, and began to connect it to the present scene. The tale of the benevolent luminary from the Church of Holy Light, devotedly safeguarding their junior, began to take shape, filling his mind with vivid imagery. Rupert continued to embellish the scene. "Look, the stone walls ahead are adorned with numerous appendages. A terrifying battle must have transpired here. Surely, after us, others must have come to fight, right?" At this moment, the brothers of the wolf finally extricated themselves and began to aid one another, swiftly liberating all their companions. Benjamin rose, rummaging through a pile of gear to locate their crystal core lantern, while the others ignited their torches. Although the cave was previously illuminated by the glow of fluorite, it had not been sufficiently bright, making visibility poor. However, now the surroundings were significantly more radiant. Countless appendages were thrust into the walls, many of which had been pierced, resembling a forest of limbs. And one could easily envision the horror and intensity of the prior conflict. Rupert himself, upon witnessing this, felt a twinge of doubt. These were the very techniques employed by their adversaries, and had he hesitated even slightly, he would likely have met his demise, beyond the reach of any healing spells. Especially at the entrance of the cave where he had previously stood, it was densely obstructed. Benjamin and White exchanged glances and shared a few words, further confirming their suspicions about the involvement of formidable figures from the church, possibly a duo of paladins, skilled in both healing and combat, likely of the 6th tier of power. Following them to this location, witnessing their peril, they intervened and engaged in a spectacular battle. It was evident that the church had triumphed. Just look at how the adversaries were dismantled, limbs strewn across the ground. They had departed quietly, their deeds concealed. And everything seemed to align perfectly. They did not consider the possibility of any involvement from their own team, as they had witnessed their companions collapse, awaken, and escape together. Meanwhile, Rupert discreetly observed the demeanor and actions of the two, reassured that their situation was stable. Eventually, the group requested to hide away and change their pants. And in an effort to blend in, Rupert changed as well. The makeshift team immediately began to explore the vicinity. Discovering the bodies of the deceased mercenaries upon the stone beds, and they felt a shiver of fear at the thought that they too could have met the same fate. In some nearby caverns, they stumbled upon neatly packaged heads, both human and orc, housed in unmarked boxes. While the boxes bore no distinguishing labels, any discerning eye would recognize that these were not merely intended for burial. They surely had some sinister purpose. Aside from the two wolf kin, Rupert and the others with ties to the church wore grim expressions, for they understood the implications. Regardless of the purpose, it was inextricably linked to dark rituals. The situation had escalated, and it was clear that the aberration was colluding with dark forces. Following the trail of these boxes would undoubtedly lead to many revelations. The team continued their search, only to find that the previously encountered pink wolf spiders had departed. There was essentially no directional evidence left, compelling them to retreat. Chapter 95. Discontent. As the group emerged from the cave, feeling the gentle breeze and the soft blue moonlight, a sense of surrealism enveloped them, as if they had traversed the precipice of death itself. The brothers of the wolf kin were the first to part ways. Their encounter had been serendipitous. And though they had shared some experiences, their respective backgrounds rendered it unlikely for them to grow too close. Rupert waved farewell, saying, "Take care, my two werewolf brothers. I shall treat you to a meal another day." He then bid adieu to Benjamin and the others, reflecting, "During this adventure, I failed to contribute meaningfully and have come to realize my shortcomings. I must strive harder. Please take care." Benjamin and the others understood that this monk was not truly part of their ecclesiastical system. His character was commendable, yet ultimately, they were not kindred spirits. White stepped forward to embrace Rupert, patting him on the shoulder with reassurance. "It is not your fault. Did you not see that we all face challenges? Your performance was commendable. When I was injured, you stood in front. I consider you a true friend, and I hope you will visit Dragon Keep more often." Rupert found the young individuals quite admirable, yet he could not restrain his tendency for whimsical banter. "Of course, I shall continue to take risks. I will certainly return often. Take care, everyone." With a light-hearted gesture, he descended the gentle slope, his figure receding into the distance, elegantly silhouetted against the moonlight. Benjamin patted White's shoulder, reflecting on the purity of such friendship, yet they were burdened with further tasks. Although the anomaly had perished, the matter was far from resolved. The group set forth towards the Dragon Castle Church. Unbeknownst to the church's team, the seemingly carefree Rupert was swiftly maneuvering along the cliffside with the aid of his appendages. His destination undoubtedly the Dragon Castle Church. His carefully orchestrated scheme was not yet concluded. Having painstakingly crafted an identity, he needed to see it through. Adorned with a hood, he arrived at the base of the city walls ahead of Benjamin and White's party. However, by that time, the city gates had been shut, and he lacked a suitable guise to pass through. This was indeed a formidable city, with walls towering over 10 meters high. He sought out a secluded section of the wall, effortlessly scaling it with the assistance of his appendages. Continuing his journey, he did not require the guise of a monk. He simply leapt into the church, skillfully ascending the bell tower to reach the attic, where he placed a prepared segment of a rose's anatomy. Meanwhile, the missionaries marked the clerical documents to signify that the anomaly had been eradicated. Yet, this place was devoid of any such evidence, which irked Rupert. The church was rather complacent in its duties. On the dust-laden floor, he casually sketched a few lines, a circle, 2 dots, and a downward-facing half parenthesis, collectively forming a simplistic depiction of displeasure, essentially a critique of the church's performance, akin to a negative review. After quietly departing, he pondered the unfolding events. Many matters required the intervention of the authorities or the church. He could not single-handedly storm the headquarters of the bird hunters. Furthermore, there was little to gain from such an endeavor. His interest lay solely in the anomalies, and despite his disdain for ordinary people, he would not resort to indiscriminate violence. For he was no moral purist. Rupert prepared to find a place to rest, while others were enjoying their respite. He had been bustling about all day, even engaging in a bizarre battle, so to claim he wasn't weary would be a falsehood. He couldn't deceive himself, after all. The return of Benjamin and White, even at such an hour, startled the slumbering Dragon Fortress Church into illumination. They uttered but a single word, "bizarre," then proceeded to extract several horrifying limbs from their spatial rings, achieving their intent. Moreover, these individuals had learned to be prudent. Even with Deacon Ross present, they refrained from speaking until Father Daniel was also roused, at which point Benjamin, as their spokesperson, began recounting their discoveries and experiences. The narrative was indeed gripping, though the details of each person's springtime reverie were best left unsaid. Benjamin's account, being intertwined with succubi, prompted even his close friend White to inquire discreetly, yet he chose to remain silent. However, he emphasized several significant issues. The foremost being, individuals suspected to be associated with the church had intervened to aid their escape from peril, vanquishing the bizarre entity and ensuring that none met their demise in its lair. Secondly, the involvement of the sparrow hunters seemed profound, as they appeared to have actively supplied the bazaar with living prey. Thirdly, one might question whether certain nobles advocating for the capture of pink wolf spiders were implicated. Lastly, was there any involvement from the Dark Church in the severed heads that were delivered? Having presented these points, Benjamin refrained from mentioning Deacon Ross's possible obstruction of the investigation due to the lack of evidence, yet he maintained a watchful gaze upon him. It was evident that Ross's complexion was far from favorable. Regrettably, all present, including Father Daniel, were similarly grim expressions, which could hardly be construed as evidence. Further opportunities would be necessary. Now the facts lay bare before all. After all, those grotesque limbs remained tangible, and according to Benjamin's account, there were hundreds more within that vast cavern. At this juncture, Father Daniel suddenly seemed to recollect something, instructing everyone to continue their discourse as he hastily exited the hall, heading towards the bell tower. Although in his 40s, a time of vigor and industriousness, he exhibited signs of trembling. Despite his relatively brief tenure at Dragon Fortress, it appeared he had never ventured to the bell tower. His age reflected a lack of exceptional talent. He had merely bided his time to achieve the rank of a fourth-tier priest, commonly referred to as a father. His years of diligent service in the church had finally earned him the authority to oversee the church, albeit in this remote borderland. Unexpectedly, the isolation from major cities provided a certain advantage. He was free from oversight. After years of toil, he had finally relaxed. He recalled that on the day he ascended to this position of power, someone had mentioned the matter of missionaries. Alas, he had been preoccupied with consolidating his authority, appointing his own personnel, and reclaiming his rightful gains, neglecting the intricacies of the bell tower altogether. Hearing Benjamin speak of high-ranking church figures and the grotesque healing processes ignited thoughts of the legendary missionaries. Those elusive beings he longed to believe were merely figments of his imagination. However, as he gasped for breath while ascending to the loft, he was met with the sight of a long limb, distinct from those Benjamin had brought back, exuding an even more pronounced aura of the bizarre. His gaze then fell upon an unhappy countenance staring back from the ground. Chapter 96. A step ahead, a cold sweat suddenly drenched Father Daniel's back. This mark unequivocally confirmed that Benjamin's assertions were grounded in truth. There truly were missionaries from the church who had safeguarded the younger generation. Yet, his standing as a priest came under scrutiny. It was rather disheartening that, in his position, he remained oblivious to the chaos wrought by the bazaar, rendering him less competent than a few adolescents. The onus was now upon him to demonstrate his efficacy. He swiftly returned to the assembly hall. Resolute in his demeanor, disregarding the Lord's mansion stance, he ordered the immediate dispatch of the mounted guard to raid the sparrow hunter's lair, detaining key figures for urgent interrogation to procure evidence. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitated to apprehend nobles directly, especially in the absence of substantial proof, and thus added, "Keep a watchful eye on the implicated nobles. Do not act yet, but ensure they cannot leave the city. Once I report back and ascertain their stance, we will take appropriate measures." Benjamin exhaled in relief. This was indeed the most favorable outcome imaginable. He had not anticipated that the typically mild-mannered Father Daniel could exhibit such decisiveness. He too had been observing Deacon Ross, noting no signs of movement on his part. Even if he were implicated, there was no time for him to relay any warnings. Furthermore, it was premature to assert a direct connection to the bazaar. All was conjecture based on superficial deductions. Deep down, Benjamin harbored doubts regarding any collusion between Deacon Ross and the bazaar. What could he possibly gain? Before long, the mounted guard had assembled. This was the church's direct force, comprised chiefly of graduates from the monastery. Unless they aspired to loftier ambitions, most would serve in the mounted guard, typically assigned to protect the church or undertake various tasks. Benjamin and White himself were members of this unit. Given that this operation targeted commoners, fewer priests were required. Among the 30-odd knights, only 8 were priests, the rest being second- and third-tier knights. Additionally, there were over 30 first-tier knight attendants, primarily to maintain order and prevent the sparrow hunters from escaping amidst the chaos. With nearly 70 riders brandishing torches, they burst forth from the church, charging through the night, their presence stirring the townsfolk from their dreams, many fearing a renewed conflict with the orcs. The sparrow hunters' so-called stronghold was merely a series of warehouses in the southern part of the city. They were engaged in legitimate businesses, such as shipping and transferring goods, though whether this was to facilitate the transport of supplies from the bazaar remained uncertain. However, upon the church's arrival, the atmosphere felt unsettlingly serene. It was not that people were unable to sleep at such an hour. Rather, the lack of any response to their formidable approach was disconcerting. The anticipated fierce resistance was conspicuously absent. The leading third-tier knight of the Black Iron Holy Light gestured for a reconnaissance, but before they could step inside, the scent of blood assaulted their senses. Realization dawned upon everyone that something was amiss. They promptly divided into smaller teams, breaking down the doors and windows of the warehouses. Rushing inside, what they discovered was a gruesome scene. Corpses littered the ground, blood saturating every surface, leaving no space untainted. The stench of blood mingled with excrement filled the air. The victims had all wielded weapons and bore numerous wounds, suggesting they had fought back before succumbing, yet no bodies of outsiders were visible. Even more disturbingly, every head had been severed. Was the dark church now so brazen? Or were they mocking the holy light church? The individuals who had ventured to other warehouses returned, their expressions grim, including White. The situation mirrored that of the other warehouses. Nearly all mid to high-ranking members of the Sparrow Hunters had been apprehended in a meticulously executed sweep. While there may be some minor players lingering outside, they seemed unrelated to the insidious events at hand. Their methodology was more adept, their actions swifter, when the Sparrow Hunters met their demise. He and Benjamin had likely yet to exit the mine. In such circumstances, all leads were severed, bringing this eerie affair to a standstill. At that moment, an elder knight among the leaders suddenly recalled something. He ordered a few men to remain behind to manage the aftermath while the rest mounted their steeds, hastening towards the noble district, hoping that the enemy's prowess was not as formidable as feared. However, upon their arrival at the noble residences, they found themselves a step too late, for the two houses most deeply entwined with this bizarre case were alight with activity. These were the two lords, one advocating for the merits of the pink tarantula silk, persuading numerous nobles to follow suit, while the other financed the acquisition of such silk. When White approached to inquire, he found the families in mourning, crying out that the men had just perished. They had been reveling together when they suddenly succumbed to death. White, initially skeptical, ventured inside and confirmed the grim reality. The heads remained intact, almost as if left for their inspection. A profound sense of helplessness washed over them. Their every move had been anticipated, their problems swiftly resolved by an unseen hand, plunging them into deep self-doubt. This sizable group, brimming with confidence, returned empty-handed to the church in disappointment. Meanwhile, atop the noble's residence, a shadow loomed, calmly observing the departing church contingent. Cloaked in a pure black mask, his face obscured. His hooded cape bore a unique design, the tip of the hood cascading down his back, suggesting that if lined, it could be quite pointed and tall. He was the emissary of the cult, dispatched to ascertain the status of the production of the pleasure elixir. A team from the Sparrow Hunters was supposed to deliver a fresh batch to the Rose while returning with a collection of heads, otherwise, production would falter. However, as time passed without their return, a second team was dispatched to ascertain the situation, only to discover that Rose was under siege, embroiled in a horrific battle. Yet the Sparrow Hunters, paralyzed by fear, neither retrieved the heads nor investigated the assailants, retreating in disarray. The leader of the Sparrow Hunters, one of those present at the meeting that day, duly reported this back. At this juncture, it was likely that the Sparrow Hunters' operation had been exposed. Too many hands had been involved, rendering secrecy futile. It was deemed more prudent to offer up the heads as a contribution to the cult's resurgence. As for the two noble scapegoats, they had been released solely to meet their demise. Severing ties with them would not disrupt the overarching plan. The production of pleasure elixirs would have to pause temporarily until they could ascertain who was troubling the Rose. Chapter 97. Ross from his lofty perch, he suddenly toppled backward. Yet nothing fell below. In the blink of an eye, a small bat flitted away, its eyes gleaming like two blood-red rubies. He was known by the codename Sun. Charles the Sun, a member of the vast vampire clan within the demon hierarchy, although he ranked as a lowly baron. His strength equated to that of a fourth-tier knight among humans, yet he generally outmatched his peers of similar standing. It remained a mystery how he infiltrated the cult, or why he chose such a name, perhaps as a mockery of the Holy Light Church. Nevertheless, his eradication of the Sparrow Hunters was a boon, at least liberating the common folk of the Dragon Fortress from a menace. Without digressing too far, he ensured the safety of the 5 civilians, those who had been rendered unconscious by Rupert. Upon regaining consciousness, they compelled the assassin to lead them out of the cave, displaying no mercy, refusing to release him. Upon confirming their exit, although these individuals had been lured to the Dragon Fortress by a lucrative offer, they remained astute in their dealings. They recognized the treachery at play. However, should their actions be exposed, none would escape the retribution of the Sparrow Hunters. Ultimately, they conspired to slay the assassin, becoming accomplices. And instead of returning to the Dragon Fortress, they vanished into the distance. The following day, the commotion from the church the previous night, combined with the catastrophic downfall of the Sparrow Hunter stronghold, birthed a plethora of rumors. Some claimed eternal strife within the Sparrow Hunters, with the church merely seeking to control the chaos. Others suggested that the Sparrow Hunters had succumbed to the worship of a dark deity, inadvertently prompting a grand battle upon discovery. Even more outlandish tales circulated, alleging that the Sparrow Hunters had abducted a female priest from the church, leading to unspeakable events, prompting a full-scale retaliation by the church. In any case, the narratives proliferated rapidly, leaving everyone bewildered, utterly confused about the unfolding events. But one fact remained clear: the Sparrow Hunters were no more. Rupert, upon hearing the news, was understandably perplexed. He had refrained from making his presence known, primarily due to the potential complications of attracting unwanted attention, as certain local gangs wielded considerable influence. He lingered near the church, engaging in conversation with a beggar seated in the shadows. Rupert generously offered the man a buttered bread roll, to which the beggar proposed a share of the prime location. However, they agreed that any gains, whether in the form of copper coins or hard bread, would belong solely to the beggar. Thus, Rupert retained only a temporary right to this territory, lacking any authority over the profits generated during this period. Rupert perceived himself as still youthful, not anticipating a life merely spent scraping by, and thus agreed to his elder brother's terms. Furthermore, with the generous sum of 3 additional copper coins, he invited his brother to regale him with tales of the church's recent intrigues or anecdotes from his days of begging at its doors. His brother mused, could there be such a fortunate arrangement? Even without the payment, I would have engaged you in conversation, but now, unexpectedly, I stand to gain. My brother may lack certain skills, yet his repertoire of stories is boundless. Thus, he commenced with the reasons for begging near the church, delving into the psychological undercurrents of the congregation and the profound satisfaction derived from acts of charity, articulating these insights with remarkable clarity. It was evident that he was sincerely imparting knowledge, should Rupert be willing to learn. Even a mere 30% comprehension of these principles would suffice to navigate the world of begging. Moreover, amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, his brother effortlessly recalled names, preferences, and scandals, weaving tales that left Rupert drenched in perspiration. At this juncture, Rupert contemplated departing, while his brother, eager for conversation, would gladly have offered him money to prolong their discourse, his insatiable desire to share stories apparent. Even more astonishing was the fact that his brother possessed first-hand accounts of the events that transpired in the church the previous night, available for a modest price of 5 copper coins for the latest update. Following a clandestine exchange, Rupert gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the incident, unabridged. Although his brother was unaware of some particulars, Rupert managed to piece together the narrative using insider knowledge. Had Deacon Ross escaped suspicion? The adversary was already informed and had anticipated the church's maneuvers, always remaining one step ahead. In essence, it was akin to a lizard shedding its tail. Yet, according to the nefarious web spun by the enemy, starting with the propagation of the pink tarantula's worth, followed by bounties, and orchestrating personnel for self-sacrifice, the returns were undeniably directed towards sinister ends. Within this cyclical system, having an individual from the church to mitigate the situation was indeed essential, serving as a protective shield. Without such a figure, they would not dare to act with such audacity. At that moment, his brother pointed towards a somewhat balding, portly gentleman ahead, declaring him to be Deacon Ross, a warm-hearted individual who often brought treats for his brother. Rupert had heard of Ross multiple times before, but this was their first meeting. Ross appeared to be quite amiable, always smiling at everyone he encountered. Is that truly you? Surely one cannot simply eliminate another without certainty. It would be reckless to act without confirming his identity. What if you were not the one? That would be rather unfortunate, not to mention quite unethical. Regardless, Rupert disregarded his brother's pleas and departed, resolved to gauge the situation. Upon exiting the church, Ross felt an unexpected lightness. Since the previous night, when Benjamin had instigated trouble, his heart had been in turmoil, never settling. Fortunately, the organization had acted swiftly to mitigate the danger, sparing him from exposure. With all witnesses eliminated, there was no one left to implicate him. Although Benjamin and his associates surely harbored suspicions, judging by their scrutinizing gazes, Ross had remained within their sight throughout, thus providing himself a semblance of alibi, proving that the events that transpired had nothing to do with him. Now, with all leads having gone cold, he allowed himself a moment of reprieve. For indeed, he was a fallen priest, not by choice but rather a pawn of the dark church. Was it so wrong for a boy of 14 or 15 to be attracted to girls of his own age? Yet, as he matured, his affections remained steadfast and unaltered. However, such innocent inclinations had drawn the attention of a cultist, a man who referred to himself as the son exceptionally handsome yet cunning and malicious. The son had found a girl who perfectly ensnared his heart, a mere girl of tender years. Truth be told, Ross was aware of his own appeal and charm, which could easily be validated by a simple healing spell, but she was merely an ordinary girl. As their encounters increased, she began introducing intoxicating incense that revitalized him like a long-forgotten tree in springtime. It was only after he became accustomed to it that he realized the substance's true nature. It was a drug of euphoria. By then, it was too late. He found himself ensnared, unable to turn back, his mind clouded, rendering him incapable of wielding his divine powers. In his convoluted thoughts, Ross remained oblivious to the figure drawing near, a person whose cloak seemed to conceal serpentine movements beneath its folds. Chapter 98. The performance. Reluctantly, Ross stepped outside, feeling the necessity to convey that he had not yet been compromised, lest they mistakenly eliminate the wrong individual. The son was a ruthless entity, though decisive in safeguarding others. His recent companions had been swiftly dealt with, leaving Ross in a constant state of unease. For their kind, identities were closely guarded secrets, particularly his own, known to few. However, his role was unique. He served as a protector, guiding and overseeing the cleanup. After several encounters, he had gleaned enough to make educated guesses about the identities of others. Now, he needed to inform his superiors that he remained undisclosed while also alerting them to the involvement of higher church officials to prevent any misjudgments from the cult. Should conflict arise, it would spell disaster. Having served as a priest for decades, he had grown accustomed to dwelling in the light, even if his current circumstances were grim. Ross intended to visit several impoverished families he frequently assisted, using the opportunity to relay crucial information. However, as he traversed a dilapidated alley, He was suddenly seized from behind and dragged into the shadows. His captor possessed immense strength, leaving him powerless to resist, and within moments, they arrived at a dimly lit, decrepit room. Inside, the atmosphere was oppressive, and the figure before him was shrouded in a filthy black cloak, their face obscured by shadow, though their outline was discernible. Ross was unceremoniously thrown onto the damp floor without much restraint, suggesting that his captor did not intend to kill him. The cloaked figure remained silent, while Ross gathered himself. Brushing off his robe, he glanced toward a nearby area where another person lay, their legs visible at the threshold, caked in mud and stained with blood. Ross surmised that this individual was the former occupant of the room, now a victim of the cult's brutality, though he had never encountered this person before. Exercising caution, Ross ventured to inquire, "Who are you to dare abduct an officer of the Church of Light? You commit murder without fear of retribution from the church?" The cloaked figure did not respond, merely regarding him, inducing a sense of panic in Ross. His body betrayed him as sweat dripped down his back, his limbs chilled, and his heart raced. Following an agonizing silence, the figure finally spoke, their voice low and depressive. "The higher-ups are dissatisfied." Panic gripped Ross. Yet he feigned composure. "What do you mean?" His question went unanswered, and then he beheld a sight that shattered his resolve. Two serpentine tails emerged from beneath the cloak, swaying gracefully yet menacingly in the air. Simultaneously, additional tails slithered out from the figure's sleeves, their outlines evident despite the dim light. As a seasoned priest of 30 years, Ross recognized these were not real serpents but rather manifestations of something far more sinister. Having glimpsed the sun's true form, which defied human appearance, he suspected it to be a demonic entity, though he could not ascertain its specific lineage. It became clear why the cult harbored no aversion to colluding with the grotesque. They had long since merged with the aberrant, much like the Rose, who might also be absorbed should their alliance prove fruitful. Ross's soul quaked with dread, nearing the brink of collapse as he discerned the identity of his captor, an evident high-ranking member of the cult. Yet his legs felt unresponsive. As disbelief settled in, he was within mere meters of a monstrous being that had earlier embraced him. In this moment of utter vulnerability, a tendril reached out, adjusting his disheveled collar with gentle precision and patting his shoulder in a strangely comforting manner. What was this overwhelming sense of dread? Then, a soft clap resonated, presumably from the cloaked figure, approving the tendril's actions, which promptly retreated as if nothing had transpired. The voice returned, echoing ominously, "The situation is not as you have portrayed. You should have promptly reported the church's circumstances. Our losses this time are too substantial." Ross, in utter submission, knelt down, tears streaming. "This is truly not my fault." The higher-ups arrived unexpectedly and went straight for Lord Rose, without any prior notice. "I only learned of this last night. I have come forth now to inform the cult. There are no leads from the church, and for the time being, we are safe." The cloaked figure, of course, was Rupert, whose theatricality was all in pursuit of discerning Ross's true identity. He had indeed succeeded in prompting the revelation. However, further inquiries into specific details were now fraught with difficulty. One cannot simply inquire about the whereabouts of their stronghold. After all, it is best to send him off directly and allow the brain flower to take a look. The longer we delay, the more I fear the night will stretch and bring forth numerous dreams. Thus, the tendrils surged forth in a frenzied rush, swiftly ensnaring Ross and tightening their grip. Ross's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, this was characteristic of the secretive cult. Any potential risk was severed without hesitation. He had refrained from mentioning the suspicions harbored against him within the church for the sake of self-preservation, yet the cult exhibited remarkable caution. However, just before his demise, he beheld a peculiar and oddly shaped mass of brain flower. As soon as the brain flower emerged, it hurriedly established a connection, anxious not to miss any critical information. The volume of data in those final moments was immense. Rupert furrowed his brow as he examined Ross's final moments, doubting whether he had traversed to another realm, seemingly arriving at the enigmatic D drive, likely within a directory containing entries akin to young girl. Was it not rather monotonous, possessing merely a solitary passion? Moreover, it occupied a staggering 90% of Ross's storage capacity. How curious. Then he beheld the visage of an extraordinarily handsome man. With striking crimson eyes and an exceptionally sharp chin, one might wonder how he avoided self-injury during urination. Ross referred to him as the Son, harboring a palpable dread towards him, as if this individual were the very one who had dragged Ross into the depths, belonging to the dark church, now known as the occult. Rupert also witnessed the terrifying underground workshop for human head alchemy, with a colossal crucible emanating billowing steam, and a gathering of individuals in conference. Yet, the location of this underground facility remained elusive. Ross had no recollection of it, as if it had been shrouded in darkness until it was transported away, only to be unveiled later. Such caution exhibited by these individuals was truly remarkable. Rupert carefully stored Ross's lifeless body in a spare spatial ring, then hurried into a nearby small room, discovering an unconscious individual on the floor alongside a bloodletted chicken. He left behind 3 silver coins and departed gracefully. All were actors. Despite their lack of lines, one must not shortchange their wages. Chapter 99. Still unhappy Butler Ross had vanished, instilling considerable fear in both factions. On the side of the Holy Light Church, Benjamin furiously slapped his own face, realizing his suspicions had been correct. Something was amiss with Ross. However, After last night's vigilant watch, he discerned that matters were not as he had initially surmised. The following day, now more relaxed, Ross indeed sensed the suspicion surrounding him and decisively defected. He promptly reported this intelligence to Father Daniel, who was anxious about his own standing in this precarious position. Unaware of the underlying machinations, targeted actions, and the presence of dark church agents among his subordinates, he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Yet, the occult faction was equally distressed. Son Charles learned of the news, and his immediate reaction was to assume that the church had caught wind of Ross's betrayal. To mitigate any adverse effects, they would execute him, but could not publicly disclose such a course of action. They would claim he was merely missing. However, it remained uncertain just how much of the occult secrets Ross had divulged. Fortunately, the chaotic outer circles had been tidied up, and thus, the situation appeared manageable. The alchemical workshop of Delight had not been compromised, and if matters grew dire, the only recourse would be to gather their belongings and temporarily retreat. The current arrangements had become utterly disarrayed, leaving no room for salvage. At this juncture, Rupert, cloaked in a mantle, meandered through the city. This was the very spot where Ross had dismounted, yet they were now adjacent to the church. Having traversed such a distance by carriage, who could fathom where the original location lay? Rupert had been searching diligently throughout the day, contemplating how to retrace his steps, yet Ross's memories were inherently fragmented. And he was unfamiliar with this place, rendering the task exceedingly challenging for him. Should his efforts prove futile, he could only resign himself to leaving a message for the church priest. After all, it was their duty. And it would be unreasonable to expect a mere outsider like him to shoulder the entire burden. Let them conduct a broader search. With this realization, Rupert felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders, and in a matter of moments, he returned to the territory of the beggar leader, intending to take a respite. His sudden appearance startled the leader, who initially thought Rupert was there to claim his territory. However, upon recognizing the generous acquaintance, the leader's demeanor shifted to one of joy. Noticing Rupert's discontent, he began to console him. In this life, aside from birth and death, there is truly little of great consequence. You, at such a tender age, clearly do not come from impoverished origins. The troubles you face are likely just matters of the heart, are they not? What significance do they hold? Life can be fleeting. Just yesterday we were conversing with Deacon Ross, and now he has vanished without a trace. Who shall we turn to for answers? Rupert, indeed, such a remarkable individual. Gone without a trace. Do you have any captivating tales regarding Lord Ross? Pray, share them with me. With that, he promptly offered 3 copper coins along with a piece of sausage. The beggar's eyes lit up, eagerly accepting the gift, as if celebrating the harvest festival in advance. He cleared a patch of ground for Rupert to sit and listen attentively. The beggar leaned in with an air of mystery. Beginning the typical secret-sharing ritual, this is something I shall only confide in you. You mustn't speak of it to anyone else. Without waiting for Rupert's response, he hastily divulged his secret, fearing Rupert might flee as he did the previous day, which had nearly caused him internal distress. After a moment of composure, he tugged at Rupert's robe, whispering conspiratorially, Lord Ross has a hidden passion, one that he conceals adeptly. No one else knows. But I have witnessed him embracing a young lady and even sharing tender kisses. He concluded with a self-satisfied expression, eagerly awaiting Rupert's follow-up questions. However, noticing Rupert's apparent lack of interest, he awkwardly scratched his head, realizing his approach had failed. It seemed this young man was not easily swayed. He resignedly contemplated other matters. It is truly enigmatic that Rupert could harbor any interest, having already witnessed the unedited segments. How could he possibly be captivated by the initial drawn-out scenes? The beggar, sensing the silent derision of the audience, felt a twinge of pressure. Suddenly, an extraordinary thought struck him. A revelation so astonishing that he straightened in his seat. Let me tell you, it is quite possible that Deacon Ross is a fool. Rupert shrugged and raised his hands, vividly conveying his indifference. Shock tactics held no sway with him. It was either straightforward discourse or nothing at all. Yet, once more, the elder leaned closer to Rupert, confiding. I must tell you, Lord Ross may possess a private estate behind the church. I have witnessed him emerge from the back entrance. However, the way that old fool circled around and then alighted nearby truly resembled the antics of a simpleton. Rupert directly produced a gleaming silver coin, waving it before him. The beggar, swift as lightning, snatched it back, rubbing it on his tattered garment before hastily pocketing it. I told you, he insisted. The steward Ross must be involved in something. Although he was cloaked in a full cape, I would certainly recognize him once he removed his hat after disembarking. Moreover, the carriage that transported him had indeed been seen at that estate. I distinctly observed a white patch on the horse's right hind hoof. Rupert found such individuals truly terrifying. Perhaps the lofty figures of society have never taken notice of someone like his elder brother, dismissing them as mere stray cats or dogs, even as insignificant as dust. Yet, no matter how meticulously plans are devised, they can be discerned clearly by such seemingly inconsequential characters. In truth, the bartender from the tavern also symbolizes this very group of people, whose strength is indeed formidable. Rupert, I find it hard to believe your claims unless you take me there. The con-man instantly sprang to his feet. I cannot tolerate being doubted. So let me show you the truth. That very night, Rupert had identified a perfect vantage point. Nestled within the attic of a quaint 2-story building adjacent to the target estate, In truth, he had arrived as dusk began to settle, only to discover that the problematic manor was eerily desolate, with only a handful of servants tending to its daily operations, revealing no signs of irregularity. According to Ross's recollections, those individuals would be ensnared and guided straight to the carriage, with their disembarkation point being different, often near the church. However, it appeared that the alchemical workshop might possess alternative exits. After waiting through the night, Rupert's patience waned. Perhaps he was ill-suited for this endeavor. He decided to leave it to the church, having already come this far, which was commendable in itself. The following morning, within the church hall, the increasingly restless Father Daniel prepared to conduct the morning service, standing solemnly at the pulpit. He had just opened a tome of ecclesiastical scripture when a note suddenly appeared. Ross is a secret disciple of the cult, now executed. Confirmed that there exists an underground pleasure alchemical workshop within the city, with initial suspicions pointing to the Misha estate in the northwest of the church, likely featuring multiple exits. Due to time constraints, personal intervention is unfeasible. Attend to it yourself. Notably, the conclusion bore an unhappy sketch. Simultaneously, Rupert, enjoying breakfast at a nearby restaurant, suddenly received a message. Conman Wonham? Chapter 100, Unfinished Business. Rupert stuffed a fried egg into his mouth, which is quite amusing. Is it considered deceiving to write a note to mislead someone? As long as it is in written form, does it count as deception if it can mislead others? His first instinct was to compose the church's scriptures, followed by a torrent of nonsensical ramblings. It seems that as long as someone reads it, it could be deemed a form of deception. Perhaps belief is a requisite, yet this does present an intriguing perspective worthy of contemplation. Rupert appeared quite at ease, while Father Daniel was engulfed in trepidation. The note before him was unmistakably the handiwork of that formidable figure. Its presence at the pulpit rather than the bell tower's loft conveyed a distinct message, clearly insinuating that he ought to refrain from inspecting the loft, as it lay directly before him. Moreover, it was evident that this powerful individual acted with unyielding decisiveness. Even when a member of the clergy was found to have committed grave errors, investigations and judgments were typically conducted through the ecclesiastical court. Yet, this individual opted to eliminate the problem outright, and even with the knowledge of it, Daniel dared not report the matter upwards, as doing so would only invite trouble upon himself. His own issues remained unresolved. As for the formidable figure, having taken action, he was hardly apprehensive about any complaints reaching higher authorities. The sole piece of good news was that the powerful figure had numerous matters to attend to, leaving the task of clearing the area to Daniel. This implied that for the time being, this incident would be overlooked without further scrutiny. Otherwise, given the figure's character, Daniel could well have faced the loss of his position. Nevertheless, his future conduct would be closely monitored. Convinced that he had unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Daniel carefully stored away the note and promptly set about organizing his tasks. Despite the figure's modesty in expressing mere suspicion, his status left little doubt about the outcome. Previously, when the commotion had been significant, nothing had come of it. Now, the agents of the Dark Church had dared to operate right beneath his nose, a thought that filled him with dread. Thus, the scheduled worship activities were abandoned in favor of immediate action. With the situation so proximate, he gathered his forces, personally leading them towards the nearby Mesa Manor. This constituted a full-scale mobilization, executed without any forewarning, as he issued orders to encircle the vicinity of the manor. Benjamin and White, caught among the throng, were left bewildered. Father Daniel, exhibiting extraordinary valor, bypassed any formal announcements, forcefully breaching the main entrance. The servants within were left aghast, entirely unaware of the unfolding events, except for one elderly butler of British descent, whose expression shifted dramatically as he hastily pulled a rope, attempting to flee. However, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and amidst agonized cries, he released a torrent of sanguine energy. Daniel's mind settled in clarity. The powerful figure had indeed been correct. This was the place. That earlier strike had been his own doing. A fourth-tier healing spell was sufficient to discern those tainted by dark energy. Moreover, this sanguine energy was no ordinary corruption. It was a second-tier blood servant of the vampiric lineage among demons. While not on par with the third-tier direct descendants, they were formidable enough to rival knights. A notion that was undeniably terrifying. At this moment, the bewildered troops recognized the butler's distress and immediately understood that they had work to do. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for glory. With a sweeping gesture, Daniel commanded, "There must be an alchemical workshop underground. Dig 3 feet into the earth to uncover it. Should anyone resist, eliminate them on the spot, instill fear in those vermin. After a few days of relaxation, they dare to provoke us. The renown of our Church of the Radiant Light is not something to be earned through mere recitation of scripture. Strike." It was no wonder that Daniel was incensed. The affront was egregious, as the location was alarmingly close to the church, merely a street apart. He surmised that if the underground extended even slightly further, they might well unearth it beneath his very bed. It truly seemed as if the Church of Radiant Light and the Dark Church were one family. They occupied the surface while their adversaries lurked beneath, a tableau too unsettling to contemplate. Rupert, with a crusty loaf of bread in his mouth, stood at a distance, observing the commotion alongside a multitude of others, not particularly conspicuous. This area, being one of the most pivotal zones, attracted many who came to worship in the morning. How could one resist the allure of such a thrilling spectacle? Just then, from a nearby building amidst the crowd, a small bat suddenly emerged, fluttering unsteadily into the distance. Seemingly ill-suited to the brightness of day, a faint wisp of white smoke trailed from its form, and its ruby-red eyes cast a glance in this direction. Daylight? A bat? Rupert swiftly turned around, realizing that the creature had already vanished into the distance. Surely, something was amiss. He recalled the sun from Ross's memories. With its pointed chin and crimson eyes, what an uncanny coincidence. Yet, he felt powerless against such an adversary. If the enemy were merely bizarre, he possessed the complete ability to counteract them with his healing arts, capable of inflicting devastating damage. However, should the foe be a demon of sorts, capable of flight, he would find himself utterly helpless. Moreover, if he were to reveal those tendrils and cerebral blooms without vanquishing the enemy, he would find himself in a most troublesome predicament. At that moment, exuberant cheers erupted from within the manor, indicating the discovery of an underground alchemical workshop. Yet, Rupert's interest waned, while it was not his responsibility. The bat clearly posed a significant threat, perhaps even the mastermind behind it all. The fact that it had managed to escape left him quite displeased. Who would have imagined that such an exit lay so far away? It likely was a passage suitable only for small bats. And he certainly did not anticipate that the enemy belonged to the vampire lineage. Having confirmed that matters here had reached a temporary conclusion, he resolved to depart. Though he did not lack for distractions, he was in dire need of acquiring his next skill, which would enable him to ascend to the 4th tier of power, a level of strength deemed barely adequate for traversing the world. However, before he left, there remained one task to accomplish. He returned to the tavern where he had previously purchased dwarven ale, the establishment run by the remarkably skilled innkeeper. His sudden appearance evidently startled the innkeeper, who likely recognized this monk and found the news he had received to be inconsistent. Perhaps he had thought the monk had already departed. Yet, the innkeeper, a person of considerable depth, greeted him with a warm smile, accustomed to welcoming and bidding farewell. Having witnessed many a storm, Rupert wasted no time, producing a gold coin and instructing someone to convey a message to the slug, stating that it was nearly certain Uncle Peter had passed away and that there was no longer a need to wait. Upon hearing this, the bartender was taken aback. The reasoning presented differed from what the monk had initially conveyed, yet it was evidently the accurate version. He solemnly accepted this commission. Rupert elegantly packed an entire barrel of dwarven ale before departing to seek out the peculiarities of other cities. Once he left, among the patrons imbibing nearby, a dwarf raised his glass to the bartender, exclaiming, "This little fellow is quite remarkable. I hold him in high regard. He embodies the dwarven commitment, regardless of the cost." The bartender, rolling his eyes, retorted, "If you didn't consistently take advantage of the excuse of transporting ale to guzzle down half a barrel each time, I might almost believe your words." Laughter erupted from several companions nearby, who heartily patted the dwarf on the shoulder, the sound echoing boisterously. The dwarf's face, perpetually flushed, whether from the drink or the forge, rendered his shyness somewhat inconspicuous. "Is that so? Then I, Fame and Oak, swear by my proud surname that even when I am not drinking, I remain steadfast in my commitments." The laughter continued to resonate. Chapter 101. Preparations for the heist. Rupert departed from the Dragon Fortress, undoubtedly steering clear of the Orc territories, instead heading south towards the more prosperous lands of the Landon Empire, where his potential could truly flourish amidst the abundance of deception and intrigue. Though his departure seemed hasty, it subtly altered the attitudes and lives of many, including the boastful beggar. He felt compelled to seek a new locale, sensing an unsettling aura around the church. It was as if his tongue had been cursed. For every mention he made seemed to conjure misfortune. The mention of Deacon Ross led to his abrupt disappearance. And even a casual reference to the Misha Manor stirred significant trouble, rumored to harbor a man-eating lair, truly terrifying. Yet, the little brother who so enjoyed stories had vanished without a trace. Rupert had perceived a certain charm in that young lad, having observed countless individuals. He could discern that the boy did not hold him in disdain, engaging him in light-hearted banter with a sense of equality. His demeanor exuded a nobility surpassing that of the aristocracy. Would he return to seek Rupert out again? Rupert had been journeying from Dragon Fortress for 5 days now. Aside from encountering a small merchant caravan of around 20 individuals, with whom he traveled for 2 days and earned a modest profit of 919 illusion points, he had not made significant progress. It was evident that he was beginning to feel a tinge of boredom. He was likely the type who thrived in lively environments. The lack of any incidents during his travels seemed to leave him wanting for excitement. One could say he was rather peculiar in that regard. On this day, as Rupert ambled along the road in a leisurely manner, he contemplated that if his journey continued in such a monotonous fashion, he might as well travel by tentacles at night and seek rest during the day. After all, he could still encounter passers-by during the daylight hours. And using tentacles felt somewhat abstract. It would be much more manageable under the cover of darkness. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice called out to him. "Is that you? The stick monk?" Rupert turned around and discovered 2 familiar faces emerging from behind the gentle slope by the roadside. They were none other than the Enzo brothers. He then removed his hood. "See, I knew it was the stick monk brothers. Their figures are quite similar, and as they drew near, the unmistakable aura confirmed it." "Indeed. You are absolutely right," came the reply. At that moment, one of the werewolves waved at Rupert, beckoning him over while lowering his voice. "Stick monk brothers, come here quickly." Rupert was quite delighted to encounter an acquaintance. However, he was perplexed by the duo squatting there in silence. As he approached, he was unexpectedly restrained by the two, compelling him to crouch down as well. To his astonishment, he discovered that beyond the gentle slope, there were not merely these two individuals, but at least 20 or 30 others, all similarly huddled together. Although many obscured their faces, those that were visible were unmistakably werewolves. Furthermore, the expressions of these beings were anything but amiable, with the majority baring their teeth in a menacing manner. Rupert was taken aback, wondering if this was an attempt at robbery. Meanwhile, Enzo and Inyo remained blissfully unaware of the shifting atmosphere, continuing to express their warmth. "Brother Monk, weren't you supposed to have left as well? Why has it taken you several days to arrive here?" Rupert's performance was commendable. Wasn't he just heading in the wrong direction a couple of days ago? Now he has turned back, taking this route. Yet, are we truly queuing for the restroom here? A little deception is acceptable among the surrounding orcs. Those who previously bared their teeth at him have now joined in the mockery. However, brothers Enzo and Inyo remain unfazed by such jests, believing that this is how acquaintances should interact. They chuckled, playfully patting Rupert on the shoulder. Indeed, it bears some resemblance. "Brother Staff Monk, we are about to embark on a significant endeavor. Your skills would be invaluable in assisting us. You are taking too long. Allow me to take charge." Given Brother Staff Monk's integrity, he will certainly lend a hand. "Brother Staff Monk, we intend to ambush a caravan of humans. Will you join us in this venture?" "Rupert, are you truly listening to what you were saying? This is only our second meeting, and you wish to lead me down the path of crime? What sort of judgment do you cast upon my character? Other orcs? We presumed you two were merely eccentric, yet you are truly deranged. Inviting a human to rob a human caravan? It is remarkable that such an idea even crossed your minds." Brothers Enzo and Inyo, not lacking in intelligence, recognized Rupert's astonished expression and understood their previous explanation had faltered. They promptly began to clarify. "Fear not, Brother Monk. We assure you there shall be no wanton slaughter of innocents. The caravan in question is merely a mercenary group masquerading as traders, who have come into our orc territory under the guise of exchanging goods. They have brutally slaughtered the wolf and fox clans, pillaging 2 villages and abducting numerous villagers to sell them into slavery in human cities. Some concerned members from nearby villages banded together, tracking the mercenaries here in hopes of rescuing their captured kin, fortuitously crossing paths with us. As fellow orcs, it is only natural that we lend our assistance. However, the strength of the mercenary group should not be underestimated. Otherwise, our kin would not have pursued them so far. Thus, we hope you might lend us your aid, and we would consider it a favor owed to you by us." Rupert had come to understand that he could not condone such matters. The enslavement of one intelligent race by another was, in any context, utterly unacceptable, especially when executed through the massacre of entire villages. Moreover, the words of the werewolf brethren had directly triggered his keyword system related to the foxfolk. Having spent a considerable time in this world, he was finally on the verge of encountering the endearing fox spirit. The prospect filled him with a slight thrill, though his intentions were not peculiar. He merely wished to behold one with his own eyes. His previous visit to the elven territory had yielded no such encounter, which he regarded as a testament to his unwavering resolve. "As a native human of the land and empire, I find it intolerable to enslave another race and coerce them into actions against their will. Even in the face of adversarial races, battles may arise for various reasons. Yet such conflicts should be marked by fervor and the honorable defeat of one's enemies. Thus, regardless of our differing races, should we meet upon the battlefield, we ought not to engage in despicable acts." However, what was amiss? The words articulated seemed to stem from the very character of the orcs, imbued with fervent spirit. Yet only half of the gathered individuals appeared to believe him. Those werewolves nodded in agreement. Wait a moment. Those hooded figures shrouding their faces could very well belong to the foxfolk. This race was indeed quite unique among the orcs, recognized for their high intelligence and often assuming roles such as strategists or priests. Unlike the orcs, they advocated not for reckless combat, but for the emphasis on strategy. It was entirely plausible, especially considering that the foxfolk had also suffered losses in the massacre, making their pursuit entirely justifiable. At that moment, a soft feminine voice interjected. However, when one surveys the annals of human warfare, instances of completely honorable victories over enemies are exceedingly rare. They are invariably steeped in intrigue and treachery. How shall we reconcile this? Chapter 102. The Stubborn Donkey. Rupert inwardly scoffed. He naturally subscribed to the principles of deception in warfare, as evidenced by his conduct in battle. There is no such thing as absolute fairness. Victory is achieved through any means necessary. However, this does not excuse the overwhelming numbers on your side, nor the evident hostility directed at him. A few flattering words to ease the tension could yield some benefits as well. If he were to rephrase his stance, he might assert that war, in the human understanding, has always represented the ultimate expression of strength and wisdom, both of which are indispensable. Yet the actions of these mercenaries do not constitute warfare. Rather, they prioritize personal gain over national interests. Currently, the land and empire and the orc tribe are not in a state of war, and these individuals are undoubtedly undermining the friendship and mutual benefits between the two parties. I cannot remain passive. I shall join everyone in taking decisive action to uphold the hard-won peace and contribute my due share. Finally, these words seemed to have captivated them. Most of what he said rang true. However, whether action would follow depended on the veracity of the orcs' claims, as the authenticity of their prior justifications remained questionable. Moreover, in broad daylight, there were no conditions under which he could unleash his full power, should tentacles and brain matter emerge. It would be anyone's guess as to whom these individuals would target first, given the general aversion to the bizarre. At that moment, a soft feminine voice interjected. Indeed. I stand corrected. I extend my gratitude to this esteemed monk, and I hope your actions can mirror your eloquence. Rupert pondered to himself. The individual neither removed their hood nor revealed their name, clearly harboring a significant degree of hostility. Meanwhile, the two white werewolves, Enzo and Inyo, were enthusiastically giving Rupert a thumbs up, commending his eloquence. Although they did not fully comprehend his words, did this not further affirm the quality of his speech? At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the distance, silencing everyone and plunging them into a state of readiness for battle. A reasonably large contingent approached along the main road, with a convoy comprised entirely of Thunder Terrain dragons, totaling over a dozen vehicles. The number of guards exceeded 50, far surpassing the count of the orc contingent. Rupert was somewhat taken aback. Was this truly necessary? While the average strength of the mercenaries across the way may not compare to that of the orcs, their numbers were indeed substantial. Should a battle ensue, it would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory, and he was uncertain if he wished to involve himself in such a precarious situation. As anticipated, the woman who had spoken earlier gestured downward, signaling her team to refrain from initiating an attack, likely because the enemy's strength had surpassed their expectations. Rupert meticulously scrutinized the procession, noting that approximately 8 vehicles were laden with cages, that they were draped in tarpaulins, obscuring the specifics within. The remaining vehicles appeared to be filled primarily with supplies, with a smaller portion containing goods. If the orcs had not been deceitful, it was highly probable that these goods were pilfered from their village, such as pelts, crystal cores, and medicinal herbs. At that moment, a white werewolf, whether Enzo or Inyo, approached Rupert and whispered, "The numbers seem a bit off. These individuals employed some trickery to shed us for a distance, failing to keep pace." After passing Dragonfly Fortress, this group had arranged for additional reinforcements, now nearly 20 more than before. It was surmised that previous skirmishes, while resulting in the demise of a few adversaries, had heightened their vigilance, necessitating a cessation of hostilities. The orcs, now retreating to a greater distance, watched helplessly as the enemy's caravan passed, their eyes ablaze with fury, nostrils flaring, stirring up dust from the ground. Once the enemy vanished from sight, the orcs erupted into fervent discussion, their voices raised in heated debate despite their inaction. Meanwhile, the woman who had been concealing her face finally revealed herself. Indeed, she was a foxwoman, strikingly reminiscent of a human. Her eyes, a captivating shade of fiery red, were not particularly large, yet when narrowed, they exuded an alluring charm, making one feel as though she were smiling directly at them. However, her nose bore a more pronounced contour than that of a human, sharp and slightly upturned, with 3 delicate lines extending from each cheek, which did not detract from her beauty. The most distinguishing feature from humans was her pair of pointed ears, and it was likely she possessed a fluffy crimson tail as well. Her name was Lena, belonging to the Firefox clan, and she was visibly agitated by the raucous arguments among her kin and the werewolves, her red hair starting to bristle. The others were eager to charge forth and engage the enemy, but Lena opposed this, deeming it a reckless squandering of her clan's lives. In her fervor, she revealed 4 tiny canine teeth, resembling someone poised to bite, which was quite comical, a stark contrast to her earlier assertiveness when questioning Rupert. She appeared to possess considerable strength, being at the 3rd tier, yet her youth rendered many reluctant to heed her counsel. Rupert would not participate in their discussions. Yet he was eager to learn more about the various races, observing their debates was quite fascinating. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. They would follow the preceding group and, when they set up camp that evening, launch a full-scale assault. It was imperative to act, as they had ventured too far into human territory. Further delays might allow the enemy to replenish their ranks. However, surrendering without a fight felt unsatisfactory. They had to make an attempt, regardless of the outcome. After devising their plan, Enzo and his brother Inyo returned to Rupert, but this time their intention was not to enlist his aid, but rather to persuade him to leave. The situation had surpassed their initial expectations. Their original plan posed minimal risk to life, merely seeking assistance from friends. Now, it was evident that they were preparing for a desperate battle. As orcs, this resolve was understandable, but urging their human brethren to sacrifice themselves was truly unjust. Rupert recognized the commendable character of the 2 men. Otherwise, he would not have lingered here for so long, having already sought an opportunity to slip away. However, their current performance truly earned his respect, and he genuinely wished to assist them. Thus, he readily expressed his willingness to stay and lend his support this time. This gesture deeply moved the 2 men, as the concepts of assistance and earnest effort are vastly different. They both vowed to remember this kindness. The orcs, united in their resolve, prepared to set off, each harboring a determination to face death. To their surprise, they discovered that the human had not departed but had returned alongside the brothers, which led to a begrudging acknowledgement of his presence. At least he was not a coward. Lena cast a fleeting glance at Rupert, and that was all. At this juncture, the mercenary camp had already established itself on a large, flat area not far from a small river. The Thunder Dragon had been released from its restraints to graze and drink, while the large carts formed a protective barrier, shielding them from most minor troubles. In the center of the clearing, several individuals gathered around a bonfire, roasting meat and engaging in lively conversations, each enjoying a generous cup of ale. Due to their mission, they could not indulge excessively, but one cup was permissible. The atmosphere was vibrant and filled with laughter. Chapter 103, A Band of Scoundrels in this assembly of robust men. The topics of conversation naturally veered towards the crude and lascivious, their laughter echoing with a distinct lewdness. Meanwhile, the caged orcs nearby were subjected to various treatments. For the younger foxfolk, a few hard pieces of bread and a large bowl of water were offered, as they were deemed somewhat valuable and should not be starved. The curtains could be drawn back to behold the furious expressions of the younglings. For the stronger foxfolk and werewolves, their fate was to be transported to the arena. Occasionally, some humans with diverse interests would purchase them for secret enjoyment. But they were certainly not as valuable as the younglings. They were also more difficult to tame, merely providing water sufficed, as hunger rendered them more docile. And the curtains were generally not drawn back, for the hostile glare surrounding them indeed affected their appetite and sleep. At this moment, the rescue party of orcs was drawing closer, and these orcs were particularly formidable at night, well adapted to their environment. Their eyes gleamed with varying colors. Enzo and Yoon were blue, while the other werewolves predominantly exhibited green, and the Fire Fox clan displayed red. Rupert surveyed his surroundings, momentarily mistaking the scene for a nightclub, awash in vibrant hues. Subsequently, the orcs dispersed in groups, each assigned distinct objectives. Rupert was paired with Enzo and Yoon to launch a surprise attack on the prisoner wagon, commencing their operation by targeting those guarding the Thunder Dragon. Inside the camp, a relatively young human mercenary, slightly inebriated, approached the cage containing the foxfolk children and knocked over their water, eliciting startled cries from within. There were at least a dozen young foxfolk, both male and female, all cherubic and favored by many noble ladies. The mercenaries' action startled them, causing them to huddle together in a corner, whimpering softly, too frightened to cry out loudly. Yet, their tearful expressions only fueled the mercenary's malice, prompting him to reach into the cage, further terrifying the children. The surrounding mercenaries, witnessing this scene, laughed with unchecked abandon. Nearby, a covered cage containing 10 robust werewolf warriors, though concealed by a curtain, vibrated with the sound of the children's cries. Knowing their kin were being tormented and unable to see outside, they shook the iron bars in desperation, roaring, "You demons, come for us instead. Why torment these innocent children who understand nothing?" The mercenary, intrigued, responded, "Oh, is that what you wish?" He then yanked the curtain aside to reveal the 10 strong werewolves, cramped and unable to stand or sit comfortably, their hands bound above them, having been subjected to this torment throughout their journey. Among them, one werewolf, the most formidable, glared at the mercenary with glowing green eyes, his body marked with scars from swords and whips, indicating a history of relentless beatings. The mercenary seized a whip and began to lash out, striking the werewolf through the gaps in the cage, clearly experienced in such cruelty. The surrounding mercenaries cheered, as if this were the evening's entertainment. Though the other werewolves seethed with rage, they were powerless to act. The young foxfolk in the adjacent cage began to weep, with the more sensible ones covering the mouths of the smaller children, aware that vocalizing their distress might lead to further cruelty, potentially inciting their tormentors to escalate their violence. Feeling emboldened, the mercenary's eyes glinted red as he turned to use the whip on the cage of children. However, at that moment, a burly man with a shaved head kicked him to the ground, sending him rolling 3 times before he came to a halt. "Jesse," he snarled, "I know your brother was killed in the werewolf ambush, and while your anger is understandable, taking it out on these children is not the way. Each of these little foxes is worth far more than you realize. Do not push your luck. If you harm them, you won't be able to compensate for the damage." A well-meaning member of the team rushed to Jesse's side, offering the burly man a half cup of ale. "Odo, don't let Jesse's antics rile you up. He's just had too much to drink. He'll come to his senses soon enough. I imagine he's just feeling pent up and needs to vent." The group chimed in, right? They all encouraged, "Yes, boss. We too need to let off some steam, but I prefer not to use a whip. I want to use my little riding crop." Aha. Odo, a third-tier black iron warrior and the leader of the team, bore an intimidating wolf tattoo with red eyes that contrasted against his reddening skin. Yet, he took no offense at his subordinates' jests, as long as they did not impede his interests. He mockingly pointed at the riding crop. "What a joke. Do you even know your own strength? And you dare call that a little riding crop? Ha ha ha. You lot have already exhausted the fox women in the village in just a few days, and now you want to stir up trouble again? Behave yourselves. We are in Landon's territory, so don't cause me any grief." At that moment, Rupert sensed a sudden drop in the temperature around him. They were not too close, and the specifics of the conversation were unclear, but he could see the mercenary striking the caged orcs. The orcs were all accumulating rage, and Rupert felt an immense pressure. Just then, he spotted someone exiting the camp and volunteered to address the individual. It was unbearable to remain amidst a group of orcs on the verge of exploding. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching the nape of his neck. Jesse, clutching his beloved whip, left the camp and headed towards the woods. After being kicked by Odo, he felt considerably more lucid. He tucked the whip under his arm, preparing to release some tension, but suddenly, a patterned thick whip ensnared his neck. His instinctual reaction was to think of a snake, and just as he was about to scream, someone covered his mouth and pressed him to the ground, the pressure around his neck tightening. He realized he was nearing death, and he also understood that before one dies, hallucinations often appear. He saw a large flowered brain floating before him. What else could it be but a hallucination? After witnessing the flashback of this wretch's demise, Rupert felt a profound sense of indignation towards such scoundrels, who reveled in the brutal slaughter of the vulnerable. The adult females of the Fox clan were mercilessly toyed with until their very lives were extinguished. The imagery was undeniably gruesome and violent. Even for someone as worldly as Rupert, the grim reality was that they could not take their victims with them. And the most valuable spoils were the children and adult male orcs, while the elderly and the women were callously disposed of. However, one detail piqued Rupert's curiosity. They did not appear to belong to the Landon Empire. Chapter 104, The Locksmith Extraordinaire. Rupert's actions were swift. The manifestation of an omniscient mind and its subsequent retraction occurred in less than 5 seconds, concealed by the dense foliage, ensuring he remained undetected. In retrospect, this audacious venture proved worthwhile, as the intelligence gleaned was quite sensational, although not affiliated with the Landon Empire. The simultaneous engagement in slave trading while inciting discord between the Landon and the Orc tribes constituted a dual advantage. This situation reveals the intricate dynamics of human factions on this continent. Historically, after centuries of turbulence, the once fragmented multitude of small nations has simplified into 3 predominant powers. The first is the Landon Empire, intricately intertwined with the Church of the Holy Light. The second is the Hizar Empire, characterized by a robust noble class led by the Emperor, who harbors disdain for the Church and leans towards rationalist mages. The third is the Rembrandt Federation, a coalition of numerous small principalities that, while typically managing their affairs independently, unite in times of conflict. Despite the entanglements of these factions, neither of the 2 great empires has successfully subjugated them. Within these small principalities, a myriad of states exists, yet they generally prioritize commerce, establishing a foundation rooted in trade. The individuals Rupert interacts with belong to the Rembrandt Federation, specifically from the Duchy of Flack, a realm steeped in complexity. Their destination is the city of Madness, Georgia, a locale with convenient transportation, unlike Dragon Fortress, which faces direct threats from orcs. As a vital port on the Sorin River, it is indispensable for inland trade. It is rumored that darkness never descends upon this city, as entertainment persists even in the dead of night. Although it has not yet attained the status of a large metropolis, it stands as a premier entity among medium-sized cities, far surpassing smaller locales such as Dragon Fortress or Phoebus Fortress. From Rupert's perspective, it would be erroneous to attribute these disturbances solely to external provocateurs. Indeed, the demands within Georgia create opportunities for others to exploit. It is not uncommon for individuals from the Landon Empire to engage in similar enterprises, albeit with less ruthless methodologies. The Grand Colosseum serves as a testament to this, hosting various bouts daily, accompanied by gambling, slave trading, monster hunting, crystal cores, and other lucrative ventures. Such an intricate web of interests cannot be easily orchestrated by mere whim. Upon witnessing the whip that had fallen from this individual, Rupert noted its resemblance to the creature's appendages and collected it. He then carried the lifeless form back to the werewolves, where the atmosphere of hostility seemed to have diminished considerably. Suddenly, a series of fierce shouts erupted from the camp ahead, indicating that another team had successfully launched a surprise attack. Without delay, the forces here also charged forward, and Rupert followed suit. These individuals deserved to perish. The camp had descended into chaos, as it finally dawned on someone that the group assigned to tend to the Thunder Earth Dragon had not returned for quite some time. Initially oblivious due to their revelry, they now sensed the unusual quietude. Plans were hastily made to send out a search party, but as soon as they stepped outside, several thrown spears struck them, revealing that an ambush was underway. True to their seasoned mercenary nature, they quickly organized a counteroffensive. The attacking werewolves and foxfolk, outnumbered, soon found themselves in a dire struggle and were swiftly subdued. At that moment, the orc squad led by Enzo and Inyo surged forward, leaping onto the iron cage and directly invading the camp. However, these 2 did not engage in combat. Instead, they retrieved 2 large barrels of water from their spatial rings and extinguished the campfire. This was a suggestion Rupert had made upon realizing that both the werewolves and foxfolk possessed exceptional night vision. When he first proposed this idea, the orcs had regarded him with puzzled expressions, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, the proposal was swiftly accepted without further discussion. Indeed, the results were immediate and striking. Apart from a few scattered torches, the entire camp was engulfed in darkness. The morale of the mercenaries plummeted, while that of the werewolves and foxfolk soared. At this juncture, some werewolves charged toward the iron cages, intent on breaking open the enclosures of the adult orcs first, a strategy that had been prearranged. Their immediate combat capability was prioritized, as the children were not to be released hastily for fear of chaos. However, with the current turmoil, locating the keys proved impossible, and they were left with no choice but to attempt to smash the cages open. Yet, the heavy alloy chains had secured them tightly, rendering such efforts futile for the time being. Rupert charged forward, not in a frenzied manner, but with purpose. He approached a cage still draped in a cloth, raising his tentacle staff as if to strike, but in an instant, he summoned the razor-sharp blades of a scythe-like appendage, which erupted in a shower of sparks, severing the chains with a decisive snap. The scythe-like appendage vanished just as quickly, and in the darkness of the night, it would have been nearly imperceptible had one not been watching closely. This was a skill Rupert had honed over the past few days. Although the mechanism was peculiar and ill-suited as a handheld weapon, its tip was undeniably sharp, easily slicing through the alloy chains. He then lifted the cloth, revealing the anxious werewolf brothers inside. "Hurry out and lend a hand. My long journey to rescue you shall not be in vain." With a flourish, he presented them a collection of weapons, allowing them to free themselves from the lighter chains binding them. The werewolves, upon realizing that their savior was a human, were nearly consumed by disbelief. It was not until Rupert dashed toward the other cages containing orcs that they regained their senses, their withered bodies surging with newfound strength as they began to frantically smash at their shackles. Rupert, employing his old tricks once more, shattered the next cage, asserting himself as the true MVP of the entire battle. Only by altering the balance of power between the two sides could victory be achieved. Meanwhile, on the forefront of the battlefield, the fox girl Lena stood resolutely atop the cage of the fox tribe's children, draped in a magical shield forged from fire elements. Wherever danger lurked on the battlefield, her fireball spells would swiftly provide support. Indeed, the fox tribe is among the rare beast folk endowed with magical aptitude. Although not every member possesses this ability, most are merely agile and adept in close combat. The flames reflecting off her shield illuminated her visage, rendering her akin to a valkyrie emerging from the flames, breathtakingly beautiful. The gazes of the nearby beastfolk children upon her were reminiscent of reverence bestowed upon a deity. Rupert couldn't shake the feeling that this moment seemed oddly familiar. It reminded him of his initial encounter with Lilith in Phobos Fortress, which occurred under a similar circumstance. As Rupert prepared to unlock the third cage, he suddenly noticed that the chain securing this cage appeared to be problematic. Not fastening the iron door, but rather hanging from the intact bars of the adjacent cage. Chapter 105, The Battlefield Situation. Rupert swiftly recoiled, employing a brief surge of his tentacle spring to augment his escape velocity. However, the cage was alarmingly close, practically an intimate encounter, and 3 razor-sharp ice spikes erupted forth, aimed directly at his vital torso and face. Ultimately, he could not entirely evade the treachery within, sustaining injuries to his abdomen, though he managed to evade the more critical areas of his head and heart, thus escaping fatality. This sudden turn of events captured the attention of all present, with the mercenaries poised to seize the opportunity and mount a counterattack. This was a meticulously orchestrated contingency plan, with reinforcements not limited to the obvious, but also including formidable sorcerers, lying in wait for the Orcish intervention to capitalize further. The Orc faction, however, was oblivious to the presence of foes concealed within the prison cart, an act of such audacity. The assailant who had successfully ambushed Rupert was a lean man in his 30s, with prominent cheekbones and thin lips, exuding an air of sternness. He charged forth from the draped iron cage, intent on inflicting fatal damage upon Rupert. Witnessing a human aiding the orcs ignited his lethal resolve, and he unleashed another trio of ice arrows, aimed with deadly precision. Meanwhile, Lena, acutely aware of the unfolding situation, had been vigilantly monitoring the scene. She noted Rupert's clever maneuvering as he opened the iron cage, recognizing his quick reflexes. Yet, she was taken aback when he was struck by an ambush from an enemy water mage, whose form shimmered with the refracted light of a water magic shield, indicating at least a third-tier mastery in the water arts. Having acknowledged Rupert as an ally, she could not remain passive. She launched a barrage of fireballs in an attempt to intercept the ice spikes and disrupt the enemy mage. Without hesitation, she leapt from the iron cage, rushing toward the fray, concerned that the clash of magic between the two opposing mages might inadvertently harm the innocent children nearby. However, her fireballs were suddenly met by a flurry of wind blades, resulting in explosive clashes mid-air due to the conflict of magical energies. From behind the water mage, another man emerged from the iron cage, appearing to be in his 40s. Yet, despite their youthful appearances, these mages had significantly extended their lifespans through their mastery of magic, aging far beyond their looks. This wind mage wore a disdainful smirk. Ideally, they should have intervened earlier, but they looked down on their so-called allies around them, dismissing them as mere pitiful brawlers. On the ground, Rupert quickly dislodged the 2 ice spikes embedded in his body without a moment's hesitation, rolling aside to evade the 3 incoming ice spikes that followed. He was not inclined to pause. Perhaps due to the tension, he slipped and tumbled into a nearby tent, where a fleeting glimpse of light vanished, barely perceptible. The 2 third-tier mages stood side by side, and from the confines of the cage emerged 3 more warriors, likely of similar third-tier prowess, each bearing an air of arrogant superiority, as if their involvement in such a spectacle was a mere act of charity. After all, the nominal leader of this team, the bald Ajuo, possessed no greater strength and was currently restrained by the twin brothers Enzo and Enio. Observing the situation, Lena felt a twinge of panic. Indeed, today had been impulsive, as she had not anticipated the enemy's concealment of 2 third-tier mages. In this low-tier battle, the influence of a single mage could dramatically shift the tides. She regretted not prioritizing the rescue of the children, allowing them to scatter, which would have been preferable to the current predicament. Yet, retreat was not an option. The Orcish fervor surged forth, necessitating a daring gamble. The water mage regarded the defiant little fox girl ahead, nudging the wind mage beside him lightly. They exchanged knowing smiles, comprehending each other's intent, and decided that only one warrior was required to protect them while the other two would pursue the injured Rupert. Naturally, the delicate little fox mage was left to be dealt with by the mages. The brutish warriors might inadvertently harm her. Although the two warriors were reluctant, the status of a mage outweighed that of a warrior, and they begrudgingly approached the tent, where the injured boy had taken refuge, his state seemingly acceptable. However, upon their entrance into the tent, they were instantly ensnared, death descending upon them with ferocity. Surely, those familiar with establishments that calculate the number of bamboo skewers for pricing would understand. Some costly ingredients would be threaded onto multiple skewers, with chicken wings often skewered 7 or 8 times. The two warriors found themselves in a similar predicament, as Rupert had no time to parley with them. He summoned his scythe-like appendages, to deal with the two, precisely sufficient for the task, lest the tentacles complicate matters. The two fell instantly, their bodies pierced thoroughly, succumbing to their fate. Rupert wasted no time, disregarding the two lifeless bodies, as he tore away the stakes behind the tent and slipped out with his tentacle staff. The hunt had begun. Was he not exhilarated after having just pierced the young lord? At this moment, the battlefield was evenly matched, for Rupert had unleashed all the warriors of the werewolves and foxfolk, bringing the numbers of both sides perilously close. Meanwhile, both factions' mages had vacated this melee-dominated battleground. The orcs seemed to possess a slight advantage due to their night vision. However, this scenario would soon be rewritten in a matter of minutes, as the liberated werewolves and foxfolk had not eaten for quite some time. With their kin coming to save them, their survival instincts surged forth, yet as time passed, they would undoubtedly tire rapidly. On the other hand, the mages were merely toying with Lena. Each fireball she conjured was swiftly obliterated, often exploding right before her eyes, cinching her hair and tail. The wind blades from her opponent relentlessly tore at her garments, leaving her in a most precarious state. She was forced to continuously reposition herself to evade the magical onslaught of the two mages. Ultimately, she abandoned her fireball spell in favor of a firewall, hoping to compel her adversaries to shift their positions. Unfortunately, it failed to restrict their movements and inflicted no significant damage. Growing increasingly alarmed, she understood that surrendering was not an option. If she did, the two mages would turn their attention to the main battlefield, leading to the demise of her kin. The two opponents, on the contrary, grew ever more exhilarated, delighting in the numerous tears in the little fox's clothing, which inadvertently exposed glimpses of her form as she dashed and leaped. Such glimpses ignited their excitement far more than any overt display. Meanwhile, the third-tier warrior guarding them, though amused, noted that his companions had been inside the tent for some time without any sign of commotion. Could there have been an unforeseen incident? Once he was certain that nothing unusual was occurring, he prepared to investigate, pondering whether his peculiar friends would truly engage in such an untimely rendezvous. Surely they would wait until after the battle concluded. However, just as he began to depart, the water mage suddenly felt something ensnare his ankle, an overwhelming force yanking him into an unceremonious split. Chapter 106. The subtle assassin. Typically, only those with exceptional flexibility can execute such a challenging maneuver. And if a companion had mastered such advanced skills, they would unlock a plethora of achievements that even monetary expenditure could not guarantee. Ahem, I digress. However, for those untrained, such a sudden maneuver would be excruciatingly painful. As the water mage indulged in fanciful thoughts, he was abruptly pulled apart like a marionette. The magical shield of a third-tier mage, being a lower-tier form, could only diminish spell attacks while providing scant protection against physical assaults. This is why they fear the proximity of physical classes and require additional safeguards. Such a base ambush was undoubtedly Rupert's doing, as he stealthily maneuvered through the gap between the tent and the iron cage, reaching the rear of the water mage just as the warrior departed to seek him out. His tentacle staff extended along the ground, toppling the water mage with ease. Yet, this mage was no delicate flower. His combat experience was considerable. Reacting swiftly to the sudden ambush, he fortified his mental resolve to begin chanting a spell in retaliation. Given 2 seconds, he could either utilize a quick casting technique to escape or counterattack with an ice spike spell, compelling his foe to relinquish control, or employ a suffocation spell to ensnare his enemy with a watery sphere, turning the tables on his physical assailant. But Rupert would not allow him such ease. Another tentacle staff materialized in his hand, thrusting into the water mage's mouth and shattering his front teeth. Chanting? How could one chant when speaking would be a challenge? Even more terrifying for the water mage occurred within his mouth, as the black staff ensnared his chin, dragging him into the darkness behind the tent like a fish on a line, the binding force at his feet applying pressure to prevent any escape. Fear coursed through him as he realized that the appendages coiling around his mouth and ankle were covered in black scales, resembling no ordinary staff. Their dual nature, both malleable and rigid, evoked images of serpentine monstrosities, akin to an iron wire snake. At that moment, he felt as though a terrifying beast lurked just behind the tent, salivating in anticipation, and he was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Drawing a sharp cutlass from his spatial ring, he aimed to strike at the tentacle ensnaring his mouth. but his physical strength proved insufficient to sever it. Nonetheless, the black staff, evidently agitated by his futile attempts, instantaneously softened and formed a loop, knocking the water mage's knife from his grasp and ensnaring his hand instead. The water mage's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of creature was this? It was clearly beyond his comprehension, yet there was no time for him to ponder the nature of his captor, as he was inexorably pulled into the darkness behind the tent, vanishing without a trace. Though this sequence of events may seem lengthy, it transpired within a mere 3 to 4 seconds, leaving him no opportunity to scream. Thus the wind mage and Lena, amidst their turmoil, remained oblivious to the absence of their comrade. It was only when Lena, in a state of disarray, felt the pressure suddenly diminish, no longer hindered by the terrifying ice spikes nor the treacherous ground that had threatened to trip her, that she realized one of their number was missing. The wind mage, who had been reveling in the chaos, was even later to recognize that his companion had vanished. However, at this moment, Lena was unconcerned with the reasons behind it. She only recognized that this turn of events worked to her advantage. Ignoring her tattered attire, she drew a pair of daggers and charged toward the wind mage. As a member of the foxfolk, despite having awakened her affinity for magic, she would not squander the orc's inherently formidable physical prowess. Her close-quarters combat skills were commendable, and as long as her enemy could not suppress her with spells, she could engage him directly. The wind mage instinctively sensed danger. His mind, previously clouded by chaotic thoughts, finally returned to clarity as he sought the water mage's presence while calling for the warrior's assistance. Elon, where are you all? Quickly, restrain that fox. At that moment, the so-called Elon burst forth from the tent, his face etched with terror, for within the confines of that tent, his 2 brothers lay lifeless, their bodies marred by ghastly wounds as if pierced by a colossal sword. Just as Elon prepared to convey this grim news, he witnessed a horrifying scene unfold before him. Mere meters in front of the wind mage, a fireball was intercepted mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion. The proximity of the blast unleashed a blinding light and a shockwave that struck the mage's visage. Instinctively, the mage's face contorted, his eyes squinting against the brilliance. Yet, in the fiery glow, a shadow leaped high behind the wind mage, brandishing a long staff with both hands, resembling a massive bowstring drawn taut, aimed directly at the back of the mage's head. This warrior named Elon found himself too late to shout a warning. The brutal tableau was indelibly etched in his mind, imbued with a peculiar sense of potency. With a resounding thud, the wind mage was struck squarely on the crown, though perhaps not immediately fatal. The skull, nature's hardest armor, surely fractured along the sagittal suture. Whether he would succumb to the ensuing deluge remained uncertain, but it was clear he was rendered incapable of casting any spells. This was a flawless collaboration between Rupert and Lena. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the staff-wielding monk behind the wind mage, Lena was momentarily taken aback. However, she did not betray her race's reputation for intellect. Swiftly devising a means of cooperation, by forcefully hurling fireballs, she drew the attention of the opposing mage, causing him to retreat into Rupert's embrace, the outcome of which was all but inevitable. In a precautionary measure, Rupert delivered 2 more blows to the fallen wind mage before launching himself towards the somewhat bewildered warrior, known as Elon. Meanwhile, Lena, draping herself with a spare robe to shield her modesty, initiated fire support for another battlefield. The tide of victory had turned in the skirmish, significantly altering the balance of triumph across the entire arena. The morale of the orc forces surged, while the mercenaries faced a catastrophic defeat, with some already beginning to flee. However, the bloodthirsty orc warriors were unwilling to spare these butchers. Even the famished werewolves and fox men, on the brink of exhaustion, summoned their last reserves of strength to deliver a final blow to the mercenaries. Rupert found himself entangled in a fierce confrontation with Elon. Once Elon unleashed his fighting spirit, Rupert realized that relying solely on his staff techniques would not suffice. He could only manage a tenuous defense. However, his intentions transcended mere victory. He sought to unearth further intelligence amidst the chaos of battle. Seizing the opportunity presented by the tumultuous skirmish, he deftly transformed his tentacle staff, ensnaring his opponent's weapon, while simultaneously extending a tentacle from beneath him to bind Elon's feet together. What chance of success did he have? Chapter 107. The Guardian of the Forest. After Rupert successfully executed another ambush, he charged forth, colliding head-on with the off-balance Elon, propelling him into the adjacent tent. Swiftly, he summoned the omniscient mind, preparing for a download. However, he soon discovered that this individual, much like the previous water mage, was a permanent resident of the mad city of Georgia. Their memories, aside from indulging in various corporeal desires, were profoundly etched with one singular place, as if their minds could not retain recollections of anything else. The Grand Colosseum, where competitions were held daily, featured a myriad of contests limited only by imagination, and on occasion, extravagant events were organized, akin to a jubilant festival. Even commoners were eager to witness the spectacles, and for those with wealth, daily attendance was commonplace. Such fervor in the memories of these 2 individuals. The most vivid impression of the Colosseum was the throng of exuberant spectators, a scene that could be encapsulated in one word: madness. Rupert, having completed his task, promptly stowed away his tentacles and brain flower, reverting to his normal form. However, his mind wandered to the notion of visiting the Colosseum in Georgia, a scene that evoked the allure of football. Outside, the battle gradually subsided, culminating in a victory for the Orc clan, with Rupert undeniably emerging as the MVP. Although Lena had momentarily detained 2 mages, it was primarily Rupert who dispatched the remaining few third-tier foes. Observing the children weeping joyfully as they embraced their kin brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet, not all were faring well. Many bore severe injuries, including Inyo, one of the White Wolf brothers, who was gravely wounded. Despite their formidable strength, surpassing 2nd tier and nearing 3rd tier capabilities, and their claws shimmering with a silvery glow, they faced the formidable 3rd tier pinnacle, the bald captain, Odo. It was only through their seamless cooperation and a desperate exchange of wounds that they managed to vanquish Odo. Now, Enyo being broadly, seemingly unperturbed, his white fur stained crimson, yet maintaining a buoyant spirit. Brother, I must say, I was rather impressive. Did you witness my final strike? With that bald captain's longsword poised, I clawed him right through the chin and neck. Wasn't that splendid? Enzo's voice was somewhat muffled. Perhaps you should hold your tongue for now. I can barely catch my breath, having fled from the fray. Tend to your injuries, while I search for any healing potions among the others. Rupert let out a sigh, realizing that he might have to reveal his true self. However, could he truly allow someone with such a keen appetite for life to perish? What then would be the significance of his own strength? As he surveyed the numerous injured around him, many of the young orcs still sobbing softly, his heart ached with compassion. He broke the oppressive silence with a booming voice. Dear friends among the orcs, I am, in truth, a guardian druid of the forest, and I possess the ability to heal them. The mere 3 in persuasion seemed woefully inadequate. Rupert glanced around. Although all the orcs, including the children, were captivated by his words, their eyes did not shine with the light of hope. Among those who believed in him was Enzo, who was naturally attuned to the essence of nature, but surprisingly, so too was Lena. The first to react was undoubtedly Enzo, who was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of his brother. He felt as though he was on the verge of losing Inyo. He grasped Rupert's arm urgently. Brother monk, please, save Inyo. Rupert was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He hastily moved Inyo beneath a grand tree, intending to channel the tree's life energy into him, thereby facilitating his healing. The clever ruse was convincing enough. Many of the little foxfolk were swayed by his words, their numerous crimson eyes sparkling with intrigue as they focused on the unfolding scene. Enzo promptly complied, for while there was little else in the vicinity, the surrounding trees were plentiful, and he swiftly maneuvered Inyo into position. Rupert thought to himself, I sincerely apologize, my orc brethren. It took considerable effort to nurture this low-level character, only for his skills to be rendered utterly useless. With that, Rupert motioned for the others to step aside, concealing Inyo behind a tree and shrouding his eyes with leaves. He then commenced an intricate ritual, uttering brief syllables that were utterly foreign to the orcs, yet possessed an undeniable rhythmic quality. Could their incomprehension not be an indication of his prowess? In less than 10 seconds, the orcs beheld the shifting light behind the tree. A genuine green luminescence slowly descended from the branches, and as it reached Inyo's height, it abruptly transformed into a golden radiance, flickering momentarily before fading away. The only sound that lingered was Inyo's soul-stirring moan, as if the very essence of life had been drawn from the ancient tree and infused into his being. Rupert continued to beat fervently, and the chant persisted. Meanwhile, Inyo had already risen to his feet, gently feeling his unscathed body as he stepped forward, leaving all the orcs utterly astonished. His prowess surpassed even that of the tribal shamans. Now, their gazes toward Rupert had shifted dramatically, with many orcs beginning to kneel in reverence. Rupert squinted at the spectacle before him, murmuring his gratitude for the bounty bestowed by the great tree. If I am to continue healing the next individual, let it be beneath another grand tree. This one cannot endure such immense expenditure. With a charmed flourish, he convinced all the orcs, who began to kneel in reverence to the tree, finding wisdom in the young man's words. This was, of course, one of Rupert's clever tricks, a sequel to his previous endeavor with the torch's aura. The beams of light were merely small tendrils cradling a luminous piece of fluorite, descending slowly from the heights of the trunk before retracting. The true catalyst was simply the healing spell. Everything else was nothing but fabrications. Quickly, bring forth the injured. Prioritizing the gravely wounded, he instructed, knowing he could only channel one tree at a time to aid the afflicted. The orcs erupted in jubilant cheers. The sorrow from the numerous fallen kin in battle began to lift, for the Orcish race bore a lesser aversion to death and combat. Even Lena approached in the end, eager to experience the healing firsthand, particularly as she noted that those who had been healed bore no scars. In contrast, her own wounds from the slicing ice shards had marred her skin, though not severely. Their healing left much to be desired in terms of aesthetics. The colorful groans of her kin, which initially incited laughter, became a shared experience, rendering them inconsequential. Nevertheless, Lena found herself blushing crimson, much to the delight of the little foxes who could hardly contain their mirth. Rupert was joyfully collecting points, while Inyo, the first to be healed, quietly discussed something with his brother Enzo. It is worth mentioning that Inyo had previously experienced Rupert's healing magic while dealing with the peculiar roses in the mine. Chapter 108. Hidden Master Enzo remarked, "You sound so entranced. Are you serious? Is it truly that pleasurable?" Inyo appeared perplexed as he pondered. "I feel as though I have encountered that sensation recently. It seems to have been after we were knocked unconscious in the mine." Enzo rolled his eyes. "Isn't that obvious? You flaunted what you did in the dream realm for quite some time. Isn't feeling good quite normal? Anyo's expression shifted to realization. I see now. The monk brother is truly remarkable. What exactly is the role of the druid? I wonder if I could learn that technique. Why didn't he use it last time? Enzo gazed at his brother in disdain. It must indeed be powerful. According to that girl Lena, the monk brother dispatched several third-tier humans effortlessly. While it's a struggle for us to defeat even one. If we had encountered that troublesome anomaly, the monk brother wouldn't have been so easily subdued. And are you truly that foolish? There were no trees underground last time. How could he utilize such abilities? Enyo nodded in agreement. At that moment, Rupert had nearly treated all the injured, and he was surrounded by a group of young foxfolk eager to learn about druids. We druids are friends of the forest. The forest is our source of strength. In the forest, we can traverse swiftly through the vines, almost as if we were flying. While I cannot guarantee that you can become druids, you at least must commit to eating and sleeping seriously. The surrounding orcs smiled as they observed Rupert entertaining the children, realizing that humans could possess both good and bad qualities. Rupert then noticed a fox warrior handing a palm-sized badge to several orcs in council, including Lena. After examining it, the expressions of all present turned grim. This was expected, as this group belonged to the Rembrandt Federation and the Flak Duchy, and it was only natural for them to possess some form of identification. The orcs discovering this themselves was far more credible than Rupert stating it. In truth, Rupert was merely a foreigner, indifferent to the so-called deities, beliefs, churches, and races. He held no preferences, and it was uncertain if the people here were even of the same species as those on Earth. However, as he inhabited Rupert's body, certain inclinations influenced him. For instance, he leaned towards the land and empire due to his origins, and he held a fondness for the priestly vocation. Perhaps because the small church in Greenstone Town sheltered him during his most vulnerable times. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, interrupting Rupert's thoughts. It was the fox maiden Lena approaching him, gently presenting 3 spatial rings. Her tone was markedly softer than before. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Had we not fortuitously encountered you, our mission would have completely failed. You have saved all of our kin. Your wisdom and strength shine brightly. There are 3 spatial rings in total. One belongs to the bald captain, slain by the White Wolf brothers. Within it, we found evidence of external forces involvement, which requires further investigation. To express their gratitude, the brothers have gifted you the contents. The other 2 rings belong to the human mages you defeated. Thus, they rightfully belong to you. If it is convenient, may I inspect them to see if there is further evidence regarding the external forces? Rupert held a deep admiration for such individuals, those who conducted their affairs with transparency. He gestured for the Enzo brothers to approach, then returned the ring they had presented. Subsequently, he passed the other 2 rings directly to Lena across from him. Raising his hand, he silenced the 3 who were about to speak. This task carries life-threatening risks. I have accompanied you, and this trifling gesture cannot equate to a favor. Consider it a debt you 2 still owe. Enyo murmured softly. It was never intended as a favor. It is merely a fee for medical treatment. Rupert then addressed Lena, stating that these 2 rings were not intended for her, as their acquaintance was rather limited. He explained that they were meant as a contribution to his friends, the werewolves and foxfolk, whose homes had been ravaged. After all, as druids, we revere nature, and had it not been for our interactions with human society, I would not even resort to using coins. These material possessions hold no significance for me. As for external forces, while I was engaged in combat with that 3rd-tier warrior, he seemingly mentioned something about the glory of Flak. Matters between nations are not my forte, but if this information proves beneficial to you, it would be splendid indeed. A certain 3rd-tier warrior, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, He is deceiving you all. I barely had a chance to speak, let alone utter anything about the glory of Flak. He is a great fraud. A great fraud. Rupert's fleeting moments of joy were short-lived as the orcs prepared to journey northward under the cover of night. After all, they had ventured deep into the territory of the land and empire. Although circumstances had necessitated their actions, the eruption of such a bloody battle warranted an early departure. Consequently, the orcs began to swiftly clear the battlefield, burying the enemy corpses and retrieving the Thunder Earth dragons that had fled to harness their strength for transport. Every resource was to be salvaged, even the iron cages, as they were crafted from superior alloy materials. Enzo stood aside, watching the staff monk's brothers depart, reminding himself that the monks still owed them a meal, while they, in turn, had accumulated numerous favors owed to him. In truth, they had invited the monk to join them back in the orc lands for a visit, promising to extend the highest hospitality. The monk's response had been a promise for the next time. At that moment, Lena stealthily approached and interjected, Isn't this staff monk exceptionally skilled in staff techniques? Indeed. During their time underground, he had valiantly held back the relentless onslaught of the pink wolf spiders with nothing but a long staff. Lena pondered this. Recalling her earlier observations while loading the supplies, she had noticed the damaged alloy chains. Breaking even a single chain was a laborious task for them. Yet those severed by the monk were cut with remarkable precision, exhibiting clean edges without a hint of burr. This revelation astonished her. She then inspected the bodies of the mercenaries, excluding those who had perished before them. The 2 third-tier warriors who died within the tent had been swiftly dispatched by a long knife, bearing 10 wounds at entirely different angles, yet each wound was identical, indicating the work of a single blade. One could only imagine the technique behind such lethal precision. In a flash, 10 strikes had been delivered. The thought sent chills down Lena's spine. It was highly probable that the staff monk was merely a pseudonym. His choice of a seemingly harmless weapon was likely a fade to conceal his prowess with the blade. Yet, she kept her observations to herself, after all. If he wished to remain hidden, it posed no threat to the orcs. On the contrary, he had gone to great lengths to assist them. Even at the cost of revealing certain secrets, her admiration for such a mysterious master was profound, coupled with an insatiable curiosity, given his youth. He must have been a remarkable talent nurtured by some formidable force. Rupert wasted no time. As soon as he confirmed that he had evaded the sight of the orcs, he began his nocturnal journey, utilizing his tentacles for swift travel. Today's income from his deceptions was rather modest, amounting to only 1184. In truth, the allure of deception was waning. What he urgently required was a skill, and he harbored doubts about the absence of enigmas within a grand city like Georgia. After adopting a nocturnal lifestyle, he arrived in Georgia in just 2 days, bypassing several villages along the way. Finally, as dusk fell, he approached the fortress gates of this immense city. To describe it as immense is no exaggeration. The city walls towered over 10 meters high, and each stone used in their construction was as large as a bathtub. Upon closer inspection, one could discern unknown runes etched upon them, likely enhanced by magic. As night descended, the streets and shops within the city ignited with firelight. While most establishments would not operate throughout the night, they certainly kept their doors open much later than those in other cities. Upon entering the city, the most conspicuous area lay at its heart, where a radiant beam of light ascended toward the heavens, proudly showcasing its presence. Rupert felt an odd sensation, as if fellow travelers were orchestrating something extraordinary. As he drew nearer, he discovered a colossal complex, ablaze with illumination, casting light across half the sky, as if night had not yet fallen. At the center stood a grand structure supported by a circle of immense stone columns, reminiscent of an arena. Undoubtedly, this was the fabled gladiatorial Colosseum. From outside, one could hear the thunderous cheers echoing from within. Surrounding this spectacle were taverns and casinos, with even the familiar mercenary guilds situated nearby. Gazing around, he noticed 2 well-known edifices, a church and a mage tower, yet in this city, these once dominant institutions appeared to play the role of mere bodyguards to the Colosseum. Rupert did not immediately immerse himself in the grandeur of the Colosseum. Instead, he promptly ventured into the mercenary guild, determined to uncover peculiar clues within the available tasks. Among the numerous assignments, the majority revolved around escorting or slaying magical beasts, matters that held little interest for him. Eventually, he stumbled upon 2 tasks that strayed from the ordinary, both of which he was eligible to undertake. This was primarily due to the fact that he had not improved his mercenary rank, which remained at the fledgling F level. Regardless of whether it was his primary or secondary character, he resolved to pay closer attention in the future. Both tasks were classified as E rank, marking the upper limit of his capabilities. One was a newly issued task concerning 3 young men who had mysteriously vanished near the tavern, only to be discovered later with all their blood inexplicably drained, yet their faces bore serene smiles. The other was an older task concerning a house near the Colosseum, which had been the site of a tragic fire years ago that claimed the life of the original owner. It had changed hands multiple times since, but each new occupant reported experiencing haunting nightmares. Despite the hefty sums offered to the church for assistance, no specter had ever been encountered. However, the moment someone took residence, the frightful apparitions returned. The property's prime location prompted the current owner to offer a generous reward of 20 gold coins to resolve the matter. Such tasks imbued with a hint of the supernatural were precisely Rupert's objective. Upon approaching the front desk to accept the tasks with his novice character, the stick monk, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was not the usual matron but a freckled young girl. Although she was not conventionally beautiful, her charm became apparent in comparison to previous encounters, and Rupert found her quite pleasing to the eye. As the young girl scrutinized Rupert while he accepted the 2 tasks, she kindly cautioned him, "Your appearance is quite appealing. You could serve as bait for the bloodless task. Just be sure to remind your companions to arrive promptly." Just yesterday, a mercenary disappeared right before his teammates' eyes, only to be found completely drained. Regarding the haunted house, she remarked that the situation was not dire, despite its lengthy duration and substantial reward, since no fatalities had ever been reported. If you wish to try your hand at it, you may. After hearing her explanations, Rupert lost interest in the haunted house. Initially, he had presumed that the prolonged nature of the task implied the likelihood of something sinister, but the absence of death suggested otherwise. Conversely, the new case did indeed possess an air of intrigue, though he figured it wouldn't consume too much of his time, merely a task to complete. Thus, he casually boasted, "I don't require a team. I specialize in such supernatural occurrences. My friends call me the Supernatural Slayer." The girl regarded him with skepticism, retorting, "Then why are you still an F-level novice?" Enough with the exaggerations. Before rolling her eyes and dismissing him, he shrugged it off. His claims about handling supernatural events were not entirely unfounded. He simply lacked companions. Rupert pondered the fact that he had yet to dine, so he proceeded towards the tavern nearby. The establishment attracted a considerable number of patrons, for not everyone could afford to frequent the gladiatorial arena daily. It was rumored that the seats in the outermost sections cost a whole silver coin, whereas here, One could procure a cup of inexpensive libation for merely 12 copper coins, allowing one to linger for half the day, according to the young woman at the front desk. The peculiar assassin had been targeting handsome young men. Hence, Rupert opted not to don a hood, relying solely on his subtle mustache for cover. Upon his arrival, the flames flickered with an unusual hue, casting a pink glow, accompanied by a faintly sweet aroma. Immediately, a throng of ragged women greeted him. Some perched on the tavern's second-floor windowsill, while others loitered at the entrance, eager to tug at him with a glint in their eyes that suggested they might devour him whole. The audacious women were bolder than many men, calling out with unabashed enthusiasm, "Come play with us, handsome. I won't charge you a penny, and I might even give you some." The surrounding ladies erupted in laughter, their mirth drawing the attention of some drunken gentlemen who joined in the raucous cheer, clamoring to pay for the spectacle. Yet Rupert, quick-witted as a rabbit, deftly evaded the advances of 7 or 8 eager women. Truth be told, had the makeup on these women's faces not been so prone to smudging with a smile, had their lips not resembled those that had just feasted upon the innocence of youth, and had their figures not shared the same proportions, he might have been tempted to indulge in their company. Alas, there were no such ifs. Regretful of embarking on this vexatious task, he dashed out of this pink inferno and promptly entered a nearby eatery, deciding that consuming some food was the most practical course of action. Yet, as fate would have it, the lewd banter from those women caught the attention of a stunning lady, who observed Rupert's hasty retreat from the shadows, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 110. An enchanting encounter. This woman was undeniably beautiful from any angle. To elaborate further would be superfluous. One need only know that when she whispered something in a man's ear, entrusting him entirely to her, no adult male could possibly refuse her, unless he had no inclination towards women whatsoever. Initially, she had paid no mind to this corner of the tavern, but upon witnessing Rupert dash away like a startled rabbit, her interest was piqued. Her delicate hands were long and pale, with barely discernible knuckles, and her nails were sharp and crimson, exuding an allure all their own. She held a transparent glass, filled with a rich red liquid that, when gently swirled, clung to the walls of the vessel, sliding down with reluctance. If it were wine, it would be deemed slightly viscous. If it were blood, it would be perfect. After sipping, her lips were as red as her eyes, and she carelessly discarded the glass, opting instead for something fresh and warm. Draping herself in a voluminous cloak that concealed her alluring figure, she made her way towards the restaurant. Rupert was grappling with a piece of meat before him, oblivious to its exact nature. It was, after all, his second serving. The establishment's ability to thrive in such a location was undeniably impressive, and the culinary offerings were exquisite. He had resolved to abandon the task of eradicating the lingering blood and was preparing to investigate the so-called haunted house. As he stepped outside after finishing his meal, he collided with a fragrant, soft body, the scent conjuring images of sweetness that blurred the lines between olfactory and gustatory sensations. He was largely unaffected by the encounter. Yet the figure before him appeared delicate and staggered from the impact. With a soft sound, she leaned against Rupert. To be candid, he was accustomed to such sounds, a byproduct of his lascivious healing arts, which possessed an enchanting effect that had grazed his ears many times. However, none had resonated with the same allure as this particular murmur. Rupert felt as though his bones had become lighter by 2 taels. His immediate reaction was to stand still with his hands raised, almost wishing to inquire, "Are you attempting to deceive me?" I assure you, I did not exert myself. The more audacious version of him would have chosen to lie on the ground, to see who would deceive whom. However, Rupert was far too astute to engage in such a joyless display. As fate would have it, the other party spoke first, their voice sweet as honey. "Young man, please assist me. I have twisted my ankle and my chest is also experiencing some discomfort." Then, with a strategic flair, they revealed the lower half of their face from beneath the hood, showcasing a delicate nose and luscious red lips. This tantalizing glimpse was undoubtedly lethal at this juncture. No man could withstand such a lure, surrendering completely to their whims. Rupert sniffed the air, taking in the scent. In that instant, he became utterly immersed in his role, far surpassing the professionalism displayed in any North China Film Academy production. "My sincerest apologies, dear lady," he said. "I failed to notice your arrival. Is your injury severe? Where do you reside? Might I assist you in returning home?" At that moment, the other party exhibited a hint of reserve. "It is not too serious. If you could support me for a few steps, I will be fine." After a brief pause, "Returning home is unnecessary as a young woman. It is rather inconvenient to host guests." Rupert understood. "Is that so? Then allow me to assist you with a few steps here. It is rather perilous for a young lady to be out alone." The other party, feeling vexed, thought Rupert too naïve, lacking the assertiveness typical of most men who would insist on carrying her home. After a brief exchange, he withdrew, prompting her to take the initiative. "Oh dear. This doesn't seem right. My sprain appears rather severe. I must trouble you to escort me home. It's not far, just ahead." Rupert exhibited a hint of hesitation, accompanied by a touch of youthful shyness. "Very well, I shall escort you back, but to be forthright, I believe it would be wise to take you to the church for some assistance. Only then would I feel at ease." The other party was on the brink of exasperation, wondering how they had encountered such a naive fool, who, with the opportunity laid bare before him, continued to push it away. Once healed, what chance would remain? Yet, there was an undeniable allure to the blood, likely that of a virgin. Without a doubt. This woman belonged to the vampire lineage, specifically a blood servant named Ella, a human transformed by a high-ranking vampire, roughly equivalent to a second-tier human knight in strength. Should a high-ranking vampire invest their own blood in her cultivation, she could ascend to the more formidable third-tier bloodline. Nevertheless, regardless of her status, the blood servant possessed formidable strength and agility, along with commendable regenerative abilities. Ella had practically draped herself over Rupert, clinging tightly to his arm. Even if one were made of stone, one would inevitably soften. It simply wouldn't do to remain rigid where one should yield. Ah, it is precisely perfect now. Rupert was suddenly ambushed by the woman beside him, prompting him to swiftly evade her attack, his skin prickling with goosebumps. He had previously caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood emanating from her, leading him to believe he had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. However, he remained uncertain about her true nature. Perhaps she was an ancient witch, or a sinister entity, or even a demon, concepts he found utterly intolerable. If she were merely a succubus, he might have entertained the idea of negotiation. Nonetheless, the realization that this being had caused the demise of so many compelled him to conclude that she ought to be eliminated without hesitation. Rupert's instinctive evasive maneuvers dissuaded Ella from attempting further provocation, for he was truly an inexperienced novice, not a seasoned trickster. In recent days, due to an urgent need for fresh blood from above, she had been compelled to engage in several heists. Typically, if one were to concentrate their criminal endeavors, who would notice the absence of a person or two? However, attention had now been drawn, and tasks had been posted at the Mercenary Guild. Just yesterday, a mercenary group attempted to bait her, only to be outsmarted. They took the bait and fled, leaving their leader's exasperated expression quite amusing. This one was just right, seemingly slender yet possessing substance, devoid of the typical mercenary stench, making her hesitant to drain him immediately. Perhaps it would be more enjoyable to toy with him for a few days first, to consume him slowly, savoring every drop. As night enveloped the streets, the two walked arm in arm, appearing as intimate lovers, though both harbored thoughts of how to eliminate the other, a stark dissonance. They had not ventured far when they arrived at a quaint little courtyard, which exuded charm. The flowers in the front garden bloomed vibrantly under the blue moonlight, their fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing and intoxicating. This place was far from the raucous atmosphere of a gladiatorial arena. The neighbors lacked the habit of lighting candles. Shrouded in darkness instead, Rupert was taut with tension, poised to act at any moment, yet uncertain if there were accomplices lurking nearby. If he were to reveal his strength, he needed to clear the area discreetly to avoid any leaks. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Is this your home? Is there no one else here? Perhaps you could call them out to escort you back. I must take my leave." With that, he feigned an intention to depart. Chapter 111. The Beautiful Head. Rupert's tension and retreat were interpreted by Ella as the nervousness of a young boy on his first encounter. She found herself wanting to soothe him. This innocent youth had indeed captured her affection, and she had resolved to relish the moment. In a gentle tone, she reassured him, "It's just me at home. And after walking for a while, my feet and chest ache. Please help me inside and check on me." Ella clung to Rupert more tightly, as if fearful he might escape. Yet, how could Rupert run away? He had resolved to take action upon entering the house. The discomfort was overwhelming, leaving him feeling restless. Moreover, from Rupert's opposite shoulder, a small tentacle had emerged, poised to counter any sudden attack. This tentacle, its tip cautiously peering out, stealthily scrutinized the woman draped upon Rupert. Mimicking her swaying movements, it twisted a few times, exhibiting agility, though lacking the gracefulness of its counterpart, unnoticed by any onlooker. As Ella pulled Rupert through the doorway, the candles had yet to be lit when, in a sudden motion, she found herself face to face with Rupert, moving with a swiftness that even Iverson could not match. This startled the small tentacle on Rupert's shoulder, which instinctively retreated behind him. Ella then pinned Rupert against the door, leaving no space for the tentacle. Her thoughts racing. Why has T given the order to act yet? This is so frustrating. Leaning against Rupert, her lips neared his neck, revealing a pair of sharp fangs, not to drain Rupert's life, but rather as a means of entertainment. In such circumstances, a slight taste of blood could yield unexpected delight. Ella's eyes began to glow red, believing Rupert could not see it, when suddenly, something peculiar appeared before her, a mouthless snake, devoid of eyes, merely a centimeter from her nose, fixated intently on her lips. If the tentacle could articulate, its expression would likely convey, "Do you dare to bite? If you do, my 11 siblings and I are finished." Truth be told, being scrutinized by such a bizarre entity left Ella momentarily bewildered, as if all her excitement had been abruptly halted. Before she could process the situation, the mouthless black snake struck her sharply, jolting her back to reality. However, by then, it was too late. From Rupert's form surged 11 tentacles, binding Ella securely, rendering her completely immobile. At this moment, Rupert's appearance had indeed taken on a terrifying aspect, leaving Ella stunned. Finally recognizing the nature of the creature before her, it was a formidable, tentacled anomaly. Truly, it was a case of the hunter becoming the hunted. Amidst the throngs of people on the street, how had she selected the most unfathomable of adversaries? Rupert finally discerned her true appearance, characterized by her distinctive elongated fangs and blood-red eyes, clearly indicative of her vampiric lineage. Ella noticed Rupert's gaze upon her, baring her teeth in a display of defiance. for she believed that this ancient creature would not spare her. Pleading for mercy would undoubtedly be futile. It was far better to adopt a stance of resilience, remaining silent. Yet, there was an aspect she found perplexing. How could this ancient being masquerade as youthful so convincingly? Nevertheless, her silence was of little consequence. As Rupert had never placed much faith in the deceptive words of such beings, his trust lay firmly in the capabilities of the brain flower. Still, it was essential to provoke this woman, to elicit her final thoughts and extract crucial information, ensuring a more precise download when the brain flower was utilized. Rupert reclined, the intertwining tendrils behind him forming a high-backed lounge chair that cradled him comfortably as he leisurely crossed his legs. This was a newfound skill he had developed during his journey, quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? He inquired about the affiliations of his counterpart, implying that no matter who they were, they should brace themselves for his impending wrath. Ella, with a dismissive shake of her head, could hardly believe the audacity of the individual before her, boasting about matters he clearly did not comprehend, which elicited a bemused laugh from her. Nevertheless, Rupert had achieved his objective. He merely wanted her to ponder her own faction, while the tendrils began to tighten, and the omniscient mind commenced its download. The initial image that materialized before Rupert made him sit upright, for it was a familiar face, the man who had tempted Deacon Ross into corruption, a visage strikingly handsome, with a sharp chin reminiscent of the sun. This individual was revealed to be Charles, a vampire baron of approximately 4th-tier strength and the initial sire of Ella. The recent aggressiveness displayed by Ella was due to Charles suffering injuries at Dragon Fortress, having been scorched by the true sun during daylight, necessitating a substantial blood replenishment. Everything began to align. The small bats that had been cornered and fled that day were likely his. Georgia, it seemed, was the stronghold of Charles. Yet, Ella remained oblivious to the location of Charles's lair. She merely prepared sustenance for him, which he would consume before departing, ever so cautious. The slow method of execution via tendrils proved to be most suitable for the cerebral download, as matters had become fairly coherent. Albeit Rupert felt a tinge of disappointment at the lack of enigmatic revelations. Concerning the disposal of the bodies, Rupert summoned a scythe-wielding appendage, delivering a swift strike that severed the beautiful head from its neck, erasing the peculiar marks that marred the skin. The severed head could be sent for task completion. A mere triviality. He stored the body in a spare spatial ring and then scoured the room for any other useful items, ultimately collecting a modest haul of gold coins and jewels, which he deemed more beneficial to the populace than leaving behind. In Ella's recollections, another notable detail emerged. Many of the deceased had been buried in a small garden, serving as fertilizer for the flowers. Rupert was left speechless, pondering the peculiar nature of those individuals who all seemed to share the same sentiments. They were quick to criticize others while neglecting their own shortcomings. Stealthily, Rupert slipped out and, under the cloak of darkness, made his way to the so-called haunted house, if time permitted. He even contemplated visiting the attic of the clock tower afterward, for he was eager to uncover any mysteries that lay within. The hour was rather late. He had initially intended to borrow a key from his neighbor, but the neighbor's home was now shrouded in darkness, likely already in slumber. Deciding against troubling them, Rupert proceeded to enter the house directly. The residence, along with its expansive garden, bore no visible scars from its previous fire. It appeared the subsequent owner had undertaken extensive renovations. However, an uninhabited house ages at a far more accelerated rate than one that is lived in, imparting a contradictory sense of both newness and antiquity to its exterior. Yet, there was an absence of dust or weeds in the corridor, suggesting that someone had come to tidy up during the day. Rupert harbored little fear of ghosts, provided they were genuine apparitions. After all, such ethereal and intangible entities were merely constrained by the mind's imagination. Otherwise, his therapeutic skills would be rendered ineffective. What reason would he have to undertake this task? Yet, the question lingered, are there truly ghosts here? Chapter 112. Who terrifies whom? Rupert did not destroy anything. He simply entered the room from the second-floor balcony. It is said that rumors of hauntings have surrounded this house for quite some time, leading even thieves to shy away from it, regardless of who one might be. There is always a certain trepidation regarding such supernatural occurrences. However, equipped with his crystal core headlamp, Rupert meticulously examined each room on the second floor, yet found nothing amiss. This seemed peculiar. If what the receptionist at the Mercenary Guild had claimed was true, that there was never any disturbance when the place was crowded or when a priest from the Church of the Holy Light was present, then it was evident that the ghost was either exceptionally cautious or simply timid. Yet, why would it not approach him, a solitary figure? Had his excellence become too conspicuous to ignore? At that moment, a little girl clad in a white dress emerged, cloaked in a faint mist, floating around the house. Her pale, nearly translucent face bore a mischievous grin, as if she had just succeeded in a prank. Her name was Olia, the little spirit responsible for the mischief in this abode. She was indeed quite timid and was currently surveying the area. She had already spotted Rupert but refrained from leaping out to play a trick, wary of potential companions of this foolish man, such as formidable priests or wizards, who might pose a threat to her. She intended to complete her reconnaissance before indulging in her favorite antics, clutching an unsightly rabbit doll under her arm. She hummed a cheerful tune while circling around, ensuring that no one else was present. She felt quite elated. For some time now, no one had come to amuse her. And this time she was determined to take her time, lest she accidentally frighten the seemingly dim-witted fool into a faint. Rupert ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor. While the door of the room he had just passed on the 2nd floor creaked open with an unsettling groan. Though such a sound might be deemed trivial under ordinary circumstances, in this haunted abode, it bore significant implications. At that moment, Olivia tied the long ears of her rabbit doll around her neck, freeing her little hands as she puffed out her cheeks, straining to push the door open. She felt a surge of pride as she retreated into the wall, preparing to clandestinely observe the foolish boy's panicked reaction. However, to her dismay, the boy seemed genuinely oblivious. Failing to notice her meticulous setup, and simply proceeded to the 3rd floor, her cheeks puffing in frustration. Fortunately, she need not traverse the stairs. Instead, she floated upward, her small head piercing through the floorboards to arrive on the 3rd floor, drifting into a familiar room. This had once been her own. Lovingly adorned in pink by her adoring parents, from the bed to the furniture, even the wind chimes. Alas, it had been destroyed in a fire. Now, it served as a study, housing a wind chime, though it was no longer pink. All the windows were shut as she floated in. Grasping the chime and beginning to shake it, she then concealed herself, a tactic that had previously proven effective. Others would only perceive the sealed room with the wind chime swaying without a breeze, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Olivia's irritation flared again as the foolish boy entered the study without a hint of fear, even approaching the wind chime to give it a shake himself. How insufferable. After his fruitless inspection of the 3rd floor, he descended to the 1st, perhaps even heading to the basement. She could not allow anyone to approach that place. If necessary, she would have to manifest herself and frighten the foolish boy directly. Olivia clenched her tiny fist in determination, then dove through the floor as if plunging into water. Rupert explored the 2nd and 3rd floors, naturally noticing the door on the 2nd floor and the wind chime on the 3rd. However, the entity across from him was evidently a timid spirit, engaging only in minor antics without revealing its true form. He still recalled the incident involving the miner. Judging by this ghost's behavior, it posed no lethal threat, resembling more of a mischievous prankster. If one were to categorize such a spirit, it would be more fitting to label it as a restless soul, tethered to an object and unable to stray too far, burdened by unfulfilled desires. With a little intervention, such spirits, especially those that do not harm others, do not necessitate violent measures. Rupert was indeed searching for remnants left behind by the original homeowner. The 1st floor was relatively sparse, offering little to investigate, so he proceeded to the basement, where traces of past fires remained evident. At that moment, he felt a sudden chill breeze at the nape of his neck, a shiver that traveled down his spine, yet he paid it no heed. With a slight smile, he meticulously examined the basement, certain that the answers lay within. He inspected each wall, producing a metal rod to tap against them, akin to a home inspection for hollow sounds. Behind one wall, he detected an echo reminiscent of emptiness, a stark contrast to the dull thud of a solid wall. Just then, a horrifying shriek pierced the air, assaulting his eardrums with ferocity. When he turned around, he was confronted by a bloodied, pallid visage. Its mouth grotesquely stretched beyond the bounds of physics, revealing a maw full of sharp teeth, as if poised to devour him. Yet, Rupert remained unfazed, staring blankly at the creature's monstrous display. After a tense 3 seconds, the entity seemed to grow awkward, sheepishly closing its terrifying mouth, transforming back into the cherubic face of a little girl, likely no older than 5. In a moment of whimsicality, Rupert felt a surge of childlike spirit, and suddenly, 11 tendrils emerged from behind him, accompanied by 10 grotesque appendages that unfurled like petals of a chrysanthemum, topped with a cerebellum-like structure. Poisonous tooth. What about me? What about me? The little girl, Olia, startled and wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape, succumbed to her fears and fainted. Her collapse only averted by the timely intervention of the tendrils that caught her before she sunk further into the abyss. This unforeseen turn of events left Rupert momentarily taken aback, a sense of awkwardness washing over him. To ease the tension, his little appendages turned their heads away, avoiding the gaze of Rupert, a silent agreement for the benefit of all involved. Fortunately, Rupert's thick skin allowed the uncomfortable atmosphere to dissipate swiftly, as he promptly began orchestrating the task at hand, instructing the appendages to break through the hollow wall. Before long, they uncovered the diminutive form of a corpse. Pitch black and emaciated, preserved without decomposition. It appeared that during the fire, she had sought refuge within the wall, her body dehydrated by the flames, resulting in a desiccated state. Consequently, she had eluded detection, devoid of any foul odor. One could only imagine the agony she endured in her final moments, the despair that enveloped this little girl. Typically, after experiencing such a horrific demise, one would expect a high probability of transforming into a vengeful spirit, wreaking havoc upon the living. However, this young girl seemed to embody only mischief, lacking any documented history of lethality. Rupert felt it inappropriate to frighten her further. Though the earlier scene had been difficult to resist, he repeatedly cautioned the cerebellum-like structure not to consume the girl. In response, the entity remained speechless, cradling the girl, pondering. Have I ever expressed a desire to eat her? After all, a day-to-day existence together should have fostered some semblance of trust, or so one would think. Chapter 113. In old case, Rupert discovered a wooden box in the basement. After emptying its contents, he carefully placed the lifeless body of the little girl inside. covering her with a beautiful floral tablecloth. However, this fragile remains weighed merely a few pounds, occupying only a minuscule portion of the box's interior. No larger than that of a small kitten or puppy, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. Rupert turned around in the house and the yard, gathering numerous flowers to surround the small lifeless body, achieving a sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Aurelia, the timid girl, had already awakened. Yet, she did not flee. And thus the cerebral blooms paid her no mind. The little girl observed Rupert as he arranged the wooden box, tears streaming down her face like scattered pearls. But lacking a corporeal form, her tears could not fall. They transformed into mist, gradually dissipating and being absorbed by the cerebral blooms, which did not consider it consumption, as the essence simply found its way into their mouths. The cerebral blooms, being perceptive beings, reciprocated with a gentle touch, as a thread of spiritual energy manifested into a small hand, softly patting Aurelia's back. However, Aurelia cried out, not knowing if it was from emotion or fear of movement. This commotion finally caught Rupert's attention. He approached and waved away the cerebral bloom's playful hands, offering the little girl an embrace in the void. Yet, he began to coax her, saying, "Do not cry. I am a Taoist of Maoshan, specializing in dealing with malevolent spirits." A slight deception, indeed. I never claimed you were a malevolent spirit, so please, cease your tears and allow me to finish. Would you share your story? We assist benevolent souls in fulfilling their wishes and returning to nature. It is part of our duty as Maoshan Taoists. Another subtle coaxing. Rupert then listened to the little girl recount her tale. However, being from a child's perspective, she could not grasp the intricate web of interest and bloodshed involved. From Rupert's understanding, it unfolded somewhat like this. The little girl and her family once lived happily in their modest yet comfortable home, as evidenced by the house's size and location. One day, a certain faction set its sights on their property, attempting to coerce the family into selling at a meager price. Upon refusal, they resorted to sinister intentions, seeking to claim the house through violence. The couple discovered the plot but found themselves trapped within their own home. It remains unclear what transpired during that time, yet ultimately, the couple made the heart-wrenching decision to send their daughter through a narrow wall, choosing to face destruction themselves. Ironically, on that fateful day, the other side of the wall was inexplicably blocked, leaving little Aurelia unable to escape and ultimately succumbing to the heat within. In the aftermath, the incident stirred such turmoil that the nefarious individuals dared not approach the house, granting Aurelia a few more joyful days, for the family had become earthbound spirits, coexisting in their dilapidated home for a time. However, eventually, others purchased the property, renovated it, and naturally removed her parents' remains for burial, yet Aurelia's body remained undiscovered. Consequently, she harbored resentment toward the new owners, leading to mischievous antics that became the source of the haunting. It is indeed a sorrowful tale, and now, finding a resting place for Aurealia's parents and uniting them should suffice. Yet, one concern lingered. The girl had repeatedly cautioned against approaching the arena. It was said that while her parents' spirits lingered, she enjoyed burrowing into walls and the ground, warning her to stay clear of the arena, which was not far away. This behavior, though typical for a playful child, seemed odd, especially since Rupert had just heard a similar warning from an entirely disinterested party. This party was none other than the recently beheaded blood servant, Ella, who had been warned by Charles, the son's companion, to avoid the vicinity of the arena. Initially, Rupert had dismissed it, assuming that the formidable individuals there simply wanted to prevent trouble, but hearing it again from another source struck him as peculiar. Reflecting on this, he realized that Charles, a powerful vampire among demons and a member of the occult, had also advised his followers to stay away from the arena. If there were no underlying reasons for such caution, Rupert would gladly stand on his head while washing his hair live. Thus, whether to satiate his curiosity or uncover the truth, a visit to the arena became imperative, given the previous strange occurrences with the roses. Rupert could not help but speculate about the oddity surrounding the place. At this juncture, he had fulfilled his task. He promised Aurelia that he would ensure she was laid to rest beside her parents and asked her to accompany him for the time being. Having witnessed Rupert's floral tribute, Aurelia placed her trust in him, casting a lingering glance at the house before her ethereal form melded into the wooden box adorned with flowers. Rupert carefully stowed away the wooden box, contemplating whether to revisit the church here. At that moment, a small hand, conjured by the mental threads of the brain flower, danced before Rupert's eyes, serving as a reminder. Subsequently, a series of fleeting images flashed through his mind. It seemed the flower had surreptitiously absorbed some of Aurelia's tears, revealing fragments of information, including the visages of her parents. Among the images, he was startled to recognize a familiar figure, the blood servant, Ella. The perspective appeared to be that of Aurelia, peering through the gap in the window, as Ella loomed above, chastising several ruffians kneeling before her. As Aurelia's parents bid her farewell, their condition was evidently alarming. Their eyes had turned a sinister crimson, and their elongated fangs were unmistakably visible. Rupert continues to elaborate on the story within. In truth, Aurealia's parents had already fallen victim, not to a vampire's initial embrace, but rather to a second-tier blood thrall like Ella, becoming the lowest-tier blood slaves. Such blood slaves are essentially nothing more than mobile blood bags, expendable cannon fodder. Yet due to the constraints of hierarchy, they unwaveringly obey their superiors. Theoretically, They should proactively surrender their property and possessions. However, whether due to the superior's insufficient power or the couple's formidable resolve, they contravened their superior's intentions. Not only did they overcome the instinct to feed, but they also sent their child away and ultimately chose to self-immolate, demonstrating remarkable strength. It is understandable that the hurried decision to send Olia away was a challenging one. Yet, this raises a question. What do the cultists seek from this house? Is it its proximity to the arena? Yet they also insist on maintaining a distance. Does this not present a contradiction? Considering the peculiar collaboration between the cult and the Rose faction. If there truly exists something bizarre within the arena, it is not inconceivable for both parties to fulfill their respective needs. Rupert felt he was nearing the truth, and matters were becoming increasingly lucid, likely related to the bizarre occurrences. Chapter 114. Task Settlement. At this juncture, Rupert began to ponder the exchange of interests involved. Why would the strange phenomenon choose the arena as its stage? This locale witnesses a multitude of deaths daily, whether beasts, magical creatures, humans, or orcs. All face a significant probability of demise or grievous injury. If the anomaly could somehow appropriate these remnants, it would represent an inexhaustible resource for it. However, a pressing question arose. Was the anomaly lurking here, unknown and secretly evolving, or had it already forged an alliance with the arena's operators, establishing a mutually beneficial collaboration? From Charles's demeanor, it seemed he possessed certain knowledge. It was somewhat implausible for the operators to be oblivious to something that even an outsider was aware of. Or perhaps the clandestine cult had indeed infiltrated the arena. This too was entirely feasible, as the hidden sect boasted ample resources and power. Yet, the pivotal inquiry remained. What did this anomaly provide to the arena? Surely, it could not merely be a patron without seeking recompense. Nurturing the bizarre while courting danger was a considerable risk. Frankly, Rupert felt an urge to storm into the arena and confront the anomaly directly. Yet his rational mind restrained him. He needed to gather more information first. Should he charge in and find himself outmatched, it would be nothing short of embarrassing. Time was certainly insufficient today. A methodical approach was warranted. Early the following morning, Rupert made his way to the Mercenary Guild, encountering once again the freckled receptionist from the previous day. Although she appeared slightly groggy, her warm greeting upon seeing Rupert was both enthusiastic and professional. Rupert smiled faintly as he produced the severed head of the blood servant, Ella. Here is the task completion. After a fierce battle lasting over 100 rounds last night, I have apprehended the perpetrator behind the vanishing blood, a second-tier blood servant. The little girl, momentarily taken aback, was accustomed to the various scenes at the front desk. Yet the swiftness of the monk was indeed a rarity, exceeding her expectations. She had assumed he had arrived early to cancel the task. At that moment, the number of people in the guild was not overly large, yet they were drawn to the spectacle, gathering around to witness the unusual sight. For many had never encountered a creature such as a vampire. The display was indeed captivating. A thought crossed my mind. Indeed, regardless of what physique lay beneath, even someone as formidable as myself would struggle to endure for an hour. Go away. An hour? The girls at the Sunset Tavern have all claimed your copper coins are the easiest to earn. If all customers were like you, they would feel they could amass a fortune. After a couple of years, they could marry a decent man and still pretend to be virtuous. Haha. It was all rather brief and comical. The young girl at the front desk blushed deeply at such predatory remarks. Yet what was more alarming was her immediate understanding of their implications. To mask her embarrassment, she shot the monk an exasperated glare. Rupert seemed to find the current discussion lacking in excitement and introduced a more thrilling topic. I have also completed the haunted task. It involved a malevolent spirit, which I have successfully purified. Why then, does no one believe me? Is there truly so little trust among us? Consequently, he presented his evidence. The malevolent spirit was a little girl named Olia, transformed long ago. The Mercenary Guild's task did not mention this detail. Yet you possess the capability to investigate. She was a child from a family of 3 many years prior. The young woman at the reception was somewhat taken aback but nodded in acknowledgement. She had reviewed the detailed information regarding this task and indeed noted that the original owner of the house had a 5-year-old daughter. Thus, she confirmed with a nod. The mercenaries surrounding her were astonished. The task had been posted for quite some time, and it had finally been completed. The bounty was 20 gold coins. Though regrettably not for them, but for this newcomer with the charming mustache. Rest assured, I would not deceive you. I engaged in a fierce battle with that malevolent spirit in the basement. The walls were battered, and it was exceedingly intense. Therefore, my task should be considered complete. The young woman at the reception finally accepted the claims of the dashing young mustached man. The task regarding the disappearance of blood can indeed be counted as completed, as it aligns with our investigations. However, for the haunted house task, we will need to verify further. If all is well, you may collect your bounty tomorrow. Please hand me your mercenary badge. I will ensure it is properly marked. Rupert was indifferent to the passing moments, expressing his understanding. As the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed upon realizing there was no excitement left, he quietly approached the young girl. Could you kindly inform me of the burial site of the original owners, the couple? After all, they are restless spirits, and I must pay my respects. Otherwise, I fear I may become ensnared by their presence. The girl rolled her eyes dramatically. Did you not proclaim yourself as a supernatural slayer? Why then do you fear being entangled? Rupert spoke without hesitation. The foremost principle of being a supernatural killer is to harbor a sense of reverence. Otherwise, one is destined to meet a grim fate. This fellow, with his flippant remarks, gathered the information he sought and promptly departed. He intended to escort Alia back to her parents, claiming he had eradicated her, all the while concerned that others might intrude upon this unfortunate family's privacy. Yet upon exiting, he sensed someone was watching him. However, this was inconsequential, as the diverse crowd here made it easy to lose a tail in a nearby alley. At this juncture, news had already spread, reaching the ears of Charles, the strikingly handsome man. Despite his naturally pale complexion, his current state appeared even more deteriorated, indicating he had yet to fully recuperate. Earlier that morning, he had visited Ella's residence, but the blood meal was not prepared. Only a small pool of blood at the entrance remained. Upon tasting it, he discerned it was Ella's blood. Although this woman had never been particularly astute, her beauty rendered her a suitable choice for a blood meal. Furthermore, Ella's home had been ransacked, a clear indication of mercenary involvement. Oftentimes, the distinction between those mercenaries and common thieves is scarcely noticeable. Indeed, early in the morning, operatives were dispatched to lie in wait at the mercenary guild, yielding some success in spotting individuals coming to submit tasks and claim rewards. Yet, they ultimately lost track of one, which was unsurprising. To silently eliminate Ella, one could not be feeble. What exactly is the background of this muck? Was the task assigned inadvertently, or was it a deliberate targeting of them? Might there be church forces involved? Could this jeopardize their plans? These questions loomed large, suggesting a need for greater discretion in the near future. Such was his nature, yet it would be unfair to label him cowardly. His subordinates stationed outside were equally unyielding, even audacious, such as Sparrow and Ella. However, when it came to matters concerning his personal safety, he exercised extreme caution. Chapter 115. The front row. Rupert took a brief respite to venture outside the city, where he meticulously attended to the remains of Aurea. Upon his departure, a family of 3 bowed in gratitude towards him. He then hastened back to the city center, for the midday gladiatorial arena was set to commence, promising an exhilarating crescendo. Typically featuring more thrilling spectacles, for anything more intense, one would have to await the evening. Rupert donned a hood, entering the arena as an ordinary spectator, embodying the wisdom that one must know both oneself and one's adversaries to achieve victory in myriad battles. To speak candidly, the ambience here is distinctly wild. Predominantly constructed from colossal stone blocks, access is granted through various entrances, yet the interior lacks full connectivity, thus one cannot roam freely. Spectators are confined to designated areas without specially crafted seats, merely ascending layers of stone. This arrangement, however, bears its advantages, for the audience comprises more than just ordinary humans. Rupert observed the presence of orcish beings, alongside tigers and crocodilians, whose imposing physiques could comfortably find a place to sit. Some sections exist independently, resembling private boxes, their contents shielded from the gaze of other spectators, granting them prime positions closest to the central arena. Ticket prices escalate with proximity to the center, and Rupert, seeking an enhanced experience, invested 30 silver coins for a front row seat, a substantial increase compared to the solitary coin required for the outermost, highest vantage point. The cost of those private boxes is a mystery, likely beyond mere currency, as status may also play a crucial role. Even before the performance commenced, the atmosphere within the venue was charged with fervor, a palpable heat enveloping the space, and the faces of the audience radiated a fervent enthusiasm that left Rupert, the detached observer, feeling somewhat disoriented. Below lay an expansive circular arena, its surface meticulously laid with fine sand. Seated in the front row, Rupert found himself approximately 5 meters above the ground, overlooking a gently sloping, polished stone wall, likely designed to prevent any creatures from ascending. Numerous metal wires had been erected as further deterrents. 8 massive iron gates stood at various positions, presumably serving as entrances and exits for the participants in the spectacle. Just as Rupert began to thoroughly observe his surroundings, the iron gate beneath him swung open, and simultaneously, another gate across the arena creaked ajar. From the opposing entrance burst forth a fierce tiger-like beast, not a magical creature, as Rupert had never encountered such a being in his readings. Its ribs were starkly visible, marked by the scars of whips, clearly starved and battered, driven into a frenzied state, its eyes a vivid green, scanning the crowd with an intent to engage in conflict. As Rupert's gate opened, no creature emerged, inciting the surrounding audience to jeer and create a cacophony of discontent. This seemed to be a customary response, a collective expression of dissatisfaction. At that moment, Rupert heard the sharp crack of a whip slicing through the air, followed by the forceful push of a figure onto the arena floor, who stumbled and fell. This individual was a gaunt male, disheveled and bearing the marks of whipping across his body. Before he could regain his footing, a small dagger was flung to his side. However, the dagger appeared insufficiently sized for the task at hand against the beast. Before Rupert could fully contemplate the situation, the ferocious creature had detected the sudden presence of a human and began to approach stealthily, crouching low, its gaze fixated and bloodthirsty. The man, upon perceiving the advancing beast, neglected to retrieve the dagger from the ground, retreating instead towards the iron gate, which had long since closed. His shouts and desperate attempts to break through proved futile, and he was forcefully propelled into the center of the arena. Rupert furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Is this truly how it unfolds? This individual appears to be nothing more than an ordinary person, certainly not meeting the standards of a gladiator. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast before him had also recognized the prey's vulnerability and charged forth with unrelenting ferocity. With a single leap, it pinned the man to the ground, swiftly severing his neck with one decisive bite. A mere shake of its head sent the severed head rolling away, and blood instantly stained the fine sand crimson. In that instant, the scene erupted as if a bundle of explosives had been detonated, triggering a tumultuous roar of exhilaration from the crowd. The ensuing wave of sound created a shockwave that pressed Rupert's hood tightly against the back of his head. Rupert closed his eyes, feeling an intricate mix of emotions. While not precisely sorrowful, the sensation was undeniably uncomfortable. Suddenly, his understanding of the world deepened significantly. He often found himself unconsciously viewing this realm through a modern lens. Yet here, slavery remained a legal institution. Could he truly alter this reality? In truth, he could not. Even if he were to become the most esteemed individual across the continent, wielding unparalleled influence, it would still prove futile. This system, dictated by the forces of productivity, necessitated the existence of slaves. They engaged in labor while consuming minimal resources, thereby sustaining the entire system during times of low productivity. Shaking off such thoughts, Rupert opened his eyes and resumed his observations. The notion of reforming the entire continent felt overwhelmingly grandiose. He struggled even to handle a single peculiar creature. It was best to proceed at his own pace. The ferocious beast soon devoured the tender flesh from its abdomen and chest, its eyes turning a menacing crimson. The fear of humanity it had felt upon capture dissipated after feasting on human flesh. It now sought to bite anyone in sight. At that moment, an iron door in the arena swung open, revealing a cloaked figure. The individual was shrouded in a thick cloak, allowing only a glimpse of unshod small feet beneath the swaying hem, suggesting she was a woman. The anticipation among the spectators surged, erupting into cheers. Although those at a distance could see nothing of her small feet, the atmosphere compelled everyone to join in the fervor, shouting along, regardless of the content of others' exclamations. The cloaked figure glided gracefully to the center of the arena. Suddenly, she lifted her cloak, not merely to unveil her face, but to let the entire garment fall to the ground. Rupert watched in astonishment, unable to discern how she had accomplished such a swift disrobing. In the center stood a woman clad in revealing attire, her tight black leather armor leaving little to the imagination. In a more liberated society, such a swimsuit design would be considered daring, suitable only for private affairs, perhaps enticing a husband or boyfriend to dutifully perform chores. The audience's exuberant cheers spoke volumes. Rupert felt as though rain was falling behind him, likely just droplets of excitement. Then, a more thrilling spectacle unfolded. The boldly attired woman conjured a fireball with her hands and hurled it directly at the approaching beast, causing it to tumble over, singeing its facial hair and creating a small crater upon impact. The crowd erupted once more. Could this truly be happening? A seemingly mystical and exalted sorceress performing such feats in the nude? Rupert felt the urge to pinch himself, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Rupert did not gaze at the dairy. Instead, his attention was drawn to the small pit in the ground. Was it perhaps a tad too large? Let me reiterate. It is not the dairy I speak of, but rather the pit itself. Chapter 116. The Busy Little Bee. That pit was indeed quite pale. Through his observations, Rupert discerned that the female mage in the arena was likely only at the second tier. However, the potency of her fireball spell had already surpassed that of a mid-tier second-level spell, and possibly even beyond. While he might not be well-versed in the intricacies of other magical schools, his time as a teammate with Lilith had provided him with insights. Despite her humble origins, Lilith possessed remarkable magical aptitude. The fireball spell she wielded during her mid to late second-tier stages exhibited similar power. Indeed, what transpired next in the arena confirmed Rupert's deductions. As the cool female mage began to employ the second-tier spell, Firewall, it was evident that she was somewhat straining, yet upon casting it, the results were impressive. The combination of the firewall and the fireball effectively subdued the ferocious tiger-like beast across from her, leading to a graceful victory. She then spun around the arena, striking poses to express her gratitude to the fervent audience, embodying precisely what they wished to witness and firmly grasping their anticipation. This performance elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo, with cheers reaching the heavens. Rupert pondered what circumstances could enable a mere second-tier mage to unleash an attack far surpassing her capabilities. Firstly, it could be attributed to extraordinary talent. However, considering the demeanor and stature of the opponent, she appeared more mature, making it unlikely for someone recently elevated to the second tier to be a prodigy. Secondly, she might have consumed certain enhancements prior to the encounter. A plausible and straightforward explanation. Thirdly, there could be anomalies within the magical network, specifically whether the nodes are more active and easier to trigger. Is this phenomenon exclusive to fire elements, or does it extend to other elemental affinities as well? Similar occurrences exist in nature, for instance. Water element nodes are notably vibrant near rivers and lakes, while fire element nodes become more potent in sweltering deserts or volcanic regions. Within an urban environment, the likelihood of such elemental nodes being active is relatively low. Nonetheless, Rupert considered the peculiar possibilities, leaving room for the unexpected. The ensuing battle arrangements were diverse, featuring chaotic clashes between humans and orcs, as well as orcs battling magical beasts. Although the spectacle was thrilling and blood-soaked, it did not meet Rupert's expectations. He did not seek mere excitement. Rather, he yearned for the presence of more spellcasters or even elemental magical creatures. His intent was to ascertain whether there was indeed an underlying issue related to the anomalies, a conjecture not without foundation, as anomalies inherently encompass a myriad of irregular phenomena. An unavoidable reality. This inclination stemmed from his habit of discerning the presence of anomalies in new locales through various irregularities. As long as an anomaly remains active, it radiates and influences its surroundings, creating numerous illogical circumstances and resulting in many fatalities. Regardless of how reasonable the external manifestations appear, they cannot withstand meticulous scrutiny. A prime example is the initial state of Greenstone Town, which, due to its remoteness, essentially served as a place of exile, prompting many monks and nuns to flee. Consequently, when the old priest was supplanted by an anomaly, the occasional disappearances of individuals became less conspicuous, especially with Rupert, the Na'vi young man, providing a semblance of reassurance, rendering everything relatively coherent. However, such a situation could not withstand thorough investigation. It merely went unnoticed. Rupert possesses a clear understanding of his own observational skills, particularly after spending an extended period in the company of the omniscient entity known as Brainflower. His mental agility and capacity for observation have both seen a notable enhancement, albeit subtly, and this improvement eludes quantifiable data. However, the extraordinary nature of the arena is something he alone has discerned, a realization he finds hard to believe. Were the practitioners of magic of a lesser caliber, they might uncover this phenomenon after a few observations. Conversely, a more adept sorcerer would likely recognize the anomaly after just one or two encounters. Following the conclusion of the midday spectacle, Rupert embarked on his investigations, beginning his inquiries in the immediate vicinity. Upon exiting, he cloaked himself and ventured towards the street corner, hoping to engage in conversation with the beggars. Clearly, he had tasted the fruits of success from the prominent beggar at the Dragon Fortress Church and assumed there existed other masters of the begging realm. However, he was met with rejection from the local mendicants. A few accepted his copper coins but were taken aback when he attempted to squat down beside them. How dare he presume to encroach upon their territory for a mere handful of coins? They promptly began to drive him away, leaving Rupert momentarily bewildered. Observing his inaction, they approached him with the intent to confront. Rupert was infuriated. This was hardly begging. It was akin to bullying, and he showed no leniency. With a swift motion, he tripped the most arrogant of the lot, sending him sprawling to the ground. Initially, he had intended to walk away, but feeling a surge of discontent, he turned back to reclaim his copper coins, leaving a group of bewildered individuals in his wake. Rupert subsequently visited a tavern, seeking any tidbits of information related to the gladiatorial arena. He indulged in copious amounts of ale, yet gleaned little of substance. There was a fellow who claimed to have attended the event that very day, extolling the virtues of a certain sorceress who embodied both strength and generosity, thus piquing the interest of all present. Though Rupert considered that the man's position afforded him little opportunity to discern intricate details, his imagination ran wild, fabricating nuances that were non-existent at the venue. For instance, he envisioned scenes of hands raised in support, garments askew, and adjustments made on-site. Had Rupert not been seated in the front row, he might have been swayed by the man's fanciful tales. The only information of some merit came from the musings of an elderly patron who reminisced about the gladiatorial games of yore, where performances occurred every 2 or 3 days at best. While those events were indeed commendable, they paled in comparison to the current fervor, where an average of 1 or 2 spectacles transpired daily. This surge, in turn, invigorated all surrounding industries, as countless mercenary bands delivered an array of beasts, magical creatures, human slaves, and orcs, creating a veritable menagerie of combinations. Furthermore, numerous spectators from distant regions flocked to witness the arena, eager to immerse themselves in its vibrant atmosphere. This reflection prompted Rupert to acknowledge that the ambience at the venue was indeed not merely fervent, but also imbued with a palpable sense of exhilaration. Rupert contemplated the elixir of ecstasy, considering the presence of the son, Charles, on site, albeit in limited usage. Could this truly be a strategic maneuver of the occult? That very evening, Rupert visited the local church, flitting about like a diligent bee, striving to piece together the intricate puzzle of events. The church was enveloped in serene silence, with only a handful of novice knights patrolling, but the level of defense was far from formidable. This was an inevitable consequence. The church had been excessively powerful for several centuries, rendering any disruption to be a rare occurrence, thus making overzealous security seem rather foolish. This circumstance facilitated Rupert's stealthy endeavors. Chapter 117. Life is but a first encounter. To Rupert's delight, the church was not shrouded in dust like Dragon Castle, but rather meticulously maintained, with provisions of gold coins and fresh food readily available. Most importantly, he discovered a correspondence between the local priest and a previous missionary. The priest noted, "There are anomalous magical energies within the confines of the arena. The activity of fire element nodes exceeds that of other elements. There is a significant likelihood of mid to high-tier fire-based beasts being present, with even the possibility of something more sinister. However, further investigations have been obstructed by official imperial forces, with certain factions of the magical tower also complicit, endorsing the arena, thus stalling the inquiry." There are suspicions of external forces colluding, likely remnants of the Dark Church. The response from the missionary was even more intriguing. The decline of the imperial nobility is beyond our expectations. In other regions, even without the Dark Church's enticements, they are rapidly digging their own graves. This, perhaps, is not entirely detrimental to us. Let us remain vigilant, ideally gathering more substantive evidence. When the day of reckoning arrives, I hope the populace will witness a decayed and irredeemable noble regime. Rupert felt a chill run down his spine, pondering the intentions behind the unfolding events. The response he received seemed utterly indifferent to the bizarre occurrences, embodying a laissez-faire attitude, as if there were concerns that the resulting commotion was insufficient. Was the Church of the Holy Light dissatisfied with its current stature? Could it not accept the coexistence of divine and royal authority, yearning instead for a purely theocratic realm? Yet, it appeared that there was no unified ideology within the Church itself. He recalled the old emperor's sentiments, which did not suggest such inclinations. Such powerful factions often breed chaos, but that was not his concern as a minor player in this grand scheme. His primary focus should be on swiftly enhancing his own strength, steering clear of the internal strife. While he could remain aloof from the intricate deceptions involving the Church, the nobility, and the magical towers, he recognized the necessity of eradicating the anomalies, as they would serve as the bedrock of his burgeoning power. Given the current circumstances, he harbored no expectations of receiving substantial support from the local church. He could only rely on himself. Thus, he left a mark following the priest's message, a simple circle with 2 dots and an upward-facing semicircle, resembling a rudimentary smiley face, as an affirmation of the priest's efforts. Before departing quietly, his earlier speculations were validated by the priest, prompting him to venture once more into the arena. He intended to make the acquaintance of the anomalies within. With his prowess, even against formidable foes, as long as he wasn't immediately vanquished, evasion should not prove overly challenging. Before setting out, he visited several alchemical shops, indulging in a generous procurement to adequately prepare for the impending battle. Otherwise, all the painstakingly gathered intelligence would have been in vain. On his second foray into the arena, he refrained from purchasing an expensive front-row ticket, opting instead for a rear seat priced at a single silver coin, and even bypassed the audience area entirely. Meandering into the staff passage, this internal corridor was where the unruly performers, be they human or beast, were trained and scheduled for their appearances according to demand. However, his exploration did not unfold smoothly. The staff presence was overwhelming, with shouts and the crack of whips echoing around him. This lack of secrecy was disconcerting. Any genuine anomalies would not be so brazenly displayed. Navigating through the throngs of busy workers proved challenging, and after a considerable effort, he yielded no results. Consequently, he slipped into the arena's sewer system, immediately sensing that he had arrived at the right place. Unlike the typical dank and cold sewers, this one radiated an oppressive heat and exuded a decidedly unpleasant aroma. Have you ever encountered the scent of roasted excrement? The waste and remains of various creatures, both human and beast,